What was your most embarrassing visit to the doctors? This was my freshman year of college, so needless to say my student diet wasn't that great. My boyfriend and I were house sitting for a friend, and on the third night there I was awoken to the most terrible stabbing pain in my stomach. I tried to get to the bathroom, but I ended up collapsing on the floor in a near fetal position, barely able to breathe and sweating profusely. My boyfriend hears me fall and gets up to see what is wrong. I can't speak, the pain is so great and I am having a hard time breathing, so he painstakingly leads me to our friend's car and drives me to the hospital. At this point I'm in so much pain from him not really knowing how to drive a stick and jerking and stalling along the way that he has to go in and ask for assistance. I'm loaded onto a gurney and strapped in because the outstretched position nearly kills me with pain, and I start lashing out. After the doctor cuts off my clothes and sees no outward injuries on my stomach, he begins to compress on my stomach, which nearly makes me pass out. He thinks my appendix must have burst, or that I had a ruptured intestine. I'm administered 4 morphine and finally get some relief. They roll me down the hall and take some Instagrams of my stomach. To get the x-rays back takes a while, so while we were all awaiting the pics I was administered more morphine. Eventually, a big woman with a Texas accent enters the room and exclaims, "You're full of shit." "What?" I ask, completely confused and holding my stomach. "I'm serious. I'm in a lot of pain." "Oh, no doubt," she said, and pulls out an x-ray of my stomach. "See all that white in your guts?" She points with her pen and traces all the way from my anus up through my large intestines. "You are literally full of shit. I have never seen someone so full of shit in my life." My boyfriend erupts in laughter, and the nurse is trying her best to hide her amusement as she has been tending me through the hours and knows that I am obviously in a lot of pain. I groan, but am a bit amused myself. It was pretty funny, after all. I asked the doctor what they were going to do about it, and she said that they were going to do an enema and see how that went. I was given laxatives and a ton of water and told to wait 20 minutes. I can feel my stomach rumbling a bit at this point, and it hurts me a lot when it does. Eventually a nurse wheels in what looks like a dominatrix SX rack, complete with ankle and wrist straps. My boyfriend again erupts into a fit of laughter. I am not amused this time. I'm starting to get a bit embarrassed, so before we begin I ask that he leave. He pretty much begs me to let him stay, but I'm having none of it. After he leaves, the nurse wheels in what looks to be some sort of futuristic pressure washer. I'm pretty much right. She straps my ankles and wrists to the rack in an upright position and proceeds to insert the tube into my ass. It's uncomfortable and cold, but hey, I'm gay, so it's like whatever. She then turns it on, and like the first mate on the Titanic begins to slowly increase power and pressure. I can feel and see my stomach begin to inflate slightly, and oh mercy does it hurt like nothing else. It felt like knives were pushing out of me now, ever so slowly. I cry out, but she insists more power and I keep filling up like a balloon, hollering in agony. After a minute or so of constant pressure she turns it off and tells me to clench up because she was removing the tube. I want nothing more than to do just the opposite, but I assume she knows what she's doing and follow orders. She then attached another tube to a hose and inserts it. This one is much bigger and the lube is cold as F, but I'm gay so it's still whatever. She then proceeds to hoover my mother effing insides. After 30 seconds I hear a hmm. I ask her what the problem was and she told me nothing was coming out, but I beg her not to pressure wash my guts again. At this time the doc comes in as she's pulling out my butt plug and informs me that the shit packed in my colon is too wide in girth to be machine enema out. She was going to have to do this manually. She has the nurse grab a bucket, a plain white janitor's bucket, and puts it underneath me. She then puts on the latex gloves, completely lubes up her hands, and begins what I consider to be some sort of medical finger bang to loosen me up. After a while of this, I was trying to keep my mind focused on something other than this butch PE teacher looking southern woman giving me ass play legally, so I wasn't keeping track of time. She brings out a stretching device and begins to open me with it. At this point I feel so ashamed of myself, but I'm also doped out of my mind. The pain begins to come back in full force and I start shouting for more painkillers, but Lady MacGyver down there tells me that they can't administer more because it will stop me up even more. I'm just going to have to deal with it until they can unclog me. So, I endure as I'm being stretched. It hurts like hell down on my asshole, too. I feel her fingers in there and she tells me to push. So, I push. I push so hard that I feel like the blood vessels in my face are popping. My head starts to bang. I'm pushing hard and she's telling me to push more. I must have been screaming my head off. I can't imagine that I wasn't. Finally, I felt something give. She told me to push more and I did. I could feel things moving. So, I pushed some more. After a minute I finally feel myself deflating as water and shit debris tumble out into the bucket. It all happened very quick after that. I was unobstructed and gushing hot lava a minute later and finally felt complete, utter, blissful relief. I was told after I woke up in the hospital 8 hours later, around 5 p.m., that the doc literally helped deliver my shit child. I had never been more embarrassed in my life. Managers who had to fire their best employee, what happened? Had a guy who would work his ass off daily inputting data into spreadsheets. Would come in, put in solid hours of actual work, not goofing off. He would literally get 4 times as much stuff done a week as anyone else in the office. After 3 weeks straight of this, other people start to take notice and occasionally ask him to help them out when they are behind, and he obliges. This gets worse and worse, and eventually people are basically just walking all over him while they spend all day Facebooking and whatnot, because he won't say no if they ask him to help with their work. The dude just keeps trucking through though. About 4 months into working there, it's gotten to the point where you can hear the extra cunty girls talking about leaving early and not getting in trouble because he will just do all the work for us if we ask anyway. Well, the guy goes into the boss's office, and I work right next to it so I can hear more or less the entire conversation. I am paraphrasing, but it went something like this. I would like a raise. I am doing way too much work for how much I am getting paid. Everyone else who works here is so damn lazy. I even have people making jokes about how I will do their work for them and they will get paid for it. Well, name, I can sympathize with you, but you have to understand, I can't just give you a raise. If I give you a raise I would have to explain to everyone why you got a raise and they didn't. You could tell them it's because I'm doing half of their work for them while they look at stupid memes. I'm sorry, name, it just wouldn't work out well. Well then, is there any positions available above mine that I could apply for a promotion to? I don't think we can really look into a promotion this early into you working here. We would need time to properly evaluate your work ethic. Seriously? You seriously just said that to me? I'm not going to break my back doing an entire office's work for a company that doesn't give two shits about me. You and this entire office can go F themselves. He walks out of the office fuming mad and yells, hey everyone, boss, just denied my raise, so no more leaving work early for any of you lazy F heads, cause I effing quit. What jobs exist because we are stupid? My job, financial advisor. This is pretty much every piece of advice I give to people. 1. Save money for retirement, at least 10% of what you earn, gross, in an IRA or employer-sponsored plan. Put it in growth mutual funds or ETFs, and don't touch it until you're satisfied you have enough there to live on no more than 4 to 5% of the balance per year for the rest of your life. Don't consider individual stocks with this money. 2. Establish a basic budget based on your post-retirement savings income and current expenses. Do not spend more than you bring in on a regular basis. 3. Save a little after-tax money from every paycheck in an FDIC-insured savings account. This is your emergency fund. Don't touch it if you're not in financial dire straits. 4. Once you have at least 3 months of expenses covered by that emergency account, keep saving the money, but flow it to another investment vehicle, such as stocks, bonds, CDs, treasuries, real estate, precious metals. Whatever you are comfortable with depending on your goals and risk tolerance that can at least hold value, if not grow it. This is your savings for home, car, vacation, and other major purchases. 5. With the possible exceptions of purchasing a home or borrowing for education that will actually pay for itself, don't take on debt. Pay off your credit cards monthly. Pay your bills on time. 6. If you can't follow the above, take a hard look at your lifestyle. Either find a way to earn more money, spend less money, or both. Second jobs are sometimes necessary, or many people just need to eat out less, go to bars less, drive a cheaper car, or downgrade their living situation. Don't give in trying to impress others or looking good on social media, just do you. My wife's abusive son who has hated her all his life is dying. I'm insisting she goes to visit him even though she doesn't want to. So my wife Sarah has a 20-year-old son named Vic from her previous marriage. Because I was originally Sarah's affair partner, there was a lot of strife in her divorce from her ex. Vic was only 8 at the time. For a few years after, my wife tried her best to be close to him, but it never worked. It came to a head when he was 12. She caught him trying to smoke and then he almost broke her jaw when she stopped him. After that, she stopped trying to have any custody and just let him stay with his dad. When he was 14 and we had our son, she sent Vic a message that his brother was born and that even if he doesn't want to be around her, it doesn't mean he can't love his brother. He just responded back with, "Go F yourself." She tried the same thing 3 years later when our daughter was born but got no response this time. Well, 2 days ago she got a call from her ex and he was crying. Apparently Vic is dying. He has cancer and they found it very late. He's only got a month left and has been begging to see her. So, I've told my wife to go and spend the month with him. However, she refused. But at the same time, she keeps crying, muttering about thinking she had more time, ignoring our kids, looking at old photo albums of her and Vic. It came to a head this morning when I caught her having a breakdown in her car before going to work. I begged her to reconsider when I saw and she called me an effing A for trying to push her into going. Edit, it's now been 2 months. The day after she called me an effing a-hole I tried to talk to her again about it, telling her that if she is so sad, she should go. I tried to use calm rationale and I just was surprised at how stubborn she could be. But it ended with her screaming at me that her son's not sick, he's not dying and he's fine, that this is all manipulation. I don't know if she was just that deep in denial or she thought it was a trick, but the way she screamed scared our kids so I felt that I had to just let it lie. My wife actually got a call a few days later from a young woman claiming to be her son's wife and begging her to come see him. And that made her do it. She wanted to go alone, something I was not entirely comfortable with. Although I did pressure her to see him, I also realized he can be very dangerous and I wasn't sure if it was safe for my wife to confront him. We got into an argument, but I conceded in the end, letting her go. She only came home 2 days ago and told me what went down. So according to her ex, their son Vic started acting very odd about the time he graduated high school. They didn't think anything of it however. They got him married in India about half a year ago. She told me they got him married because his wife is the only child of a family with a lot of land. What really made my wife cry is that nobody even told her that her son was getting married. She keeps telling me that she would have known he was sick, she would have been able to save him, that she should have been there. Honestly, she's right to blame her ex because her own relatives don't talk to her, she doesn't use Facebook and she had a right to know. As for my wife's son Vic, my wife really hasn't shared that much with me. She just said that he was sad, he kept on apologizing for who he was and forgetting things. She said that the way he was made her feel like her son was already gone before she made it there. She did tell me that he passed away in her arms while she was praying so I really hope that means that they were able to reconnect. I'm glad for her in that sense. But this may sound cruel, but I'm honestly not too bummed that her son has passed away. Sure it may cause her pain, but he was basically estranged to her, and a manipulative and abusive a-hole to her when he was not estranged. She will need some time to heal, but her life will be much better after her grief is done.
My racist parents hate my boyfriend because of his skin color but refuse to admit it. They are trying to force me to cut him out of my life. My boyfriend and I have been dating for 6 years. We met at college where we started dating. My parents met him early on by joining us at dinner. I figured due to my parents' upbringing they would have a problem with my boyfriend being black, but surprisingly it was all good at the dinner. Fast forward a few months, my parents invited me up to our cabin and my boyfriend joined. We took my car because it was already loaded with what we would need for the duration of the stay. After we arrive, my dad pulls me aside and yells at me how wrong it is that I drove and that we took my car. He's the man, he should be driving. This is when it all started going downhill. The cabin is in a cold place, so my boyfriend wore a sweatshirt with his hood up during some of the time at the cabin. My parents to this day cite this as weird and rude as well as a reason they don't like him. As we continued our relationship, it became clear that my parents don't like him. I could tell it was racism, comments like his kind or those people were made often. I called them out on their racism, but they denied it time and time again. The thing is, they will fully admit they do not like him, but will never give an exact reasoning, much less admit that it is because they're racist. They'll say he's just not a good fit for the family. They don't tell me to stop dating him, but they do tell me that I need to keep them and him separate. They don't want to really hear about him and he's not welcome at their house or cabin. That he's never cheated on me, abused me, he has no substance problems, has always been polite to my parents, nothing that a normal parent would cite as a problem. It can only be because HS is black. Eventually it became an ultimatum given to me by my parents. They tell me that if you continue to date him, eventually it will be either him or us and you'll have to choose. Among other things they would tell me that he'd never be an attorney, which is what he wanted to do, and insinuating that he probably wouldn't be much of anything at all due to his genetically inferior intellect. It baffles me how they can say stuff like this but deny that they're racist. Anyway, after undergrad I started working at a financial firm. He graduated from undergrad at UC Berkeley and was accepted to law school across the country. We were always very serious about each other and made the decision to do long distance until he graduated and moved back to California. My boyfriend has since graduated from in law school, moved home, and took the bar last month. He starts work this October, and had a contract since last year. My parents have known about this as well. Now, 6 years into our relationship I call my parents and tell them that we are going to be moving in together. About 20 minutes later I get a text, from my mom, saying that she doesn't want to rain on my parade but that this path excludes her and my dad from my future. That they love me but they can't be in my life if I choose to be with my boyfriend. I told them I would never understand. Since then, they have sent me more and more text messages saying stuff like, "We feel like we're losing our daughter, this is heartbreaking," and so on. And all at the same time including that this is my choice and my fault. I texted my parents that I thought my boyfriend and I should come over and talk, that texting about this kind of thing is stupid, but not to be patronized or belittled, and if it turned to screaming that we would leave. My parents then replied that they wanted to see me face to face to talk but that my boyfriend isn't allowed. My boyfriend even called my father the night of the initial "we can't be part of your life" text to try and talk or meet up and see if there was a way to talk through any legitimate concerns. My dad did not answer and responded. Until a week plus later, only to text him that they haven't really ever liked him, that he wants to work through it with me alone, and it's mine and my boyfriend's fault for not trying to address things earlier. My racist parents hate my boyfriend because of his skin color but refuse to admit it. They are trying to force me to cut him out of my life. After a lot more manipulation from my parents' side, I caved and drove down alone to meet them. Of course my boyfriend was not invited. When I got there it was very strange. Walking into your parents' house and feeling like you're meeting strangers is weird. After about an hour of small talk, we got into the conversation about the elephant in the room, my parents' closeted racism. A previous text that week had said, "We don't expect to change your mind about him and who he is. We just want to talk." But it's clear that this in-person meeting was a last-ditch attempt to shake me from my reality and into theirs. My dad came at me from every angle. "He's not a man's man, I don't respect him, I hate him, he's taking away the most precious thing in our life, how could you not hate someone like that?" Even at some point physically threatening him. They were literally throwing out every excuse possible except admitting that it is because he is black. My mom was agreeing too. It was all-out war on my boyfriend. They tell me I'm depriving them of a son-in-law. They say he is selfish for not breaking up with me years ago when he realized that my parents didn't like him. It ended up being a 3-hour-long conversation. Most of the time was spent by them berating him, calling him every name in the book, and making up a super long list of very invalid reasons for not liking him. They even tried to argue that what they were doing was not an ultimatum. During my dad's humongous rant, he exposed himself accidentally by almost calling him the N-word, but caught himself before he said it. He did however refer to his people more than once. He also threw out some really vulgar stereotypes, all while never admitting that race was the issue. I tried my best to defend him even though I knew it was hopeless. I told them how wonderful he was through some of the toughest times in my life and how he supported and kept me sane when even my parents were coming down on me about how I wasn't doing enough. They said that's what any boyfriend would do. They also said, "We feel like you're not listening to us," in reference to the fact I'm not just blindly agreeing to break up with my boyfriend. Towards the end I actually exploded. My dad specifically made a disgusting joke about my boyfriend and I living in the jungle in the future and I couldn't take it anymore. I went into a huge rant about how blatantly racist they are. In my heat of rage, I told them that even Steve Wonder could see how racist they were. My rant went on for a few minutes, and after it, my parents hung their head in shame, not saying anything. They did not admit it, but they did not deny it like all the other times I have blamed their dislike towards my boyfriend on racism. In the end, I had to break the news that my boyfriend and I signed a lease and have already moved in together. They did not take this lightly and were dumbfounded. My mom started crying. My dad kept saying, "You messed up kid." They essentially forced me out of the house after that. They both let me out with no hug or even worded goodbye. I got in the car and drove home just totally exhausted and confused. I got home and just started spilling everything that they said to my boyfriend. He was not surprised, but was very proud of me for how I handled it, and we decided to go no contact with my parents there and then. We also started looking at potential therapists for me that same day. My boyfriend was extra proud of me for going on the rant about their racism and making them ashamed of themselves. He was so proud, in fact, that later that night he put me in handcuffs in bed and made me forget all about what happened earlier.
What's your darkest secret that you have never shared with anyone because you are too ashamed of it? When I was in high school, my girlfriend and I were living about a 20-minute walk from each other. It was 6 p.m. and I was planning on visiting her later that day. That's when I got a call from her mother, who was sobbing inconsolably. I tried my best to calm her down. I was terrified already. I knew something bad had happened by how she sounded. She told I needed to come over ASAP, and so I did. I saw the house surrounded by police cars, medics and EMTs everywhere, with yellow tape surrounding the perimeter of my girlfriend's house as well as her neighbor's house. My heart sank in that moment, and I feared the worst. I ran over to my girlfriend's mother and hugged her. That's when I saw it, 2 stretchers being rolled out of the house, both with huge cloths that each looked like they were covering a person. I think I blacked out for a second. I remember my body freezing, and dropping into tears. I tried my best to convince myself that it wasn't true, that it wasn't my girlfriend in there. I looked to the mother and mouthed no over and over. We hugged and cried. I remember running to a police officer asking questions he could not answer. But what he could do, was confirm that under the cloth in one of the stretchers, was my girlfriend indeed. Underneath the cloth in the other stretcher was my girlfriend's neighbor, her best friend. It took me a while to become normal again, especially after I found out the details of what had happened. My girlfriend's neighbor lived alone, and her psychopath ex broke into the house. She had been trying to get a restraining order against him for a while due to his harassment and stalking, but it was never approved. When he broke in, he started laying hands on her. Very severely. He was using every object in the house to try and inflict damage onto her. Badly wounded, my girlfriend's neighbor managed to escape the house, and rang my girlfriend's doorbell frantically. My girlfriend thankfully answered in time and was able to let her in just before the maniac ex got in. My girlfriend called the police immediately, and they told her they would show up as fast as possible. But they did not. The maniac ex did not give up, banging on my girlfriend's locked door over and over. He was a huge man, 6'6" and maybe 250 pounds. After a few shoulder tackles, he managed to literally break the door down. My girlfriend and her neighbor were hiding in the locked bathroom by this point. He inspected the house and realized they were in the bathroom. He proceeded to break this door down as well. He lunged at my girlfriend's neighbor and started wailing on her over and over, knocking her to the ground. She was unconscious immediately. My girlfriend grabbed a can of deodorant and tried aiming for his eyes, and she managed to get him. Somehow, even with his vision impaired, this psychopath was able to get a hold of my girlfriend. He used the knife he was carrying 32 times. He proceeded to wail on my neighbor's girlfriend until she passed away. He was never caught either. After this happened, I was inconsolable for a while. My girlfriend's mother and I supported each other as much as I could. We would visit each other's house all the time, drinking together and reminiscing about her, telling each other stories of my girlfriend or lighting a candle for her. In an unplanned twist of fate, we had too much to drink one night. I was over at hers and we were alone. She was wearing nothing but a robe and was sitting close to me. She slowly exposed more and more of her leg to me, all while moving closer too. She would reach over to grab something and graze my manhood each time. At some point the alcohol took its course and we slept together. What we did is something that I'm deeply ashamed of.
I'm thinking of going no contact with my whole family because they did not invite me to my grandparents' funeral. They are trying to convince me that I attended. I moved away from my very small town for college when I was 18. I moved away not only because it was a small town, but because my home life was very abusive, with my parents laying hands on me frequently and belittling me a lot. In college I met my now husband, and we moved to his state after we graduated. I love the area I live in and have been living here for a decade now. The only problem all these years later is my family. I have reconciled with them and I visit every few weeks or so. So, ever since I moved away, the topic of when am I moving back is constant with my parents. I've always laughed this question off even when pestered about it for ages. My parents and I have had some squabbles about where I live, but nothing too serious. The major problem I am having right now is that my grandparents sadly both passed away recently. The first problem is I was literally never informed of this. It happened perhaps 3 weeks ago, and they were both alive when I visited last. Another kicker that I found out was that my family held a funeral for them and scattered the ashes in my uncle's cherished apple orchard last week. No one said a word to me about it. I only found out because my great-uncle from California posted on Facebook a few weeks ago that he is entering hospice and was so thankful his health stayed strong enough for him to see his little sister to her final resting place. I was confused and called my mom. I asked her if Grandma was okay. She seemed shocked, and told me that both Grandma and Grandpa have passed. I froze. The first thing I could muster out was, "Why did you never tell me?" And she swore up and down that she said. I then asked if they had a funeral. This time she said, "Yeah, the funeral we had last week, remember? I have not visited in 3 weeks." Before I could even say that, she started telling me that I was there when they got the news, and once again swore that they had planned the funeral with me there. The real shocker is that everyone is convinced I was at the funeral. The whole entire family, even the extended side. I can prove I wasn't at the funeral because Google's got my location history. My husband is baffled because according to my family, he was there too. My husband and I realized this meant one thing. My family straight up doesn't care about me. Not to inform me of my grandparents' death, not to tell me about the funeral, then try convince me I'm crazy and that I was there all along. That is disgusting and manipulative in my eyes. And they're mad at me for lying about being there. My mother has suggested I check myself in out a psychiatric ward for not remembering that I was indeed there, and my dad has went on to joke about Alzheimer's, something which runs in my family. Nothing I say can convince them I wasn't there. And they've all agreed not to speak to me until I admit I'm wrong and was there. For the past few days, my family's been posting on Facebook about forgetful kids and mental health issues. My mom's best friend reached out and said I should just admit I was wrong and apologize, that I'm causing my mom so much unnecessary stress. I told her my entire family should star in the next Space Jam because they're all Looney Tunes. She hung up on me. My narcissistic dad is making constant intimate comments about my boyfriend and I. I fear for my safety in my own home. My dad and I have a terrible relationship. He's emotionally and mentally abusive to me, and has a tendency to lay hands on me when he gets drunk, which happens a lot. He is a diagnosed narcissist too. My mother is in the picture, but she usually sides with him. She has watched as he rips into me verbally and said nothing, rather just laughed along. She has watched him lay hands on me until I cried and not done anything. My dad also has a history of always making me feel less than I am, and making me seem less in front of others. He has gone out of his way to joke about my subpar grades to his drink buddies in the house within earshot of me. Stuff like this happens all the time too. As far as my boyfriend goes, he and I are currently doing long distance and I fly over every 3 or 4 months to see him. 3 days ago I came back from seeing my boyfriend and I'd shared with my mom we'd had intimacy for the first time, which is a big deal to me because of religious trauma surrounding a pastor roping me when my age was in the single digits. Well, my dad somehow found out my boyfriend and I had intimacy and has taken it upon himself to now shame me about it any chance he gets. The jokes go from buying me a pregnancy test out of the blue, asking me if he should be expecting a noise complaint from the hotel we were at, to saying we should record next time to show him, and maybe even do it underneath the Christmas tree at the family Christmas party. It's gotten to the point where I don't even feel safe showering. The last 2 times I was showering he barged in, literally saw me unclothed, whistled at me and made a joke about it being the only place I could get myself off. He tried to get in again today but thankfully I had the door locked. That's when he did something so revolting it made me break down and cry in the shower. For context, I have autism and he knows I have certain triggers. One of the things that sets me off is high-pitched loud noise, so when the door in the shower was locked and he could not get in, he literally connected his phone to a Bluetooth speaker and started playing loud high-pitched squealing noises to set me off. Whilst these noises were going on I could hear him yell that he is doing this to make sure I'm not doing anything inappropriate in the shower. He kept it going for around 30 minutes, by the end of which I was sitting in the shower crying and covering my ears.
My manipulative girlfriend cheated on me and is trying to make me father the child. My entire family has won her side. So I met my girlfriend through mutual friends a few years ago. She was everything I wanted in a partner. I moved in with her a few months after we started dating. She knew my stance on wanting to be child-free. She said she didn't mind not having kids, she was a fence-sitter with the idea that if it happens it happens, if it doesn't it doesn't. Well, about 2 months ago, she sat me down and said that we needed to talk. She handed me this positive pregnancy test. It was gross, holding something she had to pee on. I saw instant red and immediately called her a lot of names and packed up. She begged me to stay, to calm down, tried to tell me it was mine and she would never do that. I stormed out of the apartment and have only gone back to finish collecting my things. I told her I knew she was lying and to find the real father. So for context, I had an accident years ago that left me sterile after both of my nerds exploded. The process involved me getting replacement nerds. She of course did not know this, that I am physically incapable of having children, so she tried to pull the wall over me. Anyways, she has since tried getting others to rally to her side. My whole family instantly took out their pitchforks and started blaming me. Ultimately, I gave in, but I told her that we will do a paternity test as soon as it's born and if I was father I said I'd be willing to man up and care for the child. When I said this, she shut up and burst into tears. Some of my family have taken that as her guilt, others have said she was just hurt by the way I handled it and I'm the father. They all think I'm a bit of jerk to stress a pregnant woman. The thing with my family is they all hate my choice of being child-free, they have tried convincing me to have children, or rather adopt in my case more times than I care to count. So my family is absolutely livid with my behavior and I've gotten a lot of nasty messages, calls and even had them yelling at me from the parking lot of the motel I'm staying at. They think I'm trying to be a deadbeat and that I need to man up and take responsibility. My wife is constantly flashing her honkers to random people and doesn't see anything wrong with it. My wife and I have been together for 11 years. Ever since I met her in college, she has been insecure about her appearance, specifically her body. When we got our first jobs out of college and became financially stable, she approached me and asked how I felt about her getting a honker job. I wasn't a huge fan of the idea. I told her I loved her and her little miniature set, but she was adamant on the idea of it. Knowing how much her set of tiny honkers bothered her, I told her I would support her decision either way. After thinking about it for a while, she decided to proceed with the operation. I will say, her surgeon was fantastic and things did end up looking very good. They bounce when I slap them, they taste almost like real ones and they're very slippery, which comes in handy. My problem is not the looks of her honkers. My problem is that ever since she's gotten her honker job, it's definitely emboldened her to put them on display, so to speak. She went from wearing baggy and unrevealing clothing to very tight and revealing shirts with a lot of honker showing. One thing that I'm not adjusting well to, is her over-willingness to show people her bare honkers. It's no secret to anyone that has known her for a long time that he got a honker job. She can keep her mouth shut or her top down about them. At first it was mostly her just showing her girlfriends. However, it's almost as if the more and more she's shown them off and gotten validation, the more and more enabled she is to continue doing it. The first time it crossed a boundary for me was when we were at a friend's house for dinner and drinks, and she had a little too much to drink and showed her friend her honkers while her friend's husband was standing right there. We fought in the car about it on the way home. The next morning I tried to set boundaries with her but she dismissed it and shook it off. Like I was being controlling. Most recently, we were at a friend's house with many other mutual friends watching a football game, and she got drunk again. Upon our team scoring in walk-off fashion, she ran up to the TV and turned towards us. She lifted her shirt and flashed her honkers at the entire party while jumping up and down in celebration. She's not even a football fan and hardly understands who to cheer for. To me it was like an excuse to just show off her honkers to everyone. I was livid and again we fought about it. She got defensive and turned it around on me, saying that for once in her life she's happy with how she looks and she just wants to feel good about herself. I again tried expressing my boundaries but she completely dismissed them. We have been short with each other for a week since that's happened. It may sound ridiculous, but if she can't respect my feelings and my boundaries, this could be grounds for divorce. I know that might sound dramatic, but I've expressed I'm not okay with it and she dismisses me constantly. My wife abandoned me out of the blue to go on our dream holiday by herself and is using all of our savings to do so. My wife Mary and I have been together for 15 years. We spent the last 4 years saving up for a dream holiday we have wanted to have for the last decade. It was a once-in-a-lifetime trip supposed to last the entire summer. Well, 2 months ago I got home and she's left a note stapled to the fridge. In the note, she said she was going on our trip without me. She had spontaneously quit her job, took all of the last 4 years worth of savings, left without mentioning it to me prior, and wasn't sure when she'd be back. Maybe a year, maybe sooner. She knew I'd understand. Her location is turned off and my calls go directly to voicemail. I texted our kids a picture of the note. I waited a month to see if she'd come back first. After receiving only one text the first month, a text which told me to stop calling her, I went to a lawyer. The lawyer basically said there was very little to do right now, other than change the beneficiaries of my retirement accounts and life insurance. There is no way to serve her papers or anything either, she's far away. It's now been 2 months and I get random texts off her and she sporadically posts on Instagram. Of course she has comments turned off. These posts make me disgusted. She is at parties, with random men, wearing skimpy clothing and is clearly drinking while taking these photos. In one of these photos a man I have never met before has his arm behind her and I'm positive he is grabbing her behind in the photo, and she is smiling in it. What she is doing is crushing me deeply. Her last post was from Hawaii. It was her in a very luxurious hotel. She put in the caption about how great of a husband I was for letting her take this trip alone and paying for it. Right now, I'm barely scraping by, paying 2 cars, a mortgage, household bills, insurance, and I'm hoping there are no emergencies because I have no savings left. And she's enjoying our trip. I eat 1 meal a day currently because I don't have money for more than that. My kids are grown-ups and they have offered to help me financially, but I have turned their help down. I'm so mad at her. For context, I helped take care of her dementia-ridden mom for years, and then her when she contracted depression after it. And she returns the favor by abandoning me. I'll never get to take this trip and have to put off retirement. My only solace is the kids are mad at her, but they'll probably forgive her eventually because she is very good at manipulation. Into a pet crate, and the animal fought so hard against me that it both how it'd fare outside. The thing with Satan is, him and not. He will not let me pet him. If I get too close he snarls. He climbs into the attic a lot, somehow traps himself. My best friend passed away and I adopted his cat. The cat turned out to be the meanest and dumbest animal I have ever encountered. So after 3 days of keeping the cat Satan in the crate, I realized 2 things. That if I was kidnapped by a random guy coming into my house and brought to a new place, then kept in a cage, I wouldn't be too friendly either. And that I can't keep a cat in a cage indefinitely and just hope the situation magically improves somehow. Besides, I'm kind of tired of getting my hands messed with every time I try to feed him. So my wife and I decided to make a big compromise and started sleeping in the living room, leaving the cat to be out of the cage completely in my room. The first 3 days, he would either run under my bed or into my closet and stare at me with wide eyes while making low guttural noises. He was still stupid as ever, but this time he luckily wasn't chewing on my mattress. I think he learned his lesson after last time. On the 4th day, I decided I would start to talk to it and start explaining to Satan that although I get it, he needs to chill the F out. I sat beside him and started ranting to him, explaining everything that was going on. I felt like the guy from Ratatouille ranting to Remy after taking him in. He seemed incredibly confused by this. Eventually, this seemed to work, although I'm not sure if it was because he understood what I was saying. Despite still not wanting to be touched and doing dumb things like getting his head stuck in empty Dorito packs then running headfirst into furniture to try get himself out of it, he stopped being hostile. That day I learned that cats understand tone like dogs. This talking to him continued throughout the week and drove Satan to come out of the closet or under the bed while I was in the room, but if I moved at all he'd hiss and dart back to cover, usually hitting his head on the way. Eventually something changed at the start of the 2nd week and Satan started to get on the bed while I was in the room and behaving, not destroying things or attacking me. All throughout the ordeal I'm looking at cat body language videos to try and understand the animal. Also, I'm the only one feeding him and trying to get him to be okay with me being around while he eats. Somehow, one day I go into the room and, seeing him on the bed, I decide to plop down next to him to see if he'll attack me. He meows slowly, but doesn't attack. I look away from him, lean back and stay there for a while, pretending like this is not a terrible inconvenience for either of us. Satan obliged me and played along, meowing every time I looked at him waiting for him to plop back down. Moving into the 3rd week, I can sit in the bed and lay next to Satan and he shows no signs of aggression, so I try my next move, putting one of my limbs right next to him. I do this many times a day, acting like it's not a big deal, and eventually while laying next to him, I touch him with my knee. Satan immediately protests but doesn't move away, so midweek I try to touch him with my arm and to my surprise he's okay with that too. It is important to note that Satan has moved up in his levels of stupidity. I think there is a direct correlation with how dumb he acts to how comfortable he is with someone. By this point he had started flipping mugs onto himself, getting himself trapped between the mattress cover and the mattress, once managing to get his head trapped in a plunger. I caught him before the poor guy ran out of air, and on one occasion managed to step on sellotape that was slightly undone and proceeded to thrash the room trying to get it off his foot. Satan and I are comfortable with each other by this point. In the mornings, I slow blink before leaving to work and he slowly blinks back. Before I knew it, it was the 4th week and Satan's letting me pet him for short periods of time and only certain parts of his back, before hissing or lightly swatting. As opposed to the vicious war crimes he was trying to pull off initially. It's the middle of the 4th week and at this point, we've built enough of a tacit communication that I feel comfortable fully petting him and talking to him. At this point, I come in the room every day in the morning to change and talk to Satan, and he talks back and demands to be petted by me. On my off days, I go in the room and he'll follow me around. By the end of the 4th week, I play with Satan and he lets me pick him up. I finally realize he was actually a very sweet, super scared kitty that needed to feel safe and be given space, and furthermore everything negative that happened was my fault for not understanding him and pressuring him. My wife and I discussed whether or not to keep him, and we decided not to. I managed to get his medical records from my best friend's family and the hospital Satan was taken to. On the 6th week, I take to Facebook and with due disclaimers, I offer him around. Satan, older cat, needs a new home. Former cat of a loner. Affectionate but needs house without children or other pets. Is curious and playful once it gets comfortable, perhaps the dumbest cat you will ever meet. Do not leave plungers lying around. A lot of people offer to take Satan into their homes, and a lot of people don't meet the requirements I outlined. Eventually someone reaches out to me and not only are they a perfect fit for him, they understand all the constraints that go into adapting an older cat into a new home. They came yesterday and I didn't even struggle to get him into the carrier they brought. I went into their home today to take some of Satan's playthings as well as some food I had left over, and although he was hiding under the bed and meowing, he peeked out halfway while my wife and I talked to his new owners. I stress to these people that if they have any big issues with him he's 100% returnable, but this isn't their first adopted cat. We promised to keep in touch, and I came back and cleaned up my room to sleep in it. One of my knuckles is damaged forever, and I will absolutely never have a cat ever again, but it was a great experience nonetheless.
My sister's weird husband texted me saying he regrets not roping me when I was 13. My mother is on his side. My sister and I always gotten on very well for the most part. The only thing we do not get on well regarding is her husband. He is an arrogant jerk who talks a lot and tries to be funny, but he has the humor of a cabbage leaf. I always pictured my sister to end up with someone better, but she loves him, so my family have always treated him well for her sake, and we welcomed him when they announced their engagement 10 years ago. At that time I was 13 and we planned a family trip to celebrate their engagement. As they were not married yet, I shared a room with my sister. Everything went well and 3 years ago my sister got pregnant. Everyone was elated for them. But then we all celebrated Christmas at our parents' house. My brother-in-law was nervous all night and he drank a lot. He tried reaching out to me to touch me multiple times, but I saw him inebriated, so I tried to avoid him, but unsuccessfully. He managed to get me alone so he finally could speak to me. He started talking about this weird dream he had. Later that night they went back to their home. I received a message for him saying, "Remember that trip when your sister and I announced our engagement? Well, one day on that trip I entered your bedroom because I was looking for your sister and she was not there, but you were in the bathroom changing your clothes and the door wasn't fully closed so I could see." My dream was the continuation of that. That's all I read and I immediately felt grossed out. He saw that I didn't respond and tried to continue the conversation, telling me how much he fantasized about what could have happened that night had he not chickened out and just went for it. He says he deeply regrets not doing anything back then. I took screenshots and started crying. I cried all night and told my best friend about it. She told me to talk with my mom and I did. The next day he had deleted all the messages, so I showed my mom the screenshots. She told me to stay calm and that she would talk to him. That year we had a trip for New Year's Eve and it was a nightmare for me. My sister was stressed because of the pregnancy and I felt really guilty. My mom told me that she spoke to him and he apologized. He said that he didn't mean that and that I misunderstood. She told me that I should let it go, that he is a changed man now and that people mature as they get older. I fear for my sister and I wonder if I should tell her. I received a request for child support from a woman I've never met. I am a cisgender woman and have never had children. A few days ago, I received a notice from an attorney that I am being sued for child support from a woman I have never met or heard of. I am a lesbian woman, with no intention of ever having children or a surrogate. I contacted the attorney listed on the document to make sure the case I was provided with was legit. And yep, it's legit. The attorney stated that his client came to him to sue me for backdated and future child support for her 15-year-old and stated I, a lesbian woman, am the biological father. The attorney had my name, address and info like my birthday, where I went to high school and so on. Yet somehow didn't know that I am a woman? The attorney also stated that the woman is in her 40s, repeated her name to me and verified with me if I know her. I stated I've never met or heard of her. I am a biological woman who has never had a child and even brought up that if I was a man and was the bio dad, how would she not be in trouble for statutory rape, as I would have been barely 15 when the child was conceived and she would have been late 20s. The attorney stated that as an attorney he needs to follow through and I need to see him and sign the documents and do a DNA test to confirm any relation to the child. I informed the attorney that it's literally impossible for me to be the father, but he won't take no for an answer and told me to bring my lawyer to his office tomorrow. Do I actually need to get an attorney? Can I just show up and be like, look at me, I'm a real woman and have never given birth, leave me alone? I need some proper guidance on where to go from here. I received a request for child support from a woman I've never met. I am a cisgender woman and have never had children. I reached out to a good friend of mine who has a lawyer aunt, who conveniently handles family cases. After I told her the situation, she laughed and said she'd do it pro bono just for the entertainment. Apparently she knows the other attorney and says he's a Richard Head, so I guess that's a benefit for me since she was more than happy to represent me. We met with the attorney, showed my BC, ID, passport and adoption papers. The attorney was frustrated with his client, but very kind with myself and my attorney about it. He apologized for the inconvenience. The whole thing was dismissed and, while my attorney initially suggested an order of protection, because clearly this woman was unwell, as while we were in the office she was saying that I was a man who had intimacy changed to dodge support, which is why she referred to me as he, and said I make more than enough money and my money belongs to her and our child. We ultimately decided against the restraining order, as after all of the insanity, she was honest about how all this came about. She, myself and my male cousin used to work in the same place. Over a decade ago. He is the father of her child, as apparently they had known each other for years prior, but he is also now a convicted violent felon, an offender who slept with multiple people under 18, a drunk driver and murderer, who is currently incarcerated. They are the same age and they went to school together in the next town over. Since she had access to my cousin, she was able to link my cousin to his father, which led to my mother, as he has her listed as a sister. My mother was always my emergency contact, so she has access to the information. She said since she was able to get my contact information in the easiest way, she figured she could throw a suit at me, get a DNA test, then lead back to him and she would try to go over him. And sue my uncle for support, as he retired from a good job and has disposable income and my cousin is incarcerated. No, I don't understand her thought process because honestly, I have no idea how any of this works or if that is even a thing she could possibly do. Also, she said she was recently fired, which is why this came up now, and since she knew my cousin was incarcerated and she needed money, she found me via our last name and made a copy of my resume and important info in my file. After all of the theatrics and chaos, she said she finally decided to give up the fight because she realized she couldn't win. Especially once I presented my paperwork. As that's when she realized there was zero chance that the DNA test would get her where she wanted with everything.
My 16-year-old daughter is horrifically bullying her classmate because he is poor. We are punishing her for it, but she is not taking it lightly. 2 months ago my wife and I learned my stepdaughter was badly bullying a girl in her class over being poor. The girl was getting free lunch at school because she could not afford to eat. This girl also wore hand-me-downs every day, and most of the clothes would be slightly torn. She even had clothes provided to her by a teacher. My daughter would go out of her way to throw this girl's free food away, post about her on social media, loudly make jokes in class about her and her financial status, make fun of this girl for how skinny she was, just horrible stuff. The thing is, our daughter was very spoiled. We provided her with everything she needed along with an allowance and a part-time job at my company. We've been considered middle class, doing things others were not as privileged to do, such as buying our daughter a car on her 16th birthday. I come from a family of immigrants and was considered in poverty growing up. After learning about the bullying, I was furious as we thought we didn't raise her to behave that way. She was in honors and top ranking of her class. I tried to talk to our daughter over why she would do that to this poor girl. I was disturbed to learn it was because she viewed that girl as trailer trash who did not belong in the same class as her. The girl, from what I learned, is very smart and works hard at school. Her parents do not allow her to get a job as they deem she is too young for it too. The other problem with my daughter is that she considered the money our family had as also her money, and she is free to spend however much of it she wants whenever she wants. I have had arguments with her about this in the past. Shortly after our conversation, I decided I was spoiling my daughter too much. So we ended up taking away her latest iPhone and replacing it with a Nokia. We took away her family credit card, sold her car, along with her MacBook and other luxuries. I also told her she would have to find a job without nepotism and work a minimum wage job like everyone else her age, because I'm done giving her handouts if she's gonna act entitled. She screamed, she cried, she laid hands on me, she bit me and told me she hated me over and over, but I did not budge. Fast forward 2 months later, she is working at a fast food restaurant with us driving her around. She doesn't talk to me unless she needs something like a ride, but is very upset with me constantly, telling me she still hates me daily. My wife feels like I am taking this too far because it's affecting her social status and grades. I however feel like she needs to be humbled because I can't have a daughter who will disrespect people just because of the amount of money they have.
My manipulative fiancé is planning on leaving me to be in an open relationship with his much younger coworker. I have been with my fiancé for 4 years and he proposed to me on my birthday last year. I always thought our relationship was great and that we were unstoppable together, but I guess that was wrong. Throughout the entire relationship, he has always let me use his phone. However, recently, he was being very distant and even getting upset or starting full-blown arguments if I asked for his phone. I shrugged it off as maybe he's planning something for my birthday since it's coming up. Well, a couple days ago, he asked me if we could try opening up the relationship. This took me by surprise because he's never been the type to get physical or emotional with anyone else but me. I told him that I'm uncomfortable with the thought of that and he kept explaining how it could build us up emotionally to see other people's perspectives on how we can improve our love. I continued telling him no and saying that it doesn't feel right. I never wanted to be with anyone else but him. He has been trying to convince me for the past day but I didn't budge. He ended up saying whatever, and going on a walk for a couple hours. When he left, I cried my eyes out because it made me think he wasn't being loyal. Unlucky for him, he had left his phone on the counter in the kitchen, so I took it upon myself to check. To my horror, I saw my worst nightmare. He was messaging a coworker Kim for a couple weeks. Messages saying I love you and let's plan a little date together. I cried and continued reading. I know her, she is 18, my fiancé is 30. I saw that they were trying to plan a way to leave me or get an open relationship started. Seeing as though the open relationship plan failed, they started saying that he should leave me and they can be in an open relationship. I'm so hurt and distraught by this. I thought he would be with me through thick and thin. Not to mention, I have a daughter that has absolutely loved him and thought of him as her dad. I'm crushed and betrayed for both me and my daughter. She was going to be our flower girl and have the prettiest dress, and now I have to tell her everything. My worst nightmare is coming to fruition and I can't stop crying. I'm trying to be strong for her but it's so hard. My manipulative fiancé is planning on leaving me to be in an open relationship with his much younger coworker. I thought long and hard about our relationship and decided that I will definitely not be getting back with him. Last night while he slept in our bed, I messaged his sister everything and even sent her the screenshots. She was super apologetic and even said that she'll help me get all of his stuff packed and out of my house. Him and his sister have never got on anyway. The only reason he is in her life is because she was kind-hearted enough to accept his apology after one of his friends roped her, she told my husband. He didn't believe and severed contact with her for years. It was only 3 years after he found out the truth that he reached out and apologized. She accepted him back but has never been super close with him since. Anyway, tomorrow he goes into work and that's when I'll be packing all of his stuff and sending his butt out the door. I also spoke with my daughter this morning. We went to Starbucks together and I told her that me and him were going to separate. She looked deeply upset but said that she understands and sometimes things don't work out. She hugged me and we had hot chocolate and cake pops together. I didn't tell her why we were breaking up, just said that it wasn't in the stars. So far today me and her have just been playing and enjoying ourselves. I cried when we got home and she just gave me a kiss on the cheek and said I'll always love you, mommy. I'm just sobbing my eyes out because I'm so happy and thankful to have the sweetest little girl on the planet. Update 2. My manipulative fiancé is planning on leaving me to be in an open relationship with his much younger coworker. So the day after around 6 a.m. when my fiancé had left for work, I texted his sister and a few friends to help move his stuff out. They got here after I had put my daughter on the bus for school. We went in and got everything. All of his clothes, shoes, etc., and boxed it up and put it outside. We had finally gotten done around 2 p.m. After we were done, his sister said that their parents were on standby after hearing what happened. His parents don't like him either. I also emailed his boss and HR member. They thanked me and said they will handle this accordingly. Then the show starts. I see his truck pull in the driveway and he looked heated. He got out and slammed his door, cursing me out for getting him in trouble. Luckily my friends had gotten between us so he didn't do anything. He was screaming at me and his sister, calling us witches and screaming at me more, saying that he was only trying to improve our relationship. I told him I didn't care what he had to say, I wanted him gone. He huffed and then started asking where my daughter was so that he could speak with her. I didn't tell him that instead of riding the bus home, my dad picked her up. I told her that he was not speaking to my daughter and I wanted him gone. He got enraged and lunged towards me, trying to injure me, but my friends had held him back away from me, and that's when I called his parents because I knew he wouldn't leave easily. They came and started cursing at him, saying that they didn't raise him this way and that he is going to now be officially disowned. Meaning he was cut out of the wills and everything. He ended up just having a hissy fit on the ground like a little kid. He literally dropped to the ground and started stomping and screaming, saying that I couldn't do this to him and that he still loves me. I told him I don't care, he can leave. Eventually his parents made him get his boxes and leave. As he was leaving he told me, "I swear I'll be back." I swear, I laughed and just walked back into my house. I'm working on getting a restraining order set in place and I hope to never see him or his lover ever again. My daughter is staying with my parents for the week to be sure that in case he or his lover come back, she won't see anything she shouldn't see. So far, nothing has happened and I got a brand new security system being set up as well as a Ring camera. Update 3, my manipulative fiancé is planning on leaving me to be in an open relationship with his much younger coworker. Well, it's been a few months and my ex-fiancé was sadly true to his word. He came back, but not for me, rather our daughter. One thing I briefly mentioned but did not expand too much on was his love for her. He really saw her as her own, took her on many playdates, went to get ice cream with her and so on. He had formed a deep emotional connection with her, and it seemed like he was not willing to let it go. He started out by trying to pick her up from school, but this was of course denied as I had called the school informing them not to let him pick her up. He then resorted to hanging around outside the school, simply trying to catch a glimpse of her. Over time, she became scared of this. Do you know how hard it is to explain to a 6-year-old that the man she basically called dad is now a stalker who is trying to kidnap her? It's hard to do so. Thankfully though, she ended up okay thanks to the police. That's right. One of the times he came to pick her up, he was very much under the influence and tried to fight the female teacher because she refused to give my daughter up. My daughter fought too, not wanting to go. On this particular day my dad was supposed to pick the daughter up and he was running a few minutes late. Within these few minutes, my drunk ex-fiancé assaulted the teacher in front of our daughter, and tried physically carrying her to his car while she screamed. Thankfully, 2 of the parents stepped in and stopped him, kicking him to the ground and managing to get my daughter out of his grasp. I can't describe how thankful I am to them, they potentially saved her life. My ex was arrested and is now facing charges for attempted kidnapping, assault, as well as driving under the influence. I will testify against him. My boyfriend proposed to me at my sister's wedding and I said yes. My entire family are very unhappy about this because he cheated on her in high school. My boyfriend and I have been together for 4 years. The only problem is he and my sister basically hate each other. I think it's because they used to date in high school and he cheated on her, thus breaking her heart. But in my eyes, that was in the past and he is a very different and much better man. Now, last week it was my sister's wedding. It was an amazing wedding and the venue was beautiful. My boyfriend and I were both invited. Prior to this, he's never been invited to one of my sister's events before, so we were both thrilled at this development. At the wedding, my sister was obviously very occupied and we all had a great time. After the ceremony, my sister started talking to her friends, and the guests started to explore the area as everyone was dancing. Me and my boyfriend were away from it all when we found a little clearing. We were still pretty close to the main venue, but I think it was a pretty private area which we found. My boyfriend thought so too. He got down on one knee and proposed to me. He didn't have a ring on him, but he had one at home though. He used a piece of colored paper he had tied into ring shape, so he put that on my finger after I said yes. Apparently it wasn't as private as I thought, because when we got back to the floor after taking a selfie and scheduling a post for a few hours after the party was scheduled to end, I was bombarded by a shower of congratulations. Turns out my sister's friend, Lisa, saw my boyfriend propose, and then came back to the main area and told everyone. I figured that I could show them the ring, and tell the story, and then move on from that and back to my sister. While I was being congratulated, another girl, one of my sister's best friends, came up to me and asked to see the ring. I showed him the picture of the one my boyfriend had at home and she told me, wow, he even skimped out on a ring. He couldn't plan his own proposal, or get you a nice ring. I was upset, because I wasn't even planning to tell anyone. If someone noticed the ring, I would tell them, but I wasn't going to announce it to the world, or do it in public where everyone can see us. We left immediately afterwards, and my entire family has been blowing up my phone calling me an attention-seeking bitch, and that I shouldn't have done that to my sister. My boyfriend proposed to me at my sister's wedding and I said yes. My entire family are very unhappy about this because he cheated on her in high school. I have since learned some shocking things about my fiancé. Apparently not only did he cheat on my sister when they dated in high school, he did it with his twin brother. I also learned that after she broke up with him for cheating, he stalked her for a long time, trying to get him to take her back, until he got put in the mental hospital. He then proceeded to get his twin brother to try to sleep with her. According to her, they put a lot of effort into being identical, even having the same tattoos when they got older. The first night I brought my boyfriend home, after I went to bed, he tried to seduce her and sleep with her, resorting to violence when she said no. He did not rope her, but did threaten it. The reason she didn't tell me was because he apologized in the morning and stated he was just very drunk. She assumed that we were in a healthy relationship and that I was happy. Anyway, I spoke to some of my friends about it, and his friends. Turns out he kind of only got close to me to get closer to my sister, and has never really stopped fantasizing about her. After all the things that happened, I told him I wanted him to move out for a while because of all the backlash I needed to think about. That was a bad move. He tried to break into my house multiple times. Thankfully, we're all safe now, and me and my family have restraining orders on him, and he was arrested. He got put in the mental hospital again, and the authorities say he'll probably be going to jail when he gets out of there. The months following this, I have been unlearning a lot of the bad habits I had gotten into. Turns out I was stupid in looking at everything through rose-tinted lenses. Not only that, but I was basically only surrounded by his equally awful friends. So yeah, I'm in a better space now, I'm happier now. I broke up with that man, and I destroyed the ring. Oh, and apparently he wanted to do it as one last F you to my sister and it wasn't spur of the moment, so there's that too.
What's a book so disturbing and truly awful that you cried multiple times throughout it? A book called Girl in the Tunnel tells the story of a young girl who was repeatedly roped over and over by her stepfather from the ages of 6 all the way until she was 12. The stepfather would also lay hands on her so severely that she would almost pass away consistently. Dangerously underweight, with no clean clothes and no support system, the girl turned to her school for help. And that is where she made the biggest mistake of her life, which was telling on her stepfather. She was sent away to a Magdalene laundry at just 12 years old. These were institutions run by heartless Catholic nuns and were meant to house fallen women. These fallen women were often promiscuous, and they paid for that in these laundries by being worked to the bone for free and converted to a nun lifestyle. These were of course money laundering institutions that posed as good and holy, with the aim to help women, when in reality it was free labor. Girl in the Tunnel is perhaps the saddest case of all the women that faced hardships in these laundries. The particular laundry she was sent to was connected to a nice boarding school. A boarding school with clean beds and showers, where food was served. The laundry and the school were connected via an underground tunnel. You see, when the nuns running this laundry got a call from the school regarding the poor girl being roped by her stepfather, they blamed her. They saw her as a temptation to men, they saw her as a girl who needed to be worked to the bone so she could cleanse herself and no longer tempt men to fulfill their desires, and so they sent her to work in this laundry. The reason it is called Girl in the Tunnel is because this girl spent days camping out at this dark underground tunnel. This is because inspectors would often come into these laundries and make sure there were no underage girls working there and that the conditions were suitable to live in. They also inspected schools to ensure the children were taken care of. Whenever the nuns got word of the inspectors, they would shove this poor girl down into the tunnel. The inspectors would not find her in the school, or the laundry, and deem the whole system in suitable condition. She survived like this for years, routinely spending days at a time in the underground tunnel with barely any food or water. When she was out of the tunnel, she, the 12-year-old girl, worked 12-plus-hour workdays with little food or water while surrounded by grown women and nuns looking down on her.
My friends are insisting that my husband is very abusive towards me, but I'm trying to reassure them that he isn't. My husband and I have been together for 15. It's been rocky at times, especially with him cheating in the past, but any long relationship usually has such difficulties. I have always suffered with depression and anxiety, which has recently been attributed to undiagnosed ADHD and autism, and there have been plenty of times where my husband has not known how to deal with it or has not been mindful of how his behavior may affect me. He is a logical person and looks for solutions, so naturally tries to fix issues that can't be fixed when mental health is the root of it. This has led to a lot of arguments, with him giving me the brutally honest answer when I just wanted to vent. A lot of times I have brought up problems with him that I am having and he tries to solve them, urging me to take emotion out of the equation and to think like a rational person. I understand his perspective, he is a man and therefore less emotional than I am. However, this has led me to cut off a lot of my sharing with him because I do not want to annoy him with my mental health problems. He also has a relatively short temper and when in a bad mood often completely shuts down. For me that's really difficult because I struggle to differentiate between being angry about something and being angry at me due to the autism and ADHD, especially when they both manifest as him being silent and very cold to me. These spells often last days at a time and really do upset me, but they are just how he deals with his own emotions. If not talking to me over something is how he can get over it, who am I to judge? But we do have clashes. He can ignore me for a week over something small, but if I persist in being upset after he stops ignoring me, he says I'm being unreasonable. That he's no longer ignoring me, so what's the big deal? I do see his point on one hand. If he's in one of these moods, I will do my best to stay out of the way and not make things worse, and it is a very tense atmosphere. Maybe just because I really hate conflict, so I do my best to resolve things quickly and not rock the boat. Physically, there isn't much intimacy beyond cuddling, and if there is, it's initiated by me and very one-sided. I can't blame him though. I've gained 15 pounds and I can't see why he'd want to do anything with me, but I do feel very alone and not confident. Especially when I ask him what he thinks of my body, and he usually tells me I need to hit the gym and eat less. He does get very upset if anyone shows interest in me though, which is what the current fight is about. He has never been violent in any way, however, and for that I am thankful. I have seen my mother go through physical abuse, and it is not something I want to experience. I just found it really strange that 2 of my friends who I've opened up to about this have said this would count as abusive. But I've never considered this to actually be an issue, especially as my anxious reactions or feeling unsafe are down to my own mental health problems, surely?
The selfish pastor turned his back on my grandma after she spent half a century working for him for free. She humiliated him savagely at her will reading as her revenge. My grandmother was a member of a large conservative Bible-believing church for her entire adult life. This church, which I'll call Big White Church, was a member of a large evangelical denomination. Big White Church was located in a suburb of a large city in the Bible Belt of the USA. Grandma was very active in the Big White Church. She worked in the nursery every Sunday morning, helped cook hundreds of church fellowship breakfasts and dinners, accompanied her children and grandchildren on dozens of church retreats and choir tours, taught youth Bible study on Sunday nights, and was very active in supporting home missions, as well as helping with other youth programs. She always tithed, and often gave extra for missions and special offerings. Grandma's greatest talent was making other people feel important. Although I belonged to a different church, I often visited with Grandma, and when I did I usually went to the Big White Church functions with her. I've seen her single-handedly cook breakfast for dozens of Big White Church youth, a task which took over 2 hours, even in the church's large kitchen. Then after the meal, she asked the group for a round of applause for the high school student leader for doing such a great job of organizing the prayer breakfast. I remember that on a Big White Church youth retreat at a rural church camp, she drove most of the night to go back to the city and retrieve a big box of evangelistic materials that one of the assistant pastors, Dave, had forgotten and asked her to get in time for our morning program the next day. His boss, the senior pastor named Chris, never found out that Dave had screwed up or that Grandma had fixed it for him. Dave never even thanked Grandma. Even though I was a child, this bothered me so much that I asked her about it. She said that she didn't mind at all. She told me her reward would be that those materials would help children find Jesus. Grandma's service to her church ended abruptly at the age of 73, when she broke her back in a car accident. For the last 10 years of her life, she was homebound and could not go to church because of this injury and declining health due to old age. Her mind was just as sharp as ever, and her faith remained sincere, but her body wore out a little more every day. During those 10 years, she made many efforts to reach out to her church, its leadership and her church friends, inviting them to visit her at her home, etc., without success. Every one of these invitations was declined or simply ignored. Near the end, when she was in home hospice care, she decided to plan her own funeral. She and my grandpa called her church and asked for the senior pastor, Chris, whom she had known for over 30 years, to visit her so that they could plan her memorial service, which she and Grandpa wanted to be held at the church. Chris was too busy, but Dave stopped by a few days later. According to my grandpa, here's what happened at that meeting. With my grandma literally on her deathbed, Grandma, Grandpa and Dave discussed her funeral for a couple of minutes. Then Dave started pressuring her to lay up your treasure in heaven by remembering your church and your will. Grandpa told him firmly that this is neither the time nor the place to discuss her will. They went back to discussing the funeral for a few minutes. Then Dave steered the conversation back to Grandma's will, with liberal injections of how badly her church needed her support. Grandpa told him several times that it was inappropriate to talk to Grandma about her will or the church's financial needs, because she was terminally ill and in an enormous amount of physical pain. Dave would agree and briefly talk about the funeral, but would then go back to talking about the church's financial needs, heavenly rewards. Where your treasure is, your heart will be also. My grandma started crying. To put this into context, Grandma was more than a steel magnolia. She was titanium coated with diamond wrapped in Kevlar. She rarely ever cried, and never ever cried about herself. Not one tear when the doctor told her that her back was broken so badly that she would never walk again, nor during the following 6 months in futile rehab. She would shed sincere but well-managed tears at funerals and while visiting family members in the hospital when they received bad news. She would cry to console others, weep with those who weep. But nobody, not Grandpa, not her daughter, nor any of my uncles or Grandma's siblings, ever remembered her crying for herself. My grandma was sobbing uncontrollably. Grandpa, a retired steelworker, former Marine sergeant and Korean War combat veteran, physically grabbed Dave and escorted him out of their house, not too gently. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Grandma lived another 6 months, mostly because of sheer force of will. Eventually though, Grandma passed away and we held her memorial service at the funeral home, not the Big White Church. Chris and Dave were conspicuously absent. In fact, there were no professional Christians, from the Big White Church, at the service at all, not even in the audience. To start the service, Grandpa stood up at the podium in front of the crowd and said, "Some of you may have heard that I disinvited Chris and Dave from this funeral service. This service is not an appropriate place for me to give you my reasons for doing this, although you all know me and so you know that my reasons are good ones. Also, my wife asked me to exclude them. This funeral service may be different from other funerals that you have attended. It is going to be an open microphone funeral. Everyone who wants to say something is invited to come up here and describe your friendship with my wife, tell a story about her that is worth remembering, or anything else that you want to say that will honor her memory and bring comfort to everyone here today. I have asked several family members to prepare statements, but you don't have to have anything prepared. Please, if you want to say something, come up here and do so. There were about 100 people at the funeral service, at least a third of them eventually stepped up to the microphone. The service, which we had planned to last about 30 minutes, lasted for over 2 hours and, as best I can tell, not one person left early. There was laughing, crying and hugging. 3 of her grandchildren played some of her favorite songs on the piano and guitar. We all joined hands and sang her favorite hymns. Afterwards, dozens of people told my grandpa that it was one of the most comforting and uplifting funerals they had ever attended. More than a few remarked that, funerals are better without preachers anyway, or something similar. Then came the will distribution and my grandma's savage revenge. A couple of weeks later, it was time to start distributing the bequests in grandma's will. Although grandma and grandpa dearly loved each other, they had separate wills because she told my mom, that makes it easier for us to respect each other's turf, and because their lawyer had recommended it. Nobody thought that my grandparents were wealthy. They had lived in the same small but charming house in a prosperous, well-maintained suburban neighborhood for the past 50+ years, and had worked hard and lived modestly. But it was rumored that they had a very nice nest egg. The reading of the will was a tradition in our family because it was one of those events that gave our close-knit, extended family an excuse to get together. With this family tradition in mind, many of our family members' wills often contained very personal bequests of items that had little cash value, but were the departed family members' way of telling their loved ones that they wanted to share a cherished memory with them one last time. As an added incentive to attend, the family rumor mill had been buzzing with speculation, encouraged by Grandpa, that grandma's will contain some surprises. The reading was held in a conference room at a lawyer's office. Unsurprisingly, the attendees included my mom, as well as aunts, uncles, great-uncles and many of the grandchildren. We were all surprised, however, to see Chris and Dave from Big White Church. They informed us that Grandma's lawyer had told them that Grandma's will had bequests not only for the Big White Church, but also for them personally. Maybe it was just our imagination, but my siblings, cousins and I couldn't help noticing that these preachers appeared to be actively salivating over their good fortune at Grandma's generosity. Grandma had a large family, so a sizable number of beneficiaries were named in her will. The lawyer's conference room was a bit smaller than an average middle-class living room. Extra chairs had been brought in, every seat was filled and people were standing in every remaining space. There was barely space for all of us. Grandma's lawyer suggested that Chris and Dave sit in chairs which were in the front of the room, next to himself. Since there was a large table in the room, this meant that the lawyer and these 2 preachers were the only ones who were directly facing everyone else. Although the preachers were gratified to be physically next to the center of attention, they did not notice, as all of the rest of us quickly noticed, that these seats made it easy for everyone else in the room to watch them closely, and practically impossible for them to leave the packed to more than overflowing room before the entire meeting was over, because they were farthest from the room's single door, and there were almost 24 people standing or sitting between them and their only path to escape. The bequests were quite generous, but pretty much what we had expected. Grandpa kept their house, its contents, their retirement accounts and everything that remained after all of the bequests had been satisfied. Children, grandchildren and several local charities received nice, but not extravagant, amounts of money. Several sentimental items were named and given to various friends and relatives. Grandpa was the first beneficiary listed in the will. But, after him, all of the other bequests were arranged in order of increasing worth. They started with sentimental items, which had very small cash value. Then each grandchild received several $1,000s, then each son, daughter, brother, sister, niece and nephew received a little more, then several local nonprofits received very nice amounts. Bequests to Big White Church, Chris and Dave were, almost, the last ones listed in the will. They listened politely to the other bequests, but with steadily growing anticipation, as they noticed the exponential upward trend in Grandma's largesse. When Grandma's lawyer got to the Big White Church and preacher's part of the will, he said, "This is a bit unusual, but before I announce these bequests to Big White Church, Chris, and Dave, I've been requested to read the following statement to everyone present." He opened a letter that was written in Grandma's own handwriting.
For the past 10 years, not one person from the Big White Church has ever called me, come to visit me or sent me a note to tell me that they cared about me. Not one minister, not one deacon, not one of the church women, not one of the church members who I worked with for all of those years, loved dearly and thought were my friends. I worked very hard for you when you needed me, for many, many years. But when I needed you and your church, you all pretended that I didn't exist. I only got one visit. When I was dying and I invited Chris to come to my house and help me plan my funeral. This was my last attempt, after many attempts that I had made over the past 10 years, to reach out to my church and pastor, whom I still love dearly even though they had made it clear that they did not love me. If only I could have my funeral at my church, maybe some of my church friends, whom I had not seen in a decade, would come to the service to see me one last time. And I know they love to hear Chris preach, so if he preached at my funeral, maybe they would come to my funeral to hear him, even if they would not have come to see me. But Chris couldn't find the time to visit me, or even call me to tell me whether or not he was willing to preach at my funeral. Dave came by my house, but he didn't want to talk about my funeral. He just wanted me to remember his church in my will. That's all. Just remember his church in my will. It was then that I realized that I had allowed my church to break my heart for one last time. But that was the last time. The very last time. Dave did not know it when he visited me, but Grandpa and I had already prepared my will, long before his visit, which did include a double tithe, 20%, of my entire estate, for what was now my former church, the Big White Church. The amount was $150,000. But I got to feeling badly that we had not personally remembered such nice people as Chris and Dave. So I changed my will to include them. By name. While I was at it, I changed the amount of money that I left to Big White Church to match all of the love that they have showed to me during the last 10 years of my life, when I was suffering and lonely, and no longer able to work my butt off for them, for free, like I had done for almost half a century. That is her entire written statement, the lawyer said. Now let's get back to the bequests in the will.
A selfish pastor turned his back on my grandma after she spent half a century working for him for free. She humiliated him savagely at her will reading as her revenge. After that humiliating handwritten letter by my grandma, the lawyer moved on to reading the amount of money my grandma would leave the church and the pastors. The lawyer read, bequest to Dave, 1 cent. Bequest to Chris, 1 cent. Bequest to Big White Church, 1 cent. Chris and Dave sat there looking like someone had forced their mouths open and left them like that. Every one of Grandma's family and friends felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud. But we kept quiet because we knew Grandma. We knew she wasn't finished yet. Grandma was simply setting them up for a 1-2 punch. The best was yet to come, and we didn't want to miss it. There is one last bequest, the lawyer continued, for a charity named Token. Then he paused before naming the amount. Most of us had no idea what Token was. But, by the looks on their faces, we could tell that Chris and Dave knew it very well. Their faces displayed the same expressions of shock, dread and horror that they would have if the lawyer had said, this request goes to the Demon Club to buy extra large rotisserie barbecue grills and tons of charcoal. Every eye in the room was now fixated on Chris and Dave. The lawyer, who happened to be my uncle, one of Grandma's and Grandpa's sons, let the silence continue a few seconds more. If we had been able to read Chris's and Dave's minds, we would have known the history behind the looks on their faces. Token was sponsored by a large black church just a few miles from the Big White Church. They ran a free food and clothing bank, assistance programs for foster children, home delivery of pre-cooked meals for homebound seniors, legal aid, and other social services. A long time ago, the Big White Church, which was 100% Caucasian, had provided a few years of financial and other support to Token. Then, there was a very bitter, acrimonious breakup, allegedly because Token was practicing the social gospel, while Big White Church was preaching the true gospel. Big White Church even sued to try to get some of their money back, although the suit was eventually settled and very little money actually changed hands. But, this being the Deep South, everyone knew the real reason why Big White Church, or any white church, would stop supporting a black charity. Grandma and Grandpa had seriously considered leaving Big White Church at that time. But they had reasoned that it was better to stay there and teach tolerance by their words and example. They knew they would never persuade everyone, but maybe they could reach some of the youth at their white church and break the generational cycle of racism. Grandma used to tell us, my church is my mission field. We did not learn the true depth of her statement until after she died. Since then, Grandma and Grandpa had secretly sent a portion of their tithe to Token every month. Most of Grandma's family, including me, didn't find out about any of this until after the meeting had ended. But Chris and Dave obviously understood what Grandma, by her actions which are more powerful than words, was saying to them. Having allowed time for everyone to observe Chris and Dave while they thought about how their white church had treated Token, and how they and their church had treated our Grandma. The lawyer said, the amount is. Then he named the exact same amount that Grandma had named in her handwritten letter, the huge amount of money that would have gone to Big White Church if she had not changed her will.
What would be an appropriate punishment to my 13-year-old son for eating ramen noodles? So I have been recently pondering on what would be a suitable pun segmenty for my teenage Oz, who brought cheap, disgusting and horrible ramen noodles into my house after a sleepover at his friend's house. He knows I don't allow horrible junk food like this in the house, but he still insists. I usually go out of my way to spend the majority of my wages on good clean food. In my Hughes there is no junk food. I do not allow it and ground my son if I catch him eat it. Once every season, I allow him to order a takeaway, and even then it has to be a healthy takeout I approve of beforehand. So anyway, back to the point. My son was staying over at his friend's house, and I know they stayed up till midnight drinking horrendous beverages, such as Coca-Cola Zero, a drink I have nicknamed the Devil's Spawn. He also ordered McDonald's with the money I specifically gave him to go to the store and buy himself some free-range chicken breast or grass-fed ground beef and cook for himself. My son and I butt heads about our diets because I force him to track his calories and send me pictures of every single meal he eats when he is out of the house so I can be sure he is eating good and clean food. So this morning I discovered the ramen noodles. I found the remnants of said noodles in the sink, and that's when I was horrified. I started digging through the trash can and damn near emptied it, before finding an empty packet of the noodles. I of course dragged him out of bed and yelled at him for it, telling him he is grounded and I am taking his phone away from him for this. He states this is unreasonable, but personally I don't think this is severe enough. I have discussed this with fellow moms on Facebook, and they suggested forcing him to go on a 3-day water fast so he realizes the importance of food and doesn't rebel against natural and organic food anymore. I'm thinking this is too severe, as I don't want to force my son not to eat, but it's something I'm looking into. My husband also left me several years ago, so there is no one to contest me in regards to the punishment.
My ex-girlfriend cheated on me, so I had a three-way with her ex-boyfriend as well as the guy she cheated on me with. So a few years ago my ex-girlfriend cheated on me with another guy. She then had the audacity to tell me that if I was a grown-up, I could forgive her and let go of the past. She said she hopes we can still be friends, but she has lost all feelings for me and is fully in love with this new guy now. I was in a depressed state for a long time and couldn't bring myself to delete her number. Over time, she started to send me pictures of her and her new boyfriend with laughing emojis. She didn't even care about how much she had hurt me. Then the opportunity for revenge fell into my plan. So one day while going through Tinder I found someone who was quite familiar. Her new boyfriend. Of course I wasn't going to tell her that her new boyfriend is on Tinder. In fact I matched with him, which was quite surprising because I thought he was straight and we started a conversation. He didn't know who I was evidently. She never told him she was in a relationship while she was flirting with him. But this was perfect. We had longer conversations and he told me more and more about himself. Then a plan popped into my head. I suggested that we could meet each other at a bar and he agreed. Keep in mind he was still in a relationship with my ex-girlfriend at that time. When we met we had a great time. And one date became many dates. It took me a few months to get to know him to the point where he developed feelings for me and I was his affair partner. But there was one thing he didn't know. I got in contact with my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend as well. He broke up with her because he came out as gay. I was now in contact with both guys. The ex-boyfriend and I got along very well. In fact I made him a close friend of mine back in the day. Anyway, in conversations with my ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend, we talked about intimate desires and he told that he always wanted to have a three-way, so I suggested one with the gay ex-boyfriend. I knew that he was his type because we kinda look alike and he had feelings for me. I asked the gay ex-boyfriend if he wanted to become the third one in the bedroom and to my surprise he said yes. I'm honestly still surprised how all of that worked out without her noticing, but it did. And then the day came where I decided to go nuclear. The two guys came to my apartment. I led them to the bedroom and they started talking to each other. While they talked I took a selfie from a safe distance. Close enough that she could see their faces but far enough that they wouldn't notice. Then the action started. The three-way was amazing and they gave me neck until I looked like Stephen Hawking. A few days after this I told the ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend that now that I granted him the wish of a three-way, I wanted something in return. I told him that I don't want to be an affair partner any longer and told him that he should either break up with her, or I will end things with him. I knew it was hardcore manipulative on my end, but I had a plan and I had the full control over him. He actually broke up with her and threw her out of the house. I even got him to move out of his apartment to move in with me. Meaning that she lost both her home and her boyfriend. But I wasn't done yet. In a weird turn of events, my ex texted me after this, crying and saying that her boyfriend dumped her and that she regrets leaving me. I then said, "Your boyfriend? Are you talking about this guy?" And I sent her the selfie I took. She called and texted me several times but I ignored her. My plan was almost successful. There were only 3 things left that I still had to do. The first was that I told her mother, who hates infidelity more than anything because her father cheated on her mother with another woman. You could say, like father like daughter. Her mother was angry but thanked me for telling her. From what I've heard is that her mother cut ties with her. The second thing I did was dumping him because unfortunately for him he was a cheater too and I hate infidelity as well. The last thing I did was go out with the gay ex-boyfriend. And after a few dates we got together and we are still a couple.
My substance addict sister is not allowing me to visit my niece and is feeding lies about me to her. I suspect she is seriously abusing her. My sister Lily had my niece Emma when she was 26. She was at the time living with my parents along with her then boyfriend and they had both just gotten out of rehab for heroin addiction. Both her and her boyfriend were not able to stay clean for long, and she was using throughout her pregnancy. When Emma was almost 2 months, she came to me begging me to take Emma for 2 months while she checked into rehab again to get clean. I was 22 living in an efficiency apartment while putting myself through law school, but my parents insisted they couldn't care for an infant and had suggested foster care to my sister, so I took my niece in. When my sister got out of her rehab, she got back together with her boyfriend who was still taking substances and thus began 5 years of a vicious cycle where one of them would get clean only to be dragged back under by the other. I took legal guardianship of Emma, although it was still supposed to be temporary. Every time Lily would bring up taking her back I would agree on the condition that they both passed a substance test and it simply never happened. When Emma was almost 6 years old, my sister came to me saying she was once again pregnant. This was the turning point for her, and she gave birth to my nephew having been clean for almost 8 months. Obviously it was very hard for both me and Emma, going from her living with me, to moving back with her parents. We went to court and worked out a custody arrangement where I still have Emma every weekend, but she spends the week with her mom and dad. We attended family therapy all together for the first year, and once we settled on a routine we stopped. Here comes the issue. In the past, Emma would come to me on the weekends with marks of abuse. There would be an occasional bruise on the wrist or marks on her arms. I have asked her about it before but she always gave really solid and convincing answers. I also asked my sister and she corroborated the story and it was bulletproof each time, so I never looked too deeply into it. But now my sister is once again pregnant and she and her boyfriend, who is now her husband, say that they don't want to allow Emma to come with me on weekends because apparently she comes home to them acting like a brat. I absolutely understand the issue. I explained to my sister that when Emma is with me she is the center of attention and going from that to having to fight her brother for her mom's limited attention between bouts of morning sickness has to be hard. I offered to take my nephew weekends as well to give my sister some rest, or to possibly resume family therapy so Emma could work through these changes. My sister simply told me that Emma would be taking a break from spending time with me. I let her have 2 weekends with Emma, and then when she continued to stonewall me, I threatened to take her to court. We have a custody agreement in place and I am still one of Emma's legal guardians. She said I'm throwing the past in her face, and won't let her be a real mother to Emma. This need to keep Emma to herself is making me a little weary, and I am remembering the marks or bruises I would see on Emma, and I am now worried for her safety with my sister and her husband. Emma calls me every evening and asks what we are doing over the weekend and why I don't have time for her, so I think additionally my sister is spinning it as me not wanting her to come. Last week over the phone Emma asked me if I hate her. I said of course not and asked why she would think that. She said that my sister told her so. My substance addict sister is not allowing me to visit my niece and is feeding lies about me to her. I suspect she is seriously abusing her. So in short, my sister gave birth and I now have custody of all 3 children. So I took Emma to an emergency therapy session, and she revealed a lot of mental manipulation that my sister Lily had been doing. Apparently my sister told her that she had to beg me to take her as a baby, that I had never wanted her and gave her back as soon as I was able. After the therapy session, I filed for an emergency custody order, citing parental alienation, but also the ace up my sleeve that my sister was using grass, which violated her conditions under which she could have custody. It's not legal in my state, and she doesn't have a prescription either, so I requested a substance test and a home visit as I also cited the state of the home. The house wasn't just a mess, it was to the point of being a health hazard and a hoarding situation. I was granted emergency custody and CPS showed up at my sister's door on the following Monday. I knew this much was going to happen. When CPS arrived, they found that my brother-in-law had been growing not only grass in the basement, but also mushrooms. When they substance tested both of them, they found not only grass in their systems, but several other substances, which was probably laced with whatever they were using. They immediately removed my nephew, and reached out to me to take him. They were both arrested on charges related to my brother-in-law's horticultural activities in the basement. I can honestly say I didn't see it coming. I knew she was depressed, but I didn't see any signs of her using again, and the fact that she was pregnant and using. Words can't express my betrayal. I adjusted to life with 2 kids very quickly, but I knew that she was going to have another infant soon. So, I visited my pregnant sister in jail and I made a deal with her. She gave up all parental rights to all 3 kids in exchange for me paying her bail and providing her with an attorney so that she had the best possible chance of avoiding jail time. Unfortunately, I had to also bail my brother-in-law out and pay for his attorney fees. She gave birth a week ago. Thankfully she didn't have to give birth in jail, but the baby came out with what looks to be possible mental defenses related to the substance and alcohol use. I have full custody of Emma and both her brothers, and am in the process of filing for legal adoption, which is far different than guardianship, but I don't have doubts I will be successful given both parents signed away their rights. I know I'm doing the right thing. The past has shown me that I don't want to be in limbo, waiting for her to be clean long enough to take the kids back.
My spoiled brother proposed to my fiancée in front of me in order to show me that she never wanted me. My brother Mark used to date my current fiancée Jen a few years ago. They were only together for a month before he broke things off with her because he was bored of being in a relationship and never really wanted to settle down anyway. At the time they were dating I was low contact with him, so I had no idea he even had a girlfriend. The reason I was low contact with him is because he was somewhat of a golden child, who always got his way and was enabled by our parents. He hated the idea of me having something he does not have and would often go out of his way to one-up me on anything. Years of this, capped with him stealing my car without my mom protesting, confirmed I wanted to distance myself from him. Anyway, I had no idea who his ex-girlfriend Jen was until I met her. Jen and I met at a bar when I moved back home and hit it off really well. She was easily the most beautiful and intelligent woman I ever met, and we met up a few times more before we made it official. Fast forward to this December and I finally bring her up to my family and ask them to meet her at Christmas. By this point I had began talking to Mark more frequently. They knew I was in a relationship, but I kept details about her to a minimum until I knew how serious we really were. My parents asked to see pictures and they started passing my phone around the dinner table. Mark saw it and blew up, calling me a crappy brother for dating his ex-girlfriend, and he demanded I break it off with her. I refused. When I asked Jen about it, she confirmed they dated and gave me the details about their breakup. It took a few weeks, but eventually Mark stopped bringing up me dating his ex and I thought he was over it. On Jen's birthday this year, I took her out to a fancy dinner with both of our families and her closest friends and I asked her to marry me. Mark flipped once again and blew up about me proposing to her, which I and my sisters immediately shut down. The incident happened this past weekend. Mark had been pretty quiet about the whole thing for the last 2 months. I didn't see him much and figured he went low contact with me, which I had no problem with. Then he invited me and Jen for family dinner at his apartment with my parents and sisters. I thought it was weird, but my parents and sisters were also going, so we agreed to go. The dinner was nice, nothing too fancy, and we moved to the living room to talk. About 30 minutes into normal conversation, Mark stood up and told us he had an announcement. He made a long speech about being happy to have his family around for his big moment, then got on one knee and pulled out this cheap ring while asking Jen to marry him. Jen was confused and obviously uncomfortable and demanded that he put it away and stand up. My dad tried to make a grab for Mark, but I got to him first and socked him repeatedly. My dad pulled me off of him, and while my brother was on the floor, he said something along the lines of wanting to show me that Jen wasn't really into me and that I just wanted to get back at him. Get back at him for what I will never know. Before it could get worse, my parents rushed me out and promised to talk to him. It's been a few days since it happened and I'm still ticked off. My spoiled brother proposed to my fiancée in front of me in order to show me that she never wanted me. After a few days after my brother Mark and I got into a fist fight, I called him and asked him to meet up with me at my place to talk. I told him I would prefer Jen to be around for the talk as well. He agreed to talk to both of us and showed up at my place around noon today. It was pretty quiet for a few minutes before I started the conversation. I apologized for not warning him I would be proposing to Jen, and I apologized for hitting him. Especially because I found out I had broken his nose and I actually offered to pay for the medical nose, which he refused. I then told him what Jen had said about the relationship and breakup when I asked her about it, and I asked him to confirm if it was true. I pretty much said that his reaction throughout his whole thing has been extreme and I wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding their relationship or downplaying how serious they were. He confirmed that they only dated for a few weeks and he broke up with her because he lost interest. Jen asked if he was acting like this because he still had feelings or regrets about ending things with her. He said he could admit he thought she was more attractive than when he last saw her, but there weren't any feelings or regrets. He said he just didn't like seeing a girl he dated, even if it was short term, with his older brother, and as a man I shouldn't have violated him by pursuing things with his ex. I reminded him that I had no idea they dated, so it wasn't like I consciously did this knowing their history together. He shrugged me off and said it didn't matter, I still should have broken it off. He was adamant that if the roles were reversed he would have done the same thing, which I doubt. I asked him why he proposed to her if he didn't have any lingering feelings. Basically, he said he was talking about it to one of his buddies who was around when Mark and Jen dated, and the guy put the idea in his head that maybe Jen knew from the start that we were related. His friend went on to say was doing this to get back at him considering Jen had been hung up on him after they ended, and Mark really bought into this. So he came up with the idea to propose and see if she dumped me for him. Jen asked him to elaborate on why he thought she was hung up on him, and he told her that he heard she was asking about him following the breakup and still hanging out at the places they used to go to, so it was a valid assumption. Then for her to pop up randomly with his brother affirmed his suspicions. Jen told him she'd only asked about him once following the breakup and she'd been hanging out at those places with friends before they started dating and she wouldn't avoid them because of a breakup. She also told him she was offended at the idea that she would go as low as to pursue me, just to get back at him. He shrugged and gave her a half-baked apology but said she had to see it from his point of view. He asked her if she really didn't know and she told him that she didn't see the resemblance in us until we were in the same room and we act nothing alike, so it never crossed her mind, and he said okay. That pretty much wrapped up the conversation. He did tell me before he left that I could take back his invite to the wedding because he can't bring himself to support our relationship knowing he used to date her. I told him he didn't have to worry about that as he was most likely going to be uninvited anyway. It's been a few hours since our talk and I do feel better. My parents aren't too happy about him being uninvited. Once again, I'm going to limit contact with Mark and I doubt he'll reach out to me anytime soon either. Update 2. My spoiled brother proposed to my fiancée in front of me in order to show me that she never wanted me. So I've been low contact with my brother Mark since our last conversation. I haven't called him and he hasn't called me, and our only interactions have been in family settings. As it stands, my mom is still extremely upset that Mark is still uninvited for my wedding. It started with a comment made during my younger sister Sophie's birthday. Her boyfriend of 4 years proposed to her at the end of the night and we sat around talking about what she envisioned for her dream wedding. She talked a bit about wanting a destination wedding and her ideas for the cake and dress. Then she said to me, "I know Mark's banned from your wedding, but you won't care if he comes to mine, right?" I laughed it off and told her I can't get mad about her guest list even if I wanted to. My mom gave me this weird look and asked if Mark was still not invited to my wedding. I told her yes and she got irritated. She told me she thought I was joking and said I was being unreasonable to go through with banning him from the wedding since he's family. She accused me of holding a grudge just to be petty. I reminded her that he and I agreed on him not coming. I also told her she is once again taking his side like she has always done. Sophie laid into my mom a bit about trying to make her special day about Mark and my mom dropped the issue. A few days later, my mom stopped by my house and said she wanted to discuss my wedding. She asked me why I was so adamant about Mark not coming to my wedding. She said that I shouldn't be so insecure about Mark and Jen's previous relationship and that uninviting him was a step too far. She had the nerve to ask me if I'm scared that Jen is still in love with Mark. I laughed at that and told her that Mark and I mutually agreed on him not coming to the wedding and he can come to me about it himself if he has a problem with it. We got into an argument and she said that if I wasn't going to re-invite Mark then she would not be coming either because I'm ostracizing her son. I shrugged and told her if that's what she wants then she can toss her invite in the trash because I won't beg her to be there. She asked me if I would really be okay with her not attending and I told her it wouldn't be the first time she missed an event of mine because of Mark. She said I was being an a-hole for throwing her past mistakes in her face and she stormed out. I then started getting messages and phone calls from her and a few family members about the whole situation saying I was in the wrong and urging me to invite Mark just to keep the peace. Jen's also been getting messages from my mom asking her to talk to me and get me to change my mind, but to my knowledge she hasn't been responding. So far, most of my mom's side of the family are standing in solidarity with her and not attending, while my dad and his side of the family, which is only my aunt and uncle and their 2 kids, agree with me and are still coming. My dad was usually the one who stood up for me too. Him and mom always fought in regards to her favoritism, which she always denied of course. Also, I talked to Mark about it and asked him if he had a problem with not having an invite. He said he uninvited himself in the first place and he doesn't get why they're making a big deal because he still doesn't want to go. He told me to leave him out of the fighting because he's not involved and he says he'd tell her the same. As of now, I'm back to being low contact with my mom, but my dad and I are still on decent terms. Update 3. My spoiled brother proposed to my fiancée in front of me in order to show me that she never wanted me. My mom is now officially uninvited from the wedding after abusing Jen. So about 2 weeks after she decided to not come to the wedding, she stopped by and said she wanted to clear the air and talk about everything. We agreed and invited her in to join us for dinner. Jen made her a plate of food and I asked her if she was still planning on not coming to the wedding. She said that while she wants to, she can't get over me not inviting my brother Mark because of a simple mistake. I reminded her that his simple mistake was proposing to my fiancée with me sitting less than 3 feet away from him. My mother claimed it was just a joke and I should learn a sense of humor. Jen asked her why she wanted to talk if she was maintaining the same stance on Mark coming to the wedding. She said she wanted to talk to Jen and she was hoping she would hear her out and talk me into inviting Mark again. She apparently assumed I was at work and she'd be able to catch her alone. Jen politely told her that she understood her thought process, but she wouldn't have had that conversation anyway without me present since this is about my brother. My mom made a comment somewhere in the lines of Jen being spineless and unable to have a conversation without me thinking for her. This started a pretty heated back and forth between the three of us, and Jen told her to get out. Jen got up and started walking towards the door and my mom followed her, still screaming at her. By this point she was yelling about her tearing our family apart. While Jen was unlocking the front door, my mom grabbed her hair and pulled her to the ground still screaming. She socked her and tried to claw her and I physically dragged her off of her and pushed her outside while she fell flat on her butt. She banged on the door for a few minutes while I made sure Jen was okay before she left and called the both of us repeatedly. When I was sure Jen was okay I texted my mom and told her not to bother reaching out again because we'll never speak to her again. I called my dad and sisters and told them what happened too. My dad was surprised and tried to make excuses, saying she'd been stressed about this whole situation for a while. My sisters say they knew she'd snap eventually since she's always been a crazy bitch and they said they'd come make sure Jen is okay. I asked Jen if she wanted to press charges but she declined and said she only wanted to cut contact with her for good. I told that part was obvious but she should still talk to the police since she was physically assaulted but she doesn't want my mom to get arrested. My sisters and Jen's mom came by to comfort her thankfully so she's doing okay. My mom is blocked on everything until Jen says otherwise. Edit, my mom came by again while I was at work and rang the doorbell. Not knowing it was my mom, Jen answered and was greeted with my mom lunging at her and proceeding to hurt her really badly. Thankfully, Jen was able to get her off of her and push her outside, but some serious damage has been inflicted to Jen. We are definitely pressing charges. Update 4, my spoiled brother proposed to my fiancée in front of me in order to show me that she never wanted me. So Mark was my mom's golden child. Here is a full story as to why we never got along. Mark was my mom's baby boy and she didn't do much to try and hide it. My parents didn't spend much time with my sisters and I like normal parents did with their kids unless they had to, but they'd spend time with Mark as often as possible like taking him out shopping while we stayed with a sitter, or bringing him home his favorite food and toys from the store when they'd shop alone. He usually got better things compared to the rest of us like new expensive clothes while ours were thrifted or new toys just for him compared to old toys we had to share with each other. If my sisters and I got gifts, they were for us to share, but my mom made it pretty clear that Mark's things were only for him and we shouldn't touch it. When Mark would screw up, I'd get punished for not being a good role model and showing him the proper way to behave. For example, Mark went through a phase of breaking his toys and my mom laid hands on me until I was hospitalized because obviously he learned the behavior from me. Even though he never did. When he was 8, Mark got in trouble at school for trying to push a kid down the stairs. I was grounded for 2 weeks and told to apologize to the kid for not teaching my brother right. When I turned 13, I pushed for my parents to start giving me an allowance. They agreed as long as I did household chores like mowing the lawn, taking out the trash, raking leaves, etc. It was usually somewhere around $25 a week to help me start saving. Mark saw that I was getting money and he begged my parents for an allowance too. Instead of making him work, $10 of my allowance money was given to him each week because we were doing such a good job with our chores that he never touched. Whenever I asked him to help, he'd tell me it's not his job to do chores. So why should he bother? It was around this time that I started really distancing myself from my brother. By the time I entered high school, we only talked to each other when we needed small favors or when we absolutely had to. I got my first job when I turned 17 because I wanted to finally get my own car and make money that they couldn't force me to give to Mark. My oldest sister Maggie helped me start my own bank account and showed me how to properly budget and save my money. I got my first car at 18 after all of my hard work. When Mark got his license, my parents asked me to let him use my car to get around and for extra practice behind the wheel. Reluctantly I agreed and for a while the arrangement was fine. Mark used my car when I didn't need it and helped maintain it pretty well. When he expressed wanting my parents to buy him his own car, my mom came to me and told me to give him my car because he needed it more. When I refused, she threatened to kick me out. We got in a fight that night which ended with her giving Mark my car and taking me to transfer ownership of it to him within the following few days. Since I didn't have anywhere else I could go at the time, I just sucked it up and signed it over. When I graduated high school, both of my parents skipped my graduation because Mark didn't want to sit in a long ceremony just to see me get a piece of paper, and my mom didn't want to leave him alone for the night. So I only had the support of my sisters and my aunt and uncle who wanted to take me out. They ended up having to bring me home at my parents' request because they made me dinner to make it up to me. It was a dinner I couldn't eat because my mom put shrimp and chicken on the same serving dish and I'm allergic to shellfish. But Mark loved shrimp so they made it with shrimp. In my first year out of high school I worked 2 jobs to buy myself another car, and at the start of the new school year I moved away for college and cut contact with them. My mom Tried to reach out for the first few months via social media, and Sophie guilt-tripped Sophie into trying to contact me too, but I never responded and I told Sophie she would be cut off too if she kept trying. When she couldn't get to me through Sophie, she tried going through my older sister Charlotte, and a few times through Maggie and Mark until I threatened to file a restraining order for harassment. It was a bluff because I had no idea how to do it, but it managed to scare her off and the most I got from her was happy holiday texts over the years. Around the time I moved back, Charlotte told me they had been seeing a family therapist and my parents wanted to apologize for their treatment of us. I was hesitant but I agreed as long as they would be genuine, and the reconciliation process started when I moved back home.
My fiancé is being extremely secretive and is refusing to let me go upstairs inside our home. My fiancé Kelsey and I have been together for 4 years now. We have an extremely relationship where I tell her everything about my life and what's on my mind. However, there are certain topics she refuses to talk about. She calls these trigger topics. If they are ever brought up in conversation, she gets very aggressive and becomes distant and cold, even if the mention of the topic was brief. I literally cannot tell her about my gym and diet progress because she has had issues with Ed before, and even the mention of me successfully losing weight makes her act cold and annoyed. This behavior of hers annoys me sometimes. The weirdest thing, however, is that going upstairs in our home has become one of these trigger topics and I have no idea why or what's going on up there. I'm starting to smell a strange smell coming from upstairs too. It reminds me of sewage as well as bodily fluids. When we got this new house on day 1, she cutely declared the upstairs is mine and we laughed about it. I tried to go up there and she kept getting in my way, jokingly reminding me that she already claimed it. Eventually I was done with her joke, so I said alright, the upstairs is yours, and quit trying to walk up to it for the day. A day or two later I asked her what we were going to do with the rooms upstairs that's window faces mostly roof, and she said that it's none of my business, so obviously I pushed a little farther and she said we're done with this conversation. She went upstairs and by that point I was uncomfortable following her up there, having zero idea what was going on. It's been nearly 2 months now and I still haven't been back up there since we first visited the place. She takes big Amazon packages up there and never brings anything down. She's been spending half the day up there or more, and I honestly have no idea what happens in any of those rooms. My plan was to sneak into them, but I'm like 95% sure she has cameras up there because she accidentally bought them with our shared Amazon and not her individual Amazon. I could tell she didn't mean to use our joint account because when I asked why she bought them she seemed to be in shock and got all rigid, telling me they were for her mother. The few times Kelsey has been calm about this topic she's told me that I'm overreacting and that she's trying to do me a favor because whatever's up there would be really upsetting to me anyway. I feel like if I don't take this problem head on now, the upstairs will just be hers forever and I'll always be left to wonder, which I am not okay with. My controlling ex-boyfriend is trying to stop my new relationship with the guy I told him not to worry about. 3 months ago I went out to a club. While out I met a very cute guy named Mark, who despite missing one of his front 2 teeth, really caught my eye. We really clicked well, joked, laughed and butted foreheads a few times. However, we were both in relationships and made it clear that although we found each other attractive, this wasn't some hookup thing, even showing each other pics of our partners. But as the night went on and we got drunker, we started flirting. If we were walking through our crowded area we would hold hands so we didn't get separated. I danced with him a lot, again holding hands. I did hug him a lot and at one point he picked me up during a hug and I wrapped my legs around him and this caused my skirt to roll up. He slapped my behind and we laughed at it when he put me down. I pretended to be his girlfriend to get rid of a girl who was pesting him by saying, "Could you not flirt with my boyfriend?" and kissing him on the cheek. At the end of the night when I had to leave, I hugged him goodbye, and we sort of accidentally kissed. But I do not consider this cheating as we did not sleep together. The week after, me and him ended up texting quite regularly, and we arranged to have both our friend groups meet, so we could hang out again. Unfortunately though, my boyfriend was less than happy about Mark. He didn't like that we texted, he hated the story of how we met. I did introduce the two of them, and they seemed to get on well and were laughing around together, but then later that night my boyfriend started giving out about him to me for no reason, which caused me to argue because he was being fake. About 2 weeks ago, Mark broke up with his girlfriend. When my boyfriend found out, he told me he didn't want me to text or be friends with him anymore, as he was now single. I said I'm not going to cut him off when he's going through a hard time. And that the idea that I now all of a sudden can't be friends with someone just because they are single is ridiculous. My boyfriend wouldn't accept that and said if I carried on being friends with him, he would break up with me, so I broke up with him then and there as I was tired of him acting jealous and controlling. On Thursday, I got a text from M asking me if I wanted to come to London with him on a trip away as some of his friends are going. I agreed, of course. When we got there it definitely felt like a date. We did mini golf, and then went to food in a cocktail bar, and at the end of the night we decided to stay in London as we didn't manage to fit in everything we wanted to do. We all got hotel rooms, and me and Mark got one too, with 2 beds in the room. However, we ended up sharing a bed and making out a bit. The next day we went out to a food market. We decided to stay another night, and this time me and Mark had to get a room with 1 bed as there was no double rooms. We went to a club and then back to the room. I ended up giving him a BJ, but that was it. The next morning I woke up to like 50 messages from my ex, calling me a liar and a cheat and saying he knew that I was away on a date. I told him I was single and could do what I want. He kept accusing me of cheating with Mark, saying it's weird after a 3-year relationship for me to move on in 2 weeks with a guy we had fought about and who I said wasn't a problem. I told him Mark wasn't the problem, he was the problem, and that if he hadn't been so jealous none of this would have happened. He kept accusing me of gaslighting him, and just being dramatic, so I blocked him. My controlling ex-boyfriend is trying to stop my new relationship with the guy I told him not to worry about. So yesterday, me and Mark went for a late meal and had a long talk. We agreed that we both really like each other, and want to give this relationship a shot, so we have decided to be exclusive while we see where this goes. He stayed round mine last night, and I did sleep with him. It was amazing. I am seriously happy and excited for the future. Afterwards we spontaneously booked a holiday to Cyprus, just the two of us, and we leave on Monday. 2 of my other friends were disappointed in me with moving on so fast and were not supportive of me, so I sent them this text. Hi girls. I know you have been disappointed in my actions, and feel it was a bad look to move on so quickly. I know you care deeply about me, and just want what's best for me and for me to make good decisions for myself. I do feel like I want to clear up my thought process. What you need to understand is, in the moment of the ultimatum, I saw 2 paths ahead of me. One where I spend the rest of my 20s in my ex's bedroom, watching him work remotely and go to the gym, leaving no time for me, begging him to go on a date even though he was too busy, and not getting much attention or nice things. Then I saw one where I stayed friends with Mark, and we all got to hang out as a big group, and go to events, go play golf, go on our holidays, etc. I knew then and there that the relationship was done. I didn't just choose Mark over my ex, I chose this life, where we all get to hang out together and actually live and have fun versus just me and Jay sitting in and doing nothing all the time. It wasn't just a choice between Mark and my ex, it was a choice of all of you, and the life we've built these last few months versus my ex. To you, it might seem like I lost my feelings for him overnight, but truthfully, this has been building since the start of this year. My friends replied and said they know that I was unhappy, and that they think I made the right decision, and that they're happy for me. They said sorry for coming across as judgmental, that it wasn't their intention and they were just worried I was making a rash decision. We are all meeting tonight, just us girls, and we're going out for a meal and some drinks and put all this behind us for good. Then I'll be going to Mark's for the first time, to meet his parents, which I'm excited about. My ex is staying blocked, and I'm closing that miserable chapter of my life for good. I think I need to cut off my mentally deranged friend after he spread nasty rumors about me behind my back. The main issues with my friend Howard started appearing in mid-June of this year, after he got dumped by his girlfriend Lily for chasing her with a sword. Lily, who he dated for a month. Before he even went out with her, he had a massive crush on her. So when Howard started getting interested in Lily, a mutual friend named Jerry wingmaned him into getting with Lily, told him what to say, and it worked. Couple of weeks and they were dating. Howard was smitten for her. Texted I love you every class, wrote I love you in her textbooks a few lessons ahead for her to find, wanted to buy her a ring for her birthday. A lot of things for such a short period. She became uncomfortable fast, and wasn't sure how to go about. She confided in Jerry about how to deal with him, and from that, we learned he was the type of guy to say whatever she wanted to hear, rather than what he actually felt. Certain things she felt uncomfortable with, like PSA, he'd say he felt the same and didn't like it either, but then continue to try to attempt PSA. Things like that, he'd say one thing, but do the other, or tells us guys something different. This went on for a few weeks. The sword incident happened when Howard did a lot of blow with Lily and had a bipolar episode. She broke it off with him after this and he fell apart. The day that she broke it off with him, she told us ahead of time. Me, Jerry and another classmate planned to take him out for dinner after class to console him. We did not know why they broke up at this point. He bawled his eyes out and we tried our best to comfort him. This continued for about 3 weeks. He'd call me over a few times during then just to rant about how he felt about the situation, cry, and just generally didn't want to be alone ever. After school he'd follow Jerry around, going to the gym just to sit by Jerry when he worked out. He really didn't want to be alone. We tried our best to be there for him, but everyone else got sick of it after a couple weeks. Once that period ended, he clammed up and didn't talk. New classes started, and Jerry was no longer in our class, but we'd still hang out once a week or so. I hang after school with Howard, ask him what he's doing. He typically didn't like to stay around, and he'd just leave. Apparently, this annoyed him. Both me and Jerry noticed when we were hanging out, he'd be standoffish to me and tell me to shut the F up when I crack a joke something. Me and Jerry were surprised by this. We felt something was up, so we individually reached out to him. He told Jerry nothing was up, and he was fine, that he was just more comfortable around us, so he's just quieter now. He told me to F off, and that we didn't need to hang out every day and I should get new friends. I was taken aback by this, so I told him all right, I won't try reach out if that's what you want. Jerry had noticed him being weird to me as well, and once he heard what Howard said to me, Jerry got really mad at Howard. Jerry told him to stop being PP to me and chill out with the moodiness. A day later Howard sends me a text apologizing to me, saying he's just a bit stressed and has some family issues he's dealing with. I accept his apology, but things don't exactly improve, but he is no longer actively being a PP to my face, but he's still quiet and standoffish. So about mid-July, Lily starts coming around again, the reason being she likes Jerry now. They start to hit it off but didn't let Howard know for the sake of her safety. Only a few of us in the friend group know. We have a small get-together at a lake to hang out with Lily. There, Howard slips on some rocks, pretty nasty fall, acts like he lost some memories. He never blacked out or anything and honestly, didn't even look like he hit his head from where we were, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and we helped back to where the group was. He says things like, "What are we doing here? How did I hit my head? Or why does my head hurt?" He keeps saying those things, repeatedly. At this point not really one believes him, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Calls his mom, talks to her. A few days later, even gets a CT scan and nothing at all shows up. Howard plans a party for his birthday, invites a bunch of friends, though Lily is not invited. The night before Jerry posts a bunch of pictures he took with a few friends on a trip, one being where he had his arm around Lily. Jerry notices Howard liked it and in a worried state, decides to tell Howard he's now dating Lily over a phone call. Howard seems okay with it and gives Jerry the go-ahead. During the party though, you could tell things weren't good exactly. Jerry asks me to tell him if something goes down with Howard about him, I agree. So after the party I'm walking home with Howard and another classmate, and turns out he's very much so, not okay with it. Howard starts saying a bunch of shit about Jerry, that Jerry is out to F with him, since he told him the night before his birthday. Tells us that Jerry talks crap about me behind my back, talks crap about our classmate's girlfriend behind his back. Stuff like that. It's pretty much just a drunken rant, slandering Jerry for an hour straight. Later on I tell Jerry this and Jerry calls BS on this and on the spot hands me his searches my name. I see all the DMs between them and the one talking crap about me was Howard. After this, I'm essentially split between two groups of people. Howard and Jerry. Plans with one group with Howard, and then different plans with a slightly different group including Jerry. Howard doesn't want to see Jerry. Jerry really doesn't want to Howard. They try to amend things before Jerry leaves, they ask me to be the mediator for the meeting. I thought it went well, but afterwards Jerry makes it apparent he does want to see Howard again. At this point I'm the only one willing to hang out with Howard. Though I don't actively seek him out. Though with Jerry being gone, he's been coming to me after school now. Asking me to do stuff with him. Fast forward a couple months and Howard introduces me to one of his new classmates, Kevin. Me and Kevin hit off, though Howard seems pretty quiet when it's us three. Few weeks into that, Kevin makes it apparent to me that he doesn't gel well with Howard. Shortly after that, Howard starts talking crap about Kevin to me. This was kind of the nail in the coffin to their relationship. So same thing is happening again, two different groups, the Kevin one, and Howard. Week later, Jerry comes visits for a bit, tells Kevin about the old friend group and Howard, and now that they have all this information, they think it's best I cut ties with him. Not even just them though, some of the people from our first group of friends think I should cut ties with him. Even though we attend the same school, I should just keep my distance. I don't want to cut him out. Even if he has been a PP to me in the past, I haven't had to deal with such things since he started coming around again, and I feel like if I cut him off he might end up just becoming worse since he's not really hanging out with anyone else. My boyfriend thinks he is an adult film star in bed when in reality he is awful at it. So my boyfriend has a micro PP and this is something that would inherently affect our intimate life, but this is not even their worst part about it. He literally thinks he is an intimacy god and a film star when he does it. He goes 2 speeds the entire time. 98% of the time he jackhammers me. 2% of the time he shoves his hips into me really hard like he's trying to bury me into the mattress, one shove of this 3-inch at a time. The problem with this is, because he jackhammers me, he doesn't last long, maybe 2 minutes max. He doesn't understand that those adult film stars are filled with supplements so they can go fast and last a good 30 to 40 minutes. He cannot. When he finishes, intimacy is over. He just rolls over and I'm stuck looking at the ceiling wondering why I even bother, because honestly, I agreed to let him do it in the first place, he just does it even if I say no. Anyway, he has never made me cross the finish line. I've asked him to help out after the fact and he just goes nah and I just say okay. He does not really do pregame and when he does it is like steps. If I'm in the mood when he initiates, I will give him brain for a little bit and then he gives me brain for a little bit and then he goes right in. If you've ever seen an adult films video you can tell how step by step those things are and that's what it's like. No soft touches, no light kisses, or any mental stimulation. Just a little bit of sticking fingers in places. That's what it's like for me and him. He told me that in the past he had an adult films addiction. I asked him if he still had one or struggled with it but he said he didn't anymore so I let it go. But I'm pretty sure this is why he has intimacy this way. He doesn't have much experience and adult films has really been his only way to view intimacy. He also doesn't have that high of a drive. He thinks he has a high intimacy drive because he likes to nut in his hand 5 times a day but I don't really count that as one. We're okay everywhere else. It's just the intimate compatibility. I don't know how to bring this up anymore. We've had talk in the past about some of the things he does in bed I don't particularly enjoy but it kind of just goes in one ear and out the other. He's already an insecure person and I don't think me going you're absolutely trash in bed is really going to help much. My religious husband has stopped loving our son because he came out as gay. So last month my 16-year-old son came out to us as gay. My husband and I both grew up in religious households, but when we had children, I never wanted to force anything onto them. But my husband disagreed and wanted to force religion onto our children. We argued a lot about it, as he wanted to take our kids out of school and homeschool them via Bible and scriptures, but a threat of divorce has put that insanity to a stop. Still, he pushes religion onto them in subtle ways. My son had been so nervous for a while before he came out to us, especially his father, and he begged us to take him out to a restaurant alone, without his siblings. He looked desperate, so we both agreed and my mother babysat for us. We arrived and I just had a feeling I knew what he was going to say. And when the food arrived, he finally said it, "Mum, Dad, I'm gay." I held his hand and told him that I loved him, we both did, and he will always be our son. From hindsight, I now realize my husband was being unusually quiet, but at the time I was so elated and my son looked so relieved. When we got back home that evening, my husband went straight upstairs. I assumed he went to the bathroom, but when he came down, he had a suitcase. He grabbed my son and dragged him along with the suitcase, out of the house, still yelling at him. He started calling him the F word, telling him he is going to jail and so on. Our son started crying on the driveway. I ran after them, of course. My husband called him names, and pushed him onto the driveway. He basically threw my son out. I was mad. I had no legitimate reason that my husband would react this way. I knew he was still deeply religious. But this is his son, for crying out loud. I was so mad, I stood between them and told my husband to respect his son for who he is. Now, he's never been a violent man, but for the first time in the 17 years we've been married, I saw him as violent. He barged past me and laid hands on our son. I was so angry, I threatened to call the police if he didn't leave right now. He left the house angrily and drove away. He has been staying with his brother since. I love my husband and my son, I want them both to be happy, but my son is 16. He can't live without his parents' help, my husband can. I chose my son over my husband. The moment he laid hands on my son, he lost all my respect. I don't think I could ever look at him the same way. Now my son blames himself for me being upset with his father. I keep telling him it's not his fault, but it doesn't help that whenever their father does come home, he poisons our other children's minds to think it is their older brother's fault. I just want my family to be peaceful again, but my husband is refusing to talk to me for as long as I defend my son. Last week, he suggested a divorce. I love my husband so much, but if he doesn't accept my son and apologize for hurting him, I don't think I could stay married to him. My religious husband has stopped loving our son because he came out as gay. So me and my children are staying with my parents at the moment, as husband keeps showing up at the house and our son experiences major panic attacks when he does, as he fears his father berating him or laying hands on him again. I'm looking into some family therapists, LGBT-friendly therapists, etc. It is quite difficult to find some in these trying times, but I have found a couple who seem good. I also took pictures of the injuries and was ready to go to the police, but my son begged me not to do so. He called himself a failure and said he brought this upon himself, which broke my heart. This whole thing has clearly shaken him up and he's scared his dad will hate him even more. Even my parents have been trying to stop me from making such a spectacle of it, but I think some legal action should be taken, especially considering my husband threw my son not the ground so hard he dislocated his shoulder. Right now, I'm just trying to remind my son that his father should be penalized for laying hands on him, and that it's not okay, ever, for someone to lay hands on their children. I texted my husband and he has responded by telling me that he refuses to meet with me and that I should contact him via a lawyer now. He said if I accept our son there is no way he will ever be in a marriage with me. I am heartbroken that my husband wants to divorce me because those feelings have been there for 17 years, it's hard for them to just go overnight. But I do think divorce is the best option for us. He put up a facade our whole marriage, he kind of broke my trust, I don't know if I could ever allow him back in the home. It would be at the risk of harming me and my children, and he could be lying to me again. I would hate it if one day I woke up to my son not speaking to me because I chose his abusive father over him. I don't think it's worth it. I have been in contact with a couple of divorce lawyers from my area. My cousin is a solicitor and even thought divorce isn't her specialty. She was able to find me some of the best from my area. Update 2. My religious husband has stopped loving our son because he came out as gay. So my ex-husband remains homophobic. He refuses to apologize to my son. I reached out to him a couple of times after our divorce to see if maybe he had utilized that time to grow as a person, but he remained stubborn and ignorant. The love that I once had for him is gone. It took a while, but coming to terms with the fact that he was becoming an abuser made it a lot easier. And also, during the divorce he was just horrible, and calling me and my son names saying we ruined his life was really the icing on the cake. Since he was not granted visitation rights, my youngest son adjusted well to the changes in our family and home. He no longer sees his brother as the one who broke up the family, and their bond has grown a lot since then. I'm happy to report that none of my children blame themselves for the divorce and abrupt way their father left their lives. I think therapy helped the most with that. As for my son, although he does suffer from some trauma and his father is still at F-face, he has chosen to forgive him. He wants to forget that it ever even happened and to move on from that low point in his life. He has made his father aware of his stance, but the response is always something distasteful. My son has tried reaching out many times to his father, but he has not responded. As of right now, I have been steadily dating a man for the last couple of months. He has not met my children yet, as I want to make sure that this is right before I do. And also it feels too early to introduce them to another man. I want to wait before I spring this up on them.
My wife of 20 years recently passed away, leaving me heartbroken and depressed. But I just found a nasty secret of hers that has totally changed my perspective on everything. My wife passed away recently. The end of her life was a torment for her, and I almost relieved when she passed, as she no longer had to suffer. What took her was a sudden heart attack. It may have been coming for some time, but we passed off the symptoms as related to other issues she had, such as bipolar or schizophrenia. So I met her at a conference when we were both in our early 20s. We lived in different states, and after a few months of phone conversations she came to visit me for a long romantic weekend. While she was out here, she got a call from her sister telling her that her family had disowned her due to her choice of being with a black man. So she flew home, packed her stuff, and moved in with me. I have never met her family. I talked to her mom once briefly when I called her before that fateful weekend, and answered the phone when her sister called at the end of the weekend. We married a few years later, and struggled financially the entire time. Her various illnesses caused her to lose jobs, and my time away from work to assist her during her various illnesses severely impacted my career. I loved her, but she was very much a burden. I would have probably left her years ago, but the fact that she was estranged from her entire family made it feel like she had no one else but me. If I left her, she would be all alone in this world. She wasn't a lonely shut-in. She picked up friends easily, and her social life far eclipsed my own. We were never able to have children and were never financially stable enough to medically see why, get IVF or adopt. For all of these issues, I still loved her dearly. We were never unfaithful to each other. I suspected there was something about her family or me being black, something that she was keeping from me, but any time I tried to raise the issue with her, she shut me down about it, asking me to not bring it up. Upon her death, I felt obligated to tell her family. I had no way to contact them. I know both of her parents had died. I knew enough that I found the obituaries before her death, but both deaths were years after she told me it happened. I encouraged her to try to reconnect with her family, but she was vehement that they were toxic, conniving, and manipulative people that could not be trusted. A friend of mine offered to help contact them using the info in her parents' obituaries. She found my wife's family and told them the news. They talked to her and dropped a bombshell on her. My wife had a son. He is in his late 20s, so he was probably a toddler when I met her. She never mentioned him to me the entire time we were together. All I know is a name and that he was raised by her parents. It turns out her parents never had a problem with me being black. She made that up for all those years to hide the fact that Sher had a kid who she neglected for all of his life. I am talking to one of her sisters tomorrow morning to find out all of the details. I am torn because this is clearly a chapter of her life she never wanted me to know for whatever reason. It also doesn't seem like something a woman so loving and generous of her time with other people and children would do. Perhaps there are circumstances around the child's birth that were why she walked away. My wife of 20 years recently passed away, leaving me heartbroken and depressed. But I just found a nasty secret of hers that has totally changed my perspective on everything. So I got off the phone with my wife's sister and found out a lot about her family. It was a crap show. Generations of at least verbal, mental, and physical abuse by parents and grandparents going back probably for at least a century. That is where my wife's burn mark came from that she never wanted to talk about. Add to that mental illness including bipolar disorder, multiple personality disorder, and paranoid schizophrenia. It was definitely a good thing that she got out. What about her son, you may ask? He does not know yet. He hasn't spoken to this sister in years. She never told anyone who the father was. She had him at 19. She got pregnant her freshman year of college. She had mentioned to me that she had gotten roped her freshman year. They were both drunk and started making out. She wanted to stop and he continued. She apparently reported the rope to the school and it was determined to be consensual. There is a distinct possibility that he is a rope baby. The family is very religious, so termination was off the table. We had a pregnancy scare early on, and while my wife was fiercely pro-choice, she said she would never have a termination. An adoption was arranged, but my wife backed out at the last minute. My wife apparently left him with her parents somewhere between the ages of 1 and 3. I heard one story from the sister, but from what I know of her history, the child would have been a little more than 2 years old when I met her. She was living with her parents when I first met her and going to college nearby, so the kid had to have been in the house with her. When he was 5, his grandparents officially adopted him. They tried to reach out to my wife and she would hang up on them. A certified letter came back undelivered. It apparently took a year for the process to complete because of my wife's non-cooperation. We were probably married by this time, but I was clueless. The son was told she abandoned him when he was 14. I don't know what he was told before that. He did not take it well. Bouts of homelessness and substance abuse ensued. The son wanted to know about his parents about 5 years ago. The sister reached out via phone and Facebook Messenger. My wife hung up on them and blocked them. He was done at that point and wanted nothing further from his mother. He has reportedly been clean, has a job, and has been in a stable relationship for several years now. I have no intention of reaching out to the son, but I told the sister that if he wants to talk to me, I will speak with him. I will tell him what I know of her life with me. I knew none of this. She didn't accidentally slip up around me. She didn't do some quirky thing on his birthday every year, nothing. The best I can do is treasure our time together. Even though it was over 20 years, I would do almost anything to have her back just to tell her how much I loved her. The memorial service is in a few weeks, so there is a possibility that some family of hers may show up, but I don't know.
My golden child sister spent my whole childhood abusing me but has now come back begging for help. My half-sister Jane and I have no real relationship, as she was the product of my mother's affair and was born exactly 9 months after me. So when I was 5 and Jane was 4, my dad divorced our mother. My dad stayed with my mother until I, at 5 years old, told him about the man my mother kept bringing over when he wasn't home. That man would be Jane's father. My dad gave my mother the house in exchange for removing his name from Jane's birth certificate. He paid her child support for me up until I was 8. The custody between them was split 50-50, but I never saw my mother in actuality. She always abandoned me during her week with me, leaving me at overnight daycares because her affair partner didn't want to take a child that wasn't his. Jane hated me too. We frequently got into fights and arguments which would end up with me being punished by her father, sometimes physically. She stole my belongings, and if I tried to take them back, I was punished. She caught on to this favoritism quickly and used it as much as she could whenever she would see me. In the following years, my dad tried to be civil and make sure I had a relationship with Jane, but I didn't want anything to do with her either, so I never spent time with her after that. Jane herself would say she didn't have a sister, so I never claimed her. So fast forward many years to yesterday, Jane called me. I don't know how she got my number, but she was sobbing about our mom kicking her out of the house and not wanting anything to do with her now because she's married to a black man. I just hung up on her as I had no interest in lending her a helping hand after the years of abuse she put me through. She started texting me that she really needs her sister's help. She says she has nowhere else to go. Her father cut contact with her a while ago and no one is willing to come up to get her. When she called again, I told her we're not actually sisters and I'm not coming to get her, nor am I giving her a place to stay until she's back on her feet. Then I hung up again. I blocked her number, but she's been calling from other numbers and now I have people from my mother's family telling me I'm an awful sister and I should be more understanding because I was once the child that got kicked out. My golden child sister spent my whole childhood abusing me but has now come back begging for help. So my maternal grandmother, the only person I stayed in any contact with from my mother's side, pretty much begged me to be a good sister and let Jane stay with me. Turns out she was the one who told Jane I have my own house, will take her in, gave her my number and so on. In turn, I've blocked my grandmother. The thing is, I haven't seen Jane in 17 years. Until today, that is. I came home and she was sitting on my porch with a suitcase and my grandmother's car, which pulled off as soon as I parked. I didn't get out of the car, I was too angry to even move. Jane called me while looking at me from my porch. I answered and she was distraught. Angrily yelling that she needs me and started crying, telling me that our mom was awful, her dad cut contact with her because she slept with his friend, and my mother's new partner doesn't want her in his house. Anyway, I live next door to my dad, so when Jane started knocking on my car window after I just stared at her after hanging up the phone, I called him and told him what was going on and asked him what I should do. My dad told me to stay in my car and call the cops, tell them I had a trespasser, which I did. I didn't get out until the cops came, and when they did, Jane told them I agreed to let her stay and now I'm leaving her homeless. I just showed them the texts, specifically the only text I gave in response to everyone demanding I let her stay. The text read, no, to but you have the space, no, to she's your sister, no, to can she please stay with you. Nothing but refusals before I blocked people. When Jane kept saying we're sisters, I told the cops I haven't seen this woman in 17 years, I don't know her, I didn't even know what she looked like. We're not family beyond sharing an egg donor. I went as far as unblocking my grandmother and calling her in front of the cops. I didn't even get to speak. She yelled immediately as she answered, listen to me, I love you and all of that, but you need to get over this. She's family and she needs you, and I've told your father you'd go to hell if he raised you to be so damn selfish, and you definitely will because she's going through the same thing you went through. She hung up right after as I smugly stared at the cops, all the proof I needed falling straight into my lap. I told the cops they can drop Jane at a shelter, I don't care. I just want her off my property. They took her and now I'm sitting here on my dad's couch wondering what the hell just happened. He doesn't want me staying alone right now in case they show back up. I'm so mad right now, I don't get it. 17 damn years of no contact, I only speak to my grandmother on holidays, I don't know most of the aunts and uncles and cousins that blew up my phone, but because my mother pushed me out I have to do what they tell me to. Update 2, my golden child sister spent my whole childhood abusing me but has now come back begging for help. As for my dad's advice, I installed some security cameras in case my sister Jane and my grandmother decide to try to break in. And I'm sure glad I did that. Just last night, the first night I installed the cameras, I checked the footage. Jane and my grandmother had been looking under mats, rocks, in potted plants, the mailbox, and checking the doors, very clearly looking for a spare key. What's worse, is that I happened to see a knife in the jeans pocket of my sister. It looked like a Swiss Army knife, and I'm not sure if she was planning on doing anything with it, but the fact she was carrying it while trying to break into my home definitely shook me to my core. I told my father about it and he was also freaked out. So today, we decided to up the security and safety of my cameras. My uncle did an overhaul of mine and my dad's cameras. I went to the police department while he was doing this and brought my grandpa with me. I presented all of the proof I could to the police. Jane was booked for trespassing, but unfortunately not much could be done about the fact she was carrying the knife. Add to that, sadly she was not held there very long since my grandmother, the old miserable hag that she is, picked her up from the station. They stuck to the lie of me offering Jane a place to stay and gave statements. Not sure how that's going to go, but I'm taking steps to protect myself, my property, and my dad and his property. Thankfully, I was able to get a temporary restraining order today, so there's that. I gave the camera footage to the police alongside copies of the texts, gave a statement, and they called a judge to get the TRO issued. I talked with them about other things like self-defense recommendations, overhauling my security system, getting a firearm for protection, and so on. The texts and voice messages haven't stopped. There are direct and indirect threats. My grandmother is adamant that since I have an entire house to myself, a stable job, and no children, I will be housing Jane or she'd give me the butt-whopping my dad should've. Jane has only left one voice message about coming over later today and that she's staying with me because that's what blood does, they help. When there was no response, she sent multiple texts telling me I need to be more understanding, that she's in a tough spot, and that she's moving in for at least a week until she's able to support herself. Update 3, my golden child sister spent my whole childhood abusing me but has now come back begging for help. I recently discovered more about my sister Jane which has shaken me to my core. So I found out the real reason Jane's father cut contact with her when she was 20. She mentioned something to me before about her screwing one of his friends when drunk and that was the reason, but that's far from the truth. Apparently, not only did she do that, but she also covered her mother's affair with another man. When her father, my mother's original affair partner, found out, he stopped paying her tuition and cut her off financially. Jane's work history is non-existent. She was kicked out by her dad a month ago because she was sleeping with his friend. So although it is true he kicked her out because she slept with his friend, that is not the full story. Said friend of her father was a young co-worker who the father took under his wing, and he turned 18 2 months ago. One day, Jane came home to her things on the curb and all the locks changed. The police weren't involved. My mother told the entire family, telling them not to say anything to anyone and to protect the family reputation. The family is adamant about getting her somewhere safe to stay long-term because Jane is pregnant with her father's friend's child. No one likes her in the family due to how spoiled and entitled she is, but they all believe abandoning her is wrong due to her pregnancy. Prior to calling me, Jane couch surfed at some aunts and uncles from my mother's side. So far she's borrowed someone's car without permission, taken expensive items to pawn, taken money meant for appropriate job interview clothes, and spent it on blow and grass. When cops are involved, she lies and has gotten her uncle arrested by claiming rope when they tried to have her removed from their property. The plot to get Jane into my house was the idea of an aunt. Grandmother apparently complains about me being young with no kids, a well-paid job, and a house I own. Essentially, this aunt said I had no responsibilities, disposable income, and plenty of room. Because no one wants to outright abandon Jane, this was the best plan. The psychopath kid in my class cut out a chunk of my hair and his mother is making me apologize to him. So I work at a pre-kindergarten and there is one kid who makes my life a living hell. I'm going to call him Lucifer. He is a very weird kid, making specifically girls uncomfortable even though he is just 4. He often gets in fights with other kids, and tries laying hands on me a lot. I really do not like him, but as he has yet to seriously hurt someone or follow through with his rope threats towards the girls, the school admins have done nothing about him. So today, the kids were working some craft where they were cutting magazines. I was hesitant to give him scissors, but could not refuse them to give. I was just walking around his table monitoring the kids, when one of them wanted to show me a part of their work so I kneeled down next to them. While listening to the kids showing me their work, Lucifer, who was on the other side of me, takes his scissors to my hair and begins cutting a huge chunk out. I heard the sound of hair being cut but I didn't feel it in my head so I thought someone was cutting their own hair. I whipped my head around unknowingly and that gave leverage to the scissors. I was livid when I realized. I don't think I've ever been that mad at something a child did. He was laughing and it took everything for me not to lose my shit. I took the scissors away from him and silently waited for the teacher who was assisting me to return. I couldn't even correct him or anything. When the teacher returned, she looked at me and was so shocked. She asked what happened and all I said was Lucifer and left. I went to the bathroom and looked at the damage and burst into tears. That reaction seems dramatic, and admittedly it was, but I had just had such a difficult week and that was honestly my last straw. Also, in my culture, our hair is an extension of our identity and I had never cut my hair before. It was past my waist and the cut was up just below my shoulders. Apparently this child told his mom about what happened. She complained to our director that I reacted too harshly and was bullying her kid by taking away the scissors. Apparently his teacher didn't allow him to continue to participate in the craft after I left. Our director wants us both to have a conference with this child and his mom and apologize to them. His mother is dead set on the fact that me and his teacher are bullying him, and our director is so conflict avoidant and money hungry she will give in to every parent's demands. It's so frustrating. The psychopath kid in my class cut out a chunk of my hair and his mother is making me apologize to him. I told my director I would not be apologizing to the child. This was a demon child who made everyone's lives hell, and he literally cut most of my hair off. That's when the director told me his mother said the child told her the hair cutting was an accident, and I snatched the scissors away from him, yelled at him making him cry, and his teacher made him sit in timeout for the remainder of the craft's time. I told her that was absolutely not true and asked if she watched the camera footage to confirm it. The director said no and pulled it up. We saw the video of him giggling with another child and sneakily reaching over to cut my hair. You could also see him laughing hysterically after I turned around and realized what he'd done. You could see me mouthing, "Are you serious?" and then followed up with, "You're done with those. Give me the scissors," in a serious tone. At this point he stops laughing and I repeat myself and he hands them to me. You can also see his teacher scold him and give him a coloring sheet and crayons and colored pencils to work on instead. My director said we'd still have the conference just to clear the air. It was me, the boy's mother, his teacher, and our director. She went on a whole spiel about how he's always been singled out and targeted and she wanted to pull him from our center, but she couldn't afford any of the others around here. She actually started crying. When I explained the situation to her, she insisted he told her it was an accident and her first instinct is to trust her baby. Then our director showed her the footage and she got very embarrassed and uncomfortable. She was silent, so I took it as an opportunity to educate her. Our hair holds a lot of cultural significance in my tribe. There are very specific circumstances when our hair can be cut and it is not taken lightly. It must be a person with matriarchal significance, with clear intentions. My mother trims a couple of centimeters off my hair once a month on the full moon, and that is the only person who ever touches my hair. I am also the only person who cuts and braids both of my daughter's hair. The child cut 17 inches off my hair, so I ended up having my mom cut all of my hair to that shoulder length, and I cried for hours in her arms that night. I am already so disconnected from my culture as it was heavily erased in American history and continues to die out. Cutting off my hair felt like severing ties with my ancestors. I explained all of this to her and I got a bit emotional while doing so. She was slightly apologetic. She said sorry to the director for misunderstanding the situation and apologized to his teacher and the director for wasting their time. She didn't say anything to me. Later that day his dad came to pick him up. He brought him to me and had him apologize for cutting my hair and give me a handmade card and some flowers. It was a sweet gesture, but that kid is still a nightmare. I know he only did that because he was forced to.
My childish boyfriend pulled a disgusting prank on me on my birthday, so I ghosted him. I met my boyfriend Alex 2 years ago through a mutual friend of ours. I never expected he'd be interested in me because, when I first met him, he had only been with women. He came out as bi to me and our friends not too long after that. That same night, I got the feeling he was into me because he gave me brain in the disabled bathroom of the club we were at. We got to know each other more and it eventually turned into the two of us dating. I thought he'd be the one I would be marrying and all that, but I'm thinking that's not going to happen anymore. Last Monday was my birthday, and I went home early from work so that Alex and I could go out and enjoy ourselves. When I opened the door, I was greeted by him laying on our couch, while his ex was on top of him making out with him. I was basically paralyzed and couldn't react at all. He eventually saw me and had a surprised look on his face, but he also looked like he was trying to hold his laugh in. The woman also looked like she was about to laugh as well. I also started to hear chatter from the kitchen and in our bedroom. Alex then shouted, "You guys can come out." And so our friends came out of our bedroom and kitchen, holding gifts, party poppers, and a cake. I guess them shouting "It's a prank, happy birthday," while turning the party poppers on snapped me back to reality, because after they said that, I just quietly turned around and left. I didn't see their reactions when I did that, but I could hear them saying "oh crap" and "wait," and some other things I can't remember. When I heard them try to follow me, I hastened my pace until I reached my car and drove away. While driving, my phone started to get bombarded by texts, calls and messages from my boyfriend and our friends. When it got too distracting, I just turned off my phone and went to a hotel that's far enough from my place. By the time I got to my hotel room, I just started sobbing on the floor. I think I blacked out from crying because when I woke up, it was already sunny outside. I made sure to tell my team leader first that I would be absent for a few days due to an emergency, and she was kind enough to accept my request. She probably noticed something was off with me because I was sniffling and my voice sounded weak. Right now, I plan on telling my aunt who lives near my area about what happened and asking if I could live with her for a couple of days until I sort out my mind and know what I have to do next. I'm deeply heartbroken because I've told my boyfriend and my friends before how I felt about cheating and how it essentially ruined my family growing up and my young mind back then, but at the same time, I can't help but feel like I overreacted and that I should have just went with it all. My manipulative fiancé has been keeping a disgusting secret from me for the second time. I knew it was a mistake to take her back the first time. My fiancé and I had been together for almost 6 years. I was introduced to her by a close friend at a party and we just clicked. However, back in April of this year I started noticing little changes in her. She started wearing more revealing clothes to work, started putting on more makeup and so on. I had no problem with any of that stuff as it's her body. She can wear whatever and put however much makeup she wants to. But what made things worse for me was when she started coming home late from work or how instead of spending the weekend off with me, she instead went out to clubs alone. I once had asked her why she never invited me to come out with her, to which she replied that it's an only girls' night out and that her other friends would not be happy if I tagged along as they were not bringing their own boyfriends with them. It all came crashing down when me and her had a huge fight a few months ago because she decided that instead of going out on a planned date with me, she told me that she would rather go out with her friends. That was it for me. I blew up at her and we had a huge fight which resulted in her packing her bags and leaving. I didn't hear from her for almost a week, none of her friends knew where she was. That was until she finally contacted me and wanted to talk. Imagine my surprise when she confessed to me that there was another guy involved, and how all this time she was hanging out with him. Every time she said she was with her friends, she was with him. I blew up at her. I wanted nothing to do with her and was going to break up with her until she got on her knees and begged me to give her a second chance. She ended up literally getting on her knees, and giving me brain while apologizing and crying. I felt that disgusting in that moment, but in the end I forgave her and told her to delete all contact with the other guy and that I expect her to have no contact with him going forward, which she promised, and things kinda went back to before. Heck, we were even spending more time together, but that feeling, that trust wasn't there anymore. Everything was okay until 2 weeks ago a friend of mine sent me a picture with the message "Sorry bro." The picture was of my fiancé at a mall 3 hours away from where we lived holding hands with the other guy. I broke down. She told me she was at work when in reality she traveled 3 hours away from home to meet up with him. When I got home from work I waited for her and right away confronted her. She denied my accusations and called me a psycho for not believing her, saying that I was a piece of crap for not trusting her. She went on this tirade until I showed her the picture that my friend sent me. Her face told me everything, and when the waterworks started I knew that I had made a huge mistake in taking her back, so I ended it. She cried and begged for me to think it over and not to throw away everything that we have together. Hearing that made me angry, and so I slapped her. I was not proud of that, I'm still not. Regardless, I told her to pack her stuff and leave. I called her parents and mine and told them everything. Her parents came to help her and I told them to basically F off after they told me to think it over and to make the right decision before actually ending it. I did not hear from her or her parents until 3 days ago when my parents called me to let know that ex-fiancé had committed suicide. Her parents found her, and she had left a letter apologizing to everyone including my parents and me, saying how she is sorry from the bottom of her heart for what she did to me and how she can't live without me. Because of that she ended it. I can't afford to buy food to eat most days, but the chefs at the restaurant next to me feed me for free every single day. So I work the front desk at a nice hotel, with an even nicer restaurant attached to it. But between the cost of my rent and medical bills for cancer treatment, I sometimes can't afford to eat. Here is an open letter to the people at the restaurant who feed me for free. Dear chef, and everyone else working in the restaurant, since I started my job at the front desk, I have only gone to bed hungry once. This is all because of you amazing people. You have fed me, for free, almost every shift I've worked, even though I'm technically not part of the restaurant and just a front desk worker. I do not know if you are allowed to give me food, but you do anyway. You certainly turn a blind eye when I go into the back and eat from the breadboard you put out. You let me take cheese and fruit from the leftover catering, and you always give me anything we didn't sell. When we have weddings, there are always leftovers, and I even got a piece of cake from one of them. Sometimes you bring me snacks just because, and I wonder if you know about the position that I'm in. You see, I can't really afford to eat. I bike to work, because I can't afford a car, and I sleep under thrifted blankets because I can't afford heat. I am getting by and food isn't a priority for me because I have medical bills and rent to pay for. And when I was in college, I had access to food pantries and whatnot. I don't have that luxury now. But I do have you. I am grateful for you. I feel so happy to have you, not just for the nourishment you provide, but because the kitchen is always kind to me. I wish I could be upfront about what I'm going through, but my pride stops me. I think you'd be disgusted with me if I told you that the only reason I used to volunteer to collect leftover room service was to see if the guests had left anything untouched for me to eat. But anyways, it's been about a month here at this new job, and I've actually stopped losing weight. I feel full again. Thank you for everything. I can't afford to buy food to eat most days, but the chefs at the restaurant next to me feed me for free every single day. I decided I needed to thank the kitchen staff in person. So that's what I did. I sat down with the chef and some line cooks during their smoke break and took the time to thank them. I didn't let them know how bad my circumstances got, but I made sure they knew how grateful I was that they took the time to feed me. I thanked them for every dish they've ever made me, and I gave the chef a big hug. He told me that they knew a little. One of them had happened to see me via cameras, eating off of discarded guest plates from room service before I put it in the dish pit. I was so embarrassed, I wanted to crawl into a hole. But they said it was okay, that they understood, and they didn't just feed me because I looked like I needed it, but because they also liked me as a coworker. They said they knew I was the one who stops guests from ordering 30 minutes before the kitchen closes, and they also knew that I was the one that sewed removable cushions for their milk crate seats. I told them that I haven't been hungry since I started working here, and that I recently came into some money and was able to make some of my own meals. I told them I'd like to make them something as a thank you, and they said I didn't need to, but the farmer's market is in full swing, so I picked up fresh vegetables and made pico de gallo. I brought it to work today with a big bag of chips and a note. The line cook said I did a really good job cutting everything neatly. Said I could join them doing prep if they got too busy. The pico was all eaten by the end of my shift. I feel so much better knowing my coworkers had been thanked. They even gave me some money, which I reluctantly accepted, even though I did not want to. I used that money for food. It has been forever since I've been able to afford fresh vegetables. I forgot how delicious they tasted. I made chicken soup, fresh spring rolls, and I even made strawberry cupcakes for Chef's birthday last week.
What's the biggest wedding ring disaster you've ever seen? So when my husband informed me he was planning to propose, I was over the moon. He asked me what kind of ring I would lean towards, and I expressed interest in an antique ring to my husband, Edwardian or Art Deco kind of style. I wanted an actual antique, not a reproduction. Coincidentally, at the same time that my husband was looking at engagement rings for me, two of his friends were also looking for their own girlfriends' engagement rings. One of his guy's friends, Rob, called my husband Sam to ask for advice. Rob asked about how much was my husband looking to spend. Sam said he had looked at a few antique rings and they were between $900 and $3,000, but he hadn't found the one yet. Rob said he was talking to other friend Josh and Josh had told him that there's a rule. The ring has to equal the amount of 3 months of your salary, and that he was looking at rings in the $10,000 to $15,000 range and implied anything less than that was cheap, claiming I would leave him if my ring was not worth at least $10K. Sam called bullcrap, and said that it was all about what your girlfriend wants, and not an arbitrary rule. Not all girls want a giant diamond or a huge ring. Some girls don't prefer diamonds and would rather have another gemstone. Rob was really confused by this as he was convinced all girls love money and expensive things. That's an actual quote of his. Now, Rob's girlfriend was also Sam's childhood friend, so Sam told him that although Rob can do what he wants, and knows her best, Sam felt like his girlfriend wouldn't care about the price of her ring, but more so the style and the sentiment of it. Sam and I were the first to get engaged. After getting the details from Sam, Rob later told Josh that my husband spent around $1,000 and got me a perfect antique ring that I love. Josh told him no girls want a used ring, and that price is laughable and insulting to me. Later, we come to find out, Rob bought a $15,000 ring. Then disaster struck. So before Rob proposed, but after he already bought the ring $15,000, his girlfriend saw my $1,000 and gushed over it, talking about how she would love one in the same style one day. She had no idea Rob was going to propose soon. She said this in front of Rob, not knowing. I felt really bad. Rob soon proposed with a $15,000 ring. Although his now fiancée loved the ring, she mentioned many times to Sam and myself that she thought it was beautiful but felt like Rob spent too much and wished he had gone with something smaller and more affordable. Thing is, 3 months of Rob's pay is nowhere near that much. He way overextended himself. Because of that, he refused to tell his fiancée the price. Ever. Word on the street is he was still paying it off after 5 years.
My manipulative wife promised to me she would stop gambling as she was ruining us financially. It took desperate measures to find her secret. My wife and I have been together for 33 years. The one thing that has stayed consistent in our marriage is her going to bingo thing with her mom twice a month. I had no problems with that, until recently. You see, her mom has always been a gambling addict, and it caused the divorce of her first husband. She then wiped out her second husband's bank account within a couple years. Recently, her mom gambled away her apartment, and my wife begged for us to let her move in for the meantime. It took a lot of convincing, but I finally gave in after a lot of guilt tripping. So our fight came not too long ago. I work out of state a lot, so she has always had control of our joint banking account. My checks were auto deposits, so I never really broke down our bills as I should have. I noticed a lot of money was missing. After I kept pressuring her to tell me where all our money was going, she broke down and told me she and her mother gambled it away at the casino on slot machines. A big fight ensued. At that point I got a separate checking account so at least the bills would be paid on time. This has never been sustainable though, since any surprise bills due to our son getting sick or bailing her mother out of jail, it's always me that pays for them. My wife is broke every month. This year when we were going over our tax returns it turned out she owed $6,000 in taxes, all from the casino. We went over the whole gambling problems again and she shook my hand and promised that she would stop. Fast forward to just 1 month ago. I bought a tracker online with the purpose of monitoring where my 17-year-old son drives for safety measures. I had the tracker for a few weeks and decided to try it out one day. I threw it in the console of my wife's car just to see how the app works. She took off with her mom before I could tell her and she texted me. They were heading out shopping. Well, they went straight to the casino instead. I wasn't mad but was definitely concerned. I felt guilty for spying on my wife so I took it out and never said anything. However, curiosity unalived the cat and I threw it back in her car a few weeks later. This time on purpose and hidden. It's been a couple months and they've been at the casino at least twice a week. Not the bingo hall but the actual casino. I confronted her again today when she asked for money for kids' gymnastics. I asked her how her gambling issue was going and she denied she's back to gambling. I gave her many outs and she wouldn't admit it. So I then told her about the tracker. Now she's furious that I tracked her. My coworker keeps calling me misogynistic for no reason whatsoever and refuses to apologize for spreading nasty rumors about me. So I work for a non-profit and when I started as leader of one of the program areas, the program had essentially collapsed after a leadership change and there was only one employee in the whole program. She was a new hire who started 3 months prior to my hiring, who acts as half admin to my team and half admin to the front desk. The new hire is not trained in the program area and is only there to provide clerical support. Her job is to stay at the front of the office as an overall administrative assistant, and when not occupied with that, she's meant to do clerical work for my team. I pay half her salary from my team budget. From the very first day, she has been extremely challenging to work with. As there had been no one on the team, there was no one to set boundaries with her, so she thought of herself as the lead of team. The team which was just herself. Once I started, she was immediately upset when I took work away. I recognized that and said I did indeed take work, as this is a team and we need to share responsibilities. She also struggles to multitask, so a lot of things needed to be done. She asked me to give her task lists each week and I've done that, but she always finds a way to make a simple task. Literally print signs was one task, a bigger problem. I answer her questions quickly and with logic. For example, she changed the font on the printed signs that I asked for, so I asked her to reprint them with a new font, but she refused to do so, telling me that the only reason I'm asking her to do it again is because I am a man who looks down on her as she is a woman in power. The hamster in my head was running on the wheel non-stop when she said that. Anyway, this is where I know I F up. I am very direct and will answer her questions without compliments, etc. I am not going to thank her for making a task more complicated than it needs to be. I will just ask for what I need, say thanks when it's done, and that's her job and my job. She often pouts or sulks when I ask her not to do something. I always make sure to explain that it's outside the scope of work and that it's not a bad idea, just not something we can pursue, but she seems to take it personally and often refers to me as misogynistic. I've been spending my time trying to figure out what worked for the program, what didn't, and what happened to cause the collapse of it originally. In the meantime, I've struggled to manage the employee as I'm not her direct supervisor, and when I tell her something, she goes to strictly other female employees to ask to double check that I'm right. Even if they are not her supervisor either. For context, I have experience and knowledge and a master's degree in this programming area. She will waste 3 other people's time only to get the same answers. I have also overheard her 3 times gossiping about me, mainly that she thinks I don't know anything and that I make choices too quickly, and also claiming that I probably hate women. During one of these times, I actively overheard her claiming that Sure has proof that I laid hands on my ex-wife as well as my children and that is why I can never see them. I have never had a wife, much less kids. I'm in a happy and committed relationship. Thankfully though, the people she's gossiping and complaining to are all just sounding boards, not really responding, which definitely helps as rumors like these could cost me everything. I've been speaking with my director about how to manage her. I've been begging for help in professional development. Frankly, managing her takes up far more time than I find worth it and I've gotten to the point where I would like her removed from clerical work for my team. I have a new hire starting soon and I need to address the behavior so it doesn't create a bad team dynamic. Director recommended norming to create better boundaries within each role, so I tried that, but it turned into a major mess. She said she didn't feel heard. I apologized to her, genuinely, as I know my sense of urgency can make some people feel steamrolled sometimes, but I also told her that I feel like I can't trust her due to the gossip and the distrust she has had a part in creating. I asked that we apologize to each other, to which she refused and once again called me misogynistic, so I had to get the director to come in to mediate as I could not continue the meeting. I told the director that I can't move forward until we acknowledge the harmful behavior we've both contributed to. The director, a trained mediator, spent 20 minutes laying groundwork and I apologized, recognized the behavior that harmed her, promised forbearance, and assured that I'm genuinely trying to work on things. And she refused to acknowledge that she contributed negatively at all. The director ended the meeting because we weren't going to get anywhere, and now we have to go to mediation with HR tomorrow morning to create a working agreement. I've not said anything about the rumors yet and I'm wondering if I should address them or not. My coworker keeps calling me misogynistic for no reason whatsoever and refuses to apologize for spreading nasty rumors about me. So me and my coworker drew up an agreement with the presence of a HR staff member, where we outlined everything that is expected in communication between us. Respect, toleration, no interrupting, basic stuff. I did not talk much about the rumors as I don't see a need to be the one to spread the wildfire that could burn me in the end. Well, she broke the agreement we made almost ASAP after signing it. It was a huge red flag for our director when she no-showed to the meeting to sign the agreement. She forgot. As far as the terms she broke, she was reported by a fellow staff talking smack about me behind my back. That was actually an agreement we drew up. I did not directly inform anyone of the rumors, but it was my way of letting her know that I know what she is doing and she better stop if she wishes not to be fired. Well, HR performed an investigation over the last few weeks, and on Tuesday this week, I was told that the employee was being released that day. I was asked to stay in my office while it was happening, which I did. After an hour, I texted another program leader to ask if it was safe to come out, and he texted back that the employee stayed to eat her lunch. She was fired, then sat in the conference room alone eating her lunch, 12 Popeyes biscuits with no beverage, what the actual F, for an hour, then finally left. I continue to be baffled by this person. It's quite literally the strangest behavior I've ever experienced. After I was finally able to leave my office, I had to message the stakeholders about the staffing change and had to begin the paperwork to rehire. It felt really fast, like I barely had time to process, but it was fine. The good news is that the director listened to my needs and I was firm that the prior shared supervision did not work. Now the new position will be fully under my program, with minimal front desk coverage. I also hired for the full-time position and that person started last week, so we'll have a small team once I fill this position and we can rebuild our program. Still cautiously optimistic, as I feel like things went too far with this person for too long and it has made me lose some trust in leadership. My nightmare stepmother is having a huge meltdown because we are not giving her full control over wedding planning. Last week she took things too far. My stepmother is a narcissist, bipolar diagnosed dirtbag, but worse of all, she is a wannabe party planner. She has taken it upon herself to plan and host every party and holiday my dad's family has thrown since she married him. She refuses to take anyone's suggestions about anything. Even if it's my birthday, we all have to do as she says or she breaks down and throws a tantrum while playing the victim. I never loved special occasions growing up due to her, but humored her for my dad's sake who enables her behavior. So I'm getting married to my fiancée Jane in July. We got engaged 2 years ago, but Jane ended up getting pregnant a couple months after that, and we decided to postpone the wedding to focus on our son for a while. So we've had a long engagement. The problem of course comes with my stepmother. She has tried to hijack our wedding plans from day one, complaining about venues and color schemes, contacting our planner, showing up unannounced to Jane's dress appointments etc., and we have repeatedly asked her to stop. Dad wants us to humor her, but she's clearly resentful of the fact that she's not hosting the wedding or being labeled mother of the groom in invitations. Besides our son, we also have Luke, Jane's paternal half-brother. She got custody of him a few months into our relationship after his parents died. I ended up moving in with them during the pandemic, and have been in Luke's life since he was a baby. He doesn't call me dad, and refers to us as his sister and his sister's friend, but we love him like a son. My stepmother though hates Luke. She accuses Jane of baby-trapping her way into the family. My dad gets along with Jane and adores the kids, but stepmother demands him to refuse babysitting Luke, so we don't leave the kids with them often. Instead, Jane's brother and sister-in-law usually watch the kids for us, as their children are close to ours in age. We had an emergency last Sunday, and my brother-in-law was out of town with his family. Jane's other siblings live in different cities, as well as my mom and sister. My dad agreed to babysit at our place, and we left. We came back to find both kids crying, stepmother screaming, and dad weakly trying to calm everyone down. Apparently, Luke had told stepmother that both he and our son were going to be our ring bearers, and she went ballistic. She screamed that she wasn't going to allow that because he wasn't family. She then laid hands on him when he started crying. His lip is still split. She'd never gotten to this point before. We immediately banned her from our house and from our wedding. Dad is fuming and has said he's not going without her. He's also convinced half of his side of the family, by severely downplaying what stepmother did, to boycott the wedding as well. This includes my stepbrother, who fully agrees with his mother no matter how many times I try to tell him the truth. Me and Jane are refusing to budge, but many of my cousins who aren't coming anymore are asking us to reconsider. Pretty much all of Jane's family agrees with us, but one of her aunts has suggested that maybe stepmother is acting out because she doesn't feel welcomed by my family. My nightmare stepmother is having a huge meltdown because we are not giving her full control over wedding planning. Last week she took things too far. So, my fiancée Jane and I are going no contact with my dad and stepmother. We haven't really spoken to either of them since my mother laid hands on my nephew, and I don't plan on being the one to reach out. Any communication between us is being handled by my younger sister. She's completely on our side, but I will remain in low contact with her for the time being. I've decided to adopt Jane's way of dealing with people she cares about, forgive what's apologized for, but never forget. Basically, if dad or stepmother ever truly understand what they did wrong and sincerely apologize, we're willing to forgive them, even if begrudgingly so. But we will never ignore what they did to our family. And for the time being, neither of them will be allowed near Luke, our baby, and any other kids we may have in the future, even if we do forgive them. I should probably mention that while my family adores my dad, most of them aren't very fond of stepmother. She had 2 failed marriages prior to meeting my father and was a substance addict, and my father cheated on his then girlfriend to be with her while she was an addict. My family loved that girlfriend, and disliked stepmother right away. Not only has she been controlling and manipulative since the beginning, she's also tried to force her way into the family matriarch role by any means possible. Taking over planning duties for every family event was her favorite way to do it, because of all the attention and compliments that come with it. The main reason why I hated these parties growing up was because she'd always find a way to make everything about her, including Christmas and mine and my sister's birthdays. The rest of the family felt neutral about it, but they never liked her. With Luke, it was different. Most of my relatives didn't meet him until he was 2 years old. He's a bright and genuinely lovable kid, and there weren't really any other small children in the family, so everyone immediately started cooing over him. The way I see it, stepmother got upset that Jane and Luke were accepted by my family so easily compared to her experience, and that's why she resents them both. She was also mad that, aside from not being the planner, she would have absolutely no involvement in the wedding party. She tried to pressure us into letting her officiate, making my steo brother my best man or asking her sister's daughter to be our flower girl. We'd promised Jane's 3-year-old niece, also her sister's daughter is 15 and doesn't know us. She also tried to convince us to let my dad walk Jane down the aisle, since her father's dead, but her eldest brother had already been enlisted. Stepmother was disappointed that my family wasn't as involved in the wedding as Jane's, and kept making comments about how that would never happen if we put her in charge. All of that being said, there is nothing that can excuse being that awful to a child, especially if it really is the petty jealousy that I suspect. Because I haven't spoken with my father, my sister has been keeping me updated on what he's been up to. As I found out through her, the story my dad and stepmother told the rest of the family completely erases Luke's injury and the abuse charges. It insinuates that me and Jane banned them because we got annoyed with stepmother and decided to take it out on my dad as well. Because most people already disliked stepmother, explaining what actually happened that night wasn't hard, and most of the relatives that I actually wanted at the wedding have apologized and are berating my dad as well. The people that didn't believe us, as well as those saying we overreacted, have been told they are not welcome in our home anymore. Those are mostly people from my dad's generation, so I can't say I'm surprised. But the realization that they are so biased they're willing to protect a woman they hate, after she hurt a child, just to make my dad happy has reassured me that I don't need any of them in my life. Stepbrother is still in denial. He refuses to believe his mother could hurt a child, even with all the evidence we have. I have to admit I understand, I love my mom too, but that doesn't mean I'd excuse his obliviousness. So he's banned too. It sucks, because we were close growing up, but I don't regret it. Besides, Jane has 3 other siblings besides Luke, and I'm closer to them than I ever was to him. Speaking of Jane's family, they're all furious over what happened, and have been extremely supportive of us. Jane's maternal family basically adopted Luke after she got custody of him, and have called frequently to make sure he's okay. We did manage to save some money with everybody we uninvited, and have decided to use it to help Jane's cousin. She lives in a different country, and was previously unable to come to the wedding, so we're paying for her plane ticket. Luke has gotten much better, and is almost completely back to being the sunny child he's always been. The split lip was shallow. It's healing slowly, but didn't require any stitches. We sat him down a few days ago, and explained that my dad and stepmonster wouldn't be around anymore. He really liked my dad, but understands that he and stepmother are attached at the hip. He's clearly scared of her, but we're doing our best to make him feel safe.
My entitled golden child brother belittles me constantly and my parents enable his behavior. The one time I stood up for myself my parents blew up at me. I have had separated parents since I was 7. When I was 11, my dad married my current stepmom, who was an addict at the time. She actually laid hands on me the first time she saw me. I tried to tell my dad, but he did not believe me. Safe to say things were already kind of tough before they were married. She was always controlling, giving me strict curfews, giving me grade averages to maintain and demanding I call her mom. And when they had their son she became even worse. Although I've learned to deal with her controlling behavior, I can't help but feel she and my father both have proclaimed my half-brother their favorite. I didn't really ever mind so much, he was their kid, I was only my dad's. However, this Christmas was the day I realized how deep the problem really was. We gathered in the morning for presents, and as my cousin passed out presents, mine and my 2 other biological siblings all had 3 presents each. My half-brother had 20. Again, I didn't care about the amount. It's Christmas, and whatever we get I'm going to be grateful for. Things really only got frustrating for me when my half-brother started dancing around the house announcing the fact that he had more presents than anyone else, and calling us all worse than me, and calling himself the favorite proudly. My younger brother has never been one to deal with it all that well and got annoyed, told my half-brother to stop bragging, and then got scolded for being mean to his brother on Christmas morning. I was so upset that he had got in trouble for that. Anyways, come the day after Christmas, and more family arrives. We do a second Christmas, and one of my stepmom's sisters gives us a present. My half-brother complains loudly about us, until she hands him a present, and gloats at us when my stepmother's other sister hands him a gift. But not us. The whole time he is calling us names and laughing at us, while my father and stepmother do nothing about it. Again, I get that he is their biological son, but I mean she handed him $500 bucks right in front of our faces and he laughed at us for not being as rich. Later that night I was reading a book on the couch when my stepmom tells me to load the dishwasher and I complied. She gets easily angry and often takes my phone and books if I don't do what she asks. While we do our separate things in silence, my half-brother comes in showing off his $600 cash in his wallet. He was talking to me and said, "My parents are rich. Now I'm rich. You'll never be like me, you're dumb and useless and poor." I took that as a direct insult to me and my mother. I told him to be nice, and that was a messed up thing to say. My stepmom scolded me and said I was too grown up to be bullying a little boy. I blew up on her and said I was sick and tired of the blatant favoritism in this family and that I couldn't wait to turn 18 and leave this hellhole forever. She started crying, and my dad walked in, immediately calling me an a-hole for hurting her feelings.
I fell in love with a substance addict intimacy worker at a happy ending massage parlor in Tanzania. I think she is into me too. While traveling the world I decided to visit Tanzania, and as soon as I landed I figured that I needed to get a happy ending massage. I hit up a nearby place and ended up finding out it was a massage parlor. I booked 2 masseuses. When I arrived, I picked out one girl, and then had her choose whoever she wanted to accompany her. When I arrived, it was a bit awkward. The girl that greeted me at the door I didn't find attractive at all. She was a beluga of a high ranking and smelt bad. But she told me she was one of my masseuses. I was distraught as she had the audacity to ask me to shower beforehand. Then the other girl arrived. And I was instantly blown away by this girl's beauty. The massage began after I shower. One girl massages one half of me while the other massages the other. It was decent, but I still was not feeling super comfortable. As it gets more intimate, I find myself feeling less comfortable. Both girls are in provocative clothing, and one of the girls I do not feel attracted to. They have me unclothed at this point, and I don't know how to explain to them that I don't feel comfortable without being rude. Then, the girl I didn't feel attracted to left for a moment. I asked the girl I was attracted to if she specifically chose the other girl, like I had asked. She said no. I told her I wasn't feeling comfortable because I didn't feel the attraction, but I didn't want to be rude. She didn't know how to respond. So then the other girl came back, and I admitted to her that I wasn't feeling it. That I didn't want to be rude but I wasn't feeling comfortable. She said it was completely okay and that she would leave the 2 of us alone. So then she left. As soon as the other girl left, me and the girl I was attracted to talked. I asked her how she felt, and she said great. She smiled at me, I smiled back, and then she kissed me. We made out and it turned into intimacy. We finished intimacy, and then talked, and then had more intimacy, then talked some more. I felt very comfortable at that point and she told me she was feeling very comfortable with me. That is when she pulled out her substances. She had K. She asked me if I wanted any and I said no. She asked if it bothered me if she uses while I'm here. I said it's not a problem. But I asked her why she uses it, and she says she doesn't use it often, but only to make the intimacy even better when she is enjoying it. We got back to it, and we kept going even after our time limit passed. I asked her if I could give her my number. She said she never allows that, but for me she would. We kept talking and cuddling and having intimacy until about an hour past the time limit, and her boss had to come get her because it was so far past the time limit. Then, I put on my clothes, and left, but not without her continually making out with me. It felt amazing, every moment of our passion and the intense intimacy. I left not expecting to see her again. But we messaged back and forth for a few days and she was so sweet and caring. She told me she is studying psychology, which is something I am interested in. She is only a couple years younger than me. It started feeling like a real connection. The more we talked the more I realized I was seriously falling for her. There was just something that was so captivating about her that I could not decipher. She said I was the only guy at her job she ever gave her number to. I asked when I could see her again, and she said she was free Friday night. But I would have to pay, of course. I thought no problem, I have no other plans, it could be fun. Friday night is tomorrow and I am scared. I fell in love with a substance addict intimacy worker at a happy ending massage parlor in Tanzania. I think she is into me too. So Friday night came and I went to see her again. I rented a 3-star hotel for the 2 of us. She arrives on time, we go to the room. We drink a bit, we chat, we have intimacy and we spend time in the jacuzzi. Everything feels perfect, and then she offers me K. I thought why the hell not, even though it was my first time. We have tons more intimacy and hours fly by. It feels like we are intertwined on a spiritual level. It feels like I've known her my whole life, as I feel so comfortable with her. It was most likely the intimacy and substances that made me feel this way, but it was intense. The amount of love in that room, and the love she showed me, I had not felt in a long time. Then she ordered premium K as she called it. This premium K turned out to be regular K and Molly with food coloring which made it pink. It is super dangerous stuff known to unalive people. While she ordered it from her dealer, she went downstairs to pick it up, came back, and then offered me some. I had been drinking. I was still bailed myself, so I said yes. We did it, she made sure to only give me a little bit. I started feeling it after about 15 minutes. And it was the wildest experience of my life. I had never experienced it before but I felt myself outside of my body. The intimacy that followed felt like a dream. Everything kept going until I was just too tired. I fell asleep for a few hours before waking up and we returned to doing it. As the night grew on we just got closer and closer. And then, 12 hours had passed and we had to check out of the hotel. We agreed to see each other again. Overall, I made horrible decisions that I cannot tell anyone. And I had 0 consequences. I could have died or ended up in the hospital or robbed. I don't know how to tell anyone that I have no regrets being so careless. I imagine I will see the consequences soon enough. Especially since I have plans to see her again. I have really fallen in love with her, I plan to bring her home from Tanzania. Maybe we can get married one day, who knows. Update 2, I fell in love with a substance addict intimacy worker at a happy ending massage parlor in Tanzania. I think she is into me too. I shamelessly continued talking to her despite knowing it was not the smart move. We talked constantly over the next 5 days, with constant flirting over voice messages. Then we decided to meet up again, but this time at my place. We never discussed any payment beforehand. She ended up showing up 3 hours late. I felt nervous about her arriving. That's because I had to ask her the question. Was she expecting a payment? And then I asked her, and the answer was yes. Clearly I wasn't anything more than a payday to her, which shattered my heart. But she told me it would only be a small amount for 2 whole nights together this time. So I agreed. Then I said I didn't want to talk about money again. Then she brought up wanting to travel with me. She seemed to really want to go. So we ordered food, she ordered substances, we took some pictures together and it felt nice. We were both sober and chatted for a few hours. Then the food and substances arrived. We ate, took K, had intimacy. It was nice, but it didn't feel as good as the first time. Probably because the first time was new, and this time I had been there done that. And I still did feel like I was being used for my money. She brought up again wanting to travel with me. I told her I wouldn't pay her if she was going to travel with me. She said that would be okay. So then I asked her about our relationship. She said it could develop over time, and it would be complicated, but we had to see it as something fluid. And I fell for it. We had more intimacy, it got more intimate, and it did start feeling like we really were connecting again. I was head over heels at this point. But I had to work the next day, so we went to sleep. I only slept for a few hours before waking up, and she told me she needed me to go get the money now. I said that's fine, so I ran to get the cash withdrawal. I came back, bought us some juice and walked back into the apartment with her cooking breakfast. Then I started working and she went back to sleep. I worked remotely the whole day, and she slept the whole day in my bed. Eventually I finished working and laid down next to her to take a nap. That is when she told me she was expecting me to double the payment, because the price we had discussed was for each night individually. I told her no, this is not what we discussed. Then, we argued until she told me to stop talking. So we just laid in bed next to each other not talking. I told her she could leave if she wanted to, since I would only pay her what we discussed, but she just didn't leave. It felt super odd. She sat there on her phone for a while. We were both pretty ticked off at each other. Then I asked her what she was going to do. She told me she would leave. So she went to the bathroom to get ready to leave. I chased her into the bathroom, telling her to reconsider and asking her if she had any real feelings for me or if she was faking it all for cash. She admitted that she did have feelings for me, but at the end of the day this was her job and she needed the money. After a lot of back and forth, as well as her crying, I reluctantly agreed to pay her extra and went outside to get more cash from an ATM. When I came back, she had cleaned up dishes, cleaned the kitchen, put away my clothes, and was snacking on some food. She offered me food, but I told her no because I was feeling sick. I told her that when she asks me for money, it isn't the money that bothers me, but it is the fact that it makes me feel like I don't have value as a person, and the only reason she is spending time with me is for my money. I told her that I was coming across as intense with my feelings towards her because that was a common pattern I found myself in. While at the same time it can be overwhelming for some people to take on, I see it as a superpower, being able to intensely care for others closest to me. I told her I just see the value so deeply in other people, and I have a hard time seeing the value in myself sometimes. She then told me about the value she sees in me, and then she opened up about her life, and about her abuse. And she started crying again, and I started crying again. A whole mess that I felt bonded us together. And at that point it felt like something had changed between us. We got more playful, even more comfortable, and more loving to each other. It felt like we were on substances again, but there were no substances this time. We caressed each other, showered together, snuggled and talked for hours without any intimacy. And then we made plans to travel the world together in 3 weeks. She told me she has never left the country before and this would be her first time. And then we had intimacy, and more intimacy, and then she had to leave to catch a 2 a.m. bus. So now I am in my bed writing this at midnight.
My best friend's boyfriend has a huge crush on me but is denying it. She has blocked me on everything because of it. So Sam and I have been best friends since kindergarten. We have had issues over boys in the past. I slept with an ex of hers in high school, but we resolved that issue right away and since then, have never had a disagreement. Until a few months ago. We were both at a bar and met this unbelievably good-looking guy named Fred. They hit it off and started talking about iCarly. Apparently 2 of the main characters have their names. The conversation between them continued but I was definitely involved in it too, as I could tell Fred was not solely focused on Sam. I could tell he was ignoring me as a way to get me more interested in him, and it was working. Now, on to some humble bragging. My friend is semi-attractive, but I am definitely the more attractive one. I normally get approached by all the men, she gets approached by the other friend, and overall I get way more male attention and validation and it's not close. That day though, it was different. Anyway, after he asked for her number. Within a short amount of time they started dating and he hung out with us a lot more. I realized him and I had some amazing chemistry and intimate tension that we ignored. Whenever we would talk the way he spoke to me, it was clear he wanted me in bed, and I have to say I did too, but as a good friend I could never do that to Sam. However, I told Sam that her boyfriend may be into me and I am into him too, and she basically told me not to say anything and to hang around him less. I thought that would be unfair to him however. I figured he at least has the right to know why I'm not hanging around him anymore because he picked up on the fact I wasn't talking to him as much. I told him about how I'm crushing on him and that his girlfriend asked me to not speak to him as much. He thanked me for telling him. I asked him if he feels the same way, but he said no and that he really likes his girlfriend and just saw me as a friend. I know that's not true, but I understand he didn't want to blow up his relationship over this. Sadly, Sam found out that I told him about my feelings and sent a long message and proceeded to block me on everything. This was 2 weeks ago. I'm going to be coming over to her parents' house for Thanksgiving but not sure how to approach Sam. My narcissistic parents ruined my wedding and I'm wondering if I should go no contact with them. My fiancé and I got engaged in summer 2020 and the issues with my parents started immediately. I have a really big extended family, most of whom don't live in the country, so we aren't close. Considering we wanted a smaller wedding, I mentioned to my parents that I might stick to only inviting up to aunts and uncles, and not inviting most cousins. My dad absolutely lost it over this. We got into a screaming match where he said I was discriminating against his family, as if his family aren't rich a-holes in politics who have roped women. But that was a subject I did not want to touch, so I responded that my wedding was not the time to try to repair relationships with estranged family members I've only met a few times. In the end, we caved and started planning a larger wedding than originally intended due to my parents insisting on it being their way. When we broke the news to them that we had decided on a barn venue, the fight started again. It took months to convince them that we had thought about our guests' comfort and that it would look good, even if they couldn't visualize it. While this was happening and shortly after we got engaged, I started to have health issues. It took a year to find out I was chronically ill and I actually ended up hospitalized in critical condition in the fall of 2021 because of this. When I was in the hospital, my parents treated my now husband horribly, claiming it was his fault my illness got so bad, even though he is the only reason I'm still alive now, as he spent hours researching each night things he could do to make my life easier while I was fighting my illness. I told my parents how unacceptable that was and they gave one of the worst non-apologies I've ever heard. Essentially saying, "Sorry we made him feel that way, but we were just looking out for you like the good parents that we are." During this illness, I was bedridden for months, and when I started to get better, my hair started falling out in clumps about 8 months before the wedding. It got to the point I wasn't sure I would have any hair left on the big day. I looked into ways to preserve damaged hair, and braids are one of the best styles to prevent damage, so I decided I would do some sort of braided style on my wedding day. When my parents found out, surprise surprise, they freaked out. They called me selfish for not putting in the effort to look the part, claimed it probably wasn't as bad as I was saying it was, told me to stop wearing a hard hat at work because that was probably what was causing my hair loss. I worked on a construction site and not wearing a hard hat would get me fired, not to mention it's wildly unsafe, etc. Also, yes, mom and dad, the hard hat is causing me hair loss, not my cancer. It ended with my fiancé yelling at them that I had almost died and they should be thankful that there will even be a wedding, before kicking them out of our house. They also didn't apologize for this. After this, I minimized contact as much as possible and straight up told them that the stress they were causing about the wedding was making my illness worse. Despite my best efforts, every time we talked they would say something hurtful again, whether about my illness or my husband's culture. My dad looked my husband and I in the eye and said that our wedding was not about us. My mom threatened not to come to the wedding because in an argument I, out of frustration, said I wanted a much smaller wedding than what we ended up with. They kept calling me selfish over every decision we made and claimed we were catering to my husband's family even though we weren't. If anything, I had actually planned several things specifically for my parents' benefit. To top it off, on the day before the wedding, right as I'm about to start packing everything up to bring to the venue, my mom decides to pull me aside to complain that she doesn't understand why we're not close anymore. The wedding happened and everything went well, besides the fact that my mother was caught making out with one of my dad's brothers and them two got into a huge fist fight. But by then the whole thing had already been ruined so much for me I didn't even care. My golden child brother abused me throughout my entire childhood and now feels entitled to live in my house for free. My parents are on his side. So I am the youngest of 4 and my parents' only daughter. My 2 oldest brothers are great, but my other brother Adam hates my guts and always has. He has always hated how much attention I got from my uncle, even though he gets babied by our mom and dad. He was their golden child essentially who could do no wrong. He would torment me when I was little by locking me in the closet. Or sitting on me until I couldn't breathe. I was sort of a nerd in school and Adam bullied me constantly for it, maybe because he was a dumb idiot. Anyway, I finished high school when I was 16 and I now have 3 different degrees. I'm a private financial advisor and I've done well for myself. My 2 oldest brothers both own their own businesses and they have a comfortable life. Adam, however, did not go to college even when my parents offered to pay for it, and he is a bartender. He is 33 and has never moved out of our parents' house because he spends every cent he makes. He has never paid bills either. He got fired from his 5th bar last week for being drunk during work. So on to the issue at hand. Last week, my parents wanted to have family dinner, but I was reluctant due to Adam to this day berating me and making fun of me. My dad, however, said he really wanted a family dinner, so I gave in. When we were all at our parents' for dinner, my mother brought up the idea of Adam living in one of my rental properties. I own 2 of these, a family lives in one of these and a woman and her daughter are about to move into the other one, so both are occupied. I explained this to my mother and Adam suggested I just break one of their leases and let him move in. I told him no. He asked why and I said it was wrong. I told him he isn't responsible so I don't trust him to pay rent on time. He laughed and asked why he would need to pay rent. I was gobsmacked as both my parents seemed to side with him. I told him to drop it, especially if he was expecting a free ride. But he kept pestering me and trying to persuade me. I finally told him it wasn't my responsibility to care for him and he needs to figure it out. I also told him he has never been kind to me so he shouldn't feel entitled to anything. My mom started yelling at me, saying I was disrespectful and I need to help when family asks. I told her she created a monster so she can deal with it. I left shortly after. My mom and Adam have been blowing up my phone calling me every name in the book. My other two brothers are on my side and my dad is doing his best to be neutral. The drama is starting to mess with me and I just want peace. He sent me a text saying that I don't know what it's like being the black sheep and I should help him when he's down because that's what family does. My golden child brother abused me throughout my entire childhood and now feels entitled to live in my house for free. My parents are on his side. The things I found out last night are making me want to puke. So last night, my two oldest brothers and I were hanging out at my place when I heard loud banging on my door. It was Adam and he was wasted. I let him sleep it off in my guest room and I told him he'd have to leave when he sobered up. I went into the room after a few hours to check on him and he was crying. I asked him what was up and he said our mother forced him to drink alcohol and always does when he's home. He kept apologizing to me and sobbing. I had so many questions regarding why our mom would want to turn him alcoholic. I was trying to be as gentle as possible to get these answers out of him, but that's when my brothers came in. My oldest brother told him very bluntly he needs to be honest and tell us what's going on if he wants any chance of a relationship with us. That's when Adam stopped crying and sat up, gathering himself for a minute before speaking. Adam then admitted our mother has been treating him like her boyfriend since he was a teen. That's when she started giving him alcohol. It all clicked for me. Our dad worked constantly so he wasn't home and my mom would always say Adam was being punished for something while my brothers were allowed to go out. Adam said she'd make him cuddle with her and have dinner with her like it was a date. She'd discuss her and my dad's marital problems with him. If he didn't comply she wouldn't let him leave the house at all and she'd continue to lie and say he was being punished. She told him over and over how none of us would believe him, so he never felt safe to tell us. She went as far as to steal from our dad and blame Adam so our dad thought Adam was dishonest. He said she did very intimate things to him and that's why she wanted him to have my place. So she could come over and they could be alone. He said she told him what to say to me and he made the statement about rent on purpose so I wouldn't do it. We hugged him for a long time and he just cried and apologized. My siblings and I were seeing Red at this point and we all agreed Adam needed to tell our dad. Although Adam was still Dad's golden child, Dad was still strict on Adam when he had to be. Although it was very late, we invited my dad over and told him it was super urgent and he needed to come now. We stood with Adam while he told our dad everything. Our dad hugged Adam and kept apologizing to him and he said he'd handle everything. I don't know exactly what was said to my mother but she moved out and is living in a hotel. My dad has already filed for divorce and she is not fighting him. We tried to talk to her but she told us all to go to hell and that we took her one good thing away. She also said Adam belongs to her and she can do what she wants. It's taking everything in me to hold it together because she destroyed my brother with her crap and destroyed our relationship with him.
My wife became an abusive nightmare during a pregnancy which almost unalived her. We agreed to have no more children afterwards but she is now demanding a second child. So my wife had an absolutely horrible pregnancy experience. She was in good health before the pregnancy, but during it, her normal mental state completely flipped and she became psychotic. She threw up almost every day for the first 2 trimesters, her legs and feet became shockingly swollen, she developed diabetes and high blood pressure, and her liver and kidneys became at risk of being damaged, on and off anemia issues, headaches every day as well as her hands losing normal function. All of this was despite working so hard with her doctors to mitigate the issues. She was put on many medications, given diet plans, low-stress stretching exercises. She had to stop working in the 3rd month because of how sick she became. I helped her all that I could. My entire life outside of work revolved around caring for her. I made all her meals, which became increasingly restrictive as more complications arose and as she was put on and taken off various medications. I bathed her, dressed her, cleaned up her vomit multiple times a week, changed so many bedsheets because she would sweat profusely or accidentally pee herself, cleaned her poo a few times, helped her wipe herself. At times I felt like a live-in nurse for a severely disabled person. It was awful and dirty but I knew that I needed to do all of this for her and I wanted to do all I could to alleviate her suffering. But the worst part was the changes in her mental state. I could have done all of this with a smile on my face, if she did not become so cruel and violent during the pregnancy. She had previously never, ever, been abusive in any way. We were loving, when we had disagreements we never even raised our voices, we sat and talked. But that completely changed while she was pregnant. She yelled at me, swore at me, called me every slur known to man, threw things at me, hit me, told her parents I didn't love her, broke doors, shattered glasses and plates, threatened to unalive me and attacked me on several occasions. I'd serve her food in bed and she'd throw it either on the ground or at me if she didn't like it. After doing this for the 3rd time with oatmeal I told her I wouldn't serve her oatmeal anymore because I was tired of having to spend hours on my knees digging dried oats out of the carpet. She exploded at that because oatmeal was one of the few things that didn't make her nauseous at the time, and threw a coffee mug at my face. This gave me a black eye. This kind of thing became constant and increasingly worse as time went on. After giving birth, she stayed in the hospital for almost 2 weeks, at her doctor's request because she had so many complications. I took the baby home after the first week. She eventually came home and had some issues with postpartum depression, but thanks to the close observance of her doctor, it was addressed relatively quickly and she was put on medication. So here we are, 2 years later, and the woman that she was while pregnant doesn't exist anymore. She is back to her old self, still have some lasting but minor physical issues from the pregnancy, but overall is healthy again, mentally and physically. I won't lie, it took me some time to love her again. After I took the baby home, there was a part of me that hoped she wouldn't come back from the hospital. I had no positive feelings for her at that time. I slept in a different room for 4 months afterward. We didn't go to counseling because we just didn't have the time. But eventually, after many talks, I realized that the woman she was while pregnant is gone. She is extremely sorry and regrets everything and can't explain why she did what she did, but is disgusted with who she was. And around our son's first birthday we agreed that she would never get pregnant again, due to how dangerous her pregnancy was for her and how abusive she became toward me. Our relationship is good and loving now and we both love our son very much, we're happy again. But, earlier this week, she mentioned she wouldn't mind having another kid in an offhanded comment. This obviously shocked me. We had agreed to never do it again. I didn't address the comment at the time, but over the next day I kept thinking about it, and that night I asked her what she meant by that comment. She said she'd been thinking about it and she decided she wants to try for a daughter and suggests going off her birth control. I probably didn't handle this as well as I could have, but I just stared at her and said no. She said, "What do you mean no? You don't just get to say no." I said no, I'm not doing that again. We had an agreement, I will not even consider the thought of you being pregnant again. She started crying, saying it's not fair, we have a boy and she wants a girl too. I explained that we can't predict it will be a girl, what happens if it's another boy? And what happens if you die from another pregnancy? She wouldn't continue talking and just cried. I went to sleep in another room. That was Tuesday night. I've been sleeping in the living room and we basically haven't said more than 50 words to each other since then. My wife became an abusive nightmare during a pregnancy which almost unalived her. We agreed to have no more children afterwards, but she is now demanding a second child. So, wife and I were able to talk the day after, but unfortunately it didn't go very well. Before I left for work I hugged her, said I'm sorry for immediately saying no, and that I wanted to talk through it after work and hear all her thoughts about it. She agreed, we both said I love yous, and things seemed calm and positive as I left. That night I asked her why she changed her mind about another baby and just what she was thinking overall. She basically said she's getting older, her window for another baby is closing, and it made her realize she wanted at least one more and that she also really wants a girl. I asked what happens if it's not a girl. She said in that case we would try again. I asked if she remembered the last pregnancy, how dangerous it was, how her kidneys were permanently damaged from it, how she was so sick that I had to basically be her live-in nurse, and that if she got pregnant again she could have total kidney failure and die. She said she's not worried because she knows God will protect her and will provide what we need. That really threw me off. I don't think I have ever heard her speak about a God like that at any point in our entire 6-year relationship. We are not religious people, I don't think we have even been in a church together, our wedding wasn't even in a church, we don't own a Bible. The last time I was in a church was my mom's funeral 9 years ago. After the God comment, I didn't know what to say, I was just shocked and I laid my head on the back of the couch and looked up at the ceiling. She asked what was wrong. I said that this is a lot, that she's saying the opposite of what we had previously agreed, and I don't think I can change my mind on this because I don't want her to get deathly sick, and that I don't think I can go through the abuse again. She started ranting abuse? What abuse? You're accusing me of abuse? I reminded her of the coffee cup, throwing food on the floor, the name-calling, the slandering me to friends and family, and multiple other incidents. But she just kept talking over me. You really think that's who I am? I want another baby and this is what you think about? I said yes, it is what I think about because it's what happened last time. Everything just fell apart from there. She was yelling and crying, I couldn't get a word in. Calling me a bunch of names, saying that I don't love her, I can't understand what it's like for her, why can't I just give her this one thing? It's what God wants for us, it's God's plan. And on and on and on like this. I couldn't calm her down or convince her to go to bed, she was following me around the house and angry crying. One thing that really concerned me is she said that loving our son is much easier for me because he looks like me, that she can't see any of herself in him, and it isn't fair and that's why she wants a daughter. She made it sound like she doesn't love our son and could only love a daughter that looks like her. Finally all the noise woke our kid up and I told her I have to take him on a drive to get him back to sleep. I drove around for an hour, put him back to bed, and she was awake but locked in our room, so I slept in the living room again. She left early the next morning and I later found out she went to her mom's house. She was gone the whole day, so the kid and I had the day together. We eventually went to my older brother and sister-in-law's house and I kind of vented to them. I was very surprised to hear my sister-in-law say yeah we've been waiting for this and that it took longer than expected. My brother agreed. They basically said that they've seen this in her for as long as we've been together, and were concerned but unsurprised with her behavior during the pregnancy. And that the pregnancy let the genie out of the bottle, that who she was at that time is who she really is, they see her slipping more into that behavior every time we hang out and they're concerned. I told my wife that Kiddo and I were staying at brother's last night, she never replied and that's where I still am today. I took a sick day today and probably will tomorrow. I think I might have to divorce my wife. I've been talking to my brother about it and mentioning marriage therapy, but he said to be careful because therapy could just make my wife hide her ways just long enough to get pregnant again. He says she is very manipulative and has relived that. I'm finally starting to see it. I really didn't think she was this kind of person, but I guess I've been willfully ignorant this whole time.
My best friend broke my heart, so I'm thinking of breaking hers too. But I don't know if I should, as I don't believe that two wrong make a right. So my best friend is very beautiful. Beyonce level of beauty. She will bask in it, but for the most part she's kind and helpful. She's like my sister. When we go out, the two of us or in a group, almost 10 out of 10 guys hit on her first. So I met my fiancé one day when I was out dancing. My best friend was homesick. I think that's the only reason he hit on me, to be honest. He didn't see her next to me. Either way, my fiancé and I hit it off. We took it very slow, so for the first 6 months it was just the two of us. Then we introduced each other to our friends and family. A thing to note is that my fiancé is wealthy. When my friend saw him, she made a joke, saying if she wasn't sick that day she would have been dating a rich man. I didn't say anything. Probably I believed it too. My fiancé proposed to me 3 months ago and I was over the moon. My best friend, my sister as I called her, changed immediately. She was short with me and very irritable. She ignored me, she was mean and made fun of me even when we are with other friends. It was so out of character because she was a very kind person. One day, she once again brought up her having a rich fiancé instead of me if she hadn't been sick. I was very upset at this comment, so I said no, you wouldn't, to her. My fiancé and I clicked that night, so it was something more than looks and that I'm also beautiful, at least in my and my fiancé's eyes. She said she could still have him if she wanted to, and asked me if I wanted her to prove it. If only I had listened to my gut instinct at that moment and told her no. I knew I should not have. But alas, I made the biggest mistake of my life and told her to be my guest. I just didn't think it would happen. Well, my fiancé woke me up last night crying his eyes out. He said that he couldn't keep it a secret anymore and told me that slept with my best friend. I left his place in the middle of the night. This morning my friends went to bring all my stuff from there. I texted my best friend on my way from my fiancé's. She sent me a picture of her with my fiancé's PP in her hand, with the text, "You mean this?" I texted back, "You broke my heart." She didn't answer. Today she has called and texted 20 times apologizing and saying how sorry she was. The thing is, I can ruin her life too. So she loves this one guy. He is the only guy who never liked her back and has always rejected her. I've stayed with her so many nights on the phone listening to her crying over him. She slept so many times in my bed with me petting her head whenever he rejected her advances, and she showed up on my doorstep. All the time she asked me why not him of all the men, and I said because he's stupid or blind or a loser. I know he wants to get with me. He's a friend of my brother and has shown me interest several times. I know I can sleep with him tonight and send her a picture. I don't know if I should though.
A pizza delivery driver, intercepted a violent kidnapping during a pizza delivery. I was having a really busy night at my pizza delivery job, non-stop back and forth without any time to even pause and take a pee. All of a sudden, as I was driving to this particular delivery, the urge to go pee hit me. Things went from 0 to 100 in an instant. Thankfully I was close to the customer so could get this one over with quickly. Or so I thought. I pulled up to the house, and it was an area I delivered in before, so I could immediately see that something wasn't right. All the lights were off in the house, not even the glow of a television or anything. It was extra apparent because the streetlight closest to the door happened to be out of order. And on top of it all, the block was dead quiet. This is a big university area, and obviously there aren't many student renters in July, but there had to be at least one person, because someone ordered this pizza. Maybe they just liked sitting in the dark, or they were out back in the yard, whatever. I just didn't want to get out of my car and knock on a quiet house in the middle of the night without first checking that I had the correct address and the customer was inside. It was scorching hot that night, even after sundown. My car's AC is a joke, and the piping hot pizzas don't help things much, so I have to try and open the car door as infrequently as possible to keep any cool air in. I called the number the customer provided and the voice on the other end said, kind of brusquely and out of breath, "Yeah?" I just tried to keep it clear and concise, "Hey, it's your pizza out front, but there doesn't appear to be anybody home?" And the customer replied, still gasping for air, "Yeah, I'm not home." I had to pee so badly by that point that I was much less patient than I'd otherwise be with a customer right out of the gate. "Well, then we're going to have to terminate the order, because I've arrived in the stated delivery window. And you were supposed to pay in cash, so, I don't know what to tell you. Plan ahead next time." I instantly regretted letting my bladder do the talking for me as the voice on the other end came through more clearly as a young, bubbly, and very distraught girl who couldn't have been older than 20. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I was running down the street so I could barely hear you," she cried. "I just switched you out of my AirPods. Is that better? Sorry, I completely lost track of time at work, but I knew you were coming, that's why I'm literally running home right now. Please don't leave, I'm starving and I don't have a car. Seriously, please don't leave. 5 minutes max, okay? I know what it's like to be hungry, and running late, and have no car but not live near any restaurants." Plus when I heard her voice I began to remember more specifically having delivered to this place a couple times before, and she'd always been perfectly nice. Now I felt bad for snapping at her. I tried to walk it back, while simultaneously looking out my window for potential spots to pee. No, my bad, I'm letting the heat get to me and it's not your fault. No need to rush. See you when you get here. I hung up and, while surveilling the street, was starting to think I was really out of luck. All the other houses had people in them, and were close together, so there were no clumps of trees or out-of-the-way patches of land or anything. Of course I had just tossed my empty water bottle at the last delivery, because I'm an idiot. Finally, I decided it was escalating to the point of an emergency, and the safest bet was to use a bush in front of the woman's house. She wasn't home. The street light was out so no one would see me. The people who were home were inside. My car was parked across the street and we're a small shop who don't wear uniforms, so if someone did spot me, they'd have no way to connect me to my employer. Animals pee outside all the time, humans are animals. This is fine. I scurried over to the tallest bush in her front yard. She didn't really have much of a yard, more just a walkway lined with bushes and flowers that ran adjacent to her front door. The biggest cluster of bushes, the only one where I could be sure there would be no visible splatter on the side of the house, was about 4 feet from her door. I looked both ways, unzipped, and let fly. After the initial millisecond of relief, I noticed the sound was way off, more like peeing on something solid than something leafy. I started panicking, thinking I'd aimed wrong. But once I start, I can't stop midstream, so I kept squinting into the darkness to see if maybe I was hitting a key rock or something and could just move a few inches over. Instead, all of a sudden, I heard a way more concerning noise. A deep voice exclaiming, "What the F?" And before I could turn around, assuming I'd been caught by a neighbor, a man came leaping out of the bushes. He blew by me, brushing my golden shower off him as did. He spit pretty emphatically on the ground, so I think I might have beamed him right in the face. I didn't see where he went after a few paces, but I remember hearing a car screech out from a bit further away after a minute. I'd gotten some night vision by that point, so I was able to make out his height, build, and outfit, but only the most general details of each. I was in such shock that I didn't even put my PP away. I just stood there trying to figure out what had happened. The reality was so terrifying that my mind refused to accept it, and impulsively searched for a reasonable explanation that could make everything okay. I thought, could these bushes lead to some backyard area and just look like they were against the house? Could they have been obscuring an open window? My inner voice was desperately screaming, bruh, that man was wearing a hoodie in 90-degree weather. That was a bad man. You're in a bad situation. But the very idea that I was within inches of a guy who would be hiding in bushes at all, let alone in front of a young woman's house at night, just wasn't something I was ready to grapple with yet. I was coping by not coping. My fight or flight response totally failed me at that point, because my dumb butt did the absolute last thing I should have done, and approached the bushes to try and validate this. There must have been a good reason for a man in a hoodie to be behind these bushes in the middle of the night. Theory. So I walked over to the side, turned on my phone flashlight, and tried to peer around the line of shrubbery. That's when I saw the bag. A pizza delivery driver, intercepted a violent kidnapping during a pizza delivery. There was a tattered drawstring bag sitting behind the bushes. Slightly splashed with pee. But I was in such a moronic daze from shock that I groped around for it, thinking, see? This is it, this will explain why he was back here. It explained it. Once I maneuvered it over and pulled it open, I saw a sharp knife, a roll of duct tape, and a bottle of meds. The delusions officially broke at that point, and all the adrenaline, endorphins, and self-preservation instincts that had been suppressed kicked in 10 times over. I became whatever the opposite of dazed is. More laser-focused than I have ever been in my life, with one singular goal: get back to my car. I dropped the bag, booked it across the street, got in my car, and slammed the pedal to the floor before the door was even all the way closed. I went as far as I could as fast as I could until I hit a red signal, then I pulled off to the side and realized I shouldn't be driving any more than necessary in the condition I was in. I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour store and took a breath. I was finally calm and coherent enough to zip up and formulate a plan of action. My first lucid thought was, who do I call first, the police or the girl whose house that was? I thought about it for what couldn't have really been more than 10 seconds, but felt like an hour, and decided, okay. I am in my locked car with the engine running. If trouble starts, I can drive away. I know something's up, she might not, she needs to know not to keep walking in that direction. But as I was dialing her number, it occurred to me, what if there was no girl? I thought I remembered delivering to that house before, but what if I was wrong? What if the girl on the phone was just a decoy to get me there to rob me, or worse? Every pizza guy on the planet has seen the Evil Genius documentary by now, so I thought she called me all out of breath. She wasn't home. The whole thing was off, can't risk it, I'll start with the cops. I called 911, the operator was very helpful in keeping me calm, because I was a complete wreck by this point. He kept assuring me that someone would be there soon. I kept telling them they had to get there before the girl did, but I was trying to express 3 thoughts at once, and really damaging my own credibility. What I said to the operator came out more as, you've got to save this girl because he wasn't after me, I was just delivering a pizza. Unless they were after me, in which case there might not be a girl, but I talked to one on the phone, so then you should find that girl because they used her to lure me there. But if she's real, she doesn't know about the guy, who is also real, and there could be more guys if there's actually a girl, and you know what? Even if there isn't a girl, there might actually be more guys. I only checked one part of the bushes, so I don't actually know. But we'll know which guy is the one I saw because I peed all over him, you know. I didn't mean to, this was back when I thought the girl was real but not home, but she might be real, so you really need to find her if she is, because the guy was real. Finally they basically just asked me to stop talking and stay on the line. But that was when I saw an incoming call from the customer. I couldn't answer it without disrupting my 911 call, so I just ignored it. But then she sent me this text like, hey, I'm here, don't see you? I told 911 she was there and they said officers were only minutes away. But who knows how long that meant. Especially after I'd given such a scattered account of the events in my panic. I just felt overwhelmed with guilt. Because my rational mind said the odds of her being a decoy girl for some large scam targeting pizza guys were low and the odds of her being the intended victim of a pred were high. So I put my 911 call on mute and turned back, heart absolutely pounding out of my chest, compulsively muttering FFFFF, the entire way. Then I took 911 off mute and told them I had returned to look for the girl. They weren't happy about that, but I saw her meandering past the parked cars in the street looking to see if one was mine, and I waved her down, flashing my brights. She bounced on over to the window of my car, happy-go-lucky. I figured that was a good sign that she wasn't in on whatever this was. But I was just so scared to be back in the general area and to not know what had just happened or what was going to happen. I kept whispering get in get in. And she was like, get it? Uh-oh. You want me to get the pizza from the back? I didn't want to make the same mistake with her that I had made with 911, so instead of trying to tell the whole story, I stuck to the bare basic facts. There was a man in your bushes. I'm on the phone with the police. I don't know where he is right now. Please get in the car so we can lock the doors. I was barely able to get even those sentences out, and I was shaking like I'd had 10 cups of black coffee. I held up my phone with 911 on the call screen to verify it for her. I thought that was why she got in the car with no further explanation, but it turns out that wasn't it. The operator kept talking. You still there? Is she with you? Are you safe? Is anyone else there? 911 kept checking in, not knowing who the third party I was talking to was. I reassured them, and we drove, more cautiously this time, to a location 911 instructed us to wait it to speak with police after they cleared the area. I didn't actually have to do much after that. The police came pretty soon after, a police car met us, I gave a statement telling them everything I observed, and she went to go speak to more officers in more detail than they needed me for. It turns out the reason she got right into a strange pizza guy's car without probing any deeper into my story is because she knew who the man was right away from my description. She had an abusive ex-boyfriend who was apparently psychotic enough that he immediately came to mind from hearing there's a guy in your bushes. She later called us to thank me and insist on leaving a huge tip. I wasn't there when the call came in, so the kid who answered didn't know to refuse to accept the money. But the manager already promised the next time we see her we can load her up with enough 1 free pie cards to last a lifetime. Easily the scariest thing that has ever happened to me, on the job or off. I want to confess to my girlfriend that I secretly terrorized her for years before we got together, but I don't want to ruin everything. My girlfriend Lisa and I have been dating for the past year. She is beyond wonderful. But no matter how much I try to stop it, I can't seem to wipe out the feelings of guilt for what I did. My consciousness and the feelings of how effed up what I did was keeps me up at night most days. Every part of my body is telling me that I need to confess, that I don't deserve her and that I am a monster. Sure, I may not have tampered with Lisa's drink on the second date to take her back to mine like I did with my previous girlfriend, but I did something just as bad. I don't want to feel guilt, and I don't want to regret anything. I hate these feelings, because what I did was all worth it. Lisa doesn't know at all that I was the one who stalked her for years before we got together. It all started back in our sophomore year of high school. She tutored me when I was having trouble in physics, and from that moment I was infatuated. I didn't work up the guts to confess to her at that time, probably because she was quite popular and I found her friends quite intimidating. So I turned to stalking. Everywhere Lisa went I would follow her. I would track her social media as well as her friends so that I would know about all the locations she'd go to. Then I would just take pictures from a safe distance, making sure she didn't see me. I still have the box where I kept all of the pictures I took of her, as well as some maps and notes about her behavior, her likes, dislikes, and everything else I got from her. Eventually, the stalking escalated. I would then begin to steal her pens, write letters to her, and leave them at the side of her house. I'd steal her socks, shorts, handkerchiefs, and a shoe or two. She eventually did suspect that somebody was stalking her, but thankfully she didn't know it was me. I learned how to cook for this girl. I started working out. Hell, I even learned about her culture so that her mom would like me. It got to a point where I tried breaking into her house to take pictures of the interior, but they had a dog so I just bailed. Then a while ago, she and her family went on a vacation to her mom's home country. And, this may seem far-fetched, but I sort of tagged along. Wasn't that difficult to find where she was, due to social media. I have absolutely no intention of harming her in any way. I swear to God himself that I cannot live without Lisa in my life. Then a year ago, I finally worked up the guts to confess. But Lisa and I actually had a lot in common and eventually started dating shortly after I made the plans to confess, and it was like a dream come true. But these feelings stirring inside me won't stop. I am planning on marrying Lisa, and I don't want to ruin it anytime soon.
My neighbors have become obsessed with my 6-year-old daughter and are trying to parent her behind my back. My husband and I recently moved to Austria. When we first moved into the neighborhood about half a year ago, we were welcomed by a few of our close neighbors and our son's friend's mother, let's call her Astrid. She took a shine to my newborn baby immediately. That same day she told me of how she had lost 2 baby girls and how lucky I was to have 2 daughters, and she only had 3 boys. The day after she came with her husband Morton, and he too wanted to pick up my newborn and paid her a lot of compliments. Then he met our eldest daughter, who is 6. He said my daughter and his son could easily pass for twins as they are in the same class, and they look alike. But this rubbed me the wrong way, because they most definitely don't. My daughter is super blonde with gray eyes and their son has dark blondish hair with hazel eyes. So I corrected him. He took offense and said what he meant was that she could pass for his daughter, the baby too. Again I corrected them that with his light brown hair and hazel eyes neither of my girls could. He once again insisted and said, I mean our features, not the coloring. Then he laughed it off and said he was just joking. Since we moved in up until a week ago, they have tried to invite us to many get-togethers, which I found strange as they hardly ever invite the neighbors that they have known for longer than us. Morton and Astrid would quite often talk to my daughter on her way back to school, and she said that it bothers her as they have both tried to pick her up and Astrid has tried a few times to touch her hair. When my husband confronted them about it, they said it's just the culture here. The picking up and touching her hair stopped after that. At the beginning of October, they wanted us to help them host a Halloween party at the end of October, and wanted us to meet them at their house so we could coordinate the children's costumes, especially the twins. We declined again as we don't celebrate Halloween. They tried to convince us otherwise and were very pushy. Even had their son knock on our door a few times to play with his twin after school. Knocking on doors to play with other children is normal, and most children roam out and about as it's a safe neighborhood and country, so that part was never suspicious to me. However, after the umpteenth time of calling my daughter one of his twins, I put my foot down and said he needed to stop joking about it as it's not funny anymore. My husband goes offshore at times due to his work, and it's been me and the children since mid-October. My daughter's teacher also lives in the neighborhood, and she is a childhood friend of Astrid. She was present in the park by our house when Astrid came up to me and handed me 3 costumes. One for each of my girls. She said as we don't celebrate Halloween, her and her husband had decided to host a Halloween party instead and wanted my girls to wear these. I was shocked but told her no. It would not happen. The teacher tried to convince me that this would be a nice way of meeting others' families and it would be fun for our children. Astrid said she had spent a lot of money on adjusting the costumes and had found the right hairstyle for my daughter to go as Gretel to her son's Hans. I told her no one made her spend the money, as I had made it very clear that none of my children would be going. Right in front of me, she took the hairband off my daughter's hair and tried to put one on that she had bought for the costume. I told her to stop and started walking off. She tried to apologize and told me to relax. We are neighbors and friends. Her teacher followed me and said not to be uptight and that Astrid meant no harm. She just likes little girls. On Monday, my daughter came home with a different hairstyle and accessories to what I had sent her off with. I asked her how she got them and she said her teacher had done her hair during lunch. I asked her if she had played rough so her hair needed to be fixed. She said no. Yesterday morning I spoke to her teacher and she confirmed that it was indeed her who had fixed her hair and that it was Astrid who bought the stuff. I asked her why she would go against my wishes, to which she said it was only hair stuff and Astrid didn't want to throw it away as she had spent money on it. She thought with 3 daughters I would appreciate help with some free accessories. She also said that I had not made it explicitly clear not to fix my daughter's hair. I left after telling her to never do it again and returned the stuff. In the evening, the neighborhood children went trick-or-treating. I let my daughter go off and play with one of the other girls who wasn't trick-or-treating. At about 7 I couldn't hear them. So, I went outside to check and they were not there. I asked one of the other children if they had seen her and they said Morton and Astrid had collected her in their car, and her friend had gone home. I asked next door to watch my other 2 while I ran with the baby to their place. When I arrived there, they were having a party in the garden and my daughter was there. She had her hair done and she had a candy bag. She was also wearing the costume. So, in my anger I called the police before speaking to anyone, and once I got off the call I called both of them PDOS and everything under the sun in multiple languages. When the police arrived and I spoke to them, we left. Today at school her teacher was very short with me and said there was no need for that as Morton volunteers for the children's football club. Having a police report filed on him was not the wisest of choices. She explained that if I wasn't happy I should have asked for a mediation appointment at the school instead of embarrassing Astrid and Morton in front of everyone. She also mentioned that it was her who helped my daughter change into the costume and it's not unusual for teachers to help their students change here. She said Astrid has been grieving and her behavior is normal. She said they didn't know they had crossed a line and it wouldn't happen again. On Friday I have to make a full statement at the police station. She wants me to cancel it as Astrid and Morton are not bad people and she thinks I should be glad someone else thinks this highly of my daughter. She wasn't harmed and she sees no reason for me being angry as the children all play in each other's garden anyway.
My neighbors have become obsessed with my 6-year-old daughter and are trying to parent her behind my back. After my neighbors essentially kidnapped my daughter, we ended up filing a report at the police station. Sadly, we were basically dismissed. We had 2 female officers on the first day, but a male police officer came in to de-escalate the situation. He is the ex of my daughter's teacher and told us as much. We had to do the report over 2 days as on the first day my daughter was too tired to relay all the details. On the second appointment we had the 2 female police officers and her ex also joined us. It seemed like he had already talked to her teacher about it, but he denied it when I confronted him about it, citing confidentiality. I was told they would have a word with Astrid and Morton, but I doubt they took it seriously as all 3 kind of defended their actions. All of them wanting to know why I wouldn't let my daughter go to a party. When we got home we had a knock on the door in the evening and it was Astrid and Morton. I didn't open the door. On Saturday while my daughter was playing in the garden with my next door neighbor's children, she said Astrid was taking pictures of her from across the street. On Sunday they came by again and kept knocking on the door. They said they knew I was inside and that they wanted to talk. I didn't open the door. I phoned the police and they said if they become violent, call back. In the meantime just open the door and tell them you don't want to talk to them. I didn't and they left. They left a message in my postbox. It was a long message about how they felt connected to my daughter and how I should take better care of her. How they know how it feels like to lose a child and that they only want what is best for her. 3 days later I kept my daughter from the school as she said that Astrid's son kept teasing her. Instead I spoke to the principal about the matter and explained that I needed this absence validated. I took my daughter to the store and I think I was followed because not 5 minutes had gone by when Astrid walked in and bumped into me by the dairy section. She apologized and blocked me in with her cart because I tried to get away. She started talking to my daughter and tried to stroke my baby's hair. So I screamed at her. That made her walk away from me. The day after I found another note in my postbox telling me not to be so hysterical, and I have that saved. I phoned my husband to come home or find a reason to get home ASAP. 2 days later both Astrid and Morton confronted me in the park and wanted to know why I was keeping my daughter away from them due to a misunderstanding, but they walked away after I screamed at them again. I phoned the police and gave them the latest evidence on the harassment and they said they would have a word with Astrid and Morton. On Monday I attended a meeting with the principal and the teacher where she apologized, but she made it out that it was a misunderstanding. The principal was very nice and told the teacher to back off sternly and not to mix her professional life and private life. Astrid and Morton came by my house that evening, and while I was attending to the laundry in the basement they were talking to my girl in the garden and she let slip that her dad wasn't home yet. They gave her some cookies, but she threw them in the outside bin while they watched on. On Tuesday they confronted us on the way to school and asked me why I lied about my husband. Luckily I wasn't alone and one of the neighbors on my street told them to back off. On the way back from picking her up at the end of the day we took a taxi home. In the evening they were banging on my door again and they had their sons with them. I called the police, but they only arrived after they had left. I discussed it with my husband on the phone and he managed to get 3 days off, but he won't be home before this weekend as his workplace didn't see it as an emergency until yesterday's incident. Yesterday they came by again while we were in the park. I was preoccupied with my son and I noticed a tap on my shoulder. It was Morton holding my daughter and he said I should take better care of her as she might walk into the road while my attention is elsewhere. He made it out as if she had run into the street, but my daughter denied it. I grabbed her and the other children and left and packed some stuff. I asked my other next door neighbor to collect my post and hold on to it while I booked a hotel. She informed me that the post office will do it for free for 14 days, but that she will look out for my house and note if they come by again. Words have gone round that they are being a bit weird about my daughter. I have been staying in this hotel since and my husband is arranging tickets for us to visit my parents before the Christmas holidays. At this point I don't want to stay here anymore and my husband will have to ask for a transfer. I spoke to the principal and she said she would check in on my daughter in the morning and keep her at pickup time and I can pick her up from the office. I haven't told the principal about our moving plans just in case she mentions it to another teacher, and it gets back to Astrid's friend. I hate lying, but feel that if I don't it may put us at risk. One of my neighbors on the other side of the street said both Astrid and Morton have mentioned that they suspect that I neglect my child, and that they tried to insinuate that maybe I was too overwhelmed with 4 little ones while my husband was offshore. She told them I wasn't and they have now moved on to another neighbor trying to badmouth me. It seems like they are recruiting witnesses. So, my neighbor said it's best to keep documentation in case they call CPS on us, and to get a copy and confirmation from the police that there is bad blood between us. My husband can deal with the paperwork in the aftermath, and join us when he can arrange a transfer, but I am not staying here anymore. Illegally importing bees into Uruguay turned me into a big-time criminal all because a university professor wouldn't answer my calls. So I was a grocery store employee from Tulsa, Oklahoma. During the virus I was burnt out and acting impulsively. I made some risky investments into crypto which destroyed me financially. Sick of my mundane life in the Great Plains and with economic mobility out of reach in America, I decided to move to Uruguay where I had citizenship through my stepfather. I figured the small amount of savings I had managed to keep would go further in South America, and I'd be able to start a modest business. I had recently read a book about beekeeping, and had this romantic image in my head of a life out in the country, tending to my hives and selling honey at the local farmer's market. The problem, I had no money or technical know-how. I found a solution I believed could solve both of these. I entered an informal agreement with an ecology professor in Montevideo, which I believed was binding. This was my downfall. In exchange for letting his grad students conduct research on my cousin's farm in Cerro Largo, he would pay for me to import Apis cerana honeybees from Myanmar, and show me how to set up an apiary. These bees had never before been farmed in the region, and he believed it could make an interesting research paper. The bees arrived quickly and we soon had a respectable apiary established. Bees usually don't start producing honey for at least a year, so I was mostly spending my time helping my cousin with his other farm projects, and trying to find a part-time job in Malo. Things seemed to be going well until the professor and his team stopped showing up. I tried contacting him, but he wouldn't return my calls either. A few days later, 2 government agents showed up and informed me that I was under investigation for the illegal importation of an invasive species to Uruguay. I explained my situation with the university, but I think it was the professor who had turned me in. Of course, the word of a respected ecologist was taken over that of an American Jew who had arrived in the country 2 months prior. Turns out, the bees had shown up at a few other farms in the area. Authorities were concerned they could destroy the local colonies, which have already been on the decline recently due to climate change. I was in over my head, so I ran. I arrived at the airport paranoid out of my mind. Even though I was mostly likely in for nothing more than a hefty fine, I felt like Frank Abagnale. I boarded a flight to Los Angeles and landed in the US with $14 in my bank account. My friend was able to Venmo me $100, which unfortunately wasn't enough to get to Tulsa. I found a flight to Seattle for $75 and took it without thinking. I am now writing this from the train out of the airport. God help me. I threw away the dinner leftovers at my boyfriend's house and his uncle exploded at me. So I have been with my boyfriend for about 6 weeks and last Saturday was the first day I was going to meet his aunt. I really wanted to make a good impression. His aunt was the person that raised him as his mom was a substance addict who roped him repeatedly when he was a toddler. Anyway, when my boyfriend and I got to his aunt's house I was blown away at how much food there was. There was enough for around 20 people, even though there were only 11 actually present. Most of them were fat though, so I assumed that's why there was so much food. Either way, the food was really good. I could see why many of the family members, not my boyfriend, were fat. While eating, I sort of felt like because there was so much food, they were expecting me to eat more than I usually would. As I said, I wanted to make a good impression, so I offered to help clean up. His aunt was very happy to have my help, so I started cleaning the table and started dumping all the uneaten food in the trash. I truly had no idea they had any intention of saving it. His aunt tried to be nice about it, but I could tell she was really mad. His uncle on the other hand was way more direct and accused me of wasting money, wasting food and not thinking about the family members who were going to eat later. The thing is, we never ate leftovers in my house and food either got eaten or thrown away. We were not poor enough to eat leftovers, and we were raised to not indulge in gluttony. Either way, I said I was sorry and his aunt said she would try to understand, but his uncle said that I was way too spoiled for this family. This really hurt my feelings. I tried to talk to my boyfriend about it and he said he was upset that I was so careless and at least didn't ask first. I said I was sorry and explained my point of view. He got mad when I used the word poor, however. He told me this mindset of mine really needed to change if I want us to continue this relationship.
I healed from my trauma at 44,000 feet in the air. For so long, I believed my suffering was a permanent condition, but just like it's impossible to guess what might cause you trauma, it's impossible to guess what might eventually heal that same trauma. I've always been a bit soft-spoken, I've never been the most confident girl, and now I see how my shy personality made me such an easy target for someone like my ex. We were together for about a year, and at first he seemed like a catch. He was handsome, very outgoing and charismatic. When I saw how comfortable he was in his skin, I wanted to get close to him and understand how I could develop the same sort of confidence. He was a very smooth talker, possessing sharp wit and humor, and as a result, very manipulative. When we first started dating, he would compliment me, then immediately criticize me about my appearance. Backhanded compliments like, "You should wear more makeup next time, you look nice with it, it suits you," were constant, yet somehow I fell for him anyway. It was like he never wanted me to know he actually cared about me, but he gave me enough attention to keep me around, chasing that next dopamine hit associated with him treating me like someone he loved. When I look back at that time, my heart breaks for my past self and everything she thought she deserved. That poor girl was chasing a man who treated her like a stranger, despite claiming he loved her. The absolute worst, most traumatizing part of my ex and I's relationship was our intimacy life, if you can even call it that. My ex had a very high intimacy drive, and if we spent the day together, he usually wanted to have intimacy about 4 times at least. Whether or not I wanted it was not a consideration. At first, I convinced myself I was okay with the amount of intimacy he wanted because I liked him so much. I kept saying yes because I didn't want to disappoint him or let him down. I was afraid any sort of rebellion on my end would put out the already very small flame he had for me. He was also the first person I ever slept with, and I didn't know any better. Eventually, my body couldn't handle it and I had no choice but to say no. But he would get visibly annoyed when I finally started rejecting his advances. There were times when I turned him down for intimacy, and he would roll his eyes and literally go home and ignore me for the rest of the day. What's worse is that the actual intimacy was 10 times worse than his behavior. He was extremely rough. He never asked me about my own wants or preferences, and it was like he was obsessed with recreating every absurd adult film scene he had ever watched. There wasn't a single time when we had intimacy where he wouldn't leave bruises on me. I never liked a second of it. I don't know why I put up with it. I was just a naive idiot, and I truly thought I was in love. Eventually, just like at the very start, I stopped saying no. I didn't want to make him upset. I didn't want him to leave. I started mentally checking out every time we slept together. I let myself be treated like a ragdoll long enough for me to believe I was one. Eventually, he hit me so hard one day during intimacy that he managed to dislocate my jaw. To this day, it remains to be the worst physical pain I have ever experienced. The injury was a wake-up call to the true danger of the situation I had allowed myself to fall into, and when I was discharged from the hospital, I sent him a breakup text, and he never tried to contact me again. I spent almost 2 years in intensive outpatient therapy after the breakup. The girl I once was had been destroyed, and my soul and body had been put through hell. It took forever for me to feel like I was healing, but it happened, slowly. I moved to a new city, picked up old hobbies, and made new friends. I still attend therapy, but in time, I felt recovered enough to start dating again. Although it turned out to be a terrible idea, I downloaded a dating app for the first time, but I was disgusted. When literally every man I tried to make conversation with turned the conversation intimate after only a couple of messages. The way they spoke to me reminded me of my ex and his adult films infected brain. I deleted the dating app and focused on my favorite hobbies instead. In hindsight, my taste in men was diabolical. However, the luck of the Irish finally struck me. On one particularly otherwise uneventful day, I decided to go to a Comic-Con type event that my city was hosting. I was walking alone through the convention center, just gazing at the different booths and costumes, when out of nowhere, I saw a table full of art that I immediately recognized. I was sure the art was from a faceless Instagram profile I had followed for years. I was definitely a fan, and I speed walked up to the booth and found an adorable man sitting alone, surrounded by the familiar prints. He looked up at me and gave me this wide smile. He was a ginger and had the cutest red mustache and freckles. I introduced myself and told him how I was a huge fan of his work and that I had followed him forever. He sprung up from his chair and started showering me with thank yous and saying how much my support meant to him. The next thing I knew, we were standing there at his booth, talking for almost an hour. We started by talking about our favorite shows and graphic novels, and the conversation just flowed as we kept getting to know each other. He followed me back on Instagram that night, and I found myself thinking about him for the entire week after, crushing on him every moment I got. I was at home the weekend after the con when I got a notification from him and literally squealed at my phone when I saw it pop up. The ginger artist, let's call him Liam, had sent me the sweetest message asking me out on a date. He said he thought I was lovely and extremely beautiful, and he would love an opportunity to take me out sometime. I was nervous. I still felt apprehensive to put myself out there after being hurt so badly by my ex, but I felt there was something special about Liam that pulled me to him. I healed from my trauma at 44,000 feet up in the air. Part 2. I accepted his offer, and over the course of about 3 months, Liam and I started casually dating, until one day when Liam planned a little picnic for us at my favorite park. We had just sat down when Liam asked me if I could grab something from the picnic basket he had brought. When I opened the basket, I saw an envelope with my name on it, and when I looked back at Liam, his face was as red as his hair, and he was wearing this nervous little smile. He nodded at me to open it, and inside the envelope was a little pink card with a heart drawn on it. Liam had written a message in it saying that he was totally entranced by me and he would be the luckiest man on the planet if I agreed to be his girlfriend. On the other side of the card, he had drawn us together in the same art style as my favorite cartoon. I burst out in happy tears and pulled him into the tightest hug I could manage, which still didn't feel tight enough. That day, we started dating, and every day that passed felt more like a dream. Liam was like no one I had ever met before in this life. He was the kindest, most compassionate, creative man I had ever met, and everything I learned about him made me fall more and more for him. He was always calling me beautiful and giving me tiny gifts. Every week, he gave me a new drawing he had made of me, and he loved telling me that I was his favorite thing to draw since he had first laid eyes on me. Since Liam was so caring and understanding, I eventually felt comfortable opening up to him about the intimate abuse that had taken place in my last relationship. Doing so was very hard, and I would cry as I recalled the painful memories of my ex literally breaking my bones during intimacy. Liam listened to me without judgment, held me, and told me I should never have been treated that way, and he promised he would always treat me like the treasure I was. I told that I needed time before I felt comfortable enough to start having intimacy again, and he was understanding and never pressured me in any way. We would make out, but it was hard for me for a long time to be able to trust anyone with my body again. Soon enough, we had been dating for about 4 months, and I was already hopelessly in love with him. I started to realize how much I trusted him and finally felt ready to be intimate with him. It just sort of happened one night. I tried not to overthink it too much, but as soon as we started, it felt like my body and mind just split. Anxiety began bubbling in my core, and the next thing I knew, I was having a full-on panic attack as my new boyfriend tried his best to comfort me. It was difficult, but he supported me as always, and we talked until morning. Liam told me he loved me for the first time that night, and told me my comfort came before anything. A few weeks later, we tried again, and it ended up being one of the most affectionate, romantic nights of my life. Liam treated my body like I was a piece of art in a museum. He was incredibly passionate and gentle. He kept telling me how much he loved me and how stunning I was the entire time. Afterward, I cried because I had never felt so respected and loved during an intimate experience, and I only fell deeper in love with this angel of a man as we continued dating. Every time we had intimacy, it was like I could feel my body healing from the inside out. A few months later, I was at a friend's house having a wine night with a big group of my girlfriends. We had polished off 3 bottles and eventually got on the topic of intimacy when my one friend started sharing a juicy story about how she had bought some kind of intimacy chocolates she had found online for her husband and hers anniversary. We all listened intently as she described how they ended up getting them both so turned on and loosened up enough that they were able to try a bunch of dirty new things in the bedroom that they had never done before. She ended by saying eventually, the night had an overwhelming transformative, lasting effect on their intimacy life in general. Afterward, this friend and I went to the bathroom together, and while I was peeing, I asked her about where she had gotten the chocolates. She let out this loud intoxicated laugh and told me to wait a second. She suddenly ran out of the bathroom, then came stumbling back and holding her purse a minute later. She pulled out a pack of the Tabs chocolates right there in the bathroom and handed them to me saying this was it, and we both basically collapsed on the tile floor, laughing about how feral we both apparently were. Anyway, I knew I wanted to try these ASAP, but also wanted to save the chocolates for a special occasion. Luckily, I had planned an overseas trip for Liam's upcoming birthday, and it felt like the perfect opportunity with terrific timing. I packed the chocolates in my carry-on, and if hindsight could speak, it would have told me that I about to have the experience of a lifetime. We were flying from the US to Europe, so our flight was super long, and about 5 hours in, they turned the lights low, and the majority of the people on the sparsely booked flight went to sleep. The flight attendant passed out blankets and pillows, but no freaking snacks. My boyfriend asked me if he could eat some of the chips I had bought at the airport, and I said sure and told him to grab them out of my carry-on. He stood up to get my carry-on from the overhead bin, and I closed my eyes and resumed trying to sleep. I heard Liam sit down and start to eat, and when I heard him say, "Oh my gosh, these are so good," I opened my eyes to see him holding a gold-lined package and eating the intimacy chocolates. I burst out in hushed laughter and quickly told him what they were. We literally had to cover our mouths from how hard we were laughing. Then Liam started joking, saying that now I needed to eat some since he didn't want to be the only one trying them. Just to be silly, I ate some, and since we were actually hungry, we finished the entire pack together, totally unaware that we were severely underestimating how effective they would be. Only a few minutes later, we were unable to keep our hands off each other. It was just our luck that we were alone in a back row of the plane, which again was only full of a few people. We were feeling each other up in the privacy of our back row when I looked up and saw that the lights were dim, most people were passed out, and the only working flight attendant was sitting at the front of the plane watching something on her phone. I blushed, and when I looked back at Liam, it was obvious we had the same naughty idea. We were acting like aroused teenagers as we tiptoed one by one into the plane's back lavatory. It was by far the most outrageous thing I have ever done in my entire 22 years, but sure enough, we ended up in the tiny bathroom together, feverishly getting it on like animals for about 5 minutes. The ultimate quickie, as I have now dubbed it. When we got back to our seats, it was obvious no one had noticed. We sat down and couldn't stop laughing and shushing each other. Liam said he wished he could have lasted a little longer, but his entire body was tingling after, and he said I had never felt so good. Afterward, he fell asleep on my shoulder, and I opened the window and watched the stars glide past our plane. Liam had fallen asleep while holding my hand, and I felt him squeeze it every now and then. Suddenly, I had an epiphany that hit me like a ton of bricks. I had never felt so in love, so completely comfortable and one with anyone. In the worst moments of my abusive past, I had totally given up hope that I could ever be loved like this. Yet here I was, thousands of feet up in the air, eating intimacy chocolate, screwing my beautiful, loving boyfriend in the middle of the night sky. My husband has placed a pillow barrier in between us at nighttime to protect himself from me, and I can't understand why. My husband Caleb and I met when we were 14 years old in a drama club at a Catholic high school, and have been together for 17 years. The issue stems from the fact that I've been a terrible sleeper all my life. It started back in high school when my family moved to another city and my room ended up being in the basement. I got used to sleeping in complete darkness and silence and being more comfortable on the colder side. Every sleeping situation I've had to deal with since then has been a downgrade in some way, whether it's too bright, too warm, or too noisy. I also hate the feeling of my skin touching itself, so I wrap my sheets around every limb, even between my fingers, to keep everything separated. Over the years, I've had to adapt to this by using the highest NRR earplugs I can find, putting up blackout curtains over all windows, and keeping the AC set to precisely 61 Fahrenheit. I also buy oversized sheets to allow for the extra fabric yardage I need to keep my skin from touching itself. It's still not perfect, but it works for the most part. Of course, that means Caleb has had to deal with my insanity as part of the package of being with me. I recognize I'm lucky to have landed a man at all, trust me. Even when my sleeping terms have been met, I'm still not always a polite sleeping partner. Caleb once described my behavior as like a body in a washing machine. He was so frustrated that he also took a video of my antics one time to show me what I'm like, and honestly his description was accurate. A couple years ago, Caleb finally had enough of my crap and suggested we get separate duvets. I was a little sad since it would cut into cuddle time, but I agreed. At the time, we were sharing a full-size bed since that's all we could fit into our tiny apartment, and we still slept pretty close to each other, so it wasn't so bad. We've since moved out to the suburbs and are enjoying a much larger living space and are now sharing our first king-size bed. While the upgrade has been great, it feels like I'm sleeping on another continent from him. Ever since getting our new bed, he has been so much happier. He won't shut up about how much better quality sleep he's getting. Whatever, it's fine. A couple weeks ago though, he decided to add a new feature to our bed. He stacked these two huge long pillows on top of each other and put them between us, like a stupid pillow barrier or something. I can't help but feel a little offended that my own partner doesn't want to even look at me while we're in bed together. I told him I hate the barrier and I've knocked it over multiple times, but he just puts it back up each time and then tells me it's here to stay. Caleb claims it serves as protection from my violent flailing limbs, and acts as a sound barrier because evidently I also talk a lot in my sleep and sometimes I scream. Well, last night I punched the top pillow on the barrier so hard the pillow flew across the room and Caleb had to get out of bed to reassemble the barrier, which really annoyed him. He wouldn't talk to me about any pillow barrier related topic for the rest of the night. Should I just drop it and accept this stupid pillow barrier as a part of my life now?
My wife refuses to talk to me after I told her I don't want to talk to her, but I don't see how what I did was wrong. My wife and I have been together for 6 years. She used to talk to me all the time. She used to share her day with me, just randomly tell me her thoughts, stuff like that. However, she also used to want to talk about problems we were having a lot. It felt like we were always talking about what I did wrong. She thought I spent too much time talking to exes, we were friends, I didn't prioritize her over work, it's my career, am I supposed to quit? And mostly that I didn't care enough about her, which was just completely false. There were so many different ways that she came to that conclusion. But it was like we were just always sitting down for a serious talk. So, I told her about a year ago that I didn't want to talk with her anymore. I was just tired of hearing everything I was doing wrong. I provide everything we need, can I just have a break from her nagging me? I told her that if she had a problem with the way I did things, then she could get out of my house and we'd get a divorce. She told me that she was trying to communicate because she didn't feel appreciated and that I had one foot out the door. But I think that's ridiculous. I know it's harsh, but I was at my wit's end. So now, a year later, she barely talks to me at all. When I ask about her day, she says fine. When I talk to her about work or politics or my day, she says oh wow cool. And kind walks away. Her attitude isn't bad. She's very sweet, but it's just like she doesn't care anymore. I didn't want to talk about our problems anymore, but I didn't mean to stop talking at all. We really don't talk about anything that doesn't have to do with our household. In the evenings, she just turns on the TV and we watch something until bed. Now I don't know what to do because I just found out today that she won a pretty big award at her job. And she didn't tell me. Last Friday, she said. She had to work late and it was cool. I didn't ask about it though. Today, I found out that she was really at a dinner where she was celebrated for this award. She invited some of her friends and her mom and brothers. I ran into her brother at the store today and he mentioned the dinner and said that he was sorry I couldn't make it. I asked what he meant and he said the dinner, how I wasn't able to go because I was sick. I asked him to explain the whole thing to me so now he knows too about my wife and I's situation too. What am I supposed to do? Is she punishing me or something? My entitled sister-in-law tried to force herself onto me and is now spreading lies about the situation to my wife. So my wife Jenna, I think my wife Jenna has some really negative body image issues. But to me she is absolutely gorgeous. Her body issues stem from the fact that her sister Mary, who is very conventionally attractive, has always rubbed this in Jenna's face. She has even made out with Jenna's first ever boyfriend literally to prove to her that she is prettier and guys want her more. What's worse is that her parents affirmed it. Jenna recalls her parents calling Mary beautiful more times than she cares to count. When Jenna would ask her parents whether they thought she was pretty, they would tell her she was average looking. As for Mary, she was a successful model until a couple years ago and now works in the fashion industry. In our early days of dating, when I would tell Jenna she's beautiful she would always say just wait until you see my sister. When I did finally meet her family, she would randomly press me for weeks to talk about her sister, whether I thought she was more attractive than her. I always told her the truth, that I think Mary is attractive in a boring way, and that I think my wife is much more beautiful and interesting to look at. She wouldn't let it go until I confronted her about how uncomfortable it made me and asked her what was going on. This is when she told me that she always had a chip on her shoulder about her looks because of being compared with her sister growing up. They fell into the classic smart one pretty one dynamic their whole lives. She also said Mary had a habit of being flirty with all of her exes, as per the aforementioned first ex, and warned me that it would happen to me eventually. She then started sobbing and begging me to not cheat on her with her sister, to which I forcefully said I would never cheat on her with anyone, let alone her sister. I've been crazy about my wife since day one and there's literally no woman on earth who could come close to her. I honestly didn't believe her about the flirting at first, I assumed it was just an extension of her insecurity, but I was wrong. Whenever we get together with my wife's family, Mary always finds ways to touch me and make little comments about me or my body. It's super uncomfortable for everyone, especially my wife, and I've called her out on it before. She'll cool it for a while but eventually start doing it again. Of course, she is the parents' golden child too. So whenever I do tell her to knock it off, it is usually met with her mother or father telling me she is just harmlessly joking. This upsets my wife and I deeply as there seems to be no way to get through to them. It's been 6 years of this, and every time it happens my wife is upset for days and I have to do a lot of reassuring. On to the current problem. A few days ago we were at my mother-in-law's birthday party, and Mary asked me to help her grab some things from the garage. As soon as we walked into the garage, she turned and pressed me up against the door with her whole body and started trying to kiss me. I immediately pushed her off and asked her what the F she was doing. She started giggling and saying she was just doing what we both have been thinking and kept insisting you know you want to. I told her she was out of her mind and ran out of there. I went straight to my wife and told her we were leaving. The whole ride home she was asking me what was wrong. I wasn't sure whether to tell her because I knew how much it was going to hurt but I also thought Mary would probably try to spin it as me making a move on her so I knew I had to just say it. I told her everything and she cried the whole way home. For the last several days Mary has been calling and texting my wife doing exactly what I thought she would do, even telling my wife that I said Mary was the hottest girl I've ever seen, which I had to assure my wife a million times. That I did not and would never say even though she believes my account of the situation. She's been a complete wreck the last several days, she's hardly eating, she pulls away from my touch when I try to hug her or just hold her hand, she says she feels hideous and disgusting and I don't know what to do. This is the lowest I have ever seen her, and it hurts to see how much she's hurting. I have no idea what to do to help her heal from this. My entitled sister-in-law tried to force herself onto me and is now spreading lies about the situation to my wife. The first thing I did was I told my wife that if she wanted to try to repair her relationship with her sister, I would respect that. But I also said that I don't feel comfortable being around her for the foreseeable future. I told her that Mary has obviously been deeply jealous of my wife her whole life because she is a hollow, ugly person whose entire value has an expiration date while my wife actually has substance. I said that I think her whole family is toxic and has done nothing but put her down her whole life, but that only she can decide whether she still wants them in her life. My wife is literally a scientist who does Alzheimer's research, and her parents have described her work by saying, she works in some lab. I also told my wife that while I don't blame her for her emotional reaction, her insecurity is something that she needs to work on for our relationship to be healthy. What Mary did was intimate assault and she's been harassing me for years, but I have consistently put aside my own feelings about this problem because of how it affects her, and that has prevented me from getting the support that I need. I told her that her reaction only serves to punish herself and me for her sister's behavior, and there's no reason to give her that kind of power. I also told her that the only people who have ever considered her second best are her and her family. Everyone else sees her for who she really is. She was crying the whole time and agreed that she needed to go to therapy to work on her insecurity. We were able to find a therapist who specializes in body image and self-esteem issues to work with her individually, and we're looking for a couples therapist too. My wife sent a message to her parents and sister that explained exactly what happened and told them she would reach out to them if she ever feels ready to repair their relationship. We blocked all of them everywhere, but Mary has of course been spamming my family and our friends with nonsense, claiming I attacked her, I'm a substance addict, I abuse my wife, all kinds of bullcrap that, thankfully, nobody believes. My wife is still down in the dumps, but I can see that things are getting a little better. She's eating and sleeping more and she's cuddling with me in the mornings again, which is nice. Now I'm planning a surprise getaway for us this weekend. We're going to one of our favorite places and I'm going to wine and dine her and try to make her feel like the goddamn queen she is. Update 2. My entitled sister-in-law tried to force herself onto me and is now spreading lies about the situation to my wife. So my wife loved our getaway weekend, we had a blast, and by the end of it she said she felt like herself again. For a few days after we got back things were really quiet, so we were hopeful that Mary had finally given up, but I was wrong. My friends warned me that Mary would try to interfere with my work, and while I initially dismissed it, I figured I would reach out to my boss just in case. I've been working at the same company for almost 10 years and my boss has heard me vent about Mary before, so I didn't have to explain too much. My boss just reassured me that she knows my real character and would let me know if Mary tried anything. As my friends, Mary did try to contact my boss a couple of days later, and the following is a recounting of what my boss told me. Apparently Mary said that I needed to be fired because I was pissed and claimed to have proof that I assaulted her. My boss said that was a very serious accusation to make and asked Mary to explain what proof she had. Mary claimed there was a camera that caught the whole incident, and my boss asked her to send the video. Then Mary got flustered and said the police had it, so my boss asked her to send over a copy of the police report. Then Mary said it had a lot of private information in it, so my boss asked her to redact the private information and send it over. Then Mary said she didn't feel comfortable with that, and my boss told her that she could not take action against an employee based on word of mouth from a stranger. Then Mary shouted at her about victim blaming and hung up. Unfortunately, that was not the end of it. Last Wednesday, Mary somehow sent an email from my personal email account with a PP pic to the entire office. My best guess is that I must have left my email logged in on one of my in-laws' devices. She's definitely not smart enough to actually hack me. And I know this is completely beside the point, but of course she chose the weirdest looking PP I've ever seen. I played team sports all my life, I've seen a lot of PPs, and this was something else. It was moldy, with 2 large moles and a huge vein popping at the base. Anyways, I had to apologize to everyone on staff and thankfully folks were surprisingly understanding. It's actually been kind of a nice bonding experience with my coworkers. I honestly didn't consider myself to be super well liked in the office, but it feels like everyone has been going out of their way to be kind to me and it means a lot. Anyway, at this point it was clear we had to escalate things legally. I really wanted to avoid it, but she forced my hand. My wife and I have a lawyer friend who helped us draft a cease and desist letter outlining her continued harassment and the material and emotional damage this is causing us. My wife then sent a message to Mary and my in-laws with a copy of the letter and made it very clear that we would pursue criminal or civil proceedings if her harassment continued. My wife's mom then called her crying and begged her to just let it go and leave Mary alone. My wife calmly explained that Mary is the only person responsible for this whole situation, and that their parents have always enabled her awful behavior. She also said something she later regretted but I think was pretty badass.
Mary is going to stick you two in a nursing home and steal your money the minute she has the chance, and you deserve it.
After the way her mom reacted, my wife is firmly settled on cutting off her family completely. This happened on Friday, and on Sunday Mary's best friend and sent my brother a message on Facebook to say Mary is going to leave us alone and to please not sue her. I told my brother not to respond, then just sat and enjoyed the idea that Mary was out there somewhere freaking out about the potential of having to actually face the consequences of her actions. It must be such a strange feeling for her. Since then, we haven't heard a peep from the grapevine. Update 3, my entitled sister-in-law tried to force herself onto me and is now spreading lies about the situation to my wife. So my sister-in-law Mary and my in-laws have pretty much left us alone. My mother-in-law still tries to contact my wife every now and then, giving out to her and telling her to apologize to Mary. But my wife has made it clear to her family that if the first words out of their mouths aren't "I'm sorry," she isn't interested in a conversation. As you can see, the past 6 months have made my wife a badass. She has done some amazing work in therapy and her confidence is growing all the time. It's not just with her family, she's more comfortable asserting herself at work, with strangers, with friends, etc. She's even stopped putting up with some of my crap. To be fair, the crap is stuff like my leaving my socks everywhere around the house, but I'm seriously proud of her for telling me to cut it out. I'm becoming a more responsible and supportive partner because she's able to communicate her needs and expectations without feeling guilty about it. And I'm able to communicate things to her without intense emotions fully eclipsing the conversation. I didn't mention this earlier, but my wife does struggle with rejection sensitivity even outside of her family. Often if I brought up something that I felt needed to change, her emotional reaction to feeling like she did something wrong would be really intense, and instead of dealing with the problem, it would become about regulating her emotions. Now my wife has really good coping tools that allow her to talk about the problem without thinking she is the problem. And the biggest update is, my wife is pregnant. We have a baby girl due in February. I am pooping my pants with excitement. We are going to love her so much and teach her that she is more than her beauty. She's going to have happy parents who love each other and work through issues as a team. The toxic cycle will be broken. My wife's family doesn't know and she's not sure if she'll tell them, but if she does there are going to be strong boundaries in place for how they can be a part of our daughter's life. And it'll start with family therapy. For now, she has one set of grandparents that will go to the end of the earth for her, and that's more than enough.
My crazy sister-in-law spread disgusting lies about my fiancé and got herself banned from my wedding. But now I am very worried that she was telling the truth. So I am getting married to my fiancé in 3 weeks. The strange thing about this whole situation is, I get along really well with his parents and siblings, and have ever since we first started dating. I asked his sisters to be bridesmaids and his brothers are groomsmen. All his siblings act happy and normal, except his middle sister, Megan. When we first started dating, Megan was cool with me, but as soon as we got engaged she flipped a switch. I could not figure out why. I knew there had to be something. It all started with her storming off when we announced our engagement, at Christmas time last year. She apologized and said it made her feel bad about her recent relationship and accepted being a bridesmaid anyway. She's gone from being friendly to overnight ignoring me anytime she sees me, but also remaining involved in wedding activities. She criticizes everything about the wedding every step of the way, out loud. My future mother-in-law and fiancé have both called her out on her behavior, but it doesn't help. I confronted her about this gently and asked if I did anything wrong. But she denies anything is wrong and brushes me off. Fast forward to last Sunday, Megan asked me to grab coffee out of the blue. She said she's given a lot of thought to admitting this part of her life to someone, but felt she had to. She said that she and fiancé fooled around and eventually had intimacy, which continued for a bit but stopped years ago before I came into the picture. She said she can't help but feel the only reason they stopped was because society gave them no choice and that anything besides what they swore would be a secret couldn't exist. According to her, they stopped when fiancé moved out of his parents' house. I didn't believe one word of it, however. I freaked out and told her she's lying. I told her to never speak to me again and that she will not be allowed anywhere near my wedding. I told my fiancé and he was shocked. I told him I don't want her at our wedding and I know it hurt him. He didn't push back on her claims, however, but he said it's going to cause a lot of family issues and they're going to tear her apart if they find out what she told me. He called her quietly in a different room away from me and came out telling me that I should reconsider not inviting her. His reaction is making me suspect that his sister was not lying, even though that is something I really do not want to believe. My crazy sister-in-law spread disgusting lies about my fiancé and got herself banned from my wedding. But now I am very worried that she was telling the truth. I called my soon-to-be sister-in-law Megan this morning and told her I just want to talk, without any anger or yelling. I went over to her apartment and just told her to tell me what she can. Megan said she felt like her and her brother always had a mutual attraction to each other when they were teens but didn't do anything. When she went to college she asked to use his desktop since her laptop wasn't fast enough, and would leave hints like browser history of that kind of taboo adult films and then eventually just leave the page up that she was watching. She said they supposedly started this when she was 19 and right before his 21st. Said it continued until he moved out at 23. She asked him if he wanted to do mutual masturbation sessions with her and it lasted for a few months before she said it escalated to intimacy. So they both lived at home at this point and mother-in-law has always been a stay-at-home mother. Their parents like poker and still go to a weekly game at a friend's house. According to Megan they had a specific day a week for this back then and they did this on that night when parents were away. Besides that time frame they would coordinate if a home alone opportunity could happen. I asked her if she can give me any text proof or anything but she said she has none. I asked if anyone in the family knows or can confirm any of this. She said no one found out and they never came close to being caught. I asked if this kind of relationship happened with other siblings and she seemed offended at me, asking that and said that it's not a thing but just a specific attraction to one person which happened to be her brother. At this point I got super upset again and told her she's not giving me any proof besides her word. I told her I'm going to go to my mother-in-law with this information today. Megan told me she'd deny it to anyone and that this is the last time she will talk about this to me. She just wanted me to know that if they weren't siblings and forced to stop he probably wouldn't be getting married to me. As I was leaving she told me that his parts curved to the right. My body got cold because it's true. So I have a lot of dread right now and I need to figure this out. I told my mother-in-law that I have to speak to her. I just can't process or deal right now. I do not know how to confront my fiancé with the new information and I didn't even tell him I was going to see Megan again. Update 2. My crazy sister-in-law spread disgusting lies about my fiancé and got herself banned from my wedding. But now I am very worried that she was telling the truth. After talking to my sister-in-law yesterday morning, I reached out to my mother-in-law and told her I had to have an urgent face-to-face that evening. I was planning on going there with my fiancé, if he'd come with me. Mother-in-law called me a little while before my fiancé got home and she was super upset. She said Megan talked to her and that she needed us to come over when he got home. Fiancé came home and I told him I went to see Megan again. He told me that his mom called him and told him Megan went to talk to her and that we have to go see her immediately. He got upset at me but wasn't mad. He asked what happened and I told him Megan doubled down on their situation being true and gave me specific examples. He got visibly sad and upset and said he couldn't handle hearing specifics of whatever she came up with and that we needed to go. I was pretty much sobbing at this point. I was genuinely fearing that she was telling the truth. We went over mother-in-laws and father-in-law and Megan were there. Mother-in-law was crying, Megan was crying. Apparently Megan confessed what she told me, and claimed that it was all a lie on her part. I was more relieved than I had ever been in my entire life. Megan went on to apologize to me and told me she's in a very dark place right now and can't mentally handle anyone else's happiness. She said that the wedding coming up made her feel like everyone else was happy and she was losing her family. She said that her relationship with her ex is over and that they stopped working on it a while ago and she can't cope with it. Considering she is crying over an ex who is literally an offender, safe to say she is pretty crazy. She said that I don't have to forgive her or ever be near her, that she's not coming to the wedding and taking time away from everyone to go to therapy. I quietly asked her about how she knew about the physical specifics. She said she saw a picture once when she was snooping through his stuff. A lot more was said but mainly just things she's dealing with in her mental health. Mother-in-law hugged me and told me that she can't imagine what I must have thought of her family and that Megan may never be able to rebuild a relationship or trust with me again but that she's thankful for us and that she's going to help her daughter get better. When we left he asked me what I meant by physical specifics and I said that she knew he had a curve down there. We did a lot more talking after between the two of us last night and came to the conclusion that if the therapy goes well, we will consider letting Megan into our lives again. Even potentially our bedroom. My husband is into watching other people and Megan and I are both bi.
What was the dumbest thing you have ever told your partner that ruined your relationship? A few months ago, my girlfriend and I were talking, and I brought up the topic of types. I mentioned it because her best friend and I seemed to damn near be the exact same individual, just of different genders, and I joked that she must have a type. She took it a bit more seriously than I intended and proceeded to tell me she wasn't sure she had a type, but she did like it when men were comfortable with expressing femininity, and that she thought tattoos were cool. Then she asked me my type, and I told her that generally it's been curvy blondes with long hair, big honkers, short, and blue eyes. She lightly teased me for having basic tastes and we moved on. Now, for the past couple of months, she's been asking for constant reassurance. Asking if I'm sure I like her immediately after moments of intimacy, asking if I find her attractive and so on. She also stopped coming with me to the gym, which was strange because she loves weightlifting, and has lost a lot of her muscle tone. This morning, a woman walked past our car at a red light. I sincerely didn't notice her, but my girlfriend said, "Wow, look at her. She's exactly your type." I hadn't thought about that conversation since it happened, but everything made sense instantly. I told my girlfriend that she was my type, she said, "Not even close," and started crying. I have only seen her cry one other time in the 4 years I've known her. My girlfriend is tall, flat-chested, muscular and has short brown hair and brown eyes. She's beautifully androgynous and occasionally people mistake her for a very pretty teenage boy. She said when she spoke about her type, she said she described a vague style pretty much anyone could embody. Meanwhile I described an individual person she was in no way similar to, but always felt like she was expected to be. She said she couldn't go to the gym anymore because she'd tell herself I was checking out other girls. I glanced sometimes, and all she could think about was how unlike my ideal she was. That one throwaway conversation has been eating away at and completely wrecked her self-esteem for months and I only just realized. Looking back, she definitely did try to bring it up once before early on, and I brushed it off with "You're perfect for me baby, don't worry about stupid stuff," not understanding how bad she was feeling. Have you ever met your celebrity crush? A literal household name celebrity once tried flirting with me and I blew my chance. I've been a huge fan of a specific celebrity for the past 4 to 5 years. I have been maybe her biggest fan. I know her every single song. I must have watched every show she's been on, every interview she's given. I know what shampoo brand she uses. I have posters of her in every single room in my house. I have a blow-up doll which I have dressed like her. I love her music, and I love her personality. She's beautiful and has the kindest heart. I have rubbed one out to her more times than I care to count. Anyways, so a few weeks ago I was abroad for business-related reasons. After a long day of work in a small office, I wanted to walk to my hotel to get some fresh air. On my way there, I saw a bar. It seemed like a quiet place, so even though I was very tired, I went in to see what kinds of beers they had. I sat down and ordered one, and started mindlessly scrolling on my phone so I wasn't alone with my thoughts, as you do when you're sitting at a bar alone. After ordering my second beer, someone said hi. I turned around, and saw her. Like, don't get me wrong, I've met women at bars before, but never had a woman come up to me first, so that was new. And it was her of all people. Her. So of course I thought I must have fallen asleep on my desk at work and I was dreaming. I was freaking out, internally. Externally, I managed to keep my cool, and said hi back. Since I couldn't believe who's standing in front of me, it was more like a nervous and awkward nerdy hi. She said she saw me sitting alone, and she was alone as well, so she thought it might be nice to chat while enjoying our drinks. I said of course, I mean why not, sit, and rather aggressively pulled up a chair. I was very, very excited and nervous. But it seemed like she still hadn't realized I was a fan. I told my name and she said hers, but I didn't say I already knew her because I wasn't sure about revealing that. At first I was a little awkward and talked about the weather, how nice the bar is and stuff. Then we talked for another hour or so. The conversation was going pretty well and thankfully I was much calmer at that point. Then I told her I was in the city for work, and talked about what I do very briefly. She said she was there for work as well, and said she makes music. At that point I thought I had to be honest. I said I know, I'm a huge fan actually, I love your every song, I have all your merch. Her expression quickly changed, from happy to disappointed, and she said oh. That was the moment I realized I messed up. Thinking about it now, maybe not telling that to her a little earlier was a bigger mess up. She said she doesn't think getting close with fans is appropriate. I said, wait, so we were gonna get close? She said nothing in return and changed the subject. It got a little awkward again and we only talked for a few more minutes. She said we could take a selfie if I wanted to, so we did. I offered her my number, and said maybe we could grab a coffee if she ever comes to my country. She accepted it, but probably out of politeness. Then I walked her to her car, and I'll probably never gonna see her in person again outside of a concert. I can't stop thinking about how else that night could go.
I'm getting very annoyed at my dom in the bedroom because of our real life dynamic, plus update. A few years back, I developed a very strong thing for subbing in the bedroom, and for the longest time, I literally would not cross the finish line unless I was being heavily dommed until I cried by my partners. So, I met my current husband a few years ago and we've had a great intimacy life. He always respects my boundaries and we do aftercare. He treats me really well outside the bedroom, princess treatment style. But I'm just going to say it straight up, recently I've been getting more and more annoyed in the bedroom because our real life dynamic is completely different from our intimacy life. It's literally the opposite. I'm the breadwinner, I make 10 times more than him, whereas he doesn't have a job. I put food on the table, pay our rent, own a company of over 100 employees. I look after our kid, I do the housework, I carry out my entire life financially and domestically. Due to this, I've started to get more and more irritated at him calling me stupid SLT and dumb beach and worthless WH in the bedroom when he literally wouldn't be able to survive without me and my income and my labor. Like, no honey, I'm not a dumb SLT, you literally won't have a roof if I wasn't here. I pay for our trips, business class fares and literally support our entire lifestyles. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit worked up after a long session of being dommed by him. It never used to bother me previously. In fact, I used to feel relieved because the entire day, I ran my company and had people relying on me for decisions and income. Letting go of control in the bedroom used to feel like a relief. Update, I sat down and had a talk with him. I told him I feel like he's starting to mean all the things he's calling me in bed and that I'm feeling resentful about it. I asked him to reassure me that he doesn't actually think low of me, that he doesn't actually think I'm worthless or stupid or dumb or pathetic. He looked straight at me and said he means it and has always meant it. For me personally, being dommed in bed is okay, but your husband of 7 years actually thinking you're worthless as a human being when you've been working 12 hours a day to support your family and child hurts on another level. I asked him if he's serious. He said he is. He said only a worthless woman would allow a man to do that to her in bed and that I had a thing for it before I met him meant I have always given it out easy. He genuinely seemed confused at my reaction and asked why I think he doms me if he doesn't mean it. I said it's simply a play in bed. It doesn't have to be carried outside the bedroom. I lost my mind at this point and screamed at him. I had to let out everything starting with the fact that I'm so exhausted and unappreciated and he's extremely lazy and does nothing all day. One thing led to another and I told him I want a divorce. I feel like I don't know this man anymore. He's not the same caring person I met years ago who would do anything to make me happy and spoil me.
My immature classmates actually violated the nicest teacher in the school as a prank and I helped them. I feel awful about it. So back when I was in 6th grade there was a young teacher in school we will call Miss Kelly. She was extremely nice to everyone, even the delinquents like myself in her classes. Nobody had a bad thing to say about her. She was in her mid-20s and was a very conventionally attractive teacher, and as a result my friends and I would always look forward to her classes. The thing with my friends was, we were pranksters. Whether that meant doing things that were not pranks at all, such as bullying people, hurting people with butter socks, or actual pranks like lighting tin foil covering poop on fire and ringing people's doorbells, leading them to stop the tin foil, cover their socks in poop and walk around the house with it, we were always up to something. So we made Ms. Kelly our next target. She always wore skirts, so we decided to use that to our advantage. We came up with a genius brutal prank, one which looking back was sadistic and cruel, and should have had way more consequences than it actually did. The first thing we did was take a paper clip. We then took a long piece of thin white string and attached it to this clip. The string had to be very long. This prank out hours required precision, and I was recruited to setting up the prank. I walked into Ms. Kelly's class the next day with my friends, holding the paper clip, and she was wearing a skirt. She would always stand to greet everyone at the door and we used this to set everything up. One of my friends started making small talk with her, allowing me to walk behind her while walking to my seat, and very carefully attach the paper clip to her skirt, while putting the string over her shoulder. When it was complete, I signaled it to my friend, and let him know it was all set up. I walked by and a few seconds later, just when the students were all inside the classroom, my friend informed Ms. Kelly that she had a piece of string on her shoulder. She thanked him and yanked it. And well, as you guessed it, her skirt went flying up. I remember my friends erupting into laughter, and the rest of the class watching in a mix of shock, horror and amusement. She started crying immediately and ran out of the class. After the novelty of the prank wore off I started feeling really bad for what we did. Guilt started plaguing me and I walked into school the next day with the intention of apologizing. Sadly, Ms. Kelly never came into our school again. My baseball coach hired intimacy workers to sexually violate our team during a tournament and my dad caught us in the act. So when I was 16 I spent a summer traveling with my baseball team. We would travel out of state for tournaments and stay in motels for them. The second evening of a specific tournament, my team didn't have any games, so my roommate and I were just hanging out in the room watching TV. While we were watching, some teammates dropped by to hang out. Then a few more showed up. Then some more until the entire team was piled in our room just watching TV, playing cards, and hanging out. About 30 minutes later there was another knock at the door. One of the guys checked the peephole and let us know that it was just one of the coaches. Now this coach was actually a 23-year-old guy who had just graduated college the year before and was wanting to get into coaching, so the primary coaches had just let him join the staff a few weeks earlier as the preverbal low man on the totem pole. When my teammate opened the door the coach stumbled into the room with two young women tailing close behind. They were both in miniskirts and very small tops. The clearly inebriated coach quickly began bragging about how he managed to bring two women home from the bar, when in reality they were call girls. He had them introduce themselves where they informed us that they were 21 and 22 years old. We were 15 and 16-year-olds. As they made some flirty small talk we were all dead silent. We had no idea what was going on and nobody knew how to react. After about a minute the conversation took a hard turn. The coach just turned and asked the girls to show their honkers to all of us to prep us for the games the next day. He told them that we were just a bunch of 16-years-olds and we would love it. The more talkative of the two girls quickly chimed in that she would do it for $20 and then even volunteered her friend to do it to us too to sweeten the pot. At first, we all kept dead silent as we threw nervous glances at each other. Finally one of the guys blurts out, "Hell, why not?" and pulls out a $20 bill. Each girl back to back pulled down their spaghetti straps and showed the melons to the entire room. You could have heard a pin drop. It was painfully awkward. After this one of the guys thought he would be cool and asked one of the girls if she had implants, to which she said yes. The coach then asked if he wanted to touch them. She looked at him, gave him permission, and again volunteered her friend to have her coconuts. They were hairy, grabbed too. She even invited the guy who paid the $20 to squeeze away if he wanted to too. They both awkwardly squeezed each girl's melons in turn. Again you could have heard a pin drop from the rest of us. Nobody knew exactly what to do or say. Right about that moment there was another knock at the door. The coach checked the peephole and immediately hurried the two girls into the bathroom. He then went back and opened the door to let in what ended up my dad. Without hesitation he asked, "Where are they?" When nobody said anything he went straight for the bathroom, opened the door and went inside. We all stood there not knowing what to do, but my dad only came out maybe 15 minutes later with both of the girls, and he looked rather tired. The fact my mom had divorced him a year prior makes it very likely he did it with them in the bathroom. Anyways, he told both girls to leave after. He then looked at the coach, who was still in the room for some reason, told him to go outside, and they walked out together. We didn't hear anything from anybody the rest of the night. The next morning the head coach told us that the young coach had been dismissed and sent home, and that was the only thing that was ever said about it. Nobody ever asked any of the players anything and it pretty much just got brushed under the rug. However, I must admit the coach's strategy worked. We won the tournament.
My husband is falling in love with an old friend of his who moved into our neighborhood recently. He denies this but his actions tell a different story. My husband and I have been married for 11 years and we have only ever had one issue. The 21-year-old woman who rents an apartment down the street from our house. She and my husband knew each other from years ago, because she used to be friends with my brother-in-law. So my husband knew her when they were younger, but they didn't stay in contact or have any relationship with each other until last summer when she moved into her current apartment. She's a nice girl, but sometimes my husband's actions towards her make me super mad. The first thing that bothered me was one night she had come over to watch our sons when our normal babysitter pulled out at the last minute. She refused payment, so we bought her takeout from a local restaurant with the rest of us and she ate dinner at the house. While babysitting the boys earlier, she had been swimming with the boys in our pool, and at one point during dinner said something about being cold. I was going to tell her I would run upstairs and grab her one of my sweaters when my husband took off the hoodie he was wearing and gave it to her. It just made me feel uncomfortable for some reason. I talked to my husband and told him how it made me feel, and told him next time in a situation like that it was so much easier to go and get one of my sweaters. He did apologize, but it doesn't help that after he gave it to her she kept it. She still has not given it back. Another incident that happened was last night. She came over for an elementary school graduation party for one of sons. She got a phone call in the middle of it and left for about an hour. My husband went over to check on her, and when she came back she seemed really upset, saying that something was wrong with her mom health-wise. Later on at around midnight, she and my husband were talking by the fire pit on a swing we have. She still seemed really upset and he had his arm around her shoulders, clearly trying to cheer her up. None of that bothered me. What bothers me is that when I came back outside they were both asleep on the swing with her head on him. I woke them up and they both seemed startled. She left soon after. I talked to my husband again about how it bothered me and he apologized, but said that he was just trying to make her feel better, and since the relationship is completely platonic I don't have anything to be uncomfortable about. He asked if I would be upset if she was a cousin. I told him no, but she's not a cousin. He said he understood, but the way he has been acting today tells me differently. He keeps telling me how much he worries about her, and how he will try his best to make sure she is okay. My husband is falling in love with an old friend of his who moved into our neighborhood recently. He denies this but his actions tell a different story. So I sat down with my husband and had another talk with him. I told him I wasn't accusing him of anything and laid out exactly how everything had made me feel. From her keeping his hoodie for days on end to falling asleep on each other, I laid it all out. He seemed genuinely sorry that I felt that way, and said he was happy that I talked to him about it all and was open about it. But he said that he didn't understand. He said that if I was secure in our relationship, trusted his loyalty and monogamy, and stated that since I trusted her, he didn't understand why I was upset about these things. I have never trusted her, however, although she is nice. If they were drunk and alone, I would not put it past her to make a move on him. Due to this, I tried to ask him if he would feel like it wasn't a big deal if the roles were reversed, and it was a male friend who I was getting close to like that. He said that if there was a male, things would be different. I asked him why, and he could not come up with an answer. After that, he conceded, and said that he respected that I wasn't comfortable with it and did not think it was different. He said he was going to be more aware around her. He said he didn't think it was fair to cut her off or stop inviting her over, however, or having her watch the boys, and I did agree. Edit. I remembered the fact that she still had the hoodie, so I went to go get it. When I got it, I could tell she had worn it a lot as it smelled exactly like her. Due to this, I washed it. When I was folding the laundry, my husband came in and saw that I had washed it and definitely seemed a little annoyed. He sighed, rolled his eyes and shook his head. I didn't say anything though. Later on, as he was putting everything away into his closet, he held up the hoodie and was like, "I told you that you didn't have to wash it. If you're so sure I'm going to cheat on you, why does it matter that my hoodie smells like her?" And then he took it and threw it onto the floor of his closet. I told him I didn't think he was going to cheat on me, but I didn't like his clothing smelling overpoweringly like another woman. He said I was harping on this and that I was behaving ridiculously. We did not speak for the rest of the day. Today, after he got dressed, his closet door was open and I saw the hoodie wasn't on the floor anymore, but it wasn't with his other sweatshirts either. I asked him where it was, and he didn't answer. He just said, really low, to himself, "You've got to be kidding me, here we go again." I told him that I wasn't trying to start anything. It had been on the floor and now it wasn't, so if it needed to be cleaned again or ironed, I would. He turned around, told me to let go of the effing hoodie. "I'm not talking about it again." I was completely shocked because he never talked to me like that before, especially not in front of our kids. He didn't even apologize, he just left for work and slammed the door.
Things such as NZ Germany can happen again. Jewish people were in denial about the camps as they were happening. I am a German Jew. My grandparents are survivors of the Holocaust and are still alive. Their heartbreaking and inspirational stories about the camps and day-to-day life inspired me to study anti-Semitism and the history of NZ Germany. People such as Ben Lesser, a survivor of the Holocaust himself, are right when they say that progress is real. It's very real, and we can't compare today's reality with Nazi Germany. But progress isn't a one-way street, and late NZ Germany isn't the bar we mean when we say never again. Never again doesn't just mean that we must prevent the Holocaust from happening again. It means that we must prevent everything that led to the Holocaust from happening again, and that includes the situation in Weimar Germany. As the German saying goes, "Where it den anfangen, nip things in the bud." Too many people forgot or simply don't want to remember that conservatives destroyed the Republic in Germany and handed its body willingly to the Nazis. And that's where we have to be vigilant, because if we wait for actual Nazis to take over, it might be too late. I know it's difficult to convince people about the possible dangers of the early signs, but that's what we need to do, and for that it is moral and necessary to point at the 30s and explain where things might lead to if we allow dehumanization, laws against minorities, and fascist rhetoric. It has always been difficult to convince people, but it was more difficult back then. Even after the Nazis came to power. 2 days after Germany's Mustachio was elected chancellor, Germany's biggest Jewish newspaper wrote "Remain calm" on their front page. In 1936, thousands of Jewish tourists from the USA and Austria visited Germany for the Olympic Games and, back home, reported that they thought it was nice. That's 3 years into camps and deprivation of civil rights of Jewish citizens. When you listen to German survivors, there is a common theme. They all report that their parents said something like, "The country of Goethe and Schiller will never allow it," when someone expressed concerns, even in the late 30s. My own great-grandmother founded a resistance group in the 30s and told me she had a hard time convincing her own father. In 1935, when he received a letter with his expatriation, he thought they must have made a mistake, took his World War I Iron Cross and walked to the registration office. That's the problem with things that are so unbelievable. Most think it will never happen until it happens. But that's why and how we need to point at NZ Germany. Not to compare today's situation with it, but to point out that things like that can happen again because it happened before. My idiot best friend tried to seduce his crush and ended up getting the police involved. The aftermath made me question everything I knew about love. So my best friend Skip had a major crush on a girl who I will call Sally. Sally was that girl who was asked out by many due to her beauty and bubbly personality. She was an artist with a very creative mind. Due to her own creativity, she loved it when guys were super creative when they would ask her out on dates. The more creative, the more you had her attention. It was getting close to Valentine's Day. It was time for the dance we called the Sweethearts Ball. Skip desperately wanted to ask Sally to the dance, but couldn't come up with a creative enough way to ask her. Myself and our friend were popping off suggestions while at lunch. I told him he could send her some roses and say, "My heart would be like these roses, in full bloom and full of life, if you go to the Sweethearts with me." Another friend chimed in, telling Skip to send her a bag of M&Ms and say, "It would be so sweet if you would go to the Sweethearts with me." Another friend stated that he should toilet paper her car and say, "It would wipe me out if you went to the sweethearts with me." And yet another friend threw out a suggestion, asking Skip why not just pour a heart shape on her lawn with gasoline and light it on fire and say my heart would go up in flames if you went to the sweet heats with me. Skip, listening to all of this, had his mind clamp around one thing that was mentioned. I'm sure at this point, some of you have already figured out, the one he chose to do. This was all on a Friday. Now none of us were present when Skip asked her, however, we did see the aftermath. Here are the events that followed. Monday, Sally avoided Skip. He's a psycho, avoided him. Tuesday, Skip was starting to behave irregular. Always very nervous and looking over his shoulder. Wednesday, Skip's name is called over the intercom system before classes start. About 10 minutes later, principal's office calls myself and a couple of friends. We are told to sit outside the office. We all discussing what kind of stupidity Skip could have pulled off. We were all debating, telling each right here there was no way he toilet papered her car or burned her lawn. There was just no way. I mean, Skip was dumb, but he wasn't that dumb. A few minutes later, Sally walks into the office. She had a smirk on her face. She says to us, "Have they told him yet?" All of us were totally confused. That's when the door opens. Skip comes out in handcuffs. He was crying his eyes out, repeating how sorry he was over and over again. It was then that Sally walked up to him and gave him a huge hug. While hugging him, she tells him that she will go to the sweethearts ball with Skip. My friend and I's jaws just drop. We are all thinking, what the F just happened? They uncuffed him, and Skip has the what the F look as well. The fire marshal then walks out laughing. He then starts speaking. "It was all her idea, I couldn't refuse my little girl, however, you ever set fire to my lawn again, I'll kick your butt. You will come and fix it. And you three, stop putting ideas into his head. He will clearly do anything you guys tell him to." That was the day we found out that Sally's father was the fire marshal in our county. He and the sheriff gave Skip a tongue lashing for setting fire to his front yard, with a heart shape burning in the grass. And a sign by the front door saying, "My heart will go up in flames if you went to the sweethearts with me." Skip and Sally have been happily married for 23 years now. My best friend of 24 years is now a transgender woman. I'm in love with her and not sure if I should tell her. My best friend and I have been extremely close our entire lives, we're practically brothers. Our parents grew up together, so my friend and I were together ever since we were little babies. We've always had each other's back, protected one another, cared for each other. When the whole world felt like it was against us, the both of us knew we were always looking out for each other. So my friend transitioned to a female a few months ago. She's completely physically a woman. She's been through hormone replacement therapy these past few years. Seeing her becoming so much more happier is amazing to see. I'm absolutely proud of her. It's beautiful to see my friend now be so free, being comfortable with herself and always having the greatest smile on her face. But I'm falling for her, and these feelings aren't going away. I'll admit that I'm in love with my friend. The friend I've known for 24 years is who is stealing my heart, and I don't know what to do. I don't want to lose my friend, but my feelings of friendship for her are turning to romantic feelings of attraction. After my friend transitioned, we continued hanging out and talking like nothing changed. We continued going out to clubs and bars, the movies, restaurants, playing video games. Nothing changed, we kept doing what we always did. During this time is when my feelings began to change. I started falling in love with her. You know what attracted me? Her, the way she is. My friend is now acting like herself, acting free and full of life, always laughing, dancing and being goofy. It hurts me, because this is someone I grew up with and I'm afraid my feelings are going to push her away or make this awkward. Like always, I'm insanely happy being with my friend, but my feelings for her are crushing me right now every time we're together again. I've fallen in love with her true self. Her true self is absolutely beautiful. I've spoken to another close friend of mine about this. I just got made fun of. Ha! You wanna F your boy, seriously? Is practically what I got. They didn't understand where I was coming from. They didn't understand what an insanely amazing person my friend is. This friend of mine feels it's creepy and nasty that I'm falling for my best friend. They also aren't taking my friend's transition seriously, which is another reason why they're acting immature. All he did was make fun of me, so ever since then I haven't spoken to anyone else about how I feel. Also, aside from being scared of losing my friend, I'm afraid of what our families will think. What happens if my friend and I do end up together, and our families suddenly start to panic? I'm afraid of not only ruining my friendship, but the friendship our parents have with themselves for many years. Both of our families were completely supportive when my friend transitioned, not a single negative comment. Everyone is proud of her, and the love our families have for her hasn't changed at all. Plus, if I plan to even confess my feelings for her, I have to do it soon. She's always being asked out on dates, but she tells me she's looking for the right person to spend time with. I feel this is my opportunity to confess, but I don't know if I should. My best friend of 24 years is now a transgender woman. I'm in love with her and not sure if I should tell her. I'm going for it. I'm going to ask out my friend. It's Saturday, 1 p.m. right now. I'm going to see if she wants to go on a date tonight. My plan is to take her out on a fun date, and I'll confess my feelings during the date. Edit 2, I got a date tonight. I was insanely nervous walking to my friend's house. But I can't stop smiling cause wow, I actually got a yes from my friend. One issue I had was where the date was going to be. I had no idea. But I remembered she loves this 80s bar and grill that has karaoke every night and tacos, so that's where we're going. So tonight it's going to be tacos, drinks, 80s music and karaoke. Sounds like an awesome date. I asked her out in a pretty relaxed manner, I didn't rush into it. Showed up, started talking like usual, and that's when I asked her. Told her I would love to take her out on a date tonight, that I've been wanting to ask her out for the longest time. I definitely tried to hide my face from blushing, because she had a huge smile when I asked her out. She's even extra excited because we're going to her favorite place. I feel asking her out has made her comfortable to flirt with me. She started complimenting me and even kissed me on the cheek before I left. She definitely felt more intimate, if that makes sense. She even said she's going to get extra pretty for the date tonight. I'll admit, I'm really looking forward to that. Although it's impossible for her to get extra pretty, seeing as she's already gotten already. Edit 3, I'm heading off to pick up my friend. I'm insanely excited, but really nervous. I'm sure it's going to go great. Date 2, my best friend of 24 years is now a transgender woman. I'm in love with her and not sure if I should tell her. So the date happened, and it was absolutely amazing. I'll even say it was the greatest night ever. All this made me wish I had asked her out a long time ago, better late than never. I'm insanely happy I did ask her out. When my friend said she was going to get extra pretty, she really meant it. Wow, did she look beautiful. She was breathtaking. I had a lot of butterflies in my stomach. She had a red dress on, wore a blue shade of lipstick and had her hair tied back. She looked incredible, by far the most gorgeous girl in the bar we went to. My heart kept pounding though. Seeing as this was a date, I really wanted to flirt, so I kissed her on the cheek and told her she looked gorgeous. Seeing her smile and blush just made me blush as well, and I was definitely trying really hard not to screw anything up. I wanted to take things slow, I didn't want to make my friend feel uncomfortable at all. We got to her favorite bar, and from that moment everything went perfectly. I didn't drink too much, as I was the designated driver. My friend though, she had an insanely fun time. She was jumping around, singing, dancing, she was having a blast, and it was great to see her having so much fun. It was kinda hard to keep her in one place, haha, she was super hyper and looked so cute. We enjoyed ourselves like if there was no one around. We talked a lot as well and she really appreciated that I asked her out. I admitted I was pretty nervous about everything, but her being such a sweet person really lowered my nerves so much. As it turns out, she has been dropping many hints for the longest time and I never caught on to them. We just laughed it off and were happy to actually finally be on a date. My biggest goal of the night was to kiss her, and she kept winking at me the entire night. I was hesitant to kiss her, I was worried a kiss can be too much. This was me overthinking again, because she was pretty obvious about letting me kiss her. I feel she knew I was being hesitant, so she ended up kissing me and didn't hold back either. Wrapped her arms around me, and I did the same. From the moment we kissed, my nerves the rest of the night were completely gone. We didn't act like friends anymore, we acted a lot more than that. We became more intimate with each other. I kept my arm wrapped around her waist, held her hand everywhere we went and she always kept her arm wrapped around mine. It felt really nice and I didn't want the night to end at all. We kissed a few more times throughout the night, any chance we had we'll give each other a kiss on the cheek or lips. Eventually we went back to her place, and that's when I decided to drink a little more as I was close to home. We just continued to sing and dance, acting like it wasn't already 1 in the morning. We're gamers so we decided to continue the night drunkly playing Just Dance. I'm the king of that game, my friend would disagree. I ended up sleeping at my friend's house as she didn't want me going off drunk, even though my house is actually a few houses away. The rest of the night was just fantastic, the entire night was the greatest I've ever had. I regret not asking her out sooner, imagine how incredible dates we would have already had. The following morning we woke up, went to go get some breakfast. We just laughed at all the dumb things we did last night. We still continued being super comfortable with each other, hugging, holding hands, keeping ourselves in each other's arms, none of us hesitated, we just continued to be how we were last night. We had to split up as I had to help my dad with a family barbecue, and my friend was meeting up with her mom. We kissed each other goodbye, and we've been non-stop texting ever since. The only word I can say is wow, that's literally all I can say. Wow, what a beautiful night it was. Are we a thing now with how we're acting? Together? Haha, like I said, I'm terrible at these things. Date 3, my best friend of 24 years is now a transgender woman. I'm in love with her and not sure if I should tell her. So, my friend's mom knows about the date we went on, she had pretty great reaction to it. My friend told me that when she told her mom just celebrated, she was insanely happy for the both of us. She said her mom wanted to know every single detail, but also wasn't surprised that I asked her daughter out. Her mom had a huge feeling I liked her daughter, so she was very happy I finally asked her out. Of course her mom is now saying when's the wedding? To my friend constantly. I'm just insanely happy her mom is cheering us on. Her family, mine and some friends are all getting together tonight for a barbecue. I have no doubt my friend's mom told her husband about the date, who definitely would have told my parents. Honestly, I'm just not ready for when my mom finds out. She's going to be super happy, but she's going to be asking me when's the wedding as well. I also plan to ask my friend out on another date tonight, and I want to ask about being in a serious relationship. I'll probably do that tomorrow, I feel tonight might be a busy with everyone around. I want to tell her I love her so much, I don't want to keep my feelings inside anymore. I want to tell her I've fallen in love with who she is, her true self. I want her to know what a beautiful, amazing woman she is. I'll love to do that tonight, but I'll hold it off for the next date. She's going to be at the barbecue tonight as well, so we'll definitely be spending time together. Edit, both of our families thought it was super nice that we went on a date, but they're not surprised about us going on a date. My friend and I were teased so much, we're super happy that our parents reacted very positively to us going out. And yes, we got ton of when's the wedding jokes. We've been getting a ton of those since my friend told her mom about the date. Edit 2, I asked her out on another date and I'm going to ask her to be my girlfriend tonight. Fingers crossed. Date 4, my best friend of 24 years is now a transgender woman. I'm in love with her and not sure if I should tell her. So last night was a wild ride. It's currently the morning after the date, and I'm typing this up in my friend's bathroom while waiting for her to come join me for a morning shower. So last night my friend and I went to a restaurant. I informed her that it was Michelin star. This was a restaurant she had been wanting to go for a while, so when we arrived to it, she actually squealed with excitement and kissed me. I told her to dress fancy but did not tell her where we were going beforehand. We went in, sat down, chatted, ordered food and ate. The whole time my heart was pounding because there was really only one question on my mind, and I just had to get it out. In a move so idiotic that only I could make it, I asked her to be my girlfriend while she had a mouthful of her main course. She looked at me, quite stunned, and chewed her food as fast as possible before responding to me. As the mouthful was pretty big, I felt like a moron watching her struggle to get this bite down. Could I not have waited just another minute? When she finally finished chewing, she looked me deep in my eyes. We exchanged a glance where we both practically squinted at each other while maintaining deep eye contact, and she responded, "I would love to be your girlfriend." I don't think I have ever felt so relieved, happy, astonished, proud or overwhelmed in my entire life. This was single-handedly one of the best moments I have ever experienced. We joked about it the rest of the night, sometimes referring to each other as my boyfriend, or my girlfriend. We got some amazing dessert too. I told her this chocolate was almost as sweet as her, and she rolled her eyes at just how cringy that line was. In a joking manner, of course. She invited me back to hers after the date and I accepted without a second thought. We stayed up talking for a few hours first. About us, our history, the future of our relationship, and so on. Then she brought out the alcohol and video games. We played Call of Duty and combined it with a drinking game. At one point I had drank too much, and when it was my turn to take another shot, I told her I can't do more vodka. She then told me I could kiss her neck instead and that would be my forfeit. And so I did. Then she kissed my neck. One thing led to another and about 1 hour later I was in so deep not even King Arthur could pull me out. I mean, it was the best intimacy of my life by far, so soft and loving, yet so intense and raw at the same time. We cuddled each other to sleep. It is now the next morning. And I can hear my girlfriend about to come in and join me for my shower. My manipulative wife has been nagging me non-stop about having another child even though we already have 10, plus update. My wife has recently been nagging me non-stop about having another baby that I adamantly don't want. For context, I already had 7 children before I met my wife. I had 4 of them living with me full time, and 3 of them I had split custody with. When I met my wife, she had a 4-month-old daughter that I now absolutely adore. After we got married, we had a few children of our own. So our life is pretty hectic. We are finally at a point where we are stable. Where I don't have to work as much and can be home with the family more. I'm so overjoyed because I didn't really get the option to spend much time with them, but now I can. However, my wife has went from suggesting another baby, to demanding another baby, to us fighting all the time about having a baby. Sometimes these fights escalate and she gets physical. She guilt trips me a lot, saying that she's always wanted 5 children and that I was taking her dream away from her. My wife also said our 3-year-old is getting too big. And that she would like to have a baby now before she gets too old. She asks what's it to me on having another one when I already had 7 before her, and giving her another baby is the least I can do, especially because she raised my children, taking the best years of her life away from her. She constantly states that she didn't even want to take care of them. She only did it out of obligation to me. I was very hurt when she first said those things, especially about our children, because some of my children were really young when we got together and they call her mom. But by now she has said it so much I have become numb to her words. At first, I tried to explain to her the things she was saying was hurtful and that it wasn't fair to me to have to go back to working more to provide for another baby. Especially when we already have a 7, 5, and a 3-year-old together. On top of having a 10, 13, 16, and an 18-year-old living in the house, while trying to help our 21-year-old move out. That is 8 kids in the house, and she wants more. I am telling her that we already have so much on our plate. Adding another baby right now just isn't a good idea, on top of the fact that she almost died giving birth to our youngest. We both had to go to therapy because of it, and now she wants another one. It blows my mind. Of course, me saying that turned into another fight. My wife yelled at me and called me the biggest a-hole she's ever met. She then told me not to talk to her because it seems to be a waste of time. She is now gone and is staying with her sister as of right now. I've tried texting and calling her. She's not responding. It has been 3 days since then. I really don't know what to do. I can't give her a child. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. I had the snip after she nearly died giving birth to our youngest. I never thought we would have another baby after everything we went through. Update, we had a family meeting where I learned a lot about my wife from my wife's mother. She told me that even though my wife was a good stepmother, but she was a horrible biological mother to her oldest child. A child I have never seen before and she has no custody of. Apparently she abused her a lot from birth, and what led to custody being stripped is her substance use. Considering I have never even heard of this child, that was a hard pill to swallow. I also learned from her mother that my wife was pregnant right now. I also learned that my youngest child may not be mine. All I have to say is I wish the family meeting went differently. They came the day of Thanksgiving. My wife did actually show up to celebrate. I tried contacting her several times before the get-together to tell her that I knew she was pregnant and that we needed to talk, but I never got a response. Every time I tried to talk to her at the get-together, my brother Dave would get in my way. Dave would tell me to leave her alone and not to don't bring up drama here. All I have to say is I was getting really sick of him. It was time to sit down to eat. She didn't sit by me. She sat beside Dave. I thought that was really weird, but it all made sense when she made her announcement. She told everyone that she was pregnant with Dave's child and that she would like a divorce. So her and Dave can have the relationship they deserve. But what hurts the most is when my mother said, "Huh? I thought we were going to wait until after the holidays to announce this." After that, it turned into a crap show. I gathered up all the children and left. I didn't have the energy to fight them. Before I left, my mother handed me divorce papers and a list of demands for my wife. I will be speaking with my lawyer on Monday. I do plan on getting counseling and therapy for me and the children.
My engaged best friend told me that my long-term boyfriend will never marry me and is planning on leaving. I'm scared that she is right. So my best friend Elise is engaged to Rick. They have been together for 2 years, and my boyfriend and I have also been together for 3 years. So Elise and Rick had their engagement party Sunday afternoon. I was chatting with Elise, looking at her ring, and I'm not going to lie, I felt a bit of envy. Luke and I have talked about marriage, but we haven't even looked at rings yet. He says he wants to marry me, but I do think it's taking a long time. So I asked Elise what made Rick propose to her. She told me that on their first date, she told him that he had a deadline. I asked what she meant, and she said that she told Rick she wasn't going to wait around 2, 3, 4, 5 years for a man to marry her. She said she wants kids with the right guy but didn't want to have kids without a stable marriage and a house. Essentially, she needs to find a very financially well-off man who will propose to her within 2 years and is willing to raise her kids. Well, she did just that. Another one of her friends, Heidi, said she was shocked it didn't make Rick run for the hills. Elise laughed and said, "Well, it wasn't an ultimatum. It was a fact. If after 2 years you still can't tell if I'm the one, then I'm clearly not, and I will be moving on. Period." I told Elise that if I told Luke that, he would leave me. That's when Elise said that Luke probably isn't the right one for me because it has been 2 years and he has not yet proposed. She told me he is probably over the relationship and is now planning on breaking the news that he is done with it. That hurt my feelings, so I told her that marriages don't always last and doesn't mean someone is the one just because they propose very soon. She said she wasn't worried, that she and Rick were in love and knew life would not be easy, but she's prepared to make it work. She also said she knows marriage isn't for everyone, which is fine so long as your partner feels the same, but that marriage is a value of hers, and she wasn't going to waste time with someone who so clearly didn't have the same values of her. That's when Heidi asked me what my problem was. I told her I didn't have a problem, I was just stating a fact that proposals don't have to happen within 2 years. Then Heidi asked how long I had been with Luke. I said 2 years, and she asked if I wanted to get married. I said yes, and when she asked what about Luke, I just excused myself to the restroom. Not much else happened at the party, but when Luke and I left, I told him about the conversation. Luke laughed and called Elise ridiculous. I asked what he meant and he said, verbatim, "Only desperate and crazy women have a policy like that. Let it happen when it feels right." So I asked him if he wanted to marry me, to which he said of course, and I asked then why weren't we engaged when we've been together longer. He said he wasn't ready yet and our relationship was fine the way it was. I asked how long he had to wait to know and he shrugged and said, "Does it matter? We're together and that's what is important." The conversation paused for a minute and then Luke asked me not to be like Elise. He said that he doesn't like being forced to do something. I asked him if Rick felt that way. He admitted that Rick never said he felt forced and that he had been planning to propose to Elise 6 months after they met, but waited a bit to make sure he wasn't just jumping into something. I asked Luke if it would be okay for me to look at rings. He said I could but to not get my heart set on anything because he wasn't ready and he said even if he wasn't willing to spend more than $5,000 on an engagement ring. Elise's ring obviously cost more than that. I never asked her how much it was, but center diamond is 9 carats, and the rest of the band is covered in diamonds. I remember she was asked once how much it was. She wouldn't answer but said that Rick bought a ring he wanted her to love and did not care about the price. He found the ring she'd like, looked at the price, and saved money to purchase it debt-free. I didn't mention that to Luke, but her telling me that came back when Luke said he was only willing to spend $5,000 on a ring I'm not even allowed to really look for. I'm not really sure why, but the conversation with Luke and Elise has made me very sad. I'm slightly angry at Elise for her implications but mostly I'm disappointed in Luke based on our conversation Sunday. He hasn't mentioned it since this weekend, but it's all I can think about. My engaged best friend told me that my long-term boyfriend will never marry me and is planning on leaving. I'm scared that she is right. I decided to talk to my boyfriend Luke about the future of our relationship. Before the conversation, I took an hour to write out what I really wanted in the next couple of years and then told him about it. I told him that after 2 years, we should be seriously considering the next step. I told him I wanted kids and with my age, I'm scared of health problems and complications. I told him that before we buy a house that I want to at least be engaged like Elise and Rick were. Luke's reaction was not pleasant. He told me he felt like I was trapping him in a corner and demanding a ring, when I wasn't. I told him I wanted a plan and to see if we were on the same page, but I wasn't expecting a ring tomorrow or anything, but definitely over the next few months. He told me he'll propose when he's ready, and me bringing it up over and over again is making him not want to do it because he thinks I just want a ring, but I don't. I told him that he doesn't seem like he wants to get married, and that's when he said it. Luke told me he wants to get married but admitted he didn't know anymore if he wanted to marry me in particular. When I asked why, he said he doesn't think I have enough ambition. Luke wants to get a promotion at his job, he's going to school for his master's, and he's into self-improvement, like going to the gym, eating healthier and reading mental health books. He said he felt like I just wanted a marriage and kids and then I would be a stay-at-home mom, which he doesn't want me to do. He wants me to work and be able to provide. I asked him what was wrong with relying on him for support the way Elise relies on Rick. I also told Rick I don't want to go back to school. I hated it the first time, and I can't afford to do it again even if I wanted to. But he told me that was an excuse, and he doesn't want to be tied to someone who is, as he said, okay with just being okay, and that he wants more than that out of life. I was angry because I feel like I've asked this of him before and he always said he wants to marry me. I did tell him before I wanted to be a stay-at-home mother, and I guess secretly he didn't want me to be. So, I told him I was done with the conversation and have been staying at a friend's house. I've messaged him a couple times to try and talk to him since, but he only responds saying he thinks we are on different pages and the relationship needs to be over so we can find what we want. I'm really sad and upset and feel like I wasted my time and that Elise was right. Luke took our relationship status off of Facebook and a ton of people have been asking what happened. His responses to my text messages also just seem so cold. From what I've heard from mutual friends, he sounds like he's doing okay and went out Friday night with some friends to a bar.
My naive girlfriend tried to tell me she could defend herself against a man, so I took it upon myself to prove her wrong. My girlfriend and I live in a mostly safe neighborhood, but during the night there are some sketchy drunk men hanging around, who even scare a man like me quite honestly. My girlfriend, however, wasn't really scared to walk alone at night and would say that she's just as strong as those men and can take care of herself. Now my girlfriend is 5'10" and works out 2 times a week. She's indeed very strong compared to most women, but she was obviously delusional to think that her strength was comparable to that of an average man. Especially a man with junkie strength. My girlfriend would even go as far as saying that if someone should be worried for walking alone at night then it should be me, as I'm a scrawny 5'9" man. I thought this was one of the situations where it would be better to just shut up than be incorrect, so I mostly stopped showing my concerns to her. Yesterday she went out with some of her friends and called me at 1 a.m. saying that she'll come alone via public transportation. I told her that it's dangerous and I would come pick her up, but she insisted on coming by herself. I couldn't sleep till she came home an hour later. She was so angry at me for not trusting the fact that she can take care of herself. In that moment rage took over me. I was annoyed of her living in this feminism women-powered Delulu land boss beach world. She actually thought she had the strength to overpower a man. And I was about to prove her wrong. I decided to demonstrate her the disparity between the strength of men and women in that very moment. She thought I was joking at first, but when she realized that I was dead serious, she happily took the opportunity to prove how wrong I was. I basically told her to ground me as hard as she can, which she did. I then quickly got out of her grip and grounded her for several minutes till she surrendered. She cried a lot throughout this whole time. Seeing her cry while being pinned by me was an experience to say the least. I took it a step further, like a psycho who would do this would do, and told her over and over how I was going to rope and unalive her. I could see the fear in her eyes as I was doing this, even though she knew very well that I would never hurt her. I humiliated her and helped her stand up after. I slept on the couch that night as I felt bad after what I had done. She didn't want to talk about it in the morning and said that she's fine, but she's still obviously very upset about it. I feel horrible that I've shattered her confidence like that, and I don't think she will ever feel safe walking alone at night again. Still though, in my eyes, right idea, potentially wrong execution. Update: unfortunately, my girlfriend broke up with me the next day over the phone. She wanted me to admit that I enjoyed seeing her cry, but I kept defending myself till she gave up. But deep down I knew that she was right. I'm not ashamed to say now that I was a bit into overpowering her so easily and seeing her cry. It was hot, I cannot sit here and lie. I think I see why so many men do these things, the thrill of knowing there is nothing the other person can do, as well as the satiating of your primal urge. It's all so enticing. Either way, it's not something I'm extremely proud of, and I think that acknowledging my flaws and being open about them is the first step in overcoming them. Anyway, the next few days after the breakup were probably some of the worst days in my life. I thought that I've lost everything, including my self-respect. I decided to go to therapy and take a break from dating for the foreseeable future. Luckily, I also had the support of my family and close friends, even if they didn't fully agree with my actions. I haven't heard from my ex till she gave me a call 2 days ago. We barely talked about the incident though, it was mostly just catching up and making peace with each other. She's doing pretty great actually. She's about to graduate with her master's and already has a job lined up. She started dating a new guy last month, and I can tell by the way she talked that she's very into him. She signed up for a swing class, which is something that she wanted to do for the longest time but didn't do it because of me, which is also where she met her new boyfriend. What she didn't do, however, is to sign up for a self-defense class, which honestly I kind of expected. I would still say that I had all of the right intentions with her, I just could have gone about it a whole different way. I still miss her, however. What's the most hilarious thing that ever happened to you during intimacy? I was in the middle of nowhere in West Texas getting brain outdoors from a chick I barely knew, but turns out I was laying almost on top of a fire ant bed. But I didn't want to risk stopping the immaculate neck I was receiving, so I took those stings as long as I could, trying to make it to the end. The ants won. We left and I was in agony for quite a while. A girl I was seeing was giving me brain as I lay in my bed. We were both pretty drunk on red wine. She says I want to try and take this thing all in at once. She immediately gags and pukes up an entire bottle of red wine all over me in my bed. I invited this girl over to my place for dinner for Valentine's Day. I was having a kind of dinner night for a few couples. We were all drinking really heavily and near the end of the night, she tried to pull me into the bedroom. I tried to do the gentlemanly thing and tell her that we shouldn't do anything since we're drunk. We also hadn't really known each other that long. She started crying and yelling at me and making a scene in front of everyone at my house. I gave in and went into the bedroom with her and we started fooling around. It wasn't very good for me, but she's screaming her head off like she's in a poorly acted adult film set. Homegirl then proceeded to pee on me. It smelled really bad and it was so much. I didn't know what to do and I was scared to embarrass her or something because she threw that huge fit before. So I pretended to cross the finish line, let her fall asleep, and then got up to shower and sleep on the couch. I drove her home in the morning and she thanked me for such a great night and I smiled and waved when she got out of the car and then blocked her on everything as soon as I got home. It was a college party. Booze was flowing like the Amazon. We hear a high-pitched scream. We all run to see what it was. Some drunk unclothed chick clutching her clothes runs past us and out the front door. Inside the bedroom was a guy freaking out, wiping chocolate off his face. But it wasn't chocolate. She was sitting on his dome. She ended up crossing the finish line and did it so hard that she unloaded yesterday's Taco Bell onto him. It started a chain reaction of vomiting. Yeah, I puked too. So would you.
My abusive boyfriend took intimate play went too far and I passed out. I'm now worried for my safety. So my boyfriend and I have a great relationship for the most part. He drinks a lot and can get verbally violent when drunk, but that is excusable. He is using alcohol to cope with the death of his father and everybody grieve different. Intimacy-wise we're both pretty much having intimacy twice a day, sometimes more since we both have a high drives and I can always go again and so can he. We also like very rough stuff in bed, and he'll usually slap me or grab my hair, which I'm really into and so is he. Recently he did something which scared the F out of me though, and I can't get it out of my head. I was writing it and whilst I was doing that he started to put his hand around my neck. This is common for us, but this time he did it for way too long. I blacked out and fell on top of him while we were doing it. I woke up after a few seconds and was super confused, but he was still trying to continue having intimacy. I got really angry at him and he didn't even try to apologize, just tried to continue. I gave in and he finished a few minutes later. When I spoke to him about it the next day he said that he's always been that rough with me. He said that he's Russian and he can't help his roughness, which angered me even more because he was laughing. He said I looked like I was enjoying it up until I conked out so he didn't stop. I'm angry he put me into danger and I'm honestly scared of him now. All my friends are telling me to leave him because they're saying he has serial killer tendencies. I love him so much but he honestly scared me. I don't want to make him angry by bringing this up again because it seemed to have ticked him off. Leaving me at the hospital alone. I'm very scared. Group of guys at a class house party I attended, I ended up with my mom to allow me to terminate the pregnancy. How vehemently against it, and threatened to disown me and send me to termination. She also told me she was disappointed in that I was pregnant, because the attire I was wearing made it look like I was. Anyway, I'm getting induced tonight, need to go ahead and come down. My mom asked if I packed her, but I noticed my mom wasn't getting out. To get myself in this situation, I was mature and old enough and me checked in and I'm laying on the bed now. I'm really scared I'd be doing this alone. What if something happens to me? I wish my mom hadn't left. Update, I had blood pressure was when she came out. They want to make sure she's entire thing. I even threw up which was kinda gross. A+ on my book. I only got to hold her for about because the nurse said I kinda went into shock and wasn't really moving. 6 ounces. On the bright side, my aunt called. So she's currently on her way to be here for spoken to my mom since I've given birth. I did tell her. I'm feeling so weird. I've never loved her. She grabbed my finger and I just started sobbing. Like so worth it? I can't walk very well, so I heal up soon. I'm not sure what I want to do. My mom won't financially support us. Still thinking talk to me. Was informed it would be soon.
These are the most bone-chilling last words of history's most infamous serial killers. Tell me, after my head has been removed, will I still be able to hear, at least for a moment, the sound of my own red leaking from the stump of my neck? That would be a pleasure to end all pleasures, was said by Peter Kürten, the vampire of Dusseldorf. He roped and unalived almost 60 people. Hurry it up, you Hoosier F. I could unalive a dozen men while you're screwing around, said by Karl Panzram, and infamous serial killer, arsonist, and arpist. I don't care if I live or die. Go ahead and unalive me, said Jeffrey Dahmer. Freedom, freedom at last. It's been a good one, stated John W. Rook, who kidnapped and roped a hospital nurse and ended her. I'd just like to say I'm sailing with a rock, and I'll be back like Independence Day, with Jesus, June 6th. Like the movie, Big Mothership and all. I'll be back, exclaimed Aileen Wuornos, who unalived 7 men between the years 1989 and 1990. How's this for a headline? French fries, joked James French. Well, gentlemen, you were about to see a baked apple, stated another comedian by the name of George Apple. Thomas J. Grasso was outraged, stating, I did not get my SpaghettiOs, I got spaghetti. I want the press to know this. The most profound quote was probably by John Spenklink, capital punishment, them without the capital get the punishment. And Ted Bundy said, I'd like to give my love to my family and friends. John Wayne Gacy was perhaps the most straight to the point out of anyone, stating kiss my SS as he died by lethal injection. Beam me up was perhaps the most ghetto response by Gary Boris.
My mother's neglect led me to getting violently kidnapped at 6 years old. I was saved by a random junkie. My mom was a horrible substance addict who heavily neglected me. One night when I was 6, my mother and I were on a car ride, and I was half asleep in the back seat. My mom drove up to some sketchy house and left me in the car for what felt like forever. Suddenly the car door swung open and someone violently grabbed me by my arm and yanked me out of the car. I started screaming and crying until the man that grabbed me looked in my eyes and said, "Be quiet and don't try to run or I'll unalive you." He had a scruffy beard and looked like a madman. I was scared, so I listened. He held me tight by my arm, shut the car door, and walked with me down the street. I looked back at the house my mom was in, hoping that my mom would come out the last second and save me. I looked at the house as long as I could as the man dragged me further and further away. As we walked down the street, I wanted to cry, but I was in shock and in fear. I didn't know what to do. If I sniffled or cried, the man would tighten his grip and yell at me. We walked for a little while and ended up in the projects. The projects were a bunch of buildings crammed together in a crappy neighborhood. We walked into one of the buildings and walked up a flight of stairs. My legs and feet hurt like hell, but I was too scared to stop moving or complain. We walked up another flight of stairs when I saw some random guy smoking grass in the stairway. Then, without warning, the guy that kidnapped me fell to the ground. It happened so fast. I didn't know how the kidnapper fell to the ground so fast, but the next thing I remember is the grass guy was wailing on the kidnapper mercilessly. The kidnapper was out cold. Grass guy picked up the kidnapper by the back of his jacket and yeeted him down the stairs. I still have no idea how Grass guy knew to help me, but I'm glad he did. Maybe he could see tears in my eyes, maybe he just picked up on something and had a bad vibe, but he acted instantly. The first second he could, he attacked my would-be kidnapper. Afterwards, Grass guy starts pacing back and forth, swearing at himself, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. I thought he was mad at me, so I started to cry. He looked at me and said, Okay, shut up. He had an attitude, so I listened to him out of fear. I wasn't as scared of Grass guy as much as the bearded guy, but I was still in fear of him. He started to ask me questions with an attitude. Why are you out this late? Where are your parents? Why would you talk to strangers? I was in so much shock and confusion I couldn't answer the man's questions correctly. He asked if I knew my way home and I told him I didn't. I told him a broken story about what happened, and somehow with the information I gave him he knew where my mom's car was. The only thing I remember about the road is passing a house with Christmas lights on it despite Christmas already being over. I think he knew the area well enough and figured out where I needed to go from that information, but I honestly don't even remember telling him about the Christmas lights. Anyways, he told me he would take me back if I promised over and over that I wouldn't tell the police that I saw him or anyone that looked like him, and made me promise that I wouldn't even tell the police anything. He had an attitude. I didn't care what he asked me, I just wanted to go back to my mom, so I agreed. I followed him down the stairs. The bearded guy was still laying on the ground pouring red at the bottom of the stairs that Grass guy threw him down. He wasn't moving at all. For all I know, he was gone, and I hope now that he was. Grass guy stepped over the bearded guy and I followed. We walked outside and Grass guy looked around panicky. I remember him telling me the police don't like me. We walked out of the projects and my feet still hurt. Grass guy was walking fast in a panic and I had to basically jog to keep up with him. I started crying and he asked what was wrong. I told him my feet hurt, and I remember him sucking his teeth and picking me up with an attitude. He awkwardly cradled me in both arms. He walked down the road for a moment. Then I remember him swearing and running behind a house or a building. A cop car was driving down the road. He put me down and told me to run to the police car. I tried to run, but my legs could barely move and I was scared. The cop car kept driving and rode away without seeing me before I could even get remotely close to it. He kept swearing to himself as he picked me up again and ran down the street. He took me behind a lot of houses and hid from every cop car that drove by. I assume now that the police were looking for me. He carried me in both arms running fast down the road when I saw my mom and her car in the distance. She was surrounded by police. Grass guy put me down and told me to run to the police. I got so excited the pain in my legs disappeared. He put me down and ran away. I ran towards the police and my mom picked me up and hugged me tight. The police started to ask me and my mom questions. I don't remember too much about their questions, but I remember my mom telling the police some convoluted story that just didn't make any sense. She basically told me to not say anything and I didn't say much but cried a whole bunch. We went home. Days later my dad picked me up and knew something was wrong. I told him everything. I never lived with my mom again.
I met a young special girl who changed my life and taught me about love. I will never forget her or her smile. I was a goofy at Disneyland for over 20 years. One day 2 girls in terrible shape accompanied by 2 women came in. One girl was in a wheelchair and the other one looked like she had just seen death. Both were bruised and the one in the wheelchair had her arm in a cast. The 2 women were actually nurses from a hospital and were asking for a refund on the girls' tickets, something we avoided doing at all costs. When I asked why, they told me the story. The 2 girls were with their mom and dad at Epcot, and on the way home they got into a horrible car accident. The mother passed on impact instantly right in front of them. The father eventually passed too, but the 2 girls didn't know that yet. They were from overseas and had no money and no contact information for anyone they knew. They were bringing the tickets back to get the girls some much needed money to help get them back home. My heart absolutely sunk. If you had seen these girls you'd know why. They were truly traumatized. I refunded their tickets and got permission to be their private tour guide for the rest of the day. I walked them to the VIP viewing area for the parade, which was as far as I could walk them in the costume we used to wear at City Hall. I had to leave them there while I put on my VIP costume. On the way down I pulled out every kid joke I could think of. I was a really good tour guide and I knew how to make kids smile. Nothing worked. These girls were too far gone for that. I left them at the bridge to go change, walked backstage and bawled my eyes out. I just had never seen something so horrible. I was truly affected and it was a terrible feeling of powerlessness not being able to fix the situation. When I came back I brought them to get ice cream, take them on rides and stuff, but they never smiled, not once. The nurses were loving it and were trying to get them into it, but it just wasn't working. We went back to the bridge to watch the parade. It was there that I honestly saw true magic. Real magic, not bullcrap. I had called the parade department to let them know what was going on and set up a private meet and greet after the parade. As the parade was coming around Liberty Square I told the girls that I had called Mickey and told them all about them. I told them that Mickey asked to meet them after the parade. The little girl in the wheelchair smiled. "Really?" she asked. My heart skipped. "Yes, really. He told me to tell you to look out for him in the parade and to follow the float back to City Hall." The other girl smiled. "You mean right now?" she asked. It had worked. They were talking. Not laughing, but talking. It was the first time I had heard them speak. Every single parade performer came up to them on the bridge and told them to look out for Mickey. Every one of them told them that. When Mickey's float came up, Mickey managed to turn her body sideways, look down at the girls and point towards Main Street. That was all it took. The girls were excited now. They had forgotten about death. They were lost in a magical world and I couldn't believe I was watching it unfold in front of my eyes. We followed that float all the way back to City Hall, singing Mickey Mania the whole way. Back then, City Hall used to have a VIP lounge behind the desk that was for privacy during difficult situations or to host celebrities. I took them in and showed them the book where all of the autographs were. They were eating it up. The girl who was Mickey that day got down off her float and without even taking her head off walked up to me backstage and said, "Let's go." I walked in with Mickey behind me so I got to see the exact moment the girls met their new friend. They got shy but Mickey was in control now. Those girls met the real Mickey Mouse that day. Every single parade character stayed dressed to meet those girls. One by one they'd come in and play a bit then leave. We were in that lounge for over an hour. Mickey stayed in costume the entire time. When Mickey finally said goodbye I had 2 excited girls on my hands that couldn't stop smiling. They talked and talked and talked. We had a wonderful day after that, but what I remember most is when we walked by the rose garden, the older one said, "Oh, my mommy loves roses." And she stopped. I held out my hand and walked her to the gate, picked her up and put her on the other side and said, "Pick one." She looked happy as she picked out her favorite rose. She didn't say anything more and she didn't need to. I said goodbye to the wonderful nurses and the wonderful girls, then walked backstage behind the train station. This time I didn't cry. It felt so good to be a part of that. I'm on my way to meet my long-distance girlfriend for the first time. She just told me she's deaf and I have no idea what to do. Holy crap, I'm quaking in my boots. I met my girlfriend on Tinder 2 years ago. We talked a lot, became really close and basically started dating 1 year ago. We send each other pictures all the time and videos as well, so I never understood her apprehension to FaceTime me. We tell each other everything, everything. She's presented me her parents and I know all her family. Today I was gonna surprise her by visiting for the first time. I talked with her sister to make sure it was okay. Less than 30 minutes ago I get a text from her.
"Hey love, you are so sweet and beautiful and you deserve so much better. I know you are coming because my sister told me. I'm sorry to ruin your surprise but I'd hate to see your face when you find out. I know we promised to always be truthful but I've been lying to you all this time."
That was her first paragraph and I was crapping myself cause I thought she was breaking up with me, but then she continued.
"You are too caring to ask why I never speak, why I never sent you a voice note. You are just too perfect and there's no way you'd be with me if you knew. The reason is very simple, I was born deaf. I'm sorry you have to find out this way. I'm just a coward for not telling you sooner. I'll understand if you don't want to be with me anymore.
Holy F, I was expecting something totally different and now I'm scared because I've never interacted with a deaf person and I want to make sure she gets that I love her either way. I'm still in disbelief that she thought it a deal breaker for me. Update, holy crap, that's how I would describe my whole experience. I'm back in my house now and I'm still processing everything that happened. I texted her I was outside and my hands were shaking. I had no idea what to do. When she opened the door her eyes were already wet and when she saw me she broke down crying, and I started crying as well. I stopped thinking and just hugged her. I started speaking soothing words until I realized it was useless. After we both calmed down we went to her room and started typing in our cell phones to talk to each other. At the beginning it was kinda awkward, but after a while it was pretty chill. We cuddled a lot, watched a lot of movies and kissed a lot. It was a really beautiful day. There were some F-ups from my side, out of the blue I'd start speaking to her until I saw her confused face. I called her by her name when I was searching from her and tried to show her funny tic-tics. Update 2, I need to vent. It's been almost 3 weeks since then, she stayed at my place last weekend and we had a great time. But every time I wanted to say something, I couldn't and had to type it, I felt frustration and anger. I know it's more of a me issue but still I can't help feeling sad. I don't want this to ruin our relationship and I know I have to talk to her but I guess I'm not ready yet. Update 3, we talked, I wrote what I was feeling and thinking. She completely understood what I felt and where it came from. She apologized profusely and told me it was okay if I break up with her. We talked hours about honesty and communication and we both put our cards on the table. At the end I told her I still love her and she told me the same. We cried, laughed and hugged a lot. It was tough for moments but I think the worst part is already over. I'm already looking for sign language classes and I know the alphabet. I'm sure this whole thing has helped to strengthen our relationship. Edit 4, it's been 4 years since I last updated and I'm now fluent in ASL. I am also engaged to her now. If you just won a huge lottery, your life is about worsened drastically. Here's why. Congratulations, you just won millions of dollars in the lottery. That's great. But now you're so effed you can't even imagine it. To start, large jackpot winners are 20 times to be more likely the victim of unalive, death by substances, bankruptcy, kidnapping. On top of that they are literally 100 times more likely to be convicted of drunk driving, the victim of unalive at the hands of a family member, a defendant in a civil lawsuit, a defendant in felony criminal proceedings. Believe it or not, your biggest enemy if you suddenly become possessed of large sums of money is you. Let's give some scary examples. Jack Whitaker, West Virginia native, is the poster boy for the dangers of a lump sum award. In 2002 Mr. Whitaker, 55 years old at the time, won what was, also at the time, the largest single award jackpot in USA history. $315 million. At the time, he planned to live as if nothing had changed, or so he said. He was remarkably modest and decent before the jackpot, and his ship sure came in right? Wrong. Mr. Whitaker became the subject of a number of personal challenges, escalating into personal tragedies, complicated by a number of legal troubles. Whitaker wasn't a typical lottery winner either. His net worth at the time of his winnings was in excess of $15 million, owing to his ownership of a successful contracting firm in West Virginia. His claim to want to live as if nothing had changed actually seemed plausible. He should have been well equipped for wealth. He was already quite wealthy after all. By all accounts he was somewhat modest, low profile, generous and good-natured. He should have coasted off into the sunset. Yeah, not exactly. Whitaker took the all-cash option, $170 million, instead of the annuity option, and took possession of $114 million in cash after $56 million in taxes. After that, things went south. Whitaker quickly became the subject of a number of financial stalkers, who would lurk at his regular breakfast hideout and accost him with suggestions for how to spend his money. They were unemployed. No, an interview tomorrow morning wasn't good enough. They needed cash now. Perhaps they had a surefire business plan. Their daughter had cancer. A niece needed dialysis. Needless to say, Whitaker stopped going to his breakfast haunt. Eventually, they began ringing his doorbell. Sometimes in the early morning. Before long he was paying off-duty deputies to protect his family. He was accused of being heartless, cold, stingy. Letters then poured in. Children with cancer. Diabetes. You name it. He hired 3 people to sort the mail. A detective to filter out the false claims and the con men and women was retained. Brenda, the clerk who had sold Whitaker the ticket, was a victim of collateral damage. Whitaker had written her a check for $44,000 and bought her house, but she was by no means a millionaire. Rumors that the state routinely paid the clerk who had sold the ticket 10% of the jackpot winnings hounded her. She was followed home from work. Threatened. Assaulted. Whitaker's car was twice broken into, by trusted acquaintances who watched him leave large amounts of cash in it. $500,000 and $200,000 were stolen in 2 separate instances. The thieves spiked Whitaker with prescription substances in the first instance. The second incident was the handiwork of his granddaughter's friends, who had been probing the girl for details on Whitaker's cash for weeks. Even Whitaker's good faith generosity was questioned. When he offered $10,000 to improve the city's water park so that it was more handicap accessible, locals complained that he spent more money at the club. Amusingly, this was true. Whitaker invested quite a bit in his own businesses, tripled the number of people his businesses employed, and eventually had given away $14 million to charity through a foundation he set up for the purpose. This is, of course, is what you are supposed to do. Set up a foundation. Be careful about your charity giving. But it made no difference in the end. To top it all off, Whitaker had been accused of ruining a number of marriages. His money made other men look inferior, they said, wherever he went in the small West Virginia town he called home. Resentment grew quickly. Whitaker paid 4 settlements related to this sort of claim. His family and their immediate circle were quickly the victims of odds-defying numbers of substance addiction, emergency room visits, and even fatalities. His granddaughter, the 18-year-old Brandy, was found dead after having been missing for several weeks. Her death was, apparently, from substances, but Whitaker suspected foul play. She had been wrapped in a tarp and hidden behind a rusted-out van. Her 17-year-old boyfriend had expired 3 months earlier in Whitaker's vacation house, also from substances. Some of his friends had robbed the house after this, stepping over the dead boyfriend to make their escape and then returning for more before stepping over him again to leave. His parents sued for wrongful death, claiming that Whitaker's loose purse strings contributed to their son's death. Amazingly, juries are prone to award damages in cases such as these. Whitaker settled. Again. Even before the deaths, the local and state police had taken a special interest in Whitaker after his newfound fame. He was arrested for minor and less minor offenses many times after his winnings, despite having had a nearly spotless record before the award. Whitaker's high profile couldn't have helped him much in this regard. In 18 months, Whitaker had been cited for over 250 violations, ranging from broken tail lights on every one of his 5 new cars, to improper display of renewal stickers. A lawsuit charging various police organizations with harassment went nowhere, and Whitaker was hit with court costs instead. Whitaker's wife filed for divorce, and in the process froze a number of his assets and the accounts of his operating companies. Caesars in Atlantic City sued him for $1.5 million to cover bounced checks, caused by the asset freeze. Today Whitaker is badly in debt, and bankruptcy looms large in his future. But hey, that's just one example, right? Wrong. Nearly 1/3 of multimillion-dollar jackpot winners eventually declare bankruptcy. Some end up worse. To give you just a taste of the possibilities, consider the fates of Billy Bob Harrell Jr., $31 million. Texas 1997. As of 1999, committed suicide in the wake of incessant requests for money from friends and family. Winning the lottery is the worst thing that ever happened to me. William Post, $16.2 million. Pennsylvania 1988. In 1989, brother hires a contract murderer to unalive him and his 6th wife. Landlady sued for portion of the jackpot. Convicted of assault for firing a firearm at a debt collector. Declared bankruptcy. Dead in 2006. Evelyn Adams, $5.4 million. As of 2001, poor and living in a trailer, gave away and gambled most of her fortune. Suzanne Mullins, $4.2 million, Virginia. 1993. As of 2004, no assets left. Shefik Talmadge, $6.7 million, Arizona, 1988. As of 2005, declared bankruptcy. And so on and so on. So what should you do if you are unlucky enough to win the lottery? Tried to climb Mount Kilimanjaro despite having extremely low blood pressure and almost died doing so. Sadly, yesterday was the end of my adventures on Mount Kilimanjaro. Unfortunately, on the summit attempt I ran into a brutal bout of altitude sickness, and came short of the summit with less than an hour of hiking left. Thankfully, I managed to get out without serious damage due to the incredible hike guides. Let's go back to the beginning. Like most hikers, I started for the summit from Barafu camp at around midnight. From the get-go, I realized something's not quite right with my fitness. I'm wheezing just from doing light walking at camp, and have a splitting headache and nausea that won't go away. Anyway, we start the climb, and around 600 meters up I'm noticing I'm getting seriously winded, and my headache has evolved from uncomfortable to why is there a tire iron in my eye painful. I try to trudge though, but meters from Stella Point at 1,100 meters into the climb my body just shuts down. I've been gasping for air for the last half hour, but suddenly I just can't fill my lungs at all. My legs turn to jelly beneath me, the headache turns blinding, and I just collapse, desperate for air. My guide tries to help me up, but I'm a puddle at this point and just keep gasping at him for oxygen. I genuinely thought I was going to die. I couldn't get a breath in. We managed to find a tank from Stella Point, and it gives me a brief 5 minutes of relief that lets me regain my legs. My guide drags me down the mountain to a lower point. There we do the blood oxygen reading and it hits 49%. This same pulse oximeter has been giving me 90% consistently during the daily check-ins for the last week, so I tend to trust it and get intensely freaked out at the 49%. My guide calls a medical chopper, which never ends up arriving, and I try to use a cell signal to find out information on what I can do as a means to stop the impacts of low blood oxygen. Being Tanzania's 3G internet, none of the pages load on my phone, but Reddit started up perfectly, so I decided to turn to Reddit for advice and emotional support. I of course got only detailed, compassionate responses that reminded me that asking medical advice from strangers is a very sensible thing to do. Anyway, after waiting an hour for a chopper that never came, we ended up hiking for 4 hours to get to a road, and managed to get back to base camp where my breathing returned to normal after a few hours. Still a bit crook, but no signs of permanent damage. So for anyone traveling to Kilimanjaro, enjoy a wonderful experience, but as I learned, you can't tough out altitude sickness. If you're getting the signs, turn back before your body shuts down. Also, the 2 things you should never rely on in an emergency services in Tanzania and Reddit.
I'm scared of telling my brother about my girlfriend as I'm worried he might react in a homophobic way. So I have two older half-siblings, Mike and Tracy. We share the same mom who passed about 8 years ago. Tracy has 3 daughters with her ex. 5 years ago her ex cheated on her after the birth of my youngest niece since, as in his words, she refused to give him a son. I know a biology lesson is needed here. He was also mentally, emotionally and financially abusive since my sister didn't work. My brother paid for her divorce lawyer and moved all 4 of them into his house where they still live. I also lived there when not in school after my dad basically kicked me out of his house for not being able to get along with his new wife and stepkids. I currently go to college in a Midwest US state. I met my girlfriend here last year. Her family mostly disowned her for being gay. She just has one sister that supports her. I came out to my sister a few years ago and she was supportive of me. I have never brought this up to my brother and I really don't have a good reason why I haven't. He has always been closed off emotionally, so it's hard to tell what he is feeling, but has always been supportive of me. When I asked if I could bring a friend, he was okay with it. We are planning on staying Wednesday through Sunday since campus will be mostly closed down. I know I need to tell him. I know I should have done this a long time ago. I certainly don't think he will disown me or anything. Update: I had a video call with my brother and sister last Monday. My sister already knew and had met my girlfriend. I had my girlfriend with me but off camera. She was holding my hand though. I wasn't as brave as I had hoped I would be, but I just said to him that my friend was really my girlfriend and that I hoped he would still be okay with her coming for the holiday. He didn't really react for a few seconds before he just said, "Okay, did you think I would be mad or not let her come or something?" I broke down a little on hearing that. I told him that this is the true me and that she really makes me happy, and I asked him if he really was okay with it. He said that as long as she treats me well he was happy for me. I put my girlfriend on camera and introduced her, then ended the call shortly after. My sister picked us up on Wednesday as planned. On the drive I asked her if Mike was really okay with it. She said that he was and that the only thing he seemed upset about was that, to him anyway, I felt that he wouldn't accept me and that I needed to hide it from him. I told her that I would talk to him and apologize to him for that. When I did talk with him, I asked him if he knew or suspected I was LGBTQ. He said that my personal life wasn't really his business unless I brought it up, and that if whoever I was with made me happy and treated me well, he was happy for me. He did say that he suspected when I asked if she could stay with me but didn't ask for an air mattress or something to be set up in my room for her. He then winked at me with a smirk and I felt completely embarrassed but at the same time, kind of at peace. After dinner on Thursday, Mike and my girlfriend were picking up in the kitchen while my sister, her boyfriend and I were talking at the table. She had thanked him for being accepting of her and welcoming her into his home and gave a brief history of her figuring herself out and coming out to her family, which did not go well. That she had believed from as early as 13 that she was LGBTQ but kept it inside since her family was very against it and that it really affected her mental health. She came out to them during her first year of college and they disowned her and kicked her out. Mike said that she is welcome here and that he understands how hard it is to hide your true self. This got my sister's attention real quick and she asked him to explain. He had a bit of a deer in headlights look but eventually sighed and said that during middle and high school he knew he was a little different but never said anything. He saw how kids in school bully anyone who isn't normal, so he was able to copy other people to appear normal enough to not get bullied. He did some research and suspected he might be on the spectrum but still didn't tell mom since she was starting to get sick when he was in high school. He got an official diagnosis of having ASD in college but didn't tell anyone and has been trying to mimic normal behavior ever since. I think he called this masking. He said that he never wanted to let it get out because he saw how people with ASD are often treated different and he didn't want us to think of him that way. This did break my heart that he kept this from everyone for so long. I, 22F, asked my boyfriend, 41M, about his thoughts on the possibility of having a one-sided open relationship and he broke up with me. Let me start by saying that our age gap isn't the issue. My boyfriend is the best thing to happen to me in my adult life because of his age, not despite it. Over the 5 years we've been together I've grown so much as a person thanks, in large part, to his gentle love and overwhelming support and maturity as he was able to guide me through the beginning of adulthood. None of my friends in long-term relationships have anything like what my boyfriend and I have and they all say they wish they did. Also he's more attractive and in better shape than all their boyfriends. So if your first reaction to this situation is that some dirty old man is taking advantage of a young naive girl, then you're wrong. Anyways, he is an administrative supervisor at my company. He trained me my first 2 weeks on the job when I first got hired and we hit it off immediately because we have a lot of things in common. Nothing happened then but I just couldn't stop thinking about him. So after about a month I stopped by his office after work and asked him out for coffee. 6 months later I moved in with him. That first year was the best time I've ever had in a relationship. We traveled, ate out, went to shows and movies. He taught me so much about life. He would really engage with me and listen to what I had to say. He also wasn't afraid to ask me those really tough questions that made me look at situations from another perspective. He taught me how to stand up for myself, and conflict resolution. The more time we spent together the more I love him. Then the virus happened. My boyfriend is not perfect. One major problem is he is a micromanager when it comes to work, and a workaholic. As soon as lockdown started, he started working nonstop. Sometimes he would work 14 to 16 hours a day. From the end of April to the second week in June, he worked 36 days straight. He would come home, kiss me, work out, shower, and go to bed, just to get up the next morning and do it all over again. No one asks him to work like that, he just does. He says, "I have to be an advocate for our team, and make sure they're in good hands." Due to his work ethic, I got really lonely during this time. I talked to him about it, and he cut back some of his work. He even started doing silly things like ordering cheesy decorations online, then decorating our dining room like a Chinese restaurant and ordering takeout from our favorite Chinese place so it would feel like we went out. It was fun and nice, but I was still lonely. Around this time, an old friend from high school contacted me through Facebook. We started talking first on a message, then we started texting. He was really there for me, and showed me a lot of attention. After a while, he asked if I wanted to meet up for drinks. I said yes, since my boyfriend wasn't home. I ended up drinking more than I usually do. Before I knew it, we were kissing. I'm not going to lie, it felt really good. I did allow it to go too far, but I only gave him brain and no intimacy was had. I left and went home. I felt awful, not because I did it, but because I did it behind my boyfriend's back. The next day, I asked my boyfriend if we could talk. I started out by telling him how lonely I felt for these past few months and how I wanted to ask his thoughts on an open relationship. He was actually really receptive. He sat down with me and asked several questions about our relationship, and how strong did I think it was. He listened as I explained that I loved him but needed attention that he can't provide right now. I wanted him, but I didn't feel like my needs were being met, and this would be an easy and safe way for me to get that attention I've been missing. He asked what brought this on, and I explained about my friend, and how I wasn't interested in a relationship with him, but I would like to go out with him just for some distraction from everything going on. I then also took the time to inform him that this would be a one-sided open relationship. I was not comfortable sharing him with any other woman. However, I explained to him how this is completely different with me. I don't work nearly as much as he does, I am alone a lot more, and need the connection from someone else way more than he does. Since he works all the time, he has no time to even look for partners. After I said all of this, he sat there for several minutes, and that's when I saw the hurt and pain in his eyes. It was until that moment I realized how selfish I had been. It was like someone poured ice water over me. I had not once thought about him in this entire situation. But before I could say a word, he said, "You need to leave." I tried to talk more, but he said he was not in a place emotionally to communicate with me effectively, and that I needed to give him space. I just broke down crying. I had messed it all up, and hadn't even realized it till that moment. He left after that and asked me to leave before he got back. About 2 hours later, I got a text from him saying that we need some time apart, and he didn't feel like we needed to be in a relationship right now. That was 2 days ago. I'm at my parents' house now, and I can't eat, or sleep. I'm a wreck. I know I'm a dumb idiot and a horrible person, but please, if you have any advice on how to fix this, please help.
I, 22F, asked my boyfriend, 41M, about his thoughts on the possibility of having a one-sided open relationship, and he broke up with me. He called last Tuesday and said he wanted to talk. I was both scared and over the moon. We hadn't talked since the Saturday before, and I missed him like mad. He says he wants to meet at my parents' house, and I agreed, although I thought that was a little weird. When he pulled into the driveway, he sent me a text asking me to come outside. I went out to meet him, and he was standing in front of his car. I immediately saw that he had someone in the car with him, and I just broke down. I knew what was coming, and I didn't want to face it. He was so kind. He comforted me, and helped me up on the porch where we both sat on the steps. He told me that he loved me, but my actions proved to him that we were in two different places in our lives, and he wasn't going to hold me back anymore. He said he knew I needed to live more, and enjoy life before settling down. He apologized for holding me back for so long, and thanked me for his best 5 years since his wife had died. I wanted to lay down on the ground and die right there. I just sobbed, it's all I could do. My dad finally came out and helped me back into the house. My dad then went back out and talked to my boyfriend. They actually get on very well despite what many would think. They talked for a while, I don't really remember how long because I was near hysterical at that point. My mom gave me something to help me relax. When my father came back and he whispered something to my mom, and she helped me upstairs to my room. I laid there for a while till I heard someone pull into the driveway. I looked out and saw that a moving truck had backed in. He had all my belongings, at our place, packed up and delivered to my parents' house. That's when I really lost all control of myself. I was crying so hard I didn't feel like I was in control of my own body anymore. My mom ended up sleeping in my room with me all night. In the past 3 days I have been out of bed probably less than 10 times, and that was just to use the bathroom. I'm lost, and worse than that I lost him. But I was finally able to eat today, so I figured I would give you all a look at the end of my world. The rise and fall of To Catch a Predator. How Chris Hansen scammed fans and completely ruined his reputation. So what was To Catch a Predator? It was a recurring segment on the news show Dateline NBC. Originally titled Dangerous Web, the show was about the simple concept of setting up dates online for intimacy with men who thought they were meeting a person not of age, when in reality these not of age people were adults posing in 2000s chatrooms on places like AOL and Yahoo. These volunteers were part of the watchdog group that NBC paid as consultants to do the online decoy work and collect evidence. The men chatting with the decoys would arrive at the sting house after confirming their intent to have intimacy, only to be met by Dateline correspondent Chris Hansen, who would conduct a brief interview questioning them on their illegal actions and motives before revealing the operation to be a hidden camera sting, usually causing the suspected person to flee immediately. The first two investigations were done without law enforcement, and so the men would simply leave the house afterwards, though the group would give the evidence they collected to law enforcement after the investigation, leading to the prosecution of some of these men, most notably Rabbi David K., who has been in and out of prison ever since. The third investigation in Riverside, California, was the first one to feature a parallel investigation with law enforcement, leading to the arrest of an astounding 52 men over 3 days on their way out of the sting house after their interaction with Chris Hansen. To Catch a Predator proved to be a monumental hit for NBC. TCAP was parodied in South Park, Arrested Development, and even in the opening segment of the 2006 Emmys hosted by Conan O'Brien, with a cameo by Chris Hansen himself. Some media critics and journalists criticized TCAP for being so sensationalized and being more entertainment than news. Charlie Brooker, creator of the television show Black Mirror, wrote a scathing article attacking TCAP for alleged entrapment and the questionable nature of airing these men on national television when they haven't been convicted of a crime at the time. Charges were dropped against some men in the Fort Myers sting after the groups refused to hand over a copy of their hard drive when a judge ordered them to, claiming that the hard drive crashed and was disposed of, leaving an open question to many about the reputation of the group. Still, the show was a cultural phenomenon and undeniably captivating television. Then came the downfall and cancellation of TCAP. Things started to really unravel for Dateline during a sting in Murphy, Texas. First, there was heavy pushback from the local community when they learned the sting was in the town, including an old man saying "Don't mess with Murphy" at a town hall, which became a meme in the TCAP fandom. Second, and most importantly, was the issue of Louis Condrat. Louis Condrat was the assistant DA of the neighboring Kaufman County at the time of the Murphy sting, and he surfaced chatting with one of the group decoys posing as a 13-year-old. Condrat allegedly claimed to be a 19-year-old teenager during these conversations, engaged in explicit chat, and sent the decoy naked pics found online portraying them as though they were of himself. The group claimed that Condrat was deleting his social media accounts like MySpace, leading them to believe he was trying to cover his tracks and had become aware of Dateline being in the area, prompting law enforcement to go to his home to arrest him before he could destroy evidence or flee, with Chris Hansen and a camera crew right behind them to film the whole thing. Here is where things get murky. Dateline alleges that they didn't want to capture the arrest at his home, with Chris Hansen claiming that it would be more compelling television if they had arrested him at his office instead of his house. The warrants for Condrat's arrest and for the search of his home were signed at 2 p.m., but neighbors say Dateline and police were loitering in the area hours before since the early morning, seemingly waiting for the warrants to be signed. Also, Chris originally lied and said the group wasn't with Dateline and himself when they went to Condrat's house, but relented and said they might have been when an interviewer proved at least one member was. Realizing he was home, a SWAT team entered Condrat's home with a Dateline camera crew not too far behind. Officers were met by Condrat himself holding a firearm in a hallway in the house. He told the officers he wasn't going to hurt anyone and then took his own life in front of them. This aside became national news, and a flurry of criticism was thrown at Dateline and Chris Hansen. All of the men caught in the Murphy sting had their charges dropped. Suddenly TCAP's close association with law enforcement and their proclivity to create news was getting more and more negative attention. Advertisers began to withdraw their ads during TCAP segments, and higher-ups at NBC began voicing their displeasure at the ballooning budgets of these investigations and explicit nature of the program. Condrat's sister sued NBC for $105 million, claiming their actions were journalistically unethical and led to her brother's aside. The lawsuit was eventually settled out of court. TCAP as a segment only lasted a couple more investigations after the Murphy sting before coming to an end. While the popular assumption is that Condrat's aside and his sister's lawsuit is what led to the cancellation, Chris Hansen claims that NBC was already planning on ending new investigations before the Murphy catastrophe because TCAP had become the most expensive Dateline segment by far. What happened after TCAP? Chris Hansen remained a correspondent on Dateline and tried replicating the TCAP magic with segments like To Catch an ID Thief, To Catch an Hijacker, and To Catch a Con Man. None of these captured the ratings or attention of the original, however, and after GE sold NBC, reruns of TCAP and Predator Raw on MSNBC started to cease as upper management began to change. Chris Hansen was caught having an affair with a young news anchor at an NBC affiliate, which did not help endear him with his new bosses, who chose not to renew his contract in 2013 after he had spent 20 years with the network. Hansen bounced around for a couple years, doing a few projects here and there, and then in 2015 he had a big announcement. Hansen vs. Predator. So here is how Chris Hansen scammed fans. The rise and fall of To Catch a Predator. How Chris Hansen scammed fans and completely ruined his reputation. So here is how Chris Hansen scammed fans. After many failed spin-offs of the original hit TCAP, a Kickstarter suddenly dropped for a new television program called Hansen vs. Predator. This program would follow the typical TCAP formula of men coming over to a sting house thinking they were going to meet a person not of age for intimacy, only to be met by Chris Hansen and then arrested by law enforcement right afterwards. This time around, a new watchdog group would play the online decoys as the OG group had dissolved years earlier. The Kickstarter was aiming for a $400,000 goal, but after months of fundraising the campaign lowered the goal to $75,000, eventually reaching $89,000. The Kickstarter promised mugs, t-shirts, and other assorted merch to backers. The sting was filmed in Fairfax County, Connecticut, leading to the arrest of 10 men. Afterwards, with the footage of the sting supposedly on the way, Hansen became the host of Crime Watch Daily, a syndicated true crime show. Crime Watch Daily picked up the Hansen vs. Predator sting for their show, and it quickly became their most popular segment, with the Jeff Sokol interview racking up over 55 million views on YouTube and randomly going viral on TikTok seemingly once every couple months. The unedited footage of these interviews and arrests was apparently still on the way to Kickstarter backers, but that, just like the promised merch, was nowhere in sight. Soon, backers began flooding the comments of the Kickstarter page demanding to know where their money was going. Hansen promised backers would receive their awards by December of 2015, but no one had gotten anything by August of 2016. You deal with Kickstarter to help these people out. To get screwed over by someone you've seen on TV. Kind of hurts, said one backer. We got scammed. We really need to get a hold of some news outlets to set up a sting on Chris Hansen. When he shows up, we can instruct him to have a seat and pull all of the updates they promised us and grill the crap out of them. It really is sad that they screwed us over so badly, says another. Eventually, backers began receiving their rewards, albeit a long time after being promised them. One backer said he had his mug arrive 2.5 years after it was supposed to have shipped. Some backers, including myself, never got their rewards at all. What was most infuriating to fans during this protracted dance between backers and Hansen were his repeated assurances that rewards were right around the corner and that the footage of the sting was coming up soon. Many fans of his earlier work couldn't help but walk away feeling like they got scammed by someone they once looked up to, or at least enjoyed the work of a lot. So on to Chris Hansen's arrest and his other scams. In the summer of 2017, Hansen wrote a $13,000 check to a company making promotional items for him for Hansen vs. Predator. However, this check bounced. After months of back and forth, Chris wrote another check to this company in April of 2018, but this check also bounced. A felony warrant was then issued for his arrest in Connecticut for writing bad checks. Chris turned himself in, and though the case was eventually dropped, it still left many fans shaking their heads at the man who once wore a 5-digit Rolex on his wrist during his Dateline days. There is a plethora of other shady stuff Chris has done in the years since, including shilling for a scam Escobar folding phone being sold by literally Pablo Escobar's brother. YouTuber Theo Von flew Chris out to Las Vegas to appear on a show, and while there, Chris allegedly racked up a huge hotel and spa bill expecting Theo to pay for it and argued with his team about it. Chris was evicted from his Manhattan apartment after not paying rent, and his Connecticut home was foreclosed on by the bank. Not to mention his exorbitant credit card debt. Needless to say, it's apparent Chris has a bad handle on his financial situation. Chris launched a website for his Hansen vs. Predator series and promised new high-quality investigations for a subscription of $90 a year. After one video, however, the site fell dormant despite Chris promising new videos for months afterwards, and instead started a new series on his YouTube channel that was universally panned for the low production quality and that the men caught were arrested before the interview with Chris, leading to rather boring and uninteresting videos. Bizarrely, Chris Hansen also started investigating YouTuber and alleged Gr. Omer Onissian for his inappropriate relationships with fans. Investigating in quotes because many felt Hansen had unfairly jumped onto the story after others had done all the work, and Hansen just joined in to take the story and sell it as a documentary to Discovery+. This culminated in an almost comedic video where Chris arrives at Onissian's house with a camera crew just for Onissian to call 911. Just to emphasize how bizarre this is, Onissian withdrew a lawsuit against Chris Hansen after he accidentally served a totally different man named Chris Hansen the papers. So where are Chris and the investigations now? Chris appeared briefly on The Boys Season 2, which, good for him for getting that bag in a respectable way, I guess. In 2020 he started a podcast titled Preds I Caught. Each week he takes a different man caught in one of the stings he's been a part of and does a reading of their chat log, an overview of his confrontation with them, and what they've been up to since the sting. Formulaic to a fault, it's still somewhat interesting to hardcore fans to hear Chris read chat logs uncensored for once, and occasionally but rarely he divulges some actual new and interesting information. Just recently on Thanksgiving Day, his new series titled Takedown with Chris Hansen started airing on the true crime streaming service he's a part of, True Blue. Despite many in the fandom wondering if this was a scam originally, True Blue is a real service and the new show is also real. This series follows the more traditional TCAP and Hansen vs. Predator format of Chris confronting a suspect before arrest, though most of the men immediately try to leave. Probably because the sting house is an empty double-wide trailer with a visible GoPro camera mounted on the fridge that Chris has to pick up off the floor and put back on top at one point. A long departure from the TCAP days of renting out massive multi-million-dollar mansions with dozens of expensive hidden cameras. Chris also just this Monday announced upcoming live shows in Las Vegas where he promises to record a podcast with the audience, show some never-before-seen footage, do a Q&A, and have some meet and greets. Some in the fandom speculating this is a test for a national tour. Maybe expect Predator Con to come to a city near you, complete with people cosplaying as their favorite registered offender from the shows.
My nerdy classmate who I was extremely abusive towards and bullied relentlessly will soon become my coworker. I used to be a completely insufferable beach during high school. There's no denying that. I'm very ashamed of that person. I was the golden child who bullied my younger siblings and forced her to remove me from her life. I didn't care at the time. I took pride in my good looks, my rich father who always bought me new clothes, and was extremely arrogant and selfish. I was mean and aggressive in high school. Interacting with people who were not as well off as me brought out the worst in me during that time. So there was this boy in my class in high school. Kind of a loner, always busy studying and doing projects, no friends, getting bullied quite often. He was very intelligent, always the best when it came to grades. I wasn't friends with him either. I was one of the cool girls and I only hung out with other cool girls and boys. I was usually the center of attention. There was a gang of bad girls in schools. We would sleep with the popular guys, cheat on tests, skip class, steal from people, ridicule them online and so on. I was the gang's leader. So I wasn't doing well with my grades, mostly because I wasn't spending time studying and was obsessed with other things. So to improve my grades, I had the selfish idea of using this boy. So I befriended him and let him close, in order to get some help in return with my studies, and he did help me a lot. Sometimes he helped me for hours before exams or coursework and it helped my grades a lot. His friendship with me made him more popular as well. This kept going for almost a year, and I knew he liked me, but I never considered that. In my eyes he was a bork nerd, it was all a facade. Anyway, he eventually asked me out, which I responded horribly to. I laughed at him, told him that he's not good enough for me, and since I didn't need his help anymore I told him that I only befriended him so that he would help me. Not because I liked him in any way. I was a complete beach. After that I asked other girls to make fun of him constantly, which made his life difficult. We made him the laughingstock of the school. So time passed and I only realized at college what a complete beach I was. To him and other people. I've had therapy and I'm not the same person anymore. So right now I work in HR. I was going through the list of the people who are starting to work for us next week, since I'm the person who basically meets them on day one, handles all the process, etc., and this boy is one of them. I want to make things right with him and apologize for my horrible behavior, but I don't know how to do that. What should I say? My nerdy classmate who I was extremely abusive towards and bullied relentlessly will soon become my coworker. So I decided to write my former classmate a handwritten letter, and give it to him on the day that he starts. Since I was the person who was supposed to welcome him to work, that meant it had to be the first thing I was going to do. This is the letter I wrote. Hi James. You're probably surprised to see me here. I'm sure I'm not on your list of favorite people to randomly meet. Without any excuses, I want you to know how sorry I am about how I treated you in the past. When I look back at the things I've done, there's nothing in my life that I'm more ashamed of. I can't imagine how it must have been for you during that time, and I don't pretend to understand. I'm just sorry for all that I did. It haunts me every day in my life, and it should. You might think I'm only doing this to seek forgiveness to feel better about myself, or maybe I want to make sure nothing happens to my job and career. You have every right to think that. But this letter isn't about asking you to forgive me, or telling you how much of a changed person I am. That would make it all about me, but this is about you. It's about where we are right now. We're going to be co-workers, and I want you to know that I will never ever do anything that might make your life difficult at work. It's funny I say that, because my mere existence here will probably cause just that. And even if it doesn't, how can you trust any word that comes out of my mouth? You shouldn't. But that's all I have to work with. I don't know how you think of me at this time, or whether you want to talk to me about the past or not. It's your decision and I will comply with whatever you decide. If you decide to not talk about the past at all, I'm fine with that. When I return we'll go through the rest of the formalities like professional colleagues, and we only speak when we have to. If you want to talk to me about the past, that's fine as well. Be assured that it won't be about me. If you need someone to yell at, someone to be angry at, or even a punching bag, I can be those things. You have every right to work in a place that you feel happy and safe, and if my existence threatens that, which is completely understandable, then we shouldn't work in the same place. So if that's the case, just give me the word and I will request a transfer or I will quit. This offer is open-ended. Regardless of what you decide or how you think about me, I genuinely wish you well. So on the day, when he saw me he was shocked and clearly shaking. When I offered to shake his hand he was very stressed. I proceeded to give him the above letter in an envelope and then invited him to his desk. I tried to act completely professionally. I gave him the very basic info, then told him that I will be back with the rest of the things in half an hour, to give him time to read the letter and feel more comfortable. When I was back he was more relaxed. We went through the rest of the stuff and at the end he passed me a note which said, 6:30? Meet me at the cafe? Which is right around the corner. So I went in there and he was there. We sat there for a couple of minutes, not saying anything. Eventually I asked how he's doing and if he read the letter. Then he burst into tears and I couldn't stop my tears as well. After a couple of minutes, he told me that he was ready to quit on day one if I hadn't given him that letter. I reminded him that I should be the one who leaves, but he told me that it's not necessary. He told me that for a couple of years he wished me dead, and even though he managed to move on, he never stopped feeling angry towards me until he saw me again. We talked more and more and got everything out. It was almost 9:30 when we were done. The first 2 hours were about our past, but the final hour was mostly a friendly conversation. We didn't talk again that week. This week one day he approached me during lunchtime and we had a short chat about random things. Today he asked to see me again after work. We had a short chat and he brought up the letter again. Told me that he had time to think about everything. He said that he wasn't convinced that I was changed back then, but now after 2 weeks he's seen me around and thinks that I might have. He told me that he's willing to forgive me and put the past behind us, and we shook hands as friends. Oh, and at the end he said that I owe him a lifetime of favors. I've never been happier in my life. And I can't stop crying. I've also started developing weird feelings. His appearance has changed a lot. Do I ask him out? Do I have the right to?
My entitled stepdaughter sold my family heirloom jacket behind my back, so I sold her birthday present and made her cry. Although my wife and I have a mostly beautiful relationship, there is one topic we have never seen eye to eye on, and that's my stepdaughter Lacey. I have tried bonding with her and getting closer to her. But this has never worked, however, as Lacey's mother has raised her in such a spoiled manner, that Lacey is now an entitled teenager who demands everything goes her way and refuses to take no for an answer. She has been suspended from school for bullying a much poorer kid in her class previously. When I pressed her about it and tried to explain how wrong it was to verbally ridicule him in front of the whole class, she literally refused to accept that she was in the wrong. Her mother then stepped in defending her, telling me "You're not her dad, don't act like it." She then proceeded to take Lacey upstairs and they had a talk, but I'm not sure about what. All I know is Lacey is yet to admit that she was in the wrong. This is just one example of her entitlement. She is now 16 years old and seems to get more spoiled every year. I have tried carefully broaching this subject with her mother, but I seem to get shot down every time. This behavior has definitely strained my relationship with Lacey. Well, my relationship with her, which was already not as good as it could be, went completely south last week. So last week was her birthday, and her mother and I got her the latest iPhone like she wanted. I got a lukewarm thanks off her, and her mother and her went to celebrate by themselves for the entire day. This kind of hurt. I was the one who paid for that iPhone and I get excluded. But that wasn't the real kicker. The real kicker happened when they came home in the evening. They both sat me down and went on to explain that they needed to talk with me. My wife opened up by saying she feels that I'm being way too cheap in regards to my allowance with Lacey. She said that the $75 a week that I give her was way too little for someone of her age and that I can definitely afford to double her allowance. I asked Lacey if she was willing to do chores around the house or cook dinner every now and then for her mother and I in order to increase her allowance, and Lacey said no. She shouldn't have to. She should simply get the higher allowance because she is 16 now. I told her that's not how the world works, and that's when her mother jumped in, giving out to me and literally claiming that this is proof I don't care about Lacey. I got mad at that, so I asked Lacey, "Who do you think bought you that new phone?" And she replied, "It was my birthday, that's the bare minimum." I responded, "You know my parents were dirt poor and we didn't celebrate birthdays. The only thing they gave me was a roof over my head and something to eat before bed each night. That's the bare minimum." She then responded saying my parents should have tried harder in life. I saw red, and I was about to verbally go off on them both, but I restrained myself and told them I was going upstairs. While leaving, my wife tried to ask me about the allowance, and I yelled that the answer was no. I feel bad for yelling, but I was so angry in the moment. That all happened last week, and for the next few days the atmosphere in the house was very tense. My wife and Lacey did not talk to me much, and vice versa. Well, this morning I woke up and I felt a compelling urge to go to a Christmas market as they had just opened up. I love going to these things, Lacey and my wife do not, so I figured I would go by myself. I got ready and went to put on my jacket. A jacket I only wear during the winter time and very rarely. A jacket passed down to me by my father, a jacket that is 5 generations old. It is made with high quality materials, real fur and leather, absolutely enormous. It probably has a market value of around $900, $1,000, but to me it is priceless. After spending a lot of time trying to find this jacket and being unable to, I decided to ask my wife if she had seen it. My wife reluctantly said no at first, but she hesitated before answering. I asked her again, she hesitated again and said no, then immediately tried changing the subject. Something was fishy here, so I kept pressing. She finally cracked when I threatened to go leave the house for a few days. She admitted that Lacey, being furious with me after I told her no to her allowance request, decided to sell my jacket and keep the money. I went blind with rage. I asked her first where she sold it, and my wife told me she sold it online and through where. I was irate. I went upstairs to where Lucy was sleeping, but I had no intention of waking her up. I simply took the new phone I got her and put it in my pocket. I then went downstairs to my wife, who kept begging for me not to punish Lucy. I told her not to worry and that I'm not going to DOD anything, and told her I'm heading to the market to clear my head and enjoy my day. And enjoy my day I did. I headed out alone and pawned her new iPhone. I got just over $500 for it, way less than I paid, but I did not care. I then spent the entire 500 big ones on a day to myself. I bought stuff at the markets, I went to a Michelin star restaurant, I went to a spa. I had a great day and came home with $11. Throughout this whole day I kept getting angry messages and calls from Lacey and my wife asking where her phone was, and I told them not to worry. I'll explain everything when I get home. So when I got home I was greeted with them yelling at me, especially Lacey, demanding I give her the phone back. I wish you all could see the look on her face when I told her I pawned it. Priceless. Truly priceless. Her mother started screaming, of course, that I'm a selfish a-hole for doing this. I told them both that this is what they get for selling something priceless to me behind my back. Lacey kept yelling at me that it was just a stupid jacket. I reminded Lacey that things can hold more value to them than their price tag, and she got even more mad. Then I told her that I will also be taking the money she got for selling my jacket and keeping it to myself. She started to cry when I said that and ran upstairs. By this point, her mother was quiet and was sitting at the kitchen table. After Lacey bolted up in tears, I sat down with my wife and we had a long and painful talk. She admitted that what Lacey did was wrong, and she admitted that she spent years parenting her the wrong way. I asked her what she wanted to do and she said we must have a serious talk with Lacey, and I agreed. Lacey has been upstairs the whole evening, and my wife and I plan to talk to her tomorrow. My entitled stepdaughter sold my family heirloom jacket behind my back, so I sold her birthday present and made her cry. So my wife and I had a talk with my stepdaughter Lacey. And it did not go well at all. When I opened it up by saying I apologize for my actions, but she forced my hand, she refused to take any blame. She once again called it a stupid jacket and told me she did not understand how it was worth selling her new phone for. I told her that what she did was basically steal from me, and also told her that her mother is on my side for this one. She looked at her mother and my wife looked at her in a way that confirmed. Lacey played the woe is me card of course. She blamed my wife for not taking her side, she blamed me for ruining her life. When I asked her how I ruined her life, she told me that without a new phone she will get laughed at by her friend group in school. I told her that if your friends will laugh at you for not having a new phone they are not your friends. This did not seem to resonate however. All we got out of this conversation is more tears from Lacey, especially when I told her that she will give me the money that she got for the jacket, and that her mother and I have decided that she will have to start working a part-time job on the weekends if she wants money, as I will no longer give her an allowance. When I said this, her mother tried to chime in telling me, that's a bit too far, but I told her not to do that. I told her that since Lacey is now 16, and so mature, according to herself anyway, she can work a part-time job and start experiencing adulthood. I reminded my wife, in front of Lacey, that this type of treatment and refusal to dish out appropriate consequences is what led to this anyway. My wife agreed. I went on to tell Lacey that I love her, I really do, but her actions have forced my hand, and she needs to learn to face the consequences of severe actions. I told her just because I love her doesn't mean I need to enable everything she does, and if she associated love with allowing someone to act how they want with no consequences, then she isn't as grown as she thinks. The conversation ended up being a few hours long. Lacey has not spoke much since, but I have faith in her. She's a good kid.
My lesbian daughter is trying to force our whole family to dye our hair for Pride Month, so I gave her a brutal reality check. So my 15-year-old daughter has recently come as out lesbian. She is our only child, and my husband and I were extremely supportive of her. We have since stayed up many nights, doing research on how to better support your child after coming out. But our daughter almost seems to have gotten a whole lot worse attitude-wise. Since coming out, she has made every single conversation she has about gay people, about the discrimination they face, which are real issues and I can't deny that. My main problem is when she tells us to try harder to be allies to her. At first my husband and I tolerated this kind of things from her, but as time went on it has become harder and harder to keep her mouth shut. It doesn't help that if anyone doesn't agree with her on a topic, even if it's anything not at all related to her sexuality, she is quick to call homophobia. My husband and I have become victims of these things a lot, and it hurts a lot when the daughter that you love dearly and truly support claims that you are homophobic and don't love her. It all boiled over yesterday night during dinner. It is Pride Month, and my daughter has dyed her hair in order to support it. Cool, I have nothing against it. I think Pride is a good cause to support, and my husband and I support it myself. We promised my daughter we would attend the parade with her a few weeks ago. Well, last night my daughter started talking about Pride, and how important it was for everyone to do as much as they can in order to show support. She then went on to say that she thinks it's disgusting how a straight person will not openly show support during Pride, and compared it to racism. We got into a conversation about it, and during it our daughter told us she would like us to dye our hair for the month of Pride. She said it can be any color, as long as the color is on the rainbow. I told my daughter that as much as we support her, my husband and I were not going to do that. We told her we don't see how us dyeing our hair was going to do anything really. She blew up, calling us homophobic, saying that we don't support her, saying we're anti-gay and so on. My husband was the one who actually had enough and he yelled stop so loud that even I got scared for a second. Our daughter instantly got quiet but I could see she was still angry. My husband started speaking and told her to check her privilege. She tried asking how she was privileged, and my husband replied. He stated that she is gay, and is fortunate enough to live in a country where the LGBTQ community are not seen as animals. He told her that she gets to prance around calling people names if they disagree with her and call homophobia if she doesn't like something. My husband then pulled something up on his phone. He told my daughter to look. It was a video of gay people in less progressive countries speaking about how they were treated, followed by a video of a gay person being punished. The video was horrible. Once it ended, my husband told her that this was the reality for a lot of gay people in the world, and the fact she screams homophobia at us for not dyeing our hair during Pride Month is incredibly insensitive to gay people everywhere else in the world. He told her that not dyeing our hair isn't homophobia, and if she thinks she is then she has been brainwashed. My daughter left without saying much, and has not spoken a lot to us today either. I know we need to talk to her, but we don't know how. My lesbian daughter is trying to force our whole family to dye our hair for Pride Month, so I gave her a brutal reality check. My husband and I were able to sit down with our daughter later that night and have a true heart-to-heart. As parents, we felt like we should be the ones to open the conversation. We started by saying that we love her a lot, and whether she believes it or not, we accept and support her, and reassured her that we will be there at her wedding cheering her on when she meets the one. She seemed very happy to hear that. My husband then started speaking. He apologized for doing what he did and stated that he definitely took things far, but then stated that ultimately, gay people face much bigger problems than a straight person not dyeing their hair. He explained to her that putting the videos he showed to her and us not dyeing our hair in the same category of homophobia is insensitive to much bigger issues faced by the LGBTQ community. We then both told her, as calmly as we could, that we will not be dyeing our hair, as that it not something we would like to do, and that decision has nothing to do with how we feel about the LGBTQ. We asked her for her thoughts on the matter. She said she took the night to think about, and as painful as it is to admit it, she states that she was wrong. She says she understands how her constant name-calling, stating we are homophobic for not agreeing with her, was something that was wrong. She also admitted, and this really hurt to hear, that when she learned that if someone disagreed with her, because she was gay, she could play the homophobia card, and it would usually result in her getting her way. She stated that she was doing this mostly to us, however, and not as much elsewhere. My husband explained to her that what she was doing was manipulation, and were she to do that to others, it would push them away from her. Our daughter apologized, and we assured that we still love her and support her again too. Make sure she knows.
I accidentally re-traumatized my wife in the worst way possible, and now she is refusing to speak to me. How can I make this right? So my wife has been through a lot of stuff. She suffers greatly from childhood trauma of being kidnapped and held hostage for days on end, and we have done all we can to help her overcome it. It has worked fairly well, but an unintentional mistake I made has reversed all the progress we have made and more. So, recently I made a friend named David at the gym. We got on well, and the friendship started to translate outside of just being gym buddies. We regularly hung out after work or after the gym. He seemed like a bit of an oddball and was hesitant to speak of his past, so I just let it go and did not pry much if he ever seemed hesitant when talking about it. I figured he was just traumatized too and working to overcome it. So, fast forward to 3 weeks ago. I invited David over to my house to have dinner with me and my wife. My wife and I were cooking dinner, and at some point my sister-in-law called, saying that her 7-year-old who was at our house earlier left her favorite toy there. My wife, being the angel that she is, offered to drive over right now with the doll. And so my wife left the house to return the doll. While my wife was away, David arrived. All was going well, David and I were catching up and laughing, and then my wife got back home and saw David. She just suddenly started screaming, just raw blood-curdling screams were coming out of her. She was shouting at David to get out and waving a knife around. I was in shock. I basically froze myself, as I had never seen her like this before. David left and I tried to ask her what happened. But she couldn't talk. It seemed like she was having some sort of attack. I called for an ambulance and she was admitted at the hospital for having a severe panic attack. She was hospitalized for 3 days and she did not speak the entire time to literally anyone. On her release date she just left. And no one would tell me where she was. I called everyone we know and no one would speak to me or tell me where she was. I knew I had done something. I knew David was not a random man, but I could not figure out what was happening no matter how hard I tried. Then, her sister texted me a long explanation. It turns out that David was the man who took her hostage for 9 days when she was 12 and then stalked her for 7 years until he went to prison for an unrelated crime. My crazy wife kept harassing and stalking our daughter, which resulted in her getting arrested. She's now mad at me for not backing her up. My wife and I have a 23-year-old daughter, who is not too close to us. The reason behind it is my wife. My wife has been obsessive about our daughter all her life. She had phone trackers on my daughter's phone till the day she moved out. She would follow her to shops, stalk wherever she was at, and in one case came into a cinema that my daughter was at just to make sure that our daughter was where she said she was. Due to this, our daughter doesn't really tell us about her social or love life. Even when we ask, she just gives us vague answers. My wife hates this. She feels like she is entitled to know about our daughter's private life, even intimacy life details. Well, it turns out that for about 6 months, our daughter has been seeing a 43-year-old man. I don't know if they are dating or friends with benefits. I'm not sure, but my wife found this out when she was helping our daughter move into her house. She had gotten a copy of her key, so when my wife wants, she can go into her house, and she doesn't need to call our daughter to let her know, she can just walk in. At first, I didn't know about the key, but when I found out, I was in shock. My wife found out about my daughter dating the older guy by secretly following my daughter around to see where she goes and tracking her phone. She followed them back to her house, and she demanded to know what was going on. However, my daughter told her to leave. She refused, and my daughter said if she didn't leave, she would call the police. She left, came home, and told me everything. Obviously I don't want my daughter to date a man who's 20 years older than her. I think it's gross, but I also think that what my wife did was wrong and an invasion of privacy. However, my wife told me that she's her mother, and because she's only 23, our daughter's business is also her business. I told my wife that our daughter is an adult and lives on her own. If she wants to do this, we may not agree with it, but there is nothing we can do. My wife didn't agree and said, no, that doesn't mean she can date an older man if she wants. I didn't want to fight with my wife over this, so I just said, okay. My wife continued to stalk her and enter her house without asking, and she also stalked and threatened to injure the older man because of this. Because of this, my daughter called the police, and when I told the cops about the situation, they understood it to some extent and gave my wife a warning. They told us what she did was stalking and harassment, and that we needed to leave our daughter alone if she called them again. They would have to arrest my wife. After this, my wife continued to harass our daughter and her boyfriend. She showed up on her dates at her house. My daughter then got a restraining order against her mother. I told my wife she needed to stop, all she was doing was making her want to be with the man even more. I told my wife she was breaking the law and that if she continued this, she might go to jail. She asked me if we should give her an ultimatum. Her idea was to tell her that if she continued to see the man, we would never talk to her again, and she wouldn't be a part of our family. My wife said our daughter could be part of our family after she broke up with him. I told her this wasn't a good idea because if he is abusive, we shouldn't push her away, we should still keep a line of communication open, and I told her we shouldn't use our parental influence to try and force her into doing what she does or doesn't want to do. After I told my wife that, she said, so we should just allow our daughter to do whatever she wants, and we should just accept that? I got frustrated, and I just said whatever and left. I texted my daughter, asking her if I could see her. She said okay, and we met for lunch. I asked her why she was seeing a man old enough to be her father, and she told me she was just into much older men. I tried telling her about the red flags of dating someone older, but she still wanted to do it. I told her that I didn't agree with the relationship, but I would support her and be there for her if she needed it. My daughter said, thank you. After that, I told my wife about the meeting with our daughter, and my wife got mad at me for doing that. She said, we are supposed to have a united front. I told her there was nothing we could do except be there for her, but my wife is still adamant about doing something. I told her our daughter got a restraining order against her. If she keeps this up, she will go to jail. I tried telling her that, and the cops who came by our house tried telling her that, but she still didn't listen. She went to my daughter's house and basically broke in and yelled at our daughter, telling her, you better end this relationship now. I don't care what you want or what you are into. Because of the yelling, one of our neighbors called the police, and my daughter told the cops everything. The cops asked if my daughter wanted to press charges, and she did, so my wife was arrested. She was charged with violating a restraining order, breaking and entering, assault, and harassment. I paid my wife's bail, but she still has a trial. My wife claimed that the cops were racist for arresting her. We are a black family. I got frustrated, and I told her no. She was arrested for breaking multiple laws. I told her she should have lied to me and wouldn't be in this situation, but she got mad at me. My wife also got mad at me for telling her it was her fault she got arrested. I used to work for a big-time insurance company, and here is every dirty trick we use to scam our customers. Here's how to not fall for them. I used to be the guy who worked for insurance companies and determined the value of every little thing in your house. Our goal was to use the information you provided, and give the lowest damn value we can possibly justify for your item. For instance, if all you say was toaster, we would come up with a cheap $5 toaster from Walmart. And we would do that for everything you have ever owned. We had private master lists of the most commonly used descriptions, and what the cheapest viable replacements were. We also had wholesale pricing on almost everything out there, so really scored cheap prices to quote. To further that example, if you said toaster, $25, we would have to be within 20% of that. So, we would find something that's pretty much dead on $20. If you said toaster $200, we'd kick it back and say need more info, because that's a ridiculous price for a toaster. If you said toaster from Walmart, you're getting that $5 one. If you said toaster from Macy's, you'd be more likely to get a $30 one. If you said toaster, and all your other kitchen appliances were Gen Air, KitchenAid etc., you would probably get a matching one. If you said Proctor Silex 42888 2-slice toaster from Walmart, $9, you just got yourself $9. If you said high-end toaster, stainless steel, blue glowing power button, you might get $50 instead. We had to match all features that were listed. I'm not telling you to lie on your claim. Not at all. That would be illegal and could cause much bigger issues. But on the flip side, it's not always advantageous to tell the whole truth every time. Pay attention to those last two examples. I remember one specific customer. He had some old, piece of crap projector that could stream a equally piece of crap consumer camcorder. Worth like $5 at a scrapyard. It had some oddball effing resolution. It could record it though, and the guy strongly insisted that we replace with like kind and quality, trigger words. Ended up being a $65K replacement, because the only camera on the market happened to be a high-end professional video camera. $65 goddamn thousand because he knew that loophole, and researched his stuff. Remember to list everything, even the most mundane stuff you can think of. For example, if I was writing up the shower in my bathroom, designer shower curtain, $35. Matching shower curtain liner for designer shower curtain, $15. Shower curtain rings X20, $15. Stainless steel soap dispenser for shower, $35. Natural sponge loofah, from Whole Foods, $15. Natural sponge loofah for back, from Whole Foods, $19. Holder for loofahs, $20. Bars of soap, from Lush, $12 each, quantity, 4. Bath bomb, from Lush, $12. High-end shampoo, from Salon, $40. High-end conditioner, from Salon, $40. Refining pore mask, from Salon, $55. I could probably keep thinking, and bring it up to about $400 for the contents of my shower. Nothing there is unreasonable, nothing there is clearly out of place, nothing seems obviously fake. The prices are a little on the high end, but the reality is, some people have expensive stuff, it won't actually get questioned. No claims adjuster is going to bother nitpicking over the cost of Lush bath bombs, when there is a 20,000 item file to go through. The adjuster has other stuff to do, too. Most people writing claims for a total loss wouldn't even bother with the shower, and those people would be losing out on $400. Some things require documentation and ages. If you're missing paper trails for things that were legitimately expensive, go through every photo you can find that was taken in your house. Any parties you may have thrown, and guests put pics up on Facebook. Maybe an imgur photo of your cat, hiding under a coffee table you think you purchased from Restoration Hardware. Like. Seriously. Come up. With any evidence you possibly can, for anything that could possibly be deemed expensive. Sometimes people would come back to us with updated claims. They tried it on their own, and listed stuff like toaster, microwave, TV, and weren't happy with what they got back. So they hired a fire truck chaser, and resubmitted with more information. I have absolutely seen claims go from under 7K calculated, to over 100K calculated. I rebelled against my tyrant teacher in elementary school and got her fired. So one notoriously mean teacher banned running at my elementary school. If you ran during recess, you'd be sitting on the bench for the rest of the break. What led to this was my friend running into a teacher accidentally while we were playing tag. She didn't fall or anything, but it was probably a bit of a surprise. This prompted Ms. Mean to punish the whole school. So she self-righteously banned running. Probably because she was fat herself and couldn't run. Anyway, the next day, Ms. Mean met with all the 5th grade classes to justify her decision. She said people only need 1 hour of exercise a week to be healthy and there was no need to run during break time. It was ridiculously stupid, and that's not any sort of justification for the decision. The tension in the room was palpable and you could sense that hatred for her began spreading immediately. My 5th grade teacher just sat at his desk, chuckling at the sheer ridiculous nature of the whole thing. The next day, the entire 4th grade and 5th grade sat down by the play structure for the entirety of recess. When they told us to stop sitting together via megaphone, everyone walked around the perimeter of the kickball field and sang well-known songs together. My friends and I made a ton of flyers to bring back running. While we were handing them out before school, the principal grabbed one. We thought we were in huge trouble. It turns out the principal was never told about this ban on running. The mean old lady was taken off yard duty. She was then fired next year for sending explicit pics to one of the 6th graders via social media. My transphobic mother refuses to accept my brother's transition, so we're getting her fired. My brother came out as a female to male transgender about a year ago and I have done nothing but been supportive of it. My ex-best friend's cousin came out as transgender a few years and the backlash she received for it drove her to suicide. I have seen firsthand how important it is to support people when the transition and how severe consequences can be, so I have done all I can to make sure my brother knows I still love him the same. But that is not Ray's case for our mother. She comes from a deeply religious background, and her views are very outdated, and since my brother came out she has done nothing but shown blatant transphobia. She still calls my brother a she, dead names him all the time, refusing to accept any part of his true identity. She has called him an abomination many times, and I can hear her praying for my brother every night, wishing for him to stop falling for this brainwashing and Satanism. It honestly makes me very sad, how a mother can be so blinded by religion and black and white thinking that she won't accept her son because she does not agree with him. Whenever our mother sees him wearing more masculine clothing, she freaks out, throws a hissy fit, so on and so on. Living with her has been hell, but considering I am 17 and my brother is 16, we have to stay here. We do not know where our father is, and do not have any relatives over here in the UK. So we are stuck living with her. A few days ago, stuff really hit the fan and our mother went absolutely irate on us. My brother and I have been talking for a long time, and he has decided that when he turns 18 he wants to get bottom surgery. I was all for this, I believe in living your truth, and I let him know that no matter what anyone at all has to say about this I will be in his corner. We also talked about it and although we decided not to tell our mother at first, we ended up realizing it may be the right thing to do. We decided that we will tell her that this is my brother's truth, and once he turns 18 he will live it, we will bring it up at dinner time. The next night we sat down to eat, my mother started dead naming him of course, asking when he was going to get over this phase. That's when I looked at my brother and nodded to him, giving him the go-ahead to say it. My brother then spoke up. About that, he started off. I have been doing a lot of thinking. And I am realizing that this is ultimately my truth. I am a man mom, whether you accept it or not. I am 16 now and in 2 years I will be getting bottom surgery. There is nobody in the world that can convince me otherwise, realize that you are against this, I really do, but please mom I am your son. I want to do anything to get accepted by you, but living my life miserable in order to have your acceptance is not something I am willing to do. Accept this decision please. His speech to her was beautiful. It was very emotional. We both waited to see my mother's reaction, and she just rolled her eyes and shook her head. Without saying a word, she left the dinner table and went upstairs, locked herself in the bathroom and started crying. My brother and I quietly talked about it, but before we could finish the conversation, our mother came storming down and yelling that no child of hers will go against God, no child of hers will be a freak. She was just saying these horrible things to my brother. She then turned her attention on me. She then yelled at me for permitting this and telling my brother that what he is doing is okay, when in reality I should be telling him he is mentally ill and should check himself in the mental hospital. I got very mad when I heard this, and I yelled back saying she was the mentally ill one if she will let her son's gender determine whether she has love for him or not. She slapped me for raising my voice, and then slapped me again. I did not fight back. I am a 17-year-old male and this is my mother. No matter what she does it would be cowardice of me to raise my hands against her. She kept slapping me over and over for raising my voice and by the end I was heavily bruised in my face. After she was done, she went upstairs. My brother rushed over to me as he stayed seated the whole time, only because I told him to, and he made sure I was okay. He told me we need to take pictures of my face as proof that our mother is abusive. I was reluctant at first and asked him what the pictures were even going to do. He said that we could use it to report her to authorities or her job. I was reluctant at first, but then my brother said something that made me think. Our mother works at a children's hospital. Do you think it is safe to have a woman like that care for children? He made a very good point. Our mother was far from an employee with an impressive track record too. She was basically hanging on by a thread in the hospital as she has done many irresponsible things on the job in the past. So, we took pictures of my face, which was so heavily bruised that my entire cheek was purple. My eyebrow was wounded too as my mother used the cross she had to land a blow with the edge of it to my eyebrow. We took pictures of it all. I then proceeded to ask my brother what good would getting my mother thrown out of the job to since we would not have a place to stay. He said he had that taken care of. He contacted his best friend the night before and informed his best friend that he was going to tell his mother about wanting bottom surgery, and if stuff goes very downhill he asked if he and I could stay at the best friend's place until I find a job and an apartment. I hugged my brother at that moment. So it's now a few days later and we plan to send the pictures my brother and I have to her boss while she is at work tomorrow. We have no interest in pressing charges, but we do believe that she can be a danger to children. We have even spent the last few days audio recording her angry outbursts, which she is almost daily, and we will send those too. My transphobic mother refuses to accept my brother's transition, so we're getting her fired. So the day after I posted, my mother left for work and my brother and I left school early. We packed our bags while she was at work. We wrote her huge handwritten note stating that we are moving into my brother's best friend's house for the time being, and since she does not know where he lives, she will not be seeing us. We left her my phone number so she can contact us if she wants to make amends or apologize. In the note we stated that unless she calls me to let me know that she accepts my brother and is sorry for the years of abuse, we will be going no contact with her. We then emailed my mother's boss the pictures of my face after her assault, as well as the audio recordings of her outbursts. We stated in this email that we have absolutely no interest to press charges, that we do not deem ourselves in danger as we are old enough to defend ourselves if necessary, but that we strongly believe that she is a danger to children. We also informed him that about a year ago, she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, something we know for a fact she has not mentioned at work. We also stated that we cannot in good faith allow a woman who is capable of doing that to her own son, work with vulnerable children. There was more to the email but that was the gist of it. We sent the email at around 4 p.m. Our mother usually ends work at 6 so we had plenty of time to go to my brother's best friend's house. It was hard for us to do, leaving the house knowing this will be a completely different chapter in our life. No matter how abusive our mother may have been, we were raised in this home, and leaving it was hard. My brother's best friend and his family welcomed us with open arms, and I could not be more thankful to them. I tried my best to express this gratitude and they said they're just doing what they can. They live about a 40-minute bus journey away too, so there is no way to accidentally run into my mother. Speaking of my mother, I got a call at around 8 p.m., almost a full hour later than I was expecting to. I picked up the phone and expected to be yelled and screamed at, and unfortunately I was correct. My mother called me a snake, a serpent, and an evil man who would screw over his own mother this way. Indeed, she had gotten fired. I expected to feel relief, but I did not. She yelled at me over and over, condemning me to hell, to damnation, saying that I better come back. Cussing me out for getting her fired. Quite ironic for a religious woman to use as many swear words as she did. Anyway, I told her she should be lucky we did not press charges on her, that she is a danger to children and that she does not deserve the title of mother. I hung up on her and told her that just like the note states, she can either call us to apologize and accept my brother, or not call us at all and accept that we are no longer part of her life.
My delusional husband gave me peanuts despite the fact I am allergic to them and refuses to apologize, so I cooked him an amazing meal with a special surprise. So my husband is one of those people who believes that the power of the mind is enough to combat anything. He has genuinely tried to tell me that instead of going to chemo, I should advise my grandma to read meditation books and really believe that she is not sick. That's the kind of person he is. He believes in exposure therapy even with things like allergies and truly thinks he can heal himself simply using the power of the mind whenever he is. He gets mad at me for going to the doctors when I'm sick, instead of meditating with him in order to get better. One thing that has been the main struggle with him is to get him to understand that exposure therapy will not heal my allergies. Specifically, my peanut allergy. I have been deathly allergic to peanuts all my life, and cannot eat them. Yet he claims I can, as apparently he has watched many videos and read many stories of people overcoming deathly peanut allergies with exposure therapy. I have always told him no. Well, yesterday he took it upon himself to prove me wrong. I came home from work and he surprised me with a batch of homemade cookies. I was excited, but asked why he made them since he is lactose intolerant. He said it was a surprise for me. I was excited and kissed him, but before I ate one I asked for the ingredients, and he stated they were just normal cookies. He then got me to smell one. I did, and I thought they smelled off, but didn't say anything. My husband proceeded to break off a tiny amount of a cookie. A minuscule amount, which I thought again was odd. He then almost seemed to inspect it, then gave it to me. I ate the tiny piece, and almost immediately I started to feel hot. I could feel myself break into a sweat and my throat starting to slowly swell. I told my husband something was wrong, and when he saw me start to double over onto a chair and grab my neck and chest, he called the ambulance. He then used the EpiPen. There is a hospital near us, so thankfully they came quickly. I was discharged after a few hours and I was more or less okay. I asked my husband to explain himself and he started off by saying that I shouldn't get mad. He put peanuts into the cookie, trace amounts of them, to start my exposure therapy. He figured I would never agree to it myself, So he did it without my knowledge. I couldn't believe it. I yelled at him that I could have died, he could have unalived me, had my EpiPen not been on me who knows what would have happened. I called him irresponsible, stupid and childish. I told him he's lucky I'm not going to press charges. He begged me to forgive him but still said that he was sorry for what happened but not for what he did. I said I needed space and went upstairs. I locked the bedroom behind me and sat in silence crying for what felt like hours. I knew I was going to divorce him, but I wanted to get back at him too. I decided that for the next 24 hours, I'm going to act like everything was fine, and serve him an amazing meal. That was my revenge. I came out of the bedroom and said that I forgave him. That I had thought about and that I had been letting my peanut allergy control my life. That I ate trace amounts of peanuts and ended up surviving. I sweet-talked him into thinking it was all okay. The next night I made him dinner. I served some fantastic chicken and homemade wholemeal bread as well as pasta. I told him I wanted this dinner to celebrate our new start and my start of exposure therapy and opening myself up to the power of the mind. He started eating the pasta and the chicken immediately and we finished the meal roughly 30 minutes later. 15 minutes later he started complaining about his stomach being sore. That's when I told him, oh yeah, I lathered the chicken in buttermilk beforehand and the pasta was drenched in butter before I cooked it. I also put some cheese sauce into the preparations of the dish. I know you're lactose intolerant but this is just exposure therapy. I did say I was willing to start doing it. He looked at me with a look of shock and horror. He called me a liar, and not even a minute later he ran upstairs. He stayed in the toilet creating a nuclear warhead and as he was in there I packed clothes for a few nights. I then drove to my sister where I am currently staying. I have been here a few hours and my soon-to-be ex-husband is bombarding me with calls ever since I sent a text to him stating I wanted a divorce. My delusional husband gave me peanuts despite the fact I am allergic to them and refuses to apologize, so I cooked him an amazing meal with a special surprise. It has been a few months and my husband and I are currently going through divorce proceedings. I know I'm never going to take him back no matter how hard he tries to convince me. And convince me he has tried. He has texted me a lot, begged a lot, apologized a lot, and showed up at my sister's doorstep a lot. Hell, he sometimes even sends me money or gifts into my workplace randomly as a sign for me to forgive him. I have talked to my sister and she states that this is love bombing, a tactic gaslighters use in order to get you to forgive their actions. My sister is a very smart woman and has an eye for these things. Gaining her perspective really helped. There was a point that I was actually considering forgiving him but she was the one who convinced me that this type of behavior isn't normal. When I asked for space, he completely disregarded my wants and showed up to my sister's house the next day. I have also spoken to my sister's husband and he says the same thing. One very, very crazy thing that has happened however, is that my husband has come up with a unique method of winning me back. You see, I still don't have his social media blocked as I don't see the need to. On said social media, he has started documenting a journey of him overcoming being lactose intolerant. He records himself, every single day without fail, consuming small amounts of dairy while preaching to whoever watches that the power of the mind is special and using it he will overcome being lactose intolerant. This is usually then followed by a pic of him in the bathroom talking about how hard the dairy hit him. He does this every day and brags about the results each day, claiming he is getting better and better at tolerating dairy. Honestly, I keep up with it for 3 reasons. For pure entertainment. To see how far he will go to win me back. And to remind myself that he is insane and to never ever go back to him no matter what he does.
Blindside me and kick me out of my house? Enjoy having your life ruined. Over a decade ago, I came home to find I was being moved out by my wife. We weren't in a great place, but I was blindsided. I was also served with a protection order that stated I could not come home without prior written permission. I had to go through my wife to see the kids etc. and it was in effect for 90 days. I was devastated. A relative connected me with a bulldog of a lawyer. This lady was brilliant and no nonsense. She filed a rebuttal to the protection order, but told me these things take time and we were unlikely to see a judge before the 90 days were up. She was very clear that I must follow the court order to the letter. If there was any evidence otherwise, I'd be in an uphill battle if or when my wife renewed it. It only took 1 day before my now ex needed me to take the kids. I had crashed at a friend's house, so I had no place to take them. So we agreed I'd watch them at home. I waited a few blocks away while waiting for an email. Ex called me and I reminded her of the details of the order and that I wouldn't come until I had permission. This happened twice more that I waited down the street within the first week. So I told her I wouldn't leave where I was staying until I had the email. It was about 20 minutes away. I texted her to remind her. The very next day she again did an email. We were planning on me picking up the kids to take them to school since their school was only a few minutes from my work. However, because I had not received written permission, I ran out of time to drive to pick up the kids and then make it to their school and work. She called, furious that I wasn't there. I reminded her about the permission, and that I was out of time. She ended up being very late to work that day. She then wanted to write me blanket permission to come and go as needed, but my lawyer advised against it. Follow the order. The culmination of this was a few weeks later when she again forgot to send permission. Her boyfriend was staying over, but didn't have his car with him. They both had to get to work, and that was the day I learned that he was her direct supervisor. Ex had to call a friend from work to pick up kids and take them to school, and the friend found out. Of course it got out at their work. Within a week of that, the boyfriend was fired over their relationship and my ex was suspended. By this time, I had my own place, so the kids ended up staying with me most days. I later learned that the protection order was the boyfriend's idea. Ex was quite mad about it as it turned into evidence that I wasn't a threat to her or the family, and the judge was quite harsh with her over it when we settled for support and parenting time. She called it intentional and harmful parental alienation. My wife has been severely grief-stricken for 5 years and refuses to do anything about it. She makes our life hell. My wife's mother passed away 5 years ago from lung cancer. It was not a peaceful or easy death. Our lives understandably went on pause after the diagnosis and we both spent a lot of time off work helping care for her mother. My wife had a pretty typical showing of grief at the time, cycling through different stages. Same with our 3 kids. After she passed, however, my wife got really bad. I totally understand this. I can't say I know exactly what she went through, because I haven't had a parent die, but I understand how devastated she was. For months after she could barely function. I gently took over pretty much all the responsibilities in the household and with the kids. She had been attending grief counseling since the diagnosis and continued after the death. None of this is the problem. I endeavored to be as supportive as possible. She cried on my shoulder every night for months and I just thought this was the worst of for better or worse. The problem is that after 5 years, she does not seem any better or more functional. She stopped grief counseling about 4 years ago and refused to go again, stating it would not help her and that nothing could. About a month before any major holiday, she will have a major downturn. In bed half the day, crying all day, does not want to interact with the family, does not have the energy to do anything around the house. This will go on every single day until about a week after the holiday ends. Every holiday is intense grief, just as much now as it was 5 years ago. October, November, December, and January every year are particularly bad. I am essentially without my wife, and am a single parent to my 3 kids. Altogether, she is completely incapacitated by grief for about 6 months out of the year, and has been the past 5 years. When I say incapacitated, I mean incapacitated. When she is in the depths of her grief, she is completely incapable of intimacy with me or the kids. There is no cuddling, spending time with us, going on family outings. I don't have intimacy for half the year. I've stopped asking her if she wants to talk about it because she can't get any words out between sobs if she tries. What hurts the most is that the kids have stopped asking or being concerned. If they see their mom in bed when they get home, they just go about their day and might casually mention, "Oh, mom is sad today," if they're siblings, or I ask where she is. They don't really seek affection with her anymore, because they rarely get anything more than tears. I've discussed this with therapists, my parents, friends, etc., and I know all the rebuttals people have for this, so let me preempt them. She is unwilling to go back to therapy for grief counseling or to see a doctor for depression. Yes, I know she's severely depressed. I can't force her to go to the doctor. I've tried so much. Yes, it really is just as intense as it was 5 years ago. No, I never tell her to get over it or blow her off. On my worst days I just give space and leave her be. Most days I try to offer her some comfort. If you want to judge me for leaving her alone, whatever, but know that I feel like I essentially have caretaker fatigue at this point. No, she does not have a history of depression, but she does have ADHD. Don't know if that's relevant. I feel like my wife died when her mom died. I would do anything to get her back, even a small piece of her, but she doesn't seem willing or able to move on past her mom's death. I feel awful for considering a divorce, but I don't know what else to do.
What's the female equivalent to a man's random binaire? As weird as it is for me, it is the feeling of a jolt of electricity flowing through my toes. Whenever that happens, I am in the mood to do whatever, whenever and wherever. It starts out slow, on the tips of toes, and travels up through my sole into my heel, then up the back of my leg. From the back of my leg, the electricity, or rather tingly feeling, continues rising like hot air until it stopped just at my thighs. This is the prime moment for some action. Whenever this feeling is at my thighs, I am like a walking churning machine, and I usually bolt upstairs to my partner to initiate some lovey time. The weirdest thing, however, is that whenever this happens, I am in the mood to watch The Grinch. The Grinch is a fantasy of mine, and I know a lot of women share with me, especially my best friend. So when my partner knows that the tingling is happening, he will usually throw The Grinch on, find the Grinch costume that we keep for these special occasions. My partner usually proceeds to throw the costume on and play songs that revolve the mention of the Grinch in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes we get other Grinch-themed stuff involved, but not all the time. There is something about him being green and fuzzy that makes me fall for him like nothing else. Usually if my partner has the costume on and tells me to call him Grinch, the electricity feeling spreads throughout my entire body. These are definitely my favorite intimacy sessions with my partner. When I get the random feeling of electricity, and am destroyed by my partner looking and speaking like the Grinch. My mom died suddenly about 4 months ago, but that wasn't the worst thing that happened. My mom died quite suddenly and unexpectedly of a hospital infection about 4 months ago, but that, if you can believe it, wasn't the worst thing. Nor was the fact that her younger sister, my aunt, took up with dad less than 2 months after her death. The worst was yet to come. It started on a dull evening. I just had supper with my aunt and dad, barely tolerating her bright friendly chatter about school. I went upstairs to my room as soon as I could to do my homework. I stared at my laptop screen, pretending to look at my assignment, but in reality I was swimming in grief and missing Mom. I couldn't concentrate on anything since she died. I minimized the assignment tab, and looked at the photo I used as background. It was taken a few years ago, a happy family occasion, My mom and aunt sitting side by side, so like yet unlike, my dad next to mom and I was leaning against him. All of us were smiling. Mom had both her arms stretched out around her sister and her husband. The chat box in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen began flashing. I was mildly surprised it was an older app that no one really used anymore. I had been meaning to delete it. And then, I froze. Mom's little image blinked in the chat box. And then the words popped up. "Hello Thelma. It's me, Mom." Fear gripped my throat. I knew it must be some hacking thing or stupid error, but I was paralyzed. I turned round and glanced at my bedroom door. It was closed, although the sounds of TV from the living room still came wafting in. Aunt Claudia had the TV on whenever she was downstairs, even if she was not watching it. "Don't be scared, Thelma. It's really me. I found a way to talk to you, my darling precious child. I've been missing you so much." If this was a hacker's joke, it was the cruelest joke in the world. Against my will, tears began welling in my eyes, spilling out. "Oh my darling, please don't cry. It's okay. And it's no use crying anyway. I need you to save that energy." My fingers still stiff from fear, I managed to type out a response. "Mom? What do you mean? Is that you, Uli?" I could sense her familiar frustration rushing back through the laptop, same as when she felt I wasn't being smart or strong enough, when she was alive. "Of course, Thelma, it's me. And I've come back to tell you something important. I had my own important news to share. Did you know Aunt Claudia moved in last weekend?" "Yes, Thelma. I know. And this is what gave me the strength to come and tell you. Please be strong. I know you are a strong girl, and you can deal with this. I am sorry you have to. But you have to know. I have to tell you. She can't have everything. My life, man, house, child." A different kind of fear took over me. "Mom, what do you mean?" "Thelma, I'm sorry to put this on you like this. I don't know what else to do. You have to know. Aunt Claudia unalived me." The bottom of my world gave way as I dropped into a dark hole of dread and fear. I felt as if I had known this all along, all through the past 4 months, ever since that awful night when Aunt Claudia called from the hospital, where she worked, to talk to Dad. I just couldn't say it. "Thelma? Are you listening to me?" If I had any doubts that the laptop chat was really my mom, those words dispelled them. I heard them in the exact voice she always used to say those very words to me. "Yes, Mom. But how?" "She was at the hospital, you know. When I went in. She wasn't on my floor, but it was very easy for her to arrange for me to pick up an infection, Thelma." The door opened and Aunt Claudia poked her head in. I gave a little scream and frantically minimized the chat box. Aunt Claudia stepped forward. "Oh honey, you look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay?" Wordlessly I nodded. Aunt Claudia sighed. "Thelma sweetheart, I miss your mom too, but this moping isn't doing you any good. It's hurting your dad, you know." "Do you want him to suffer more?" I shrugged. I couldn't speak. I looked up at her. The light was odd on her face. She looked more like Mom than ever before, but also not. "And these clothes, Thelma." She reached out and touched my black sleeve, and I flinched back as though she had hit me. She frowned, and for an instant I thought she was actually going to slap me. But then she smiled and said, "I know girls your age like to wear black all over, but what do you say me and you have a trip to the mall and pick you up some nice new gear? On me. Come on sweetheart, it will be so much fun." I shook my head furiously. Tears of rage, grief, and fear splatter out. Aunt Claudia began again, "Oh Thelma," but then she stopped and went quiet. I looked up at her face. She was pale and had a horrible expression. She was staring at my laptop. I followed her line of sight, turning around to look at my screen. The photo had changed. There was a new photo in background, showing Mom seemingly asleep in a hospital bed, and Aunt Claudia by her side, bent over her. Aunt Claudia seemed to jolt into life. Her face twisted into a terrible snarl and she screamed, "Are you playing tricks on me?" And she lunged towards me. I cringed back in my chair, raising my hands to defend myself against her onslaught. But before she could even touch me, she dropped dead to the floor there and then. I shrieked in terror. Dad and I had to move from that town. Losing 2 wives in 4 months isn't a good look for anyone. Dad never remarried, and I never heard from Mom again.
My entitled nephew took my car without permission and crashed it, so I'm making him work to pay it back. My nephew is an only child, and to be honest, he's very spoiled and entitled. Part of it is definitely down to my sister raising him the way she did, coddling and babying him all his life. I do my best to be a good uncle, but it's hard when my nephew, who is 16, screams and yells that his birthday present is not expensive enough, or that the shoes you got him were not the brand he wanted. Me and my sister have butted heads in the past regarding my nephew's entitlement. But I learned very quickly that this was going to accomplish nothing. I remember distinctly on one occasion my nephew insulting my girlfriend's parents because they were broke and could not afford to give her a luxurious life growing up. My girlfriend was not there, but my sister was. When I berated my nephew for saying this, my sister jumped in and started ridiculing me for being mean to him, telling me to grow up and pick on someone my own age. So the biggest issue I have ever faced with my nephew came recently. He turned 16 not too long ago, but he has yet to get his license. Despite not having a license, he demanded a car for his birthday. Apparently having a car would motivate him to get a license. His mother bought him a car, but apparently it wasn't good enough for his standards. So what did his sister do? Well, she called me up and demanded that I buy him a better car, of course. I laughed at this suggestion of hers and hung up. I got a call a few hours later from her, stating she has talked with her son and he has come up with an idea. So my nephew's idea is, instead of me buying him a car, I could buy a new car for myself and give my current one to my nephew. Once again, I laughed, and my sister tried her best to convince me that I should do this. Of course, I kept saying no, and she was getting progressively angrier and angrier, and ended up calling me a selfish a-hole before hanging up. I thought that was that. For the next few days she did not reach out, my nephew did not reach out, and I did not either. I was fully ready to go low contact by this point. But a few days later my nephew, being the entitled idiot that he is sometimes, decided to have his way either way. So, I woke up to the police call informing me that my car had been stolen and crashed. It hit a pole and it was very heavily damaged. The police asked me to confirm my license plate and what do you know it, that was indeed my car. I failed to put the two and two together yet, and I was asked to come down to the police station. I arrived and I asked who the man who did it was. They described him as a teenage male with dark hair, very pale, wearing almost all black. They showed me a picture and my jaw dropped. It was my nephew. My effing nephew. The first thing I asked was if the man was injured, and the police informed me he was miraculously all okay, all he suffered was a sprained wrist. I filed a report and went home. My sister proceeded to show up at my house unannounced an hour later or so. She demanded that I don't press charges on what had happened. I asked her how she knew what my nephew did, and she told me she got a call from the police station this morning and she went to go bail him out. I told her that her doing stuff like this is the reason that my nephew is so spoiled and entitled, and I told her that there is no way I will be dropping charges. We argued about it back and forth for a bit and I gave my sister an ultimatum. I told her that there is two routes we can take. I can either continue pressing charges, or my nephew can get a job, and give me every cent from his paycheck until I have enough from his work to buy the exact same car for myself that he crashed. My sister tried to put up a fight, saying this isn't fair, that he's just a kid, so on and so on. I kicked her out of the house and told her that she may call me to let me know her and her son's decision. Within the next 24 hours. My entitled nephew took my car without permission and crashed it, so I'm making him work to pay it back. So my sister ended up caving and calling me within the 24-hour period I had told her to. The first words out of her mouth were not her telling me her nephew's choice, but it was her complaining and trying to dissuade me from doing anything once again. I let her know, once again, that I won't be doing that, and stated that facing the consequences of his actions is good for my nephews, and that maybe it can teach him some responsibility. I told her she either decides or I press charges. Then I hung up. Hours later I got a call from my nephew, and he was just as insufferable as ever. I got no apology from him, no sound of guilt either, rather him telling me that I am being petty, that I'm a selfish person and that no good uncle would ever press charges on a family member. I was astonished. The entitlement of his was truly revealed to me then and there, and I told him that I'm going to hang up. I told him he can call me back in a few minutes after he has calmed down, and if the first words out of his mouth were not "I'm sorry," then I would press charges. I hung up, and a few minutes later he called back. This time, he did apologize. I'm not sure that it sounded sincere, but it was better than nothing. I told him I accept his apology, but he has to face the consequences. He asked me about the other option, specifically how long he would have to work to replace my car. I told him not to worry about the workplace as I would be able to get him a job, and were he to choose to work part-time on the weekends, it would be roughly 15 to 20 hours per week. My car would cost around $5,000. We crunched up the math and figured it would take roughly 20 to 25 weeks worth of work. I told him that is a lot, but the penalty for theft is years in prison. I told him he would be a fool not to choose the work option. I also told him this will be his first job, I would take him under my wing and would guide him in this job, and that he can learn responsibility. He was actually very receptive to this and he told me he would like to do that. This phone call actually went a lot better than I was hoping. As far as I know he's writing his CV right now. My vegan daughter started throwing a temper tantrum because I cooked steak on my birthday, so I gave her a reality check. My 17-year-old daughter has recently turned vegan and with it her attitude towards non-vegans has become appalling. We have tried adjusting and accommodating for her, sometimes having vegan dinners with her, buying her vegan substitutes and my wife even bought a vegan cookbook. Despite this, our daughter still sees us as animals killers, and constantly says this. A few weeks ago she gave out to me for using her plate to eat chicken and chips off. It's almost as if she has made being vegan her entire personality and refuses to see that just because I eat a steak, I am not Lucifer in disguise. She has changed her social media bios to proud vegan, is unable to have a conversation without mentioning animal cruelty, and without fail. Every time she sees me eating meat, she will go a huge spiel about the animal that I am eating. Saying it had a life, it was born happy and just wanted to live a free life, but then it was encaged and unalived. This type of guilt tripping happens each time she sees me or my wife eating meat. We have tried our best to put up with it. But I finally couldn't take any more of her morale superiority and almost cult-like views, and I blew up at her yesterday. So yesterday was my birthday. On my birthday, I usually have a tradition. I'm a man who loves steak, and so what I do is I go out and I buy an expensive steak from the butcher's, come home and grill it. I usually buy the largest steak possible and my wife and I have it. This year it was going to be different of course, my daughter was not going to be having it. I warned her in the morning that I will be eating steak later and I don't want to hear comments about it. I heard her mutter animal k-yer underneath her breath but I let it go. Well, later on in the day I was in the back garden grilling my steak with my wife beside me. Then my daughter came out. She saw the steak, and she started to cry. My wife noticed her crying before I did and went over to comfort her, but she pushed my wife to the ground. I heard something thud and I looked over to see my wife on the grass, and my daughter crying. I instantly went to ask what the hell had happened and help my wife up, but my daughter started screaming at me, saying that I was using my birthday as an excuse to unalive and consume an innocent cow, that I was a filthy K-year and that I deserved to go to jail. She was screaming this and I'm surprised none of the neighbors came out. I went inside and grabbed my daughter's arm to drag her in. I'm not proud of it, but I was angry in that moment. I went off on her. She was still crying and tried yelling, but I yelled over her. I asked her how dare she shove her mother to the ground, how dare she parade around acting morally superior because she doesn't eat chicken, that what she is doing is really affecting myself and her mother and that we are sick of her abuse. I told her that the only reason we have put up with her nonsense for as long as we have is because we are her parents. That were she to act this way around anyone else it would not end well for her. I said more, but that was the gist of it. I ranted for maybe 5 minutes straight, and during my rant daughter actually stopped crying. I think I was being so loud that it just made her stop the tears. My wife did not step in to stop me either. I ended my rant by saying, "I'm sorry, but you have to stop." My daughter did not reply and went upstairs into her room. My wife told me it was a bit much, and after calming down, I agreed. I went upstairs and asked my daughter if I could come into her room, and she said yes. There we talked again, where I apologized for the things I said and if they came across in a very hurtful manner, but that the way she has been treating us has been building up for a long time. We hugged it out by the end, and my daughter told me she was sorry but she wants to remain vegan. I told her that was not a problem as long as she doesn't rub it in people's faces and make us feel terrible for eating meat. She agreed. Lost a bet with my best friend and had to wear the most embarrassing Halloween costume to a house party that my crush was going to attend. So right after losing my bet, I began brainstorming costume ideas and figured I would pick a historical figure. After some pondering I figured that I may as well go all out. So I did some digging, a lot of digging, and managed to find all the details necessary for my costume. I found the perfect cap, the perfect boots, the perfect pants. The top half of the outfit took a lot of time to figure out, but eventually I did it too. I took it one step further and asked my barber for the exact same haircut that the person I was going as had. I then bought a fake mustache. My costume was fully put together 2 days before the party started. I don't think I can express the shock of the people at the party when I showed up, shouting Deutschland, and raising my hand straight out ahead of me. That's right, I went as renowned painter and leader, Germany's very own, Mustache Mustachio. I was in character at this party. When my best friend saw me he damn near peed himself laughing, all while I yelled 9, as he was laughing. I have to say, the reaction I got surpassed my expectations. I was expecting to be called weird, to be told to get out, but I got some good laughs, and people asking me to impersonate the man I was dressed as, and overall it was very fun. I made several Jew jokes too, but people were less responsive however. I also managed to get the attention of my crush. She chuckled when she saw my costume and we got to talking. I hit her with that Adolf Riz, asking her if she would make like Poland and let me conquer her. She laughed at it and we continued talking. Unfortunately I did not end up boning her, as my night ended with too many Four Locos and waking up with my fake mustache still attached. Walking home the next morning was painful. I was still in my costume and strolling through the streets dressed like an Austrian art school rejectee is not something I would recommend. My manipulative wife forced me into an open marriage so she could sleep with her affair partner, so I'm thinking of divorce. Last year my wife Dee told me she thinks she is bi and would like to explore having a relationship with a woman. This came as no surprise to me, she had shown signs of it in the past. I asked her if she wanted to explore as in a hookup or a real relationship, to which she replied an actual relationship. She felt she had so much love to share and giving it to one person was not enough. I said I wasn't on board and I thought the subject was closed. Well, about 4 months ago, Dee brought it up again and said she would be happy with just an FWB arrangement and not an actual relationship. I was still hesitant, but it was a constant topic that kept coming up. Eventually, after enough pleading from her, I relented under the conditions we do our research, books, podcasts, and see a couples counselor before opening up. Dee was ecstatic and we dove into several books and found a great therapist, trying to do things right. One of the topics our therapist brought up was why we were opening up and if there was someone either of us had in mind. Dee admitted that she had someone she had been talking to who had encouraged her to open our relationship. This was a shock to hear for the first time and our therapist said this was troublesome. After that first session, I confronted Dee and asked if she had done more than talk to this friend and she swore that was all they had done. I asked to see her phone and she unlocked it and handed it to me. She had been talking with Kim for about a year but there wasn't anything incriminating and no apparent gap in the messages, just a two-way crush between them. There was a message from Kim right before this last polybombing episode where Kim said for Dee to initiate intimacy with me more often to soften me up. What I did find was 3 dating apps with Dee's profile on her phone. This caused a brief argument about jumping the gun with Dee agreeing to delete the apps until after we were open. 3 months go by and we are getting closer to opening and Dee is acting like it's Christmas time. Our last counseling session we went over our agreements and boundaries and we got down to our messy list. Coworkers, relatives, close friends, exes, and I wanted to add Kim to the list. Dee blew up especially when our therapist said it was a reasonable request. Dee wouldn't speak to me on the way home but when we got there she let me have it. I even showed her in 2 of the books we had read, where it said opening for a specific person was a bad idea. I basically said it was a line in the sand for me, I would be just as happy remaining monogamous. She got mad and slept in the spare bedroom and would hardly talk to me for 2 days. Finally, she gave in and agreed to Kim being on the messy list and we were officially open. Today Dee told me she had a date tomorrow and it seemed a bit quick to me. While she was in the shower, I decided to check her phone, but the unlock code had changed. That's 2 red flags. Later on, she got on her phone and I saw the unlock code. Well, tonight I looked at her phone. The dating apps were still gone and there were messages between her and Kim trash talking me and planning their date. There were also references to having intimacy again. I emailed screenshots to my phone. I feel like a chump right now. My manipulative wife forced me into an open marriage so she could sleep with her affair partner, so I'm thinking of divorce. So my wife ended up going on a date with Kim. I did not confront her beforehand. I figured waiting till the next morning was the better option. Well, she got home from her date with Kim earlier than I thought she would and wanted to talk. But I went to bed and told her we could talk tomorrow. Her eyes were all red and her makeup was all smeared, and her hair was messy. I knew they had intimacy, and it ate me up a lot that night. The next morning started off on a negative foot. I asked her if Kim was worth throwing the last 5 years into the gutter. Then I started reading aloud some of the texts where Kim and she were planning to open our marriage and hook up again, as well as some of the disparaging remarks about me between them. And so when I found all this out, I started preparing for a divorce, as in my mind I see no comeback from this. Dee broke down when I was saying this. She took a few minutes to stop crying, then said she was still very much in love with me and didn't want a divorce. She wanted to go back to our marriage counselor and work things out. I told her I couldn't be married to a liar and a cheater, and she was the one who burnt down that pledge and now we just need to move on. But Dee refuses to accept my answer. She is determined to win my trust back and show me how much she still loves me. She says that our therapist can help us. Well, I stewed on it all night and part of the next day, and I came up with my answer. Then I called a lawyer and had him start drawing up divorce papers. The lawyer was a peach. Not only did he put a rush on it, but they served Dee at our house just 2 hours before her next date with Kim. Attached to the divorce papers was a printout of the last texts I read to her. She found me sitting on the patio, and I told her again that we are getting divorced. But she still refuses to accept it. She still went on the date with Dee, by the way. This was 2 days ago. My wife is begging me to change my mind each second of the day, but I'm refusing to budge. Update 2. My manipulative wife forced me into an open marriage so she could sleep with her affair partner, so I'm thinking of divorce. Okay, I'm throwing in the towel fully. So after the last 2 counseling sessions, Dee finally admitted she cheated and lied about her affair with Kim, that it had been going on for way longer than I suspected and that they found ways to hide it even if I went through their texts. The fact that it is true hurt me a lot, but the fact she still doesn't show any remorse or that she feels like what she did was wrong, that hurts more. She still tries to blame me for being controlling and dragging my feet on opening up. So our last counseling session I gave her an ultimatum. 1. Back to monogamy, no contact with Kim, no divorce. 2. She can keep Kim, separation and divorce. But Dee thinks we can work out option 2 and still keep Kim. I told her I felt like Kim instigated all this and her presence was a deal breaker for me. I'm still being love bombed at home and pressured to give in to her desired outcome. I have been quietly looking at condos near downtown with the thought of moving out and letting her have the house for the next 6 months until the lease is up. I told her I wasn't going to Thanksgiving at her family's this Friday and was going to my parents Thursday without her. I said to tell them whatever she wants, but I was telling my family the truth, which upset her a lot. She begged me again to change my mind and to celebrate together, but I said no. Her sister texted me asking if anything was wrong, and I told her that Dee had an affair with another woman and we were getting a divorce. My hope is to be out before Christmas. If she spends the night or the weekend with Kim, I can be out before she realizes it.
My neighbor is in love with my husband. He is in love with her 16-year-old daughter. The problems in mine and my husband's marriage started when our new neighbor moved in a few months ago. She was his childhood best friend and was also his very first kiss. She was very quick to get to know him again, and started hanging around him a lot. It made me uncomfortable to say the least. They are friends and he always jumps out of his way to help her, and she treats him like a best friend who she has a crush on. One time he literally canceled a date because she asked him to babysit her baby niece. He treats her like his best friend too, and does not treat me the same way. The neighbor has 7 kids and 4 live with her. During the summer she started asking him to take her 16-year-old daughter fishing with him. That is when the suspicious stuff started. He took the daughter on one-on-one fishing trips every single week. Without fail it made me uncomfortable and I asked him to stop, but he never would. One strange thing that baffled me: if she gave him my husband permission to use a ladder to climb onto her rooftop so he and her daughter can look at the stars together. I have caught him doing this many times. Last week I blew up at him when I saw him texting her. I asked him what he was doing and he quickly put his phone away. I demanded he show me the texts as I had seen them texting beforehand, and it took a lot of arguing for him to hand me the phone. There I saw it, talks of having intimacy again, explicit pics, dirty texts and more. I did not react. I think I went pale as the shock of what I saw consumed me. I gave him back his phone and went to puke. While in the bathroom I contacted my mother and have been staying with her for the last week. I reported my husband to the police too. I am now receiving calls and texts from our neighbor for ruining my husband's life.
Owning a V card past the age of 20 is embarrassing and you should feel like a loser because of it. I often read on the internet about people who are older V card owners like me. We often feel bad about being V card owners and never having had a relationship. And I often also read people who tell them that it is not a big deal, that intimacy is not that important, that they should focus on other things, that they love themselves, that they wait for the right person. But I think those answers are downright stupid, especially when we talk about people who are already at an age where it is not so common to be a virgin and never have had a partner. They do not take into account what intimacy and relationships or the lack of them mean and can cause for most people. There is something wrong with being a V-card owner after 20, believe it or not. Unless you're waiting for marriage. But if you are over 20 years old, and have genuinely tried your best to lose your V-card, and have not been able to pull a single 2 out of 10 beluga who smells like Ritz crackers and onions, my brother, you're doing something wrong. Not being able to have those experiences, seeing that people around us have them all the time and not knowing if we will ever be able to experience the same thing is very frustrating. It makes us feel lonely and with the feeling that something is missing, something that professional achievements, friendships or hobbies cannot offer. And it's our fault, it is something we are doing. There are people who for whatever reason are in their mid-20s, reach their 30s or even 40s and have never even heard someone tell them that they love them. These people exist and it is very hard not only to have to face that with each passing day but to the problem that every time you express these problems people tell you that it is not a big deal. I'm not saying that sex and relationships are the only thing that matters in life, nor that you have to obsess over losing your V-card, but come on bro. It's 2 that smells like Ritz crackers and onions. My abusive ex-girlfriend is getting married, so I told her fiancé about the trauma she put me through in our relationship. My relationship with my ex-girlfriend was a nightmare to say the least. She had exhaustingly low self-esteem, asked for reassurance from me about her looks and weight multiple times per day, and if I didn't tell her what she wanted to hear she would gaslight and manipulate me to make me feel guilty. She actually gained 30 pounds over the course of a month at this point, then asked me if I thought she put some weight on. I told her yes, and she proceeded to cry and call me an a-hole. There were other things too. If I did not choose spending time with her over visiting a family member in hospital, I didn't care about her. She had a quota for the amount of times I had to tell her I loved her throughout the day, which was 10. She would keep track and by the end of the night if I had not reached that number she would cry and refuse to tell me the reason that she cried. I didn't realize at the time, but after reading stuff online and listening to some podcasts, I realized her behavior was very emotionally abusive. We dated for around 1 year and she ended up breaking up with me due to her mental health. This was through high school and I never saw her after it. Well, recently there was a high school reunion. I found out she would be there so I decided to go. She hadn't changed much, like a rich British person she had gained many pounds and if anything was now morbidly obese. She said hi to me as if nothing had happened and proceeded to make small talk with me. It really bothered me that she was pretending nothing happened between us so I asked if we could talk privately. I told her about how I felt about the way she treated me and was abusive towards me when we were dating. She said that she was going through a tough time with her self-confidence and apologized for taking it out on me. She also said ever since she met her current partner she was feeling more confident about herself. She then told me they were engaged which also came as a shock to me. I asked her if she had told him about us and how she treated me when we were dating. She said she mentioned her past relationships to him but didn't share all the details. I told her she needs to tell him about how she was abusive to me so that he knows who he is marrying. At this point she made up some excuse and ran away from the conversation. I felt that the new partner should know what he's getting into. She is still a beluga and has not made any effort to change or improve herself, and probably has the same insecurities. I imagine how this man will have a terrible marriage. So after the party I used a friend's account to find her fiancé and I sent him a message detailing the things she did when we were dating in high school. He responded with something like asking me to stop bothering them. It's been about a week since I did this and now I'm getting bombarded with messages from high school friends calling me a creep and an a-hole. I don't understand how people can side with her when she was the one being abusive. The time the creator of a viral TV show questioned whether 6 million Jews really died in the Holocaust, then attempted to defend himself online with a sock puppet. So the name of the show in question is Dilbert. Dilbert, written and drawn by Scott Adams, started in 1989 as a comic about lovable loser Dilbert and his dog, Dogbert, who was originally named Dildog until the syndicate made Adams change it. Over the next few years, it evolved to focus entirely on Dilbert's job as a white-collar worker, finding massive success and popularity. By the late 1990s, the show had been adapted into a TV show, a series of self-help books and even a 1997 Windows game called Dilbert's Desktop Games, which allowed you to print off a certificate to hang on your wall once you completed it. He also created the Dilburrito, a failed Dilbert-themed health food product which lost him millions of dollars and was apparently bad enough for its failure to be reported in the New York Times. Adams himself said that the Dilburrito made you fart so hard your intestines formed a tail. This one isn't really important context for understanding anything, it's just hilarious. Anyways, as the 90s came to an end, Dilbert remained popular, but with the cancellation of the TV series its popularity began to dip. As a result, Adams decided to take advantage of a new and promising technology, the World Wide Web, back before it became the festering dumpster fire it is today. He started printing the URL of his website between the panels of the comic long before other cartoonists did, and began writing frequent blog posts to build an online following. This worked, and Dilbert was one of the few newspaper cartoons to have a major following online. Things were going great until 2006, when Adams made a blog post. This blog post was mostly about how the news should provide more context for stuff, but the part most people noticed was this: I'd also like to know how the Holocaust death total of 6 million was determined. Is it the sort of number that is so well documented with actual names and perhaps a NZ paper trail that no historian could doubt its accuracy, give or take 10,000? Or is it like every other large round number that someone pulled out of his butt and it became true by repetition? Does the figure include resistance fighters and civilians who died in the normal course of war, or just the Jews rounded up and unalived systematically? No reasonable person doubts that the Holocaust happened, but wouldn't you like to know how the exact number was calculated, just for context? Without that context, I don't know if I should lump the people who think the Holocaust might have been exaggerated for political purposes with the Holocaust deniers. If they are equally nuts, I'd like to know that. I want context. The comments there are a nice example of the drama. Well, the half that aren't agreeing with him anyway. As you might expect, Adam's credibility took a bit of a hit from his "I'm not denying the Holocaust but" blog post. He deleted the post quickly, but it lived on in infamy through the magic of the Internet Archive. Another blog post about evolution and how the fossil record is fake did nothing to repair his reputation. That said, most Dilbert fans were still just reading it in physical newspapers and neither knew nor cared about the blog. While he remained popular in print, Adam's online presence wasn't as universally beloved anymore. Suddenly, it wasn't cool on the internet to say you read Dilbert, it was cool to say you hate Dilbert. And Adams wasn't happy about this. So what did he do? Well, in 2010, threads about Dilbert on Reddit and the website Metafilter started to follow a strange pattern. A user named Planned Chaos kept showing up to praise Adams and defend him from any criticism. Referring to Adams as a certified genius, saying lots of haters here. I hate Adams for his success too and asking, is it Adams' enormous success at self-promotion that makes you jealous and angry? Planned Chaos spread fear and confusion among the helpless denizens of the internet, his identity a puzzling mystery which... Wait, never mind. Everyone figured out it was Scott pretty much right away, and pretty much every reply was making fun of him for it. Eventually, Adams triumphantly revealed his brilliant deceit, and the result was just as dramatic as you'd expect, that is, not at all. Some people made fun of him more, most ignored him. On his blog, Adams declared that, there's no sheriff on the internet. It's like the Wild West. So for the past 10 years or so I've handled things in the masked vigilante style whenever the economic stakes are high and there's a rumor that needs managing. Usually I do it for reasons of safety or economics, but sometimes it's just because I don't like sadists and bullies. He honestly invented the burner accounts, take note Kevin Durant. Adams was even more of a laughingstock online than before, and Planned Chaos replaced the Holocaust denial post as the thing someone is guaranteed to bring up every time Dilbert gets mentioned online. I used my Wigga alter ego to take a girl out on a date and had the best time of my life. I have been really sad lately, so I decided to match with this girl on Tinder and on a date with her try out this white N-word character of mine which I've been working on relentlessly. I was inspired to create this as my alter ego after watching Boondocks for the past year. The characters in the show looked so cool, and despite being white, I wanted to be just like them. So before the date with this genuinely sweet and wholesome girl, I went out and copped myself some Jordan 1s. I got an oversized Kobe Bryant t-shirt, as well as some jewelry, oversized pants as well which I could sag in without too much struggle, and headed out the door to pick my date up. I picked her up in this attire while blasting Mafia N-words by 3-6 Mafia. I greeted her by saying, "What's good shawty, you look fine as hell sheesh," before introducing myself as Be Smooth. She told me her name was Sarah, to which I replied, "Looking good as hell Tasha, goddamn, you could be my baby mama." I then proceeded to play the song I had on loop for the entire 40-minute ride to the restaurant. The restaurant was Chili's. After the third time the song played she asked if she could switch the song, so instead of responding I just turned the volume way up. I also finished every sentence with "you feel me," or "know what I'm saying ka." When we got to the restaurant I ordered about $60 worth of chicken wings and even casually ate out of her plate sometimes. I then whipped out a flask and told her if she wanted a sip of the magic juice. After she said no I called her boring, then excused myself to the bathroom. I didn't go to the bathroom, I just left and drove home.
My morbidly obese daughter insists that I'm fat shaming her, so I forced her to go to the doctor. So my daughter is 275 pounds at 5'5" and 15 years old. Every metric we have ever used states that she is morbidly obese, but she just refuses to accept it. You see, my daughter has always been a bigger person, but it was only in the last 2 years that stuff has really taken off. She has gained over 100 pounds in these 2 years, and as her mother I am genuinely worried about her health. I have talked to her many times about it, trying to understand why she has been eating so much and why she has gained so much weight seemingly for no reason. Yet she refuses to talk about it. What's worse is that anytime I claim anything at all about health problems related to obesity she tells me I am fat shaming her and that people like me are a big problem in today's society. That I am the reason bigger people, who can't help it, as she puts it, are discriminated against. That when people see a fat person, it is presumed that they are lazy and unhealthy, people who cannot take care of themselves. And that me trying to push this narrative of obese people being at risk of health is exactly what is causing that. I have tried pushing back on this a lot about her. I have tried every logical way I can to explain to her that being obese is indeed unhealthy. I have tried to tell her about the heart problems, tried presenting research papers, even giving basic examples about how your joints are forced to carry a load they shouldn't be, but no matter what I do, I always get told I am fat shaming her. Another huge problem is that my daughter seems to push this lifestyle of obesity and claim it is perfectly normal. She often tells me to just get over her weight, that she should be allowed to be fat, and that as a parent I make her feel unwelcomed in my house due to her weight. It has gotten to the point where she refuses to go grocery shopping with me, because seeing me pick up vegetables or fruit and buy them is triggering for her, and that I am contributing to fat phobia by not buying junk food. One of the times we went grocery shopping together, she cried on the way home because I refused to buy her Ben & Jerry's. So one massive problem that we had been having is my daughter's refusal to go to the doctor and get her health checked out. She, of course, claims that doctors are fat-phobic a-holes and they will say whatever they need to in order to keep pushing this narrative of fat people being unhealthy. The last time we spoke about it, I put my foot down and told my daughter that she is going to the doctor to get her metrics checked, because I cannot live with a daughter who gets heavier over time and is on track to be 400 pounds by 18. What I said was very harsh, I'll admit. But I was at my wit's end with it all. My daughter got super angry, and started calling me fatphobic, that I'm fat shaming her, saying that she will live how she wants to live, and asked, who am I, to tell her what she can or can't do. It was at this point I realized that there was no way to get her to go on her own free will, so I came up with an idea. The next day I came into her room as she was eating takeout and watching Netflix, and offered her a deal. I asked her in the nicest way I could, if she thought fat people were actually healthy, and said that perhaps I have been looking at it wrong the entire time. She scoffed at me and said thank you, finally. Then I made my offer. I offered her $1,000. All she has to do is go to the doctor's office, and if the results come back and state she is fully healthy, she can have the $1,000. She was ecstatic at this offer. I told her I'll even let her pick the doctor to ensure she can pick the least biased one. Well, a few weeks later we went to the doctor. We got her checked out, and the results came back 2 weeks after that. We went through them with the doctor, and what do you know, my daughter is at risk of various health problems. And at this moment of time, is very unhealthy. The doctor explained to my daughter very calmly that she is obese, and that the way she is right now, with her current sedentary lifestyle and eating habits, she is on track to have serious health problems. The doctor went into details about the dangers of it all. When we got home I had a serious talk with her. I expected her to scream, cry and call fatphobia, but I was wrong. She seemed very responsive to it, and she said it opened her eyes a lot. She admitted that she searched for a doctor who holds a stance where he is biased towards fat people not being as unhealthy as society makes them out to be. And even then she had to face the cold, harsh truth. This happened yesterday, and last night was also when we decided to make a change. She seems determined to be healthier, and this morning asked if we could go pick up veggies from the supermarket. My morbidly obese daughter insists that I'm fat shaming her, so I forced her to go to the doctor. It has been 6 months and I'm incredibly proud of my daughter. She has dropped 35 pounds and is now 240, and seems to show no sign of slowing down or wanting to stop until she gets to a healthy weight. The changes we made started on day 1 of this journey for her. We did a lot of research and approached weight loss in the healthiest manner possible. We started out by having my daughter join me in my beginner-level home workouts just to get her moving and active. We also made heavy changes to the diet and figured out what works best for her. We initially started with calorie tracking, and although it gave results, my daughter said the mental strain of seeing food as a number was very hard on her. So we made a change. Currently we are sticking to mindful intuitive eating, with little hacks such as eating dinner out of smaller plates to control portion sizes. We have also made simple yet effective changes, such as replacing 20% ground beef with 5% ground beef, starting to use 1-calorie spray instead of olive oil, and eating veggies with dinner each night for less calories but to keep her satiated and not hungry. I have to say I am incredibly proud of my daughter for doing all of this. She has started feeling a lot better, has started going to a small local and quiet hotel gym, and to be honest, she seems happier in general, which is my main concern as a mother. Last week she broke down crying to me and apologized for everything. She apologized for letting herself go to such a point, apologized for calling me fatphobic when I was just trying to help. I cried with her and told her it's okay, that I'm so proud of her. My entitled sister-in-law falsely accused me of cheating, so I exposed her dirty secret to the whole family. My sister-in-law and I have never got along, as she always seemed to look down on me due to my poor background growing up. The first time I met her, she found out that my family bounced from shelter to shelter when I was little and proceeded to tell me I should be grateful for finding a rich man even though I do not deserve one. This rubbed me completely the wrong way, but being a very non-confrontational person, I decided to let it go. But letting it go never worked. Every time I would see her, without fail, she would make comments about my poor upbringing, even stating on one occasion that my parents clearly didn't try hard enough at life, and that's why they were poor. That was the first time we got into an argument. I can let go of comments about me, but comments about my parents who gave up everything they had and are the greatest people I know. I couldn't tolerate that. This happened at a family event and we had a screaming match, which resulted in me leaving. Following this, I told my now husband that I do not want to see her anymore, that she brings me too much emotional stress and that her entitled and golden child attitude is something I cannot handle. That was the first time my husband went into detail about his sister and stated she has always been this way. Coming from a rich family, she has always looked down on poorer people and flaunted their parents' money around. Her parents enabled this behavior too. My husband and his sister grew apart because of this, and to this day they are not all that close. At the time of the aforementioned event, my now husband and I were engaged, and we made the decision not to invite her to the wedding. There was screaming, there was fighting, there was outrage by my husband's family, but my husband stuck to his word and did not invite her. He had to cut contact with several family members due to the backlash he received over not inviting his sister to our wedding. This all happened 2 years ago and we stayed no contact with his sister until a year ago. She was the one to reach out and try to make contact. She texted my husband first, and when she did, he informed me of it immediately. Her text was actually one of an apology, She let him know that she was sorry for how she treated me through the years, and that she really misses her brother. And that she knows the only way to have him back is to apologize to me, and that is what she would like to do. When my husband showed me the text, I was apprehensive to say the least. I told him to give me a week to think about it, and I ultimately decided to give her one last chance. My husband asked me if I was sure and I said yes. So, he responded to her and once again opened up contact. His sister texted me the next day saying she wants to apologize but feels she should do it in person and asked to meet me for coffee. I told her I was not comfortable meeting face to face and that I will let her know when I am ready, and she seemed okay with it. Well, we met up around a month later. I was pleasantly surprised to see that she did indeed have an apology ready. She apologized for all the times that she was nasty to me and said she realized how entitled she acted. I accepted her apology but told her we will never be friends, just neutrals, and she seemed okay with it. We did not talk much, but we saw each other at family events and were respectful to each other, and that was enough for me. Well, that's how it was until about a week ago. I was at home, enjoying my day off work when my husband came home early looking super frustrated. I asked him what's wrong, and he asked for my phone without saying much. I gave it to him with no hesitation, which seemed to surprise him a little. He scrolled through for a minute, almost like he was looking for something. I asked him what was up and he told me not to say anything. He was on my phone for about 5 minutes, all while I stared at him confused. He gave the phone back to me and sighed, asking if I have anything to admit to. I asked him what he meant, and he told me to talk. He then pulled up his phone and showed me a message he received from his sister. It was a screenshot of a Tinder profile, with my name and face, my location, a fully done-up profile. I stared in disbelief. He then showed me the message that his sister sent him accompanying the screenshot. The gist of it was that she recently realized she was bi and wanted to explore that side of her, so she went on Tinder and while scrolling came across my profile. I was shocked. After the past year of being friendly to me, after apologizing and reaching out, she backstabs me like this to get me away from her brother. My husband looked at me and told me to promise this isn't true. And I promised. I went through my app history with him. I did everything possible to show that this was not true. My husband ended up believing me, thankfully. I pleaded to him that his sister was setting me up and we need to confront her, and he agreed. He sent her a text saying he does not believe it, and that he needed further proof on the matter. She responded asking him how naive he could be if he needed more proof than this. This confirmed to him that she was indeed lying, as she had nothing else than a fake profile. I then took it upon myself to text her that she is a bitch, a cold-hearted and evil woman who befriended me a year ago just to try set me up with the world's most idiotic plan. I then blocked her. I thought that was it, but my husband then suggested getting one step ahead. She was obviously going to try to expose me to the whole family, and we should get there first. My husband then told me about his sister's darkest secret which we could use against her. The fact that there is a video out there, which my husband has, of his sister very drunk, taking a poop 5 feet away from a homeless man sleeping as her. And her friends laugh while she's doing it. My husband suggested that he text her reminding her of this video, and that if she does not confess to lying about me cheating, he will share this video. That's what he did, and my sister confessed immediately. Her reasoning for doing so was that she thought I was still too low of a class for her family, and she could not stand seeing her brother with someone like me. My brother then screenshotted these texts and posted them in his family group chat, cropping out his messages and leaving in just her admission to what she did. The last week has been chaotic to say the least. I have had many family members on my husband's side call me to either show support or to give out. I'm trying not to let it get to me, but it's hard when half your husband's family think you don't deserve him. My entitled sister-in-law falsely accused me of cheating, so I exposed her dirty secret to the whole family. Well, the video of my sister-in-law defecating next to a homeless man when drunk has been exposed to the family group chat. It was not a route my husband and I wanted to take, but we had to. The series of events that led up to it was the constant harassment of about half of family members, including both of his parents. There were many angry calls and voicemails that both of us received from them. My husband was threatened to be disowned many times if he did not make things right with his sister and establish contact with her. There was one particular incident, however, that made my husband and I go nuclear. My sister-in-law called him from one of his aunt's phones and went off on him. She yelled at him about how he is choosing a low life over his own family. That what she did was only to keep the family's name in high standards, that there was nothing personal about what she did, and that if he does not establish contact with her again that his parents will leave him out of their will. That did it for my husband. The only thing he said at the very end of the call, which I was privy to hear, was "You just never learn, do you?" And moments after he shared the video into the family group chat, with a caption saying that this is his sister humiliating a homeless man with her stuck-up friends while drunk. That by defending her you are defending a person who has the capability to do this. And that if anyone tries reaching out to defend her even once more will be blocked immediately. That happened a week ago, and I'm happy to say that we have not faced any more harassment since. I have also heard that my sister-in-law is now under tremendous scrutiny from the family, and some that were on her side have cut her off too. My communist son won't stop stating that our entire family is supporting exploitation, so I threatened to send him away. So my son is 18 and for the past year he has gone down a deep internet rabbit hole focus on communism. He reads communist books, manifestos, watches TV shows, idolizes communist leaders of the past and parades around in this ideology. His phone case is literally the USSR flag. For the last couple of months he has been forcing us to have debates about it. Now, my wife and I are fairly well educated on these topics, we studied them in college and we have read about them, and neither of us support his views. We sometimes take part in his discussions, and it is clear to us that when he speaks of communism, he has this idea of a utopia where every man and woman gets paid evenly and adequately for a comfortable life and never has to stress about a single thing. The thing with my husband is, he actually grew up in a communist state towards the end of it all, so he has some first-hand experience. He knows that's not how it really was. And no matter how much he tried to get this through to my son refuses to listen. He often calls us capitalistic pigs, claims we support exploitation because we believe in capitalism, and is often unable to go through a full debate without throwing out some insults about how greedy or terrible we are as people for supporting capitalism. The funny thing is, my husband and I have built a very good life thanks to this system, a life which is impossible to build due to the lack of opportunities in a communist state. We have told our son that were he in a communist state, he would not have the money for us to send him to Ivy League, he would not have attended a private school or got a BMW for his 16th birthday. But yet he refuses to budge. It all came to a head over dinner last night. My son walked in wearing a new shirt he had recently bought. A shirt with Vladimir Lenin's face plastered on the front. My husband. And I asked him why would he get it, and he stated he wanted to display the fact that he supported the right way and not the selfish exploitation of the working middle class. That he did not think the bourgeoisie deserved what they have and this shirt would display that. He likes to throw words like bourgeois around despite not having much deep meaning to them, so I of course started having a conversation with him about it. For the first time in a year I was very honest with him. I told him I deeply worried about this rabbit hole that he had fallen into and that he has made his entire personality into supporting communism. That there is more to life and identity than your political stance. He retorted back by going on a big rant about how he just does not support exploitation and literally claimed himself to be morally superior. He then stated how he would much prefer to live in a communist state. He had said this many times, but this time I just snapped at him. I told him if he wanted to live in a communist state so badly, I had no problem at all sending him on a tour to North Korea. I offered for him to then exclaim his love for the great country of North Korea while there and then stay there. He can then get his wish and no longer live in a society riddled with greedy money-hungry exploitative pigs as he puts it. An entitled Karen helped her son steal my blind cane, and a random guy restored my faith in humanity. So I am a 28-year-old woman who just recently went fully blind. When I was a teenager, I volunteered with my local youth group to help rebuild Mississippi after Hurricane Katrina, and while down there I picked up a fungal parasite called histoplasmosis that over a decade migrated to my eyes and slowly caused blindness. I've been totally blind for about a year now, so I'm pretty new to it, but I digress. When I first went blind, I barely left the house and was afraid to go in public. I felt like everyone was staring at me and in all honesty I barely knew what I was doing. The transition had been difficult and I didn't have any support group to teach me. One day my wife asked if I can take an Uber down to the bank and deposit a rent check and I reluctantly agreed. While out, she messaged again and reminded me that we're out of a few crucial groceries. There was a Walmart grocery literally across the street from the bank, so I figure everything in life is an experience and I'll have to learn how to shop alone eventually, so why not? Everything was fine at first and I was only grabbing a few things so I didn't need a cart. I was using my cane and what little echolocation skills I had at the time to get around, but was still bumping into things as we blind tend to do sometimes. My cane suddenly hit something a bit softer and I figured maybe I had whacked someone's leg and apologized. Cue an entitled kid, and entitled Karen mother, EM. Me, shoot, I'm sorry. Hey, you just hit my son. I'm so sorry, ma'am, I didn't see him there. EM begins yelling, how could you not see him, he's clearly right here. Now I'm fully blind, but I don't wear sunglasses. Mostly because I can't afford a good UV blocking pair, but also I'm not ever looking for pity or to play the part of a generic blind person. I just want to be treated like a normal person, but I do understand her confusion as blindness is a spectrum, so I try to calmly explain. Me, ma'am, I'm blind, I can't see anything, let alone your son. That's why I have to use the cane, so I can get around without. She cuts me off, if you're blind, why aren't you wearing big sunglasses? Now, as a blind person I get a lot of stupid questions, but I understand a lot of them are just people who don't know better, so I try to happily answer as many as I can. Me, those are really expensive, and I really don't need any inside. You're not blind, you're faking it. Here is where my blood starts to boil. I can't think of any reason someone would want to pretend to be blind, it's an actual hell, and nothing ticks me off more than when someone calls me a liar when I'm not. Just as I'm about to respond, I feel a tug and before I blink I realize this little demon spawn has snatched my $100 cane from my hands. For those of you who don't understand, that's like if you're shopping and suddenly the power goes out and you can't see a single light. Without my cane, I can barely move at all without crashing into anything. My voice gets shaky as I begin to panic, please give that back. I really do need it. EM, No, you don't, you liar. My son deserves to play with this more than you. I hear her shuffle away and my expensive cane cracking into metal displays and such as they leave. I start crying and waving my arms in front of me to grab onto something, anything, and end up crashing and falling into a center aisle display, making a loud scene. Without fail, I somewhat curl into a ball and cry. I'm alone in public, in the dark, and I had no idea what to do. Suddenly I feel a hand on my shoulder and a man's voice, we'll call him AG for awesome guy, asks if I'm okay and to stay right here. I do, but begin to at least sit up and listen. This man must have been tall and built like a tank because his footsteps sounded like a giant and I felt a suction of wind when he took off. Maybe about 30 or 40 feet away I hear this loud bellowing like an angry lion and a loud crash, then before I know it the man is back and helping me to my feet. He takes my hand and puts my cane into my palm and helps me pick up the items I dropped when I fell into the display. Me wiping tears from my cheeks, thank you so much, I didn't know how to handle that. AG, don't worry about it, some people are just monsters. This guy restored my faith in humanity and even helped me finish shopping and helped me out of the store. As we're leaving, I can hear the familiar screeching of EM, something about AG grabbing the cane and pulling hard, flinging her little devil child into a shopping cart. I don't know if she was exaggerating or not, but it would explain the crash I heard. It's easy to feel alone in a world without sight, but even through the sheer terror of being stripped of my cane, at least I know now that there are people willing to stand up for me when I need it. My crazy mother-in-law kept stealing from me regularly, so I spent months planning my revenge. My mother-in-law has always been an entitled Karen. She was always one of those mothers who thought no woman was good enough for her baby boy, so when my now husband and I started dating she made sure to let me know this. She has told me you are not good enough for him on many occasions. This put a huge rift in between us. It didn't help much that my husband never stuck up for me either, he would usually stay quiet and not pick a side of my mother-in-law or I ever argued, which was often. A thing to note is that my mother-in-law has a history of being a kleptomaniac. She was thrown in jail around 20 years ago for stealing around $500 worth of jewelry. With this information, I was very careful to leave my stuff laying around the house if she was ever over. Well, over the last year she has visited around 20 times or so. She will usually pop in twice a month or so, usually without forewarning. My husband is quick to welcome her in and usually orders for me to start the dinner as his precious mama is here. However, if there was ever one consolation is that her visits were no longer malicious in any way. She would never talk about my culture anymore, she would no longer spend hours convincing my husband and I of crazy right-wing conspiracies, stuff like that. However, when she was over at the house about half a year ago, that is when I noticed something was wrong for the first time. Later that night I went to do my skincare, and noticed one of my creams, that I had paid a lot of money for, was missing. I searched the bathroom, bedroom, and even kitchen thoroughly, but to no luck. It was missing. I did not suspect mother-in-law yet though, I had no reason to do so. Then it happened again, the next time she came over, another skincare cream went missing. The next time she came over, my AirPod case, which was empty and in my drawer, went missing. It was at this point I started getting suspicious of my mother-in-law, especially considering my mother-in-law's past trouble with theft. I confronted my husband about it and he denied the possibility of her being the reason. He called me irresponsible and said I probably just misplaced my things and they'll turn up. We had an argument about it and did not speak for the next few days. I was still very suspicious of my mother-in-law despite my husband defending her. So I ordered some nanny cams just in case. I placed one in the bathroom and one in our bedroom without letting anybody know. My only intention was to see if my mother-in-law had been stealing. Well, what do you know it, the next time she came over, she was caught on my nanny cam going through my drawer in my bedroom and stealing a pair of earrings from my jewelry box. She was getting braver. She started off with skincare cream and was now onto earrings. Every part of me wanted to confront her there, but I had an idea. My plan was to collect evidence of this over time and then report her to the police. And gather evidence I did. Every time she came over in the past 8 months, which was 6 times, she has stolen something. The most valuable item being a watch of mine. This is a watch that is very expensive and bougie, and I don't wear it a lot. Maybe 3 times per year max, and she knew this. She clearly figured she could steal it, I would only notice after 6 months and there would be no suspicion. So, now I had 7 instances of her stealing from me caught on camera. The total value of the thing she stole was around $2,500 give or take. I collected all of my footage and went down to the police station. For context, I never told anyone of my plan, not my husband, family members or anything, just in case it ends up getting back to her. I also worried my husband would take her side. Anyways, I filed a police report and reported her crimes. She was actually arrested very shortly after, and the items that she had stolen were all inside her house. She wasn't even planning on selling them, she was using them. The skincare creams were almost gone, the watch had clearly been used a few times, the AirPod case was dirty, and so on. She was arrested and got thrown in jail. She called my husband immediately. I knew that was a crap storm waiting to happen and I was ready for it. My husband panicked, blew up at me, called everyone he knew, yelled about me being an evil monster, so on and so forth. We argued, and in the middle of it he told me he was driving down right now to bail her out, and he demanded that I drop the charges immediately or else. That was a nail in the coffin for me. I would not stand for my husband threatening me. I told him that if he bails her out we are over. Yet, several minutes later he drove off and bailed her out. This all happened yesterday and he stayed at her house last night. I will not be dropping charges, and once she gets justice severed I will file for divorce. My crazy mother-in-law kept stealing from me regularly, so I spent months planning my revenge. It has been just under a year since all of this kicked off, and I am happy to say that my psychopath mother-in-law is currently jailed up. So, right after my husband bailed her out, both of them started harassing me nonstop, demanding I drop the charges, and I had to fend off angry phone calls from both of them each day. Thankfully nobody else in the entire family took their side, it was just them two. On one separate occasion I had to deal with them showing up to my house univinted and demanding to be let in so we could talk. I refused to open, of course, and sent them a text informing them that I no longer wish to speak to them, that they must leave immediately or I will call the police. And my mother-in-law getting the police called on her when she is already awaiting trial would not be a good look. I also informed them that if any more harassment takes place I will go to the police as well. That seemed to work and they left me alone up until the trial came, and at the trial my mother-in-law had a meltdown, to say the least. She was erratic the whole time, yelled objection every time I spoke, started to cry when asked by the judge to stop doing so. By the end it was such a nightmare that I saw her lawyer holding his head in his hands and looking down with his glasses on the table. Before going into trial I was informed that we will very likely win this case, but realistically we would be looking at 6 months of jail and maybe a small fine. Well, my mother-in-law's actions in court got her 10 months in jail and a $3,000 fine. Then came divorcing my husband. The process was smooth other than that one time he tried to break into the house in the middle of the night. He was staying at his best friend's during that time and we only had communication through our lawyers as per my request. Having no kids has made the legal procedure so much easier too. The divorce is getting finalized and I should be free from both of them very soon.
I was interrogated in a Japanese jail because my friend accidentally imprisoned me. Here is my story. Basically, I am an English teacher working in Japan, and my friend sent me some grass brownies in the mail from overseas without my knowledge. Mama J is still highly illegal in Japan, and the Mary Jane got confiscated by customs and I got arrested. Japanese criminal system has a 99% conviction rate that relies entirely on confessions, and Japanese police are allowed to keep you for 23 days before they have to formally charge you for a crime or let you go, and you don't have the right to have an attorney present while they interrogate you. So here is how those 23 days went. Wake up at 7 a.m., put away futon and pillow. Keep your blanket. Officers shake down your cell. 7:15 brush teeth. 8 o'clock breakfast. 9 to 9:10 exercise yard to smoke and shave. 9:10:11:30 questioning. 12 o'clock lunch. 12:30 to 4:30 questioning. 5 o'clock dinner. 5:20 brush teeth. 5:30 to 7 o'clock listen to radio. 7 o'clock receive bedding, shake down. 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock reading. 9 o'clock lights out. Showering was allowed twice a week, Monday and Thursday. The interrogation was also brutal. The questioning, or interview as they call it, was awful. 4 to 6 hours, 7 days a week. At the end of the interview, they print out what was said and have you sign off on it. They then use these as evidence for prosecution. The first day was just general questioning. Second day they got into the nitty-gritty. I answered about every question with no comment. At first, this would fly, but they increasingly got more and more aggressive. Also, I declined to sign any more papers. This makes the detective angry. Third or fourth day they wanted me to take a polygraph test, but I declined. We got into a staring contest, and even told them the pink ping pong ball joke. That was the day the first interpreter quit. After about 2 weeks, it got down to them calling me a no-good liar, and me telling him his kids will remember that he skipped their sports day too. Spend it with me. But it never got physical. At the end of the 23 days I was released, never having been charged with a crime and no criminal record. I was able to have my wife call in sick for me during the entire time, so it had no impact on my employment as well.
My narcissistic ex-boyfriend intimacy trafficked me and I want to press charges after discovering something even more disturbing 10 years later. I met my ex online when I was 19. When we began dating, I was shunned from the small Pentecostal church I grew up in my entire life. So naturally, as a 19-year-old I clung to him because everyone I was allowed to know had cut me out of their life. Why did they cut me off? Well, they believed I was unequally yoked with a non-believer because I was dating a black man with long hair who listened to AC/DC. I thought they were judgmental and I was drawn to the outcasts because I felt I understood them. My relationship with him was great for the first 2 years. I was incredibly inexperienced in his eyes sexually, and he made me feel inadequate. The dynamic of our relationship was that he was 6 years older, knew much more about life than I did, and that I should listen to his advice on things because he knew better than I did. Around the 2-year mark of being together, I noticed he stopped going to bed with me. He was staying up late and doing things on his computer. I later found out he was sending explicit photos to other women and getting them in return. When I confronted him he simply said, "Well, are you leaving me?" And I was heartbroken, felt I only had him, so I stayed. He explained that he felt he had met the right person at the wrong time, explaining he felt I was his person but he didn't get to show his wild oats, so to speak. I was devastated because essentially he told me he wanted to F other people. That's when he pressured me into the swinging lifestyle. It started out with meeting other couples. He arranged everything, he dressed me and took photos of me. He spoke as me to these other people in order to get play dates. When the play dates would happen he couldn't get a stiffy, and then he blamed me for his insecurities. I felt almost mind-effed into doing whatever I could to make him happy/satisfied. You might ask me why I didn't just leave. Well, he convinced me my friends and family didn't love me or support my decisions in life. He was an elaborate thinker, he had a reason for everything. He knew how to play on my emotions knowing I cared for him. He spun everything in a way to make me feel he was caring for me and wanted to see me in the third person. I was treated as his property or prized possession. He began controlling how I dressed, and started setting up dates with men I didn't know, requesting that I take videos and pictures to share with him later on. I've always been a one-man type of girl. This was so out of my element and I didn't feel safe. I didn't feel I could speak up or he would believe I didn't trust him. I began going on these arranged play dates with men to make him happy. Each time nearly having a panic attack, not knowing the situation I was walking into. One time coming back from a play date, the man had claimed he recorded our session for me but recorded the wall instead. That was the first time he physically laid hands on me. I learned the coping mechanism of disassociation very quickly. I entered survival mode and made myself into someone else to make him happy, and when I was at home I was me. Until one evening where he told me he arranged a playdate for me, while simultaneously he quit his job. I was confused. Why would you just quit your job without discussing with me first? I went on this playdate and met a man I would have never touched with a 10-foot pole, who was offering me $200 to have intimacy with me. I was stunned/horrified/ and felt like I was living in a dream. He had quit his job, and when I confronted him on arranging a paid exchange for intimacy with a man who I would have never touched, his response was it was my turn to provide for us. Rent was due in 2 weeks and we had $30 in our bank account. I felt I had no choice. This went on for 5 months. He put me in clothes, took photos of me in any position you could think of, put them on websites with an alias name and a text app to text clients. I never was allowed to keep the money, have a say in who I saw, and at the end of every weekend he would thank me by a nice dinner and keep the rest of the money to fix up his busted 1974 Ferrari. Afterwards I would lay in bed and just cry myself to sleep. I told him so many times I wasn't happy doing this, but he told me we needed to pay our bills. He was intimidating, demeaning, and a shell of the man I thought I loved. My last client I ever had was law enforcement. They knew about him because he would stay in the lobby while I met clients. They separated me from him and asked me to tell them what my partner was making me do. I lied to them and told them I was compliant and a willing party because I was taught not to be a snitch or trust law enforcement. I got a misdemeanor charge for prostitution. I left him 2 weeks later while he was at his new serving job, packed all my stuff and went back home. This was 2014. Since then I've gotten married and had 2 children. But I recently discovered videos of me that he uploaded on adult film sites that have been there since 2014. One of them shows my face in it with over 500,000 hits. This was in the state of Virginia. The video of my face on this adult film site was a private video with my ex and I. I need it to be removed. I have a career and I have 3 brothers and have a husband and children who never need to learn about this. He's now married in a different state but has me blocked on all accounts, but I have access to his wife's page. I was my boyfriend's mistress and his daughter now hates me even though I did nothing wrong. How do I make her see this? My boyfriend Chase and his wife first met when he was 20 and she was 18. 5 years later they got married and had a baby daughter, Jane. They had more beautiful babies throughout the years and had a beautiful relationship until Chase filed for divorce on December 2022. Their relationship was breaking down for multiple reasons, such as they were both too tired to look after the kids. I first met Chase when I took my niece and nephew and younger cousins to the park and Chase and his wife were there. I overheard them argue as their children were playing so they couldn't hear them and they weren't noticing. Chase's wife at the time, Willow, was asking him where the diapers were and Chase forgot. This has caused an argument since Willow answered back, "Please tell me you did not forget the diapers? How am I supposed to change them now, hey? With leaves? The baby pooped itself. Can you go back to get them, honey?" Chase said he can't because he's tired and he can't walk back 6 streets away just to get a packet of diapers. What do you mean you can't walk back a few streets away? I was the pregnant one, not you. You don't have to worry after walking a few streets away. Can you at least buy me a new pair of diapers? Chase looked confused. For you too? For the baby. Stop trying to be funny. I will go since you keep on doing my head in. Willow storms off to go to the shops. I swooped in there and then and told him vertical bar I had seen them arguing a lot recently at this park. I asked him if she always yells at him this much. Chase told me pretty much since she got pregnant with the 4th kid. That's not normal. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It's not normal to treat your partner like that. Pregnancy is not an excuse to be rude to people. How about I lend you a diaper so you can change the baby? I asked him. He thanked me and then we made small talk. I met their baby for the first time and she was so adorable. Chase told me her name and I said hi to baby Jessica. From there, Chase and I became friends. I told him I found the wife needing diapers joke funny and we had a good laugh. Willow came back shortly after, a little stunned, but she didn't think much of it since she had male friends too and she's not the type of person to get paranoid over having friends of the opposite gender. I quickly befriended Willow and we followed each other on Facebook and Instagram shortly after before coming home. I saw Chase a week later in a pub with his then wife Willow as they were having drinks for the first time since giving birth. Willow had to go to the bathroom, and I began to chat to Chase. I asked if Willow still nags at him, to which he responded yes. I felt bad and said, "Don't worry, if she can't treat you right then I will. Don't tell her or she will get mad," before winking at him, which made him giggle. The problem, from there, we began dating behind Willow's back until last December when Willow came back with Jane to get her nails done and caught me and Chase cuddling on the sofa watching TV. She flipped out extremely at us to the point where both Willow and Jane were in tears because of it. Chase tried to explain it's not what it looks like until he realized no one was buying it. Their 5-year-old Alex was asking why his mom was yelling at his dad until Jane pointed at me and said it was my fault. Alex looked sad and went back upstairs. I told Willow we were sorry, but it was not appropriate to argue in front of the kids and to think of the children. Willow screamed back, "If you care so much about the kids, then why did you break up their family? I finally found happiness after such a rough life I went through, and you ruined it just because you wanted Chase for yourself, just because you're jealous and you couldn't find anyone, so you had to steal people away from others." Willow suddenly realized Jane was watching everything and began crying and apologizing to the children for making them watch that, and she wasn't thinking straight, but she didn't mean to upset them. The younger ones were just scared and stood there, but Jane told her it's okay and it's not her mom's fault that I'm horrible. I went quiet because I didn't know a 7-year-old knew what those words meant, but I guess she was repeating them from their mom, so that's what influenced her to act that way. I apologized and explained to her that it wasn't appropriate for us adults to argue in front of children. I explained how I tried to get them to stop, but her mother wasn't listening. She told me that me and her dad shouldn't make my mom angry if I didn't want her to shout at me, called me a fat pig and told me to get lost. She stormed off to her bedroom. I tried to explain that I am sorry for breaking up her family and asked if she wanted to move on, put that in the past, and that me and Chase will always love the kids. Alex and Chelsea, their 2-year-old daughter, accepted my apology, but Jane kept on ignoring me. Chase and I got kicked out and then they ended up getting 50-50 custody. Chase and the kids then moved into mine. When they first got to my house, since I offered Chase and the kids to move to mine since I have more room, I wanted to welcome the kids by giving them a hug, but Jane pulled them away and said she hurt Mummy and made her sad, so don't go near her, and told me she didn't want me here and she only came because she was forced to. I gave them their teddy bears with their names on it, which I got knitted by my sister just for them with my own money. I thought it wouldn't hurt to give the kids a small welcome present. Jane told me she hated the teddy bears and they look ugly. She said she has her own one that Mummy gave and Mummy's one was better. Why is she acting like her mom's personal therapist? It's not her job to look after her mums. Anyway, Jane came running to sit on the sofa. She used her fingers to go through the sewn-up teddy bear and rip them apart, then stormed off to her bedroom. I went to my bedroom and cried. I got that made personally just for the children as a welcome gift and she destroyed it. Why is she rude to me every time she comes to my house? I know I upset her mother, but I wanted her to bond with me, but she wouldn't let me. I tried to come to her events, but she ran up to her mom and dad in happiness, then pulled a tantrum every time she saw me. She says she won't stop pulling a tantrum until I go, and I had to leave almost every family event in tears because everyone will stare at me and give me dirty looks. Willow tells me that I should have thought about that before breaking up the family, and I said I know and I'm sorry. I've already been punished enough and now my own boyfriend's parents and family hate me. Jane always starts crying every time I'm joining in. She got on well with Chase eventually, but she still hates me. Last month this year, I showed up with Chase to celebrate her birthday as Chase was invited, but she began screaming and crying and said she doesn't want me here and I ruined her birthday. She grabbed my present, opened it up, and broke the doll into pieces before throwing it in the bin and said it was the worst present ever and made me cry. Willow said, "Well, no one told you to cheat with my ex-husband and break up the family. You should have thought about that beforehand and that it's her choice. If she doesn't want you here, then you should leave, since I didn't even want you guys coming here, but I only invited you both just so you don't sue me for parental alienation." Me and Chase were cussed out by the entire adults, especially Willow's granddad, who came up to me and screamed at me saying it was my fault for breaking up the family and manipulating Chase, along with Chase's mom even trying to escort me out with his dad escorting both of us out. It even got to the point where now she will get up, get changed, have a shower, have breakfast, brush her teeth, go to her maternal grandparents, my grandparents, or go out in the town with her mom all day, then come back late at night at 8:30 p.m., brush her teeth, get dressed and go to sleep. She even demands she has sleepovers to get away from me and her dad during his custody turn. He tried to sue for parental alienation, but the judge said unless she's sleeping over her mom's during our custody term, then her meeting up with her mom outside of her house is not violating custody agreements. How do I get her to stop avoiding me and hating me and get her to understand that she doesn't have to be afraid of what her mother thinks?
A disabled old woman harassed me and tried stealing my wheelchair, so the store employees embarrassed her. So I am disabled after a horrific car crash and need my wheelchair. Recently I was at Walmart, and I was using my power chair. So I'm leaning forward to get a pack of Monster and stick it under my seat on the rack when an older woman in her own wheelchair pushes on my back and says, "I need that." "You don't, you're younger." I sat up and pushed her hands off of me saying, "What the F?" And she shakes the back of my chair like it's a dinner chair or something, and goes, "You can use the scooter, the chair is better and I'm old." And she points at the crappy scooter she's using. I stare at her in total shock for a moment and say, "This is my wheelchair. Get away from me. Give me the chair." She started shaking it with each statement. So at that point I just hit the maximum speed on my power chair and took off, ripping it out of her hands. It was either let go or be dragged on her face because she clearly wasn't super steady and needed a scooter herself. And we're off on the dumbest chase in creation, mostly because her scooters went slower than any other mobility device. I buzzed over to the service desk and cut the line and said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but there's a woman following me trying to push me out of my chair and take it." And from behind me they can hear, "Get back here," and the most wheezy buzz of the slow scooter. In the moment it was really enraging that she was being so entitled and frustrating. But in memory it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. They let me into the little back office area, and they and the whole line of people waiting just sort of watched as she came over. And it took so long. The scooter was so slow and she's yelling about how I don't need the chair and how she should get it because she's older and more disabled. It takes like a full 2 minutes for her to get from one end of the store to the other end. Everyone is just staring as she rides full of glory at 1 mile per hour with her face red and her glasses hanging off one ear. So she finally gets to the desk, and they calmly explain that the wheelchair isn't store property, and if she tries to steal from another customer they'll have to call the police. She starts shouting at the employees that she knows full well you can't bring personal equipment into the supermarket, so they're lying. And the other woman behind the counter says with a bit more attitude, "Lady, why do you think we care if you bring a wheelchair into the supermarket?" At this point I think something either clicked, or she just realized that an entire line of people were staring at her, and not kindly. She suddenly asked where to find the artichokes. I almost coughed on my own spit. The worker just stared back and pointed back where the woman had come and said, "Produce?" And the woman left. I admit that for the rest of my visit I avoided any aisle she was in because I didn't want her close enough to grab me again.
My insane mother-in-law physically assaulted and tried to stab me, so I'm ruining her life. My mother-in-law and I have never seen eye to eye, and it all seems to stem from the fact that I am Asian. The first time I met her, my then-boyfriend warned me not to take any of her jokes too literally. I was instantly thrown off. When I was inside the home, I went to pet her dog, and she made a "don't eat him" joke, which I just kind of shrugged off. This was the only thing that threw me off the first time I ever met, and when we got home my fiancé and I had a conversation about the joke she made. I told him I felt disrespected and the fact that he chuckled made it even worse. The next few times I saw her the jokes continued, and got progressively more offensive and stereotypical. She called me yellow as a joke, squinted at me, and asked me if I wanted to see her best Asian impression. She then proceeded to do the most racist stereotypical accent she could and laughed her butt off, and my fiancé did too. The very next time I saw her was when she totally crossed the line. Knowing I was Chinese, she started making these god-awful jokes about Tiananmen Square and started impersonating the whole event, in the most stereotypical way she could. That night my fiancé and I got into a huge fight about her racism towards me. But my fiancé defended her, telling me that it's just jokes and that I should not take it personally. In retort, I told him I would like to not see her again. If he wishes to do so, he can, but I will not, as I refuse to be racially abused and have my own fiancé enable such behavior. This led to another argument and I gave him an ultimatum. Either I don't see her again, or we are over. This seemed to straighten him up, and for a while things were good. He went to visit his mother, I did not, and our relationship flourished. The time I spent away from his mother was very great. My fiancé proposed to me over a year later and I said yes. It was around this time that the talks of whether or not my mother-in-law was going to be invited to the wedding started emerging. My fiancé wanted to invite her, of course, and I did not. This caused more arguments between us, and my fiancé went behind my back to send his mother an official invitation. I felt utterly disrespected and humiliated. My fiancé was at work when I found out, and the only reason I did is because I got a text from my mother-in-law. She stated that she was happy I invited her to the wedding, despite our misunderstandings. The text also stated that she never understood the problem with her jokes, and was glad I was finally able to recognize that they were just harmless jokes. I read that and flipped out. My fiancé invited her without my permission, although I was still confused by that she meant by the second part. When my fiancé got home I confronted him about it, and instead of getting into a huge argument I asked if we could drive over to his mother's house and speak with her. I told him I want to know my mother-in-law, but her racist nature in the past has prohibited me from doing so, and if she can change, maybe I can give her a second chance. So my fiancé and I drove off. We were welcomed in and his mother gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek as if we were friends. I wasted no time and asked her if she knew that my fiancé went behind my back to send the invitation. She seemed shocked, because she clearly didn't, and my fiancé confessed to her that he did it without my permission. We went into the dining room to talk, and the main point of conversation between us was her racist jokes. I think I spent perhaps a full hour trying to convince her that these jokes are harmful, that she is hurting me by saying that, but she would not relent. They were just jokes to her, nothing more. My fiancé mediated, but if anything he leaned on her side a little. After a full hour of getting nowhere with this woman, I stood up and stated that she was going to have this attitude, then she is not to be invited, and if she shows up I will walk out of my own wedding. As this marriage is not something I would like to be a part of. My fiancé and mother-in-law tried to convince me otherwise, but as I began leaving I felt something jump on my back. I fell to the floor and saw my mother-in-law yelling, telling me how dare I deny her the chance to go to her baby boy's wedding. All the while she was wailing on my back. I was just in shock at this point. My fiancé thankfully pulled her off, and told her to calm down. But as soon as he let go of her, she grabbed the steel poker beside the fireplace and tried to lunge it into my arm. Thankfully my fiancé caught her arm before she could do so, and I quickly ran out of the house and called the police. I waited outside for them to show up and explained what happened. My mother-in-law tried to spin the story, and my fiancé took my side thankfully. However, he still claimed to the police officers that what happened was not as extreme as I made it out to be. My mother-in-law's place has cameras and they checked those. Sure enough, clear as day on video, is my mother-in-law leaping on my back, wailing on me, and lunging at me with a steel poker. She was arrested and taken to jail. The fact that she lunged at me with the poker means she could be charged for aggravated assault, which has a sentence of up to 5 years. And yes, before anyone asks, I plan to press charges. Anyway, my fiancé came home and asked me if I had sustained any major injuries, which I had not thankfully. But I told him that this was my final straw. I am this close to breaking off my engagement with him. Regardless of whether or not his mother is invited. I told him that he either goes no contact with his mother too and never speaks to her again, or we are over. I have given him 24 hours to make the decision. This happened yesterday, and he has 4 hours left. My insane mother-in-law physically assaulted and tried to stab me, so I'm ruining her life. So my fiancé has made his decision and it was the biggest spit to the face I could have ever imagined. I genuinely believed he would go no contact with her. But when it came time to make his decision and sat me down, begging for a compromise. He outlined there was no way he would be able to cut his mother out, she is old and needs him, and she is the woman who raised me. What kind of son would he be if he turned his back on his mother when she needed him? I answered his questions by telling him not only what kind of son he is, but also what kind of man he is, and that's a spineless one. I packed my bags and left to my brother's place despite my fiancé begging me to reconsider. I have been staying here for about a month. By the looks of things, my fiancé wasted no time in bailing his mother out, and as far as I know they are doing their best to search for a lawyer. I have pressed charges, I have found a great lawyer of my own, and my lawyer states although it will be a tough battle, my chances are pretty good. I could even be getting compensation from this whole bout. I am not allowed to share many legal details about the ongoing case, but I can say that my ex-fiancé is furious. He has tried to show up a few times to my brother's house, but left because my brother scared him off. He's always been slightly intimidated by the fact that my brother was a Navy SEAL. I'm scared of what is going to happen, but I need to make sure my former mother-in-law gets justice. Edit. My former mother-in-law has been sentenced to 1 year in prison as well as a $2,000 fine. The look on my ex-fiancé's face when she got sentenced was priceless. They hauled her away and she screamed and cried as they did. As much as I hate to admit it, I took joy in seeing her react this way. She's finally facing the music.
My flat-earther dad slapped me because I disagreed with his opinion, so I ruined his relationship. So my dad is a crazy conspiracy theorist, and truly believes that the earth is flat. He also believes that Obama is a lizard, that aliens are among us, that the sun isn't real, and other crazy stuff that makes me want to roll my eyes. He states that when the virus hit, it opened his eyes to the lies around him. He likes to parrot things he has heard on Telegram over dinner and literally finds a way to turn every single conversation about conspiracy theories. It has gotten to the point that I refuse to talk to him anymore most days because of this. Just last week, I tried to talk to him about a new online business I have started up which is doing quite well, and he shot me down, saying who cares about that, what kind of business will you have in 5 years' time when globalists take over and send us all to labor camps? I did not even engage in this conversation. This kind of stuff has been happening for about 2 years now. I originally planned to move out very soon as I turn 18 in a few months, but what happened a few weeks ago made me get out of the house ASAP. So my dad and I were having dinner without my stepmother, who he married after my mother died 12 years ago, and as we were prepping it, I mentioned something about school. He laughed and called school stupid, proceeding to tell me not to listen to a single word that any of my teachers say. He said that all the teachers are just pushing the political agenda and were specifically hired to do so. Knowing there was no way to win this argument, I just agreed. A few minutes of silence went by and I pulled some tomatoes out of the fridge to chop up, and he took them away and threw them in the bin. Why do you even buy this garbage? Where did you get it, Walmart? You know that there is GMO-riddled stuff designed to unalive you. Once again, I did not engage. Another few minutes later he went on a ramble about the earth being flat. I have heard this speech of his 1,000 times, and so I stayed silent. After his couple-minute-long monologue about the public being sheep and the earth being flat, I told him I disagreed, that I think the earth is not flat, and that maybe he is the sheep for also blindly following the words of the people he trusts. I told him that perhaps I'm wrong and he's right, but it takes a very large ego to say with 100% certainty that everyone else is an idiot, and not you. He snapped when I said that. Are you an effing liberal, he yelled. He then slapped me. Don't ever call me an effing idiot again, you hear me? This was the first time my father laid hands on me, and it was over the fact that I did not share the same opinion as him. The slap was hard too, it left a very big mark on my face which then bruised. After that, I went upstairs and called my stepmother as my father continued angrily mumbling to himself. My stepmother knows his political craziness, but she has tried her best to stay out of arguments with him. She and I also have an amazing relationship. When I told her what happened, as well as showing her the mark on my face, she was appalled. She told me she was going to come home ASAP, but I told her there was no need, I was leaving right away. I packed my bags there and then headed out the door telling my dad I'm going to stay with my best friend for a while. My father just yelled as I left. The next day I got an insanely angry call from him blaming me for ruining his relationship, and telling me that his wife left him. That it was my fault and had I kept my stupid mouth closed none of this would have happened. He threatened me, saying I better call his wife now and say I made all of this up or else. I'm not sure what else means, but it's been almost 2 weeks without a word. My stepmother contacted me letting me know she broke up with him and asking me to meet up with her to talk in a few days too. My flat-earther dad slapped me because I disagreed with his opinion, so I ruined his relationship. So I met up with my stepmother and the things she has told me shocked me to my core. Apparently, the fact that my dad slapped me was a long time coming. My stepmother revealed that when his conspiracy theory craze started, he started seeing everyone who disagreed with him as the enemy. She tried suggesting medication for it at one point, and he snapped. Claiming she was an enemy trying to make him a slave to Big Pharma. It took a lot for them to get over this bump in the road. But my stepmother also stated that sometimes my dad drinks. This isn't new information to me, so I asked her why she brought it up. That's when she told me that sometimes if I was out of the house, and my father was drunk inside the house, he would go on these huge rant about me, about my political views and how whenever I try argue the indisputable truth that only a blind man can't see, as he puts it, he would have the urge to lay hands on me. Because the stuff that was coming out of my mouth truly angered him. My mother said that this would happen mostly whenever him and I had an argument about politics earlier in the day. She said that whenever he went on these rants, she tried to stop him and has told him in many times that were he ever to lay his hands on me she would be leaving him immediately and calling the cops. And that he better pray to God I find the forgiveness in my heart not to press charges on him, because she won't. Whenever she would tell him this apparently he would calm down and tell her he was just joking. This has happened perhaps a dozen times according to my mother, but she never actually thought he would go through with it. She asked me if I was going to press charges, and I said no. The fact he is now alone has done enough damage to him. He may be crazy, but he's still my father, and although I may not want to talk to him, I will not be trying to send him to jail.
My manipulative husband insists that my gay best friend is in love with me. So I'm taking my friend on a romantic date to prove my husband wrong. My husband has always been jealous of me hanging out with other males, something I do not really understand. Some of my guy friends are nice guys I met at clubs who are down in life and genuinely want a helping hand. Sometimes I take them on lunches or walks to be there for them, like a good friend should. I understand that it may sound bad, but these guys are genuine friends of mine and neither I nor them have any foul intentions. One of these guys I met is named Alex. Alex is gay and we met at a club. We kind of just got talking and by the end of the night I could tell we would make great friends. I told my husband about it the next day, and he seemed less than thrilled that a guy approached me at a club, but once I said he was gay my husband seemed okay with it. I have known Alex for about 2 years now, and I can confidently say he is my best friend in the whole entire world. He spoils me, buys me things, pays whenever we get coffee or lunch and all these other things. This would raise some suspicion in most cases, but he is gay and I believe that. Well, my husband has been less than happy about it. He has grown to hate Alex the most out of any of my male friends and I cannot understand why. Alex is gay for Christ's sake. Whenever I mention Alex my husband gets annoyed. Literally last week, my husband came home from work and asked me about my day. I responded by saying that Alex took me to the amusement park and we went to get food. He got mad at it. He did not yell but did angrily say that Alex is clearly in love with me. He asked me what man buys a girl lunch once a week, takes her to amusement parks, buys her shoes, kisses her on the cheek in photos, gets her a Gucci bag for her birthday, has her meet his family and so on, without liking her. Well, this set off a huge argument with my husband where I defended Alex, saying he is just a good friend and he is thankful for how I have helped him and this is his way to repay me for my help. My husband responded sarcastically, repay you by buying you a $700 Gucci bag, yeah sure. The argument escalated and we ended up sleeping in separate rooms for a few nights and not speaking much. A few days later my husband came to me and apologized, saying he was sorry for losing his cool but my relationship with Alex makes him uncomfortable. And that Alex is clearly not gay, but pretending to be so he can get closer to me. I told my husband I understood his concerns and told him I had set up something to prove him wrong. My husband looked confused and asked me what I had done. I told him that yesterday, I thought long and hard about what he said. And that I came to the conclusion that I can see why my husband feels the way he does regarding Alex. So to prove to my husband that there is nothing going on between us and that Alex has no intentions, I invited Alex out on a romantic dinner date. I told my husband that I will dress very nicely, and see how Alex acts. My husband blew up at me, calling this emotional cheating and that this is unacceptable. That this is me showing Alex that I am indeed interested in enabling his pursuit. I told my husband he is being ridiculous and that I'm doing this to prove to him that Alex is not into me. Which is something that I know, but he clearly does not. He stormed out of the room again. This happened yesterday, and the dinner is today. Alex texted me a few hours ago if we could spend some time together after the dinner too, as he needs to get something off his chest and would really appreciate me being there. I told him of course I could, so we're going back to his to discuss whatever is on his mind after the dinner. I told my husband this earlier, and this time instead of exploding, I saw him cry. This is the first time I have ever seen my husband cry in front of me, and it is over my gay best friend wanting me to be there for him. I tried to talk to him, but he told me to leave him alone. It's now a few hours until the date and my husband refuses to speak to me. However, I'm going, whether my husband likes it or not, it's for his own sake. My manipulative husband insists that my gay best friend is in love with me. So I'm taking my friend on a romantic date to prove my husband wrong. So the dinner date happened a few days ago and I am shocked and heartbroken. Alex picked me up and we drove to a Michelin star restaurant, and my husband did not even say bye to me on the way out. Either way, my mind was not on that. It was on enjoying the night with my friend. We got to the restaurant and the whole time we were talking, laughing, enjoying each other's company. However, as much as it hurts to admit, I'm sure I saw a difference in the way Alex acted. There was something to it. He looked a little more nervous, but a little more assertive, almost as if he was trying to impress me. At the time I did notice it, but I brushed it to the back of my mind. He also was a little touchy in romantic ways throughout the dinner. He put his hand on top of mine, he made eye contact, all things that I would consider flirting if he was not gay. Well, that's what I thought about at the time. The dinner finished up and we shared a dessert. We definitely looked like a couple, and almost acted like one, but in my mind I was still in denial about the possibility of Alex actually being into me. Alex paid for the entire dinner and he asked after if we could go back to his so he could get something off his chest. I said of course, and at this point I was slightly starting to suspect that perhaps my husband was right all along. But I brushed those thoughts away once again. When we got to his, we sat down on the couch and he took my hand and held it. This is something he has done before, so by itself it was not a red flag or an indication, but by the way he has acted tonight, it may have been. Then he began talking. And what came out of his mouth was perhaps the most gut-wrenching thing I have ever heard. Alex told me that he had been gay all his life. That he had only ever been into men, but then he met me. He went on a long speech about how I changed his view on what love was, on how I am the only woman to ever do this to him, and how he is in love with me. He said he knows I love him too. Why else would I invite him to dinner? Before I could even interrupt and say I'm not into him, he said something else. He said that he knows I am married and would never cheat on my husband, but he has a favor to ask. He went on to reveal that he has cancer and was diagnosed a few weeks ago. The doctors say his chances are very slim. After saying this, he asked if he could have intimacy with me just once. His reasoning was that he was dying, and as a way to repay him for everything he has done for me, I just had to give it up once for him. My entire world shattered then and there. I called him a manipulative a-hole, told him I am sorry for his cancer, but that I would never cheat on my husband and that my husband was right about him. I left and blocked him immediately. I came home with the intention of begging my husband for forgiveness, but he was gone. His stuff was not in the house and he had left a note stating he is staying with his father for some time and he needs space. This was 3 days ago and I have been crying ever since. I told him he was right and that I am sorry 1,000 times over voicemail, but he seems not to acknowledge it. What do I do?
Dating is objectively harder for men than it is women. And women's refusal to concede this one point is annoying. So let me start out by saying, I'm not one of those guys that thinks women live life on super easy mode. However, I think that women have way more ability and opportunity to get dates, find healthy relationships with great partners, and have intimacy. So I will start by pointing out that when you're talking about struggling with dating, for women it's struggling to find Mr. Perfect. Even the average-looking woman gets male attention from men way higher valued than her. Women like to date up, that's a fact, and no amount of liberal left-wing feminism girl power will convince me that is the case. Hence an average woman who is a 6 will not settle for less than an 8. They will get a lot of attention from the majority of guys, even being a 6, except maybe the attention of 9s and 10s, which is what they really want, then proceed to complain that the hottest guy on the planet does not want them. For men, it's a desert. No attention, no likes, no anything unless you are exceptionally good looking. The funny thing is, for anything else that is a social gathering, this same logic applies just at a smaller pool. Bars, clubs, parties, etc. If you are not one of the more physically attractive men, it's not going to happen anywhere as easily as it would for the average woman. Men are also the ones risking rejection. Many women like to say they face rejection too, but it's not really much compared to what the average man does. In my experiences in trying to get a number, just a number, it took 40 no's before I got one yes. And the one yes came from a beluga, which just made me feel worse. You could not sit here and tell me that the average woman would have that same record or even close to it. When it comes to intimacy, I'm not even going to get too into it. A 5/ out of 10 woman can hook up with a 7 out of 10 guy anytime she wants. A 5 out of 10 guy is going to have to fight, sometimes physically, to hook up with another 5 out of 10 woman. Lastly, I want to talk about the main rebuttal I hear: it's dangerous to date as a woman, they could be roped or unalived. And while I understand women's fears here and they are valid, that's not a dating issue. It's a woman issue. A woman is more likely to be roped by a friend or by a family member than someone she's going on a first date with. That fear women have is more about existence as a woman than it is about dating. A parallel would be like me saying, well, it's harder to date for men because I'm more likely to be a victim of any violent crime ranging from assault to unalive, with the only exception being rope. So it's harder for me to date because stepping outside is more risky.
My mentally deranged best friend broke into my house to inform me that her mother had been brutally unalived. I suspect that she is the one who did it. My best friend has been deeply troubled since the day I met her. Her father was an alcoholic, strict and prone to physical discipline. Her sister was a stuck-up girl who soon gravitated towards the hicks and jocks when we entered high school, and her mother was a pseudo-vegan hippie lovechild held over from the 80s. Due to this, she herself was prone to some strange and odd behaviors, such as eating her own hair sometimes. Regardless of her sometimes odd habits, we grew very close very fast, and as a result of this my house became a sort of refuge for her. We were basically sisters by the age of 12. She was the first person I'd come out to as bi, and in turn I was the first person she'd told about being trans. Fast forward many years to when we were 23. We had another long night of sleeping over at mine in order to let her escape yet another brutal fight with her mother. My friend had recently lost her job at Walmart and I was going into my first shift at Taco Bell the next day. So my first training day went quite well. My manager liked to playfully embarrass me by trying to get me to talk in hood slang to the other workers. Being a training day, it wasn't a very long shift. I got home around noon, informed some of my internet friends that my first day went well, and around 5 p.m. I started to go to bed, drained from a good day. As I am preparing to lay in my bed I get a Steam message, my best friend lamenting another fight with her mother and asking if she could come over. Now, I had started to grow a bit weary of the fights on their end. I had begun to repair my relationship with my family and a few friends, and I had given her advice many times on how to better approach things. In my infinite wisdom and eagerness to sleep, I left the message on read and drifted off into slumber. Around 8 p.m. I was awakened by her, bursting into my room in a panic. Having just been ripped from a dream, I was groggy and disoriented. I dragged myself to the bathroom to relieve my bladder and came back to my room to find her rocking back and forth on my bed. It is at this time I notice she is covered in blood, so I ask what happened. She looked at me for a second, hesitated, took a deep breath and began to speak. She informed me that she just saw someone unalive her mother with a knife. My mind went blank. In the deepest parts of my mind, alarm bells start ringing. Why did she rush over? Why didn't she call the police? But, this is my best friend. She would not do this. I've known her for over a decade and we were the only two people in the world we could count on. I suppressed this theory of mine and went to inform my sister and stepfather. My mother had passed the year prior, and it was roughly a month to the anniversary of her death. We were all in a dark place, antisocial as always. It was the only way we knew how to handle emotional issues. When I inform my family, they immediately go to the same place as I had, though they are far more vocal about it. I offer excuses I knew myself were flimsy and return to the room, phone in hand. I convinced her to call the police, and I can hear her explain the details over the phone, a man in a black ski mask. When the cops arrived, she swears up and down that it's most likely her father. They send cars over to check the crime scene and take her in for a statement. I rode with her in the back of the cop car over to the sheriff's office. It gets to be around 2 a.m. her sister was brought in, as was her father. I have work the next morning and request to be taken home by a police officer. It took me a while to go to sleep that morning. The next day at work I am quiet, until my manager asks me what has happened. I inform him, but decide to work the rest of my training shift. When I got home, my sister informed me of what I had been truly fearing this whole time. My best friend had confessed. Her mother threatened to kick her out for not being able to find a job, and in a rage she had taken a kitchen knife and went to town on her repeatedly. My mind froze like a bad computer and I turned to face my monitor. I was in a Discord call at the time, and all I could weakly say is, my best friend confessed to unaliving her mother. Before hanging up and laying on my bed. What can I say? Gotta let the Discord mods know. Anyway, her last trial was the 7th of this month. I don't know the results, though my grandmother tells me she took a plea deal for life in prison rather than the death penalty. My manipulative father has neglected me all my life, so I'm sticking it to him on his birthday. My father and my mother have been divorced for 5 years. My father had an affair with my mother's friend Maura from high school and wanted to have a one-sided open relationship. My mother, who is Christian, said absolutely not, and my father dropped the divorce on her. My mother got 75% custody over us and moved out of the house that my father rented. She moved in with my grandmother, who is a rock star for taking in me and my siblings. Due to my mother's medical condition she is unable to work or drive, so she had been a stay-at-home mom since I was born. My father was the one who was providing for our family financially, with his job as a member in the army. My father married Maura about a year or two after the divorce. She had his child a year into dating and after he had introduced us to her. There was some drama with Maura and my mother. Just for example, her and her sister threw eggs at my grandmother's house, She fought my mother outside the school parking lot for my conference, and called my mother unfit and lazy despite knowing her medical history. My father never stood up for my mother in this time and stood by what his new wife was saying and doing. He spent less time with me and my siblings and more time with her child and my half-brother. I want to note that my two full-blooded siblings Janice and Phil are on the spectrum and have autism. My half-sibling and stepbrother do not. It is blatantly obvious that my father favors them because they are normal and easier to deal with. These are quotes from his mouth, by the way. He missed very important moments in my life. I want to be an actress and I had landed a gig at a theater in my state that is fairly well known when I was 16. I invited everyone to come see me and everyone came except for my father. His reasoning was because it was too far of a drive and that gas was expensive. My great-grandfather, who is well into his 80s, made a point to come. He lives only 30 minutes from my father and has a similar financial situation to him, and he made sure he could see me. So, I see my father's excuse as complete nonsense. There are other things my father has done to me and my family, but if I were to list everything I would run out of room. So, should I show up to my father's big 40th birthday when he has missed major milestones in my life and after everything he has done to me and my family?
My wife has been severely grief-stricken for 5 years and refuses to do anything about it. She makes our life hell. A few days ago I wrote about how my wife has been grief-stricken and crying daily for 5 years, all while refusing to do anything about it or get any help. Well, my now soon-to-be ex-wife has completely lost her effing mind. So after my last post I spent a couple of days writing the letter to her. In it I explained that the kids and I love her dearly, and that we're concerned for her. I outlined all the worrying behavior and told her that I believe she needs to seek additional medical care. I explained that it sounded like she had complex grief, and that the grief therapy she went to years ago was insufficient to help her get through it. I did not say anything about potentially divorcing her, but did say that the kids can't continue to live in their current situation. I read the letter to her the same night I finished writing it after the kids had gone to bed. After I finished reading, she just stared right through me for probably 15 minutes, then finally stood up and started walking to the door. I panicked and tried to stop her, asked her where she was going. "Can we talk about this? I'm concerned for your safety." She rolled her eyes at me and said in the coldest voice I've ever heard her use, "I hope when your parents die someone doesn't tell you to get over it." After that I didn't try to stop her, I just let her go. I was ticked off for maybe 5 minutes before the panic set back in. I legitimately thought she was going to end herself. I checked my phone and she had turned her location off. I called and texted probably 50 times over the next hour, begging her to at least let me know she was okay and that she wasn't going to do something drastic. Right before I was about to call the police, I got a call from her phone. I answered immediately, and before I could get much of anything in, a man's voice told me she's fine but she doesn't want to talk to you, and hung up. I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience at the time. I had no idea what the F was going on. I almost called the cops anyway, but I was disassociating hard and talked myself out of it. I kept calling her phone all night but no one picked up again. After about 2 a.m. it started going straight to voicemail. I barely slept that night. When I woke up the next day she wasn't home. I took the kids to school. I tried calling my wife's phone more all morning but still voicemail. I called her office and asked if she was at work, and they told me she had called in sick. I called in sick to work as well and basically just sat on my couch, trying to get a hold of her, while being a nervous wreck. I called my mom as well and asked if she could pick the kids up from school today and watch them overnight. I didn't tell her everything that was going on yet, just that something had come up that was urgent and I needed some help. My wife walked in the door sometime after 4 p.m. I tried to hug her and she shied away from me. I asked her where she had been, no response, just a blank stare. I asked her who had called me from her phone, no response, blank stare. At this point I was frustrated and told her that if she didn't want to explain what was going on, she could get the F out. So she started talking, but it was like I was talking to a text-to-speech AI with her voice. No emotion, totally flat, almost annoyed. She told me that she had gone to her friend John's house. I had no idea who the F John was and asked her to explain further. Over a 2-hour or so conversation where I had to pry details out of her, I got most of the story. She was answering like a lawyer, very basic answers, no details or context outside of exactly what I was asking her. Basically, John is a coworker. I've met the dude once or twice at office party type events but never really talked to him. I never saw him hanging out with my wife or showing interest in her. But apparently, over the last year or so, she has been spilling all her feelings about her grief over her mom's death to him, and he's been comforting her. He had a parent die from cancer too, so I guess she felt they had a connection she didn't have with me. After I read her the letter, she says she realized that I don't care about her or her mom's death and went to John's house to talk and be comforted. I flat out asked her if she was having an affair with him, and she told me no. I asked her why she never mentioned she was close friends with this unknown guy, and she told me it was none of my business. I asked her if anything had happened between them while she was there, and she says they cuddled and he held her while she cried. I asked to see her phone to check messages between them and she refused. I couldn't get much more detail out of her about the whole situation. So when she went to take a shower, I tried to check her phone. She had changed her passcode. I grabbed her iPad, which still had my thumbprint biometric signature in it, and checked there. I left the house with the iPad to look for evidence while she was in the shower. I did not immediately see any messages to her from a John, but after digging briefly, I found it. She had put him in as Stacy in her contacts, but it was obviously him. There were texts going back well over a year. A lot of her talking about her mom, a lot of him comforting her. A lot of him telling her I don't really care about her, and that he would never treat her that way if they were married. All of her replies were in agreement. A lot of texts from her complaining about me. A lot of him trash-talking me. The night she left, she had texted him "F it, I'm on my way over if the offer is still there," followed by an immediate yes. Reply. Then the next morning, a text from her to him saying if he asks, "We just talked." I threw up out my car door in a Walmart parking lot for 20 minutes. I came home and found her on the couch on her phone, seemingly unconcerned or unaware I had even left. I told her that I knew, and that she needed to leave. Again she just stared at me for a while, not responding, until I got aggravated and told her to get the F out of the house. She immediately got up, told me John was right about you, and left. I haven't seen her since. I told the kids she went to visit her parents. I don't know what to tell them, but I have to tell them something soon. I don't really even know what to do. Ostensibly I need to divorce her, but going through custody, child support, etc. is dizzying. I feel paralyzed and haven't made a move yet. I know she's lost her mind and this is probably some kind of psychotic break, but I just can't care anymore. I put on a brave, numb face to go to work, then for my kids at night, and then cry after they go to bed until I fall asleep. I feel like my life is essentially over. My strange colleague turned out to be a child predator, so I ruined his life. My colleague, and fellow 7th grade English teacher Mr. Phillips always seemed pretty weird to me. He was at every single student event, especially when these events were female-oriented. He wanted to coach the girls' basketball team, despite knowing nothing about basketball. Not only was he quite peculiar in school, his actions outside of the school were perhaps even stranger. When we first started working together, we went out to bars sometimes together as he was new to the area and I wanted to make him feel welcome. While at said bars, he overshared a lot, and despite being in his late 20s, seemed to hit on the girls that were 18 or 19. That, coupled with the dark humor jokes he would make about sleeping with girls not of age, that should have been a serious red flag for me, but for some reason it was not. The third time I went out to a bar with him was the time I decided not to invite him out with me anymore. He hit on a girl that was clearly no older than 19. After coming back over to our table after getting shot down, I asked him why he keeps hitting on girls that are almost a full decade younger, and he replied saying, "They're less experienced and higher value." That grossed me out a lot, and I felt like I could no longer be friends with him. Still, what he was doing was not illegal, at least not yet, and so I had no legal grounds to take action. Well, I had no legal grounds to take actions until a few months later, that is. I spent the next few months distancing myself from Mr. Phillips, but all the while keeping tabs on him and his behavior. I would do this by making small talk in the cafeteria, trying to catch him out with jokes, asking him about students and so on. Over time I had noticed that he was talking about a particular student a lot. This student was Kim. Kim was a bright 14-year-old girl in his English class, and whenever we would make small talk, he would mention how bright he thought she was, how great her assignment was, how he liked her new haircut. One of the times he was talking about her he mentioned something like wishing she was older, and I asked him what he meant by that. Clearly realizing he messed up, he responded, "Well, I wish she was older so I could teach her more advanced material, she is too advanced for this class." He clearly looked nervous, so I kept extra tabs on him. You see, I taught Kim in my maths class, and noticed a concerning pattern surfacing over the next few months. Kim kept coming into class looking duller and duller, more and more emotionally exhausted. For the first time ever, she failed a test. I asked to speak to her after class, and in truth I was more concerned about what was going on behind the scenes rather than the test itself. I began by asking her what had happened, how has she gone from a straight A student to failing tests in the span of a few months, and at first she shrugged. I told her I know this was not my place to ask, but I told her that I have seen her coming into class in worse shape constantly, and I asked her if everything was okay at home. She started crying then. I calmed her down and she asked me if she could reveal something to me and asked me to promise to keep it to myself. I promised. In truth, I was fearing the worst and in some odd twisted way I was prepared for it, so what she said did not surprise me at all. Mr. Phillips was messaging her explicitly after class in turn for straight A's in his class despite what she did. However, what she said next was not what I was expecting. She stated that she had informed her parents for it, but her parents stated that as long as she was getting good grades, they did not care for what she was going through, and any opportunity to have good grades she should take, even if that is exchanging in these texts with Mr. Phillips. She had told her parents 1 month ago, and nobody since, as she was convinced everyone would have the same reaction that her parents did. I was horrified at this the most. She then showed me the screenshots of her conversations with Mr. Phillips via IG and my face went pale. He forced her to send pics, he sent pics, dirty texts and so on. I asked her to send these to me and I would report it anonymously. And that's what I did. The investigation is now ongoing and Mr. Phillips is facing serious prison time as rumor has it they have also found kiddie adult films on his computer. Needless to say he has gotten fired, but has not been sentenced yet. Kim is also doing a lot better and I'm checking in with her semi-frequently after class. My strange colleague turned out to be a child predator, so I ruined his life. So it has been quite a while since I wrote that, but I just wanted to come on here and spread the good news. Well, good news for everyone except me. Phillips, that is. He has been sentenced to 12 years in prison total. Justice has been served to that sick and twisted man. As far as the school goes, it has been very affected, and the school is doing everything they can not to ruin its reputation and erase his name off any teaching record that the school has. One thing that has also happened in the school is that the mention of Mr. Phillips is now punishable by suspension, and any student caught asking about him or making jokes faces this. Now, I'm not one to enforce this rule, and my students know that I will not flee 9p out and react if someone says something about him, but I did warn them that not all teachers are going to be like this. As far as Kim is doing, I truly have no idea what is happening with her, which honestly kind of worries me. She transferred schools at the start of this school year, and although I have her email, I'm very hesitant to reach out and ask her how she is doing. I know she has attended therapy for it, and I'm scared that by asking about it I will reopen the traumatic memories for her when she is hopefully doing so well to move past it all. The most concerning thing about all of this, however, is how the school and the state are handling it. I have already mentioned the school deleting his records and banning jokes or comments about him. However, there has been no effort at all made to address the situation in any meaningful manner by the school administrators. It almost feels like this whole situation has been swept under the rug, and I know for a fact not a single member of the admin has reached out to any family of the students in Mr. Phillips' class to offer support of any kind. One thing that also concerns me is Kim's parents. Their previous reaction to the issue made me sick, and now that they know for a fact Kim told someone about what Mr. Phillips was doing, I fear for her well-being at their hands. I want to reach out, but I don't know if it is a good idea.
My golden child brother destroyed my grandfather's heirloom, so I exposed his inappropriate relationship. My brother has been a golden child since the day he was born. My parents desperately wanted a son, and when they had him, all of their attention was shifted onto him. As I was the older sister, I was left behind a lot, and neglected severely. The neglect was bad. I would go hungry some nights because my brother wanted a second portion of food and I was forced to give him my plate. Girls are meant to be skinny anyway, my mother would say to me whenever she did this. My birthday was not even celebrated most years, and when it was I would get a few cupcakes. I don't remember getting a single birthday present past the age of 10 from my parents. My brother took glory in this too, the entitlement spoiled him a lot. He never failed to bask in the fact that he was better than me, that he was the favorite, and he was a bully too. I had a lot of bruises from him, and being a girl I could not fight back a lot. Whenever his birthday came around, he would show off his presents to me, knowing that a few months ago when it was my birthday, I got nothing. This was one of the ways he made sure I knew I was inferior to him. I had enough when I was 16 after a particular event. It was my birthday. I woke up knowing it was not going to be celebrated heavily, but this year I was hopeful it would be different. A few weeks ago I told my parents I would love it if my birthday was celebrated this year, and I was not asking for extravagant presents, just a nice cake and perhaps a family dinner at a restaurant of my choosing. They agreed, and being excited, I booked a restaurant for us four for my birthday. Well, when my birthday came, there was no cake. Cool, whatever, maybe dinner will still go ahead. The table was reserved for 6 p.m., and when 5 p.m. rolled around my parents told me they are taking my brother go-karting and that I can order myself some pizza later. They're going for food later. And won't be back till late. They left before I said anything, and I cried a lot. That was the day I moved out to my grandfather's house. I was gone with my belongings before they came home. My grandfather was the only person who understood me, he gave me presents, I was never hungry at his, he was my comfort person. When my parents found out I was gone they called me, and when I explained that I would like to live with my grandfather, my mother responded with a lukewarm, "If that's what you want." None of my family spoke to me for the next 7 years. The next time I saw them was my grandfather's funeral. We made small talk, and I found out that my brother was 21 with no driver's license, not in school, dropped out of high school, still living at our parents', had no job, and had a 16-year-old girlfriend. It was appalling for me to realize that my parents were okay with him leeching off of them, but it did not surprise me. Well, at the funeral I was wearing my grandfather's watch. A watch he left for me, and a watch that was priceless to me. It was not a watch I planned to wear a lot, just on special occasions, and of course I wore it to the funeral as a way to commemorate him. My mother told me that the watch looked expensive, and I told her I do not care about that. Well, she butted in, suggesting I sell the watch and give the money to my brother. Apparently my brother was looking at getting a place for him and his girlfriend, and needed some money. I suggested to my parents that they should help him out, but they said that they did not have any money. She said she also knew I was doing not bad for myself financially and can afford to do this for my brother. I did not engage in this conversation, I didn't even bother to explain my answer. I simply told her no. For the next few months my family and I did not talk, and I thought that was that. But my mother reached out asking to come over, and promised not to talk about me lending money at the dinner. I agreed, in hindsight I do not know why. I think she pressured me into saying yes, as I did tell her I wasn't sure, but she kept pressing. Either way, my parents and my brother came over the next week. The dinner went well, but that night I noticed that my watch was gone. It was there earlier in the day, I knew that. I saw it. I searched the house to make sure and confirmed that it was not in my house. My family had to have taken it. I called my mother, and to no surprise she denied it at first. I pressed her over and over, and it was only when I bluffed about having cameras in my house and pressing charges that she cracked. She told me my brother took it and plans to sell it. I told her if he goes through with it I will press charges. I will drag them through the mud, and I expect the watch to be returned to me tomorrow. She tried to yell at me but I hung up. I sent her a text right after telling her she has until tomorrow night to present me with the watch. Well, she came over the next day with my watch. At first I thought it was a miracle, I was going to get my watch back without any trouble, but as always with my parents, it was not so easy. The watch was broken, it was cracked badly, and it would cost a lot of money to fix. I asked my mother what this was and she said with a grin, "Your watch." "I hope you're not too angry. I accidentally dropped it," chimed in my brother. I saw red at that point and exploded at them. I yelled at them so loud that the neighbors came out and my parents drove off. I spent an hour looking at the watch and crying. I managed to get in touch with someone willing to fix the watch, thankfully, but I could not allow my brother to do such an awful thing and go unpunished. So what I did was quite petty, I have to admit. But it's also something that my brother has coming. I went on to my IG and messaged my brother's girlfriend. "Here is a picture of what your boyfriend did to my grandfather's watch. The watch I cherished." I then went on to say what my brother and parents put me through when I was younger as well as our backstory. I also asked her if she thought that a 21-year-old man dating a 16-year-old was normal. She thanked me, and I can guess she left him. Because I got so many angry messages and calls from my family blaming me. Calling you a vengeful bitch and all sorts of names. I think I'm going to go no contact, and potentially even report my brother's relationship to the police, as his girlfriend revealed to me that he was physically and sexually abusive at times too. My golden child brother destroyed my grandfather's heirloom, so I exposed his inappropriate relationship. Firstly, I have some great news to share, and that would be that I was successfully able to get my watch fixed. The person who did it was amazing and even did it for quite an affordable price. I have also hid my watch in a much safer place in my house in case anything again ever happens. But on to the main point of this post, and it is that I decided to report my brother to the police. I of course got my brother's ex-girlfriend's permission to do so. After talking to me a lot about the relationship, she said to me that I made her realize just how abusive it was and how not normal it was. She was under the impression that he was older and more mature, that he has been working towards an online business of his and that is why he was unemployed. Of course this was not the case, but I digress. She told me that after realizing that she is a victim of intimate assault and abuse, she wants to seek therapy for the trauma, and wished her well. As far as the police report goes, my family are of course furious as my brother is facing some serious consequences for having inappropriate relations with his ex. My family are begging me to try to convince his ex to drop the charges, but I told them that it is not in my hands, and me telling her to drop the charges would be a disgusting thing for me to do. My mother tried to argue that we are family and need to stick with each other, and I told her that my grandfather was my true family, and that they are just some people who I happen to share DNA with, and that by itself does not justify the abuse they put me through. I'm doing my very best currently to move on with life and try to avoid my family as much as I can, but I am also cooperating with the police as much as I can as I was the one to report my brother originally. I'm truly hoping he faces justice. Maybe some time in prison would do him well. My manipulative boyfriend slept with my best friend behind my back and convinced me to take him back only to cheat again. I have moved on, but now I have the opportunity for revenge. My ex-boyfriend of 4 years is a diagnosed narcissist and acts like one too. I broke up with him and got back with him a total of 9 times, and at the time I did not know why. The red flags of love bombing and telling me he loved me on the second date should have been a red flag, but they were not. In hindsight, I now know why I took him back so much. He spent his time carefully and meticulously alienating me from my friends by not letting me hang out with them, shattering my self-esteem with backhanded comments such as "you look super skinny today," and ruining my sense of self until I truly believed that he was the only person in the world who loved me. He even alienated me from my family and made me believe that cutting contact with them was the right choice. There was something very wrong with him. He was 29 taking advantage of a girl in her late teens and early 20s. The very last time I took him back was when I caught him cheating with my best friend. My best friend Sam was the only girl he allowed me to hang out with, the only girl he was comfortable with me being friends with, and was the only one he approved of. He never specified why he approved of her, he would just say he did. Before this, Sam was my sister, and what makes this potentially even worse, is that she knew everything about our relationship and the issues I was having while in it. I caught them in our house after I came home from work early. They were doing it in our bed and were very vocal about it. I remember my heart breaking. Not because of what my boyfriend did, but because of Sam. My boyfriend had cheated on me in the past, and I was so checked out of our relationship that I did not even care. But Sam was different. She was the only person in my life that I trusted. The fact she did this to me hurt more than I could ever describe. Of course I cut Sam off immediately, and I was without a doubt ready to cut my boyfriend off too and actually break up with him. I told him we are over. I even booked plane tickets to a new state and started hunting for jobs there. I was ready to leave. However, just when I thought I was mentally strong enough to get away at last, my ex-boyfriend used the dirtiest tactic to win me back. He promised to buy me a puppy. We lived together at the time, and although our apartments allowed pets, he never wanted to own one. I begged him countless times, saying I would take care of the puppy, but to no avail. He even hit me one of these times I begged him. Now, he was telling me we could have one. He even sent a picture of the cutest looking Jack Russell ever, saying he was thinking of this one. My heart melted looking at it, and in a moment of weakness I gave in and agreed to take him back. I instantly realized it was a mistake. Sure, I had a puppy now. But I was living in misery once again. I was once again verbally and emotionally abused and manipulated on a daily basis by my boyfriend. It only took a few weeks after agreeing to give our relationship yet again another shot that it all started. The gaslighting, him telling me I am not good enough for anyone and I should be lucky he has the grace to take me back. I felt shattered once again. I felt chained and confined. Then a few months later I caught him cheating. And it was with Sam again. In a sick and twisted repeat of what happened last time, I came home early from work to find him and Sam in our bed. In that moment something clicked. I do not know what. But I changed. I felt no sadness. I felt relief. Here was proof, so much undeniable proof that my boyfriend was, is, and always will be a disgusting vermin. One who I would no longer allow myself to be controlled by. When I caught them this time I did not cry, I simply told my boyfriend that this time, we are finally done for good. In a moment, where I actually felt some sort of power, I left the house and booked myself a hotel. I texted him telling him that we are over, that I will be coming to the house tomorrow to gather my things as well as the puppy, and if he tries to stop me, I will be calling the cops. I blocked him before he responded. I came over the next day as planned, and to no one's surprise, my boyfriend did his best to manipulate me into staying, this time promising to take me on my dream vacation to Iceland. I'm not going to lie, I contemplated it for half a second before snapping out and telling him no. When I tried to leave he laid hands on me. He left a bruise on my cheek. I took myself and my puppy on a 4-hour drive to a different state and slept in my care that night. I lived in my car for a few weeks until I found a place to rent in this new state. I contacted my boss asking me to relocate me to this new state as that was an option. My boss was wonderful, she understood the situation and transferred me immediately. So I was back on my feet rather quickly, but now totally alone. At least I was finally free. It has been 6 months since this has happened and I had no contact with him all this time. However, my ex-best friend Sam has reached out to me begging for forgiveness. She says that she has gotten into a relationship with him and now understands everything I went through. He has alienated her, love-bombed her, manipulated and gaslighted her the same way he did with me. She is now begging for help and asking me to come pick her up. She wants to apologize and wants to make amends. I told her it is way too late for that. That she has made her bed and can lie in it. However, I am having a dilemma on what to do. There is a part of me that wants to stay here and leave my old life behind for good. I have made some friends, started therapy and am starting to feel good again. But another part of me is telling me to be petty. You see, my ex is overall a terrible person and has had run-ins with the law. Despite this, he dealt alcohol to under 21s all throughout our relationship, and from what Sam told me when she reached out, he has moved on to dealing not only alcohol, but also substances. I was able to overlook the alcohol as in my eyes giving alcohol to 19-year-old college students doesn't make you Satan, but dealing hardcore stuff is very morally incorrect in my opinion. Sam herself is too afraid to report him as she fears for her safety. I could report him myself and make sure she is okay. I do not forgive her, but if anything happens to her I will carry the guilt of not doing anything for the rest of my life. What do I do? My manipulative boyfriend slept with my best friend behind my back and convinced me to take him back only to cheat again. I have moved on but now I have the opportunity for revenge. So I have decided to help my ex-best friend Sam out. I may get chewed out for this, and although what she did was disgusting and there is no denying that, I would feel awful about myself if I did not at least advise her on how to escape from potential danger. I texted Sam instructions. I told her that whilst I do not forgive her, I will help her out. I told her first to wait while he goes to work and then book yourself a hotel. Leave immediately. I told her I would take care of everything else. I reminded her that this does not mean that I forgive her, she is not my friend, and never will be again. But rather I am doing this as a way to leave my old life in the past forever, with an act that has been a long time coming. Sam seemed okay with this. As instructed, she booked herself a hotel as far away from the house as she could manage and went to it. That's when I made an anonymous report to the police. I gave them my ex's name as well as the address, and told them that I have very strong suspicions that hardcore substance dealings and dealings of alcohol are going on there and told them I had no doubt that my ex was involved. I also told them that he was very abusive to his current girlfriend. The police thanked me and told me they were going to investigate. I called Sam and let her know what I had done, and told her I reported him for being physically abusive too. I told her that she will need to testify and allude to the abuse, as well as cooperate with the police. I knew Sam had no involvement in the substance dealings as she had told me, so I was not worried about her getting arrested too. Sam agreed to testify, and I gave her further information about my ex. I told her if she would like to give herself bruises to accentuate the abuse, that would be okay too. Then she told me there was no need, he laid hands on her and she has marks on her. I told her I was sorry for that and left her at that. I told her I also gave her police her contact information and that was that. I did not hear about it for the next few months. Then Sam texted me. She told me that her ex was in prison due to dealing substances, and the abuse she proved helped land him behind bars. I told her I was glad to hear everything was okay, but again reiterated that my old life was behind me now. I never wished to speak to her again, but I'm glad she made it out of the relationship. I then blocked her and have not heard anything since.
It's the most messed up Reddit post of all time. There is an extremely infamous relationship advice post by a husband, which started off by him saying that his wife isn't the smartest cookie in the jar. The couple was struggling financially, living month to month, but they got by. They had kids too. The wife suddenly gets the genius idea that they could make a bunch of cash if their car crashed and got written off. This happened to one of her friends who won an insurance claim after purposely driving into a ditch and was encouraging others to do so. The husband says no every time the wife talks about it. He explains reasons why and finally makes her promise not to talk about it at all. Next week, the husband gets a call from the police saying the wife had run into a terrible accident and is currently in police custody. Well, as it turns out, the wife decided to go through with her plan behind her husband's back. She had been waiting at a traffic stop, then suddenly accelerated forward during a red light and drove headfirst into a vehicle coming from the other side at top speed. She thankfully wasn't injured, but the other vehicle had a mother and a 3-year-old kid who were instantly unalived, and another teenage kid was in critical condition who ended up dying hours later in the hospital. The husband visits his wife in custody and she acts all proud with no remorse as if she did something great for her family. The husband made the post asking whether he should come clean about her talking to him earlier about the accident and insurance fraud, which will likely add decades to her sentence. The post stayed up for less than an hour.
My 14-year-old daughter's bio dad who abandoned her before birth has now filed a paternity suit. In 2008, when I was in my early 20s, I made the poor decision to briefly date a man I liked as a friend but didn't have a romantic interest in. It lasted about a month. A week after I broke up with him, I found out I was pregnant and I told him right away. He seemed to think this meant I would come back to him and we'd raise the child together, but I made it clear to him that this wasn't the case. I gave him the option to co-parent. We continued speaking for a few weeks, but didn't get along and came to the joint decision that we'd go our separate ways and I'd parent the child myself. He mentioned wanting me to sign something saying I wouldn't pursue him for child support, which I was willing to do, but it never ended up happening. We didn't speak again until I found out the child's gender, a girl. He was raised as an only child by a single mother, and he seemed to have a harder time with the idea of letting me raise a boy by myself than a girl. But she was a girl, and after I told him that, it was the last I heard from him for a long time. I already had an older son with my ex, and he and I ended up getting back together when I was pregnant with my daughter. He expressed the desire to parent her from the first moment he learned of her existence. He was in the hospital when she was born, signed her birth certificate, we gave her his last name, and he has been her father her entire life. We're not together anymore and haven't been for many years, but we have a good co-parenting relationship and never had to go to court over it. When my daughter was 11, I broke the news to her about her biological father and the dad she's always known. It was obviously very shocking to her. I told her that if she was curious about her biological father or wanted to know more or speak to him or anything like that, it was perfectly fine. But she had zero interest then, and still has zero interest now of having anything at all to do with him. Both myself and my daughter's biological father have continued living in the same area since then, and I've always known that he has kept tabs on my social media, although I don't post a lot. About 3 years ago, not long after I told my daughter about him, he contacted me, and I was willing to text with him and tell him a little about her. But I told him that the decision for the two of them to speak and get to know each other belonged solely to her, and that she didn't have any interest so far. When he tried to add her and reach out to her on social media anyway, it upset my daughter, so I blocked him and cut off contact. She blocked him as well, by her own choice. Yesterday I got a call out of the blue from a guardian ad litem and found out that bio dad filed a paternity suit. He didn't have my address, so I haven't been served yet, but the guardian ad litem got our information from my daughter's school. Right now, it's only a paternity suit, but I'd assume he'd have some kind of further motivation once he's proven to be her biological father. But what kind of rights could he possibly get? He was immediately notified when I found out I was pregnant over 15 years ago, and given the opportunity to parent, which he declined. I didn't take her and run off. He could have done this at any point in the last 14 years, and never did until now. My nightmare mother-in-law threw my family heirloom engagement ring down a storm drain. I have seen a lot of crazy people in my life, but my potential future mother-in-law is the absolute worst person I have ever met. I have been with my boyfriend for 8 months now. For the first few months everything was amazing. He is the sweetest and most caring man I have ever been with. He likes to surprise me with fun dates and flowers for no apparent reason. The biggest surprise of all though was when I met his mother. I met his parents for the first time a few months ago. The first thing future mother-in-law said to me when I walked in the door was, "Are you Jewish?" I am not, and I am not particularly religious, but I was raised Catholic. Once I told her this, it was the beginning of the madness. She immediately stopped talking to me and acted as if I didn't exist. I was extremely nervous about meeting my boyfriend's parents, so this broke my heart. I was determined to make a good impression, so I kept trying to connect with her. This was a huge mistake and I should have just let it go. Once we were all seated for dinner, she finally decided to try and make conversation. I have naturally red hair and she asked me if my parents have the same color. I told that I have the same hair as my mother. She then had the audacity to ask me, "Does the carpet match the drapes?" I had no idea how to respond and just sat there stunned. Seeing my reaction, she said, "Don't worry, I will just ask my son about it later." I looked over at my boyfriend who seemed equally as shocked, but he didn't say anything. She then started to go on about my hair being too curly. She told me that I really need to learn how to brush my hair and think about my appearance more when I am out with her son. Then when I didn't eat much at dinner, she gave me her version of a compliment. I was told it was good that I am watching what I eat because it would be a shame if I got any bigger. This was just my first meeting with this woman. As soon as I got into my car, I burst into tears until I got home. My boyfriend was texting me and apologizing for his mother's behavior, but the damage was done, and I told him I needed time to think. He went into apology overload after this and started sending flowers to my office every day and leaving me messages begging me to talk to him. I finally agreed and we went out to dinner. He told me he spoke with his mother about her inappropriate comments and he swore it would never happen again. With this reassurance, I decided to give it another chance. Fast forward 2 weeks to when he invited me to come to a family birthday party. This time I would also be meeting his sisters and grandparents. His grandparents and sisters are awesome people. They asked me normal questions about my job, family and friends. His mother seemed to be avoiding me throughout the evening and honestly, I was okay with that. I went to grab something from my purse and noticed that it was not where I left it. I looked everywhere but I could not find it. I went and asked my boyfriend and he began to help me look. He then got a strange look on his face and he quickly went upstairs. I could then hear a lot of yelling begin upstairs. He came back down holding my purse after a few minutes and told me that we were leaving. Once we got in the car, I asked him what was going on. His mother had taken my purse so that she could see my driver's license. She intended to try and run a background check on me. He told me she had told him this earlier but honestly had thought she was joking. I thought that it was best if I avoided any of his family functions for the time being. This worked out great for a while and he went to any of his family parties alone. He would ask me each time before leaving if I was sure that I didn't want to go but I always declined. Last week his family had their family reunion and he asked me to please come with him. I was very reluctant but considering there would be so many people present, I didn't think she would pull anything. When we got there, everything was going great. I met his extended family and got to catch up with his sisters. His mother did seem to be shooting me death glares all night, but I brushed it off. Soon she came over and joined a table I was seated at with his sisters and some cousins. The conversation was pleasant as we were talking about his sister's children. His sister has a daughter who is 12 and is the same age as my niece. I then showed his sister a picture of my niece on my phone. His mother took a look at the screen and began to laugh. She told me she hopes that if me and her son ever have children that they don't look like my niece. My niece is beautiful by the way and she is only 12 years old. What kind of monster attacks a 12-year-old child's appearance? This was my breaking point and I went off like a volcano. I started to scream at her and told her she is the most evil person I have ever had the disadvantage of meeting. I told her if I ever did have children with her son she can be certain she will never meet them because hell is too far to travel to. I am not 100% certain exactly everything that I said but from what his younger sister later said, it was epic. She began to play the victim and wailed that I had just misunderstood her joke. My boyfriend came rushing over at this point and she threw herself into his arms telling him I am a horrible woman and he needed to throw me out right now. He told her that wasn't going to happen and to stop making a fool of herself. She seemed to accept this for a moment and sat back down. She just kept sobbing that I just didn't understand how to take a joke. Then something in her snapped as she noticed something that my boyfriend was holding in his hand and began to have another meltdown. I didn't understand what was happening at this point and just stood there watching a grown woman pitch a fit like a toddler. None of what she was saying made any sense to me as it was mostly just incoherent screaming, but I did pick up on many derogatory comments directed my way. My boyfriend then told me we were leaving and told me to grab my things. As I started to get ready, future mother-in-law made a lunge for my boyfriend's hand and grabbed the small box he was holding. She then looked me dead in the eyes and said, "You will never have this ring, you little beach." She ran outside and threw the box down a storm drain. Turns out that my boyfriend was intending on proposing to me. He had just obtained his grandmother's ring while we were at the reunion. His grandmother is completely heartbroken because now her ring is down a storm drain instead of continuing on in the family as she had always wanted. I don't know where to go from here. My nightmare mother-in-law threw my family heirloom engagement ring down a storm drain. Unfortunately, the engagement ring could not be found. The city came out to try and assist but they could not uncover anything. My fiancé and his family were devastated by this and many of them have ceased communication with future mother-in-law because of this. The ring had high significance in the family, more than I understood. This was literally the straw that broke the camel's back for many of the family members. His sisters have chosen to keep contact with future mother-in-law and one of them told me that she is playing the victim card. That she is saying she had a mental break and we all need to be more compassionate and understanding of her. I call this total crap and I know she knew exactly what she was doing when she threw the ring down the storm drain. I have a theory that the ring never went down the drain to begin with. I think that maybe she hid the ring somewhere on herself and threw the box down the drain. I have no way to prove this, but I have expressed this concern to my fiancé and his family. It's a rather large house though and could be hidden anywhere. I don't think the ring will be found anytime soon if this was what happened. On a happier note, I am now engaged to my fiancé. My engagement ring does not have the same sentimental value as the other ring, but I love my new ring just the same. I am very happy to be engaged and I cannot wait to spend my life with my fiancé. My fiancé is on low contact now with his mother, but word has reached her that we are engaged. After she found out, she apparently refused to leave her room for 3 days. She refused to speak to anyone or eat any food. The drama of this woman is unbelievable to me. Soon after I was told about her condition, I started receiving a lot of strange emails and phone calls. I started getting phone calls from strange men asking me to perform a variety of different intimate things for them. Obviously, I was modified by this and immediately changed my phone number. I told my fiancé what had happened, and he thinks that someone must be giving out my number to men they meet by mistake. I didn't believe that, so I did a Google search of my phone number and found a few Craigslist ads written about me. The descriptions are just too similar to my appearance, they even mention my red hair. I truly believe this is future mother-in-law doing this. She knows how to post on Craigslist as she sells a lot of used things online. I have also mysteriously been signed up for a variety of different dating sites and adult film sites. If this is future mother-in-law, then I just don't know when she is going to stop. This is a low level to drop to, and I cannot believe how pitiful this woman is. I showed this all to my fiancé and told him about my suspicions. He doesn't think his mother has the tech savvy to be able to pull this off. Then what he said next chilled me to my bones, as I thought his older sister liked me. He said his older sister had mentioned that to maintain a healthy relationship you should be checking your partner's phone daily. She proceeded to tell him there should be no secrets and I shouldn't have a problem showing him my phone when he got home. I was going to ask his sisters to be at my bridal party, and now I don't even know where I stand with them. Do they hate me too? What in the hell did I do to deserve this? Update 2. My nightmare mother-in-law threw my family heirloom engagement ring down a storm drain. My fiancé went no contact with his mother after everything that happened. This lasted all about a week before she showed up banging at our door. My fiancé was at work and I was alone at home at the time. She was wailing that she was sorry and just wanted to see me to apologize. Since I have neighbors who were beginning to watch this spectacle, I let her inside to talk. At first, she was very apologetic and said she just wants to have a fresh start. She was pretty convincing, and I was actually considering just letting it all go. That's when she saw my Christmas tree and all hell broke loose yet again. She began to scream that I was trying to convert her son to Christianity and that I was just a little wh-re who was trying to ruin her family. I kindly asked her to please leave and that she was not welcome here, but she was not budging. She told me that no son of hers would ever celebrate Christmas and proceeded to run towards the tree. She began tearing off every ornament and throwing them, leaving them smashed on the floor. I have many childhood and family ornaments on my tree that are very precious to me. Several were smashed in her rampage. I had to grab her and physically drag her away. This ended with her socking me several times and biting me on my hand. I finally was able to throw her out the front door and grabbed my phone to call the police. She proceeded to scream like a banshee out front and call me every name in the book. The police arrived soon after, and just like that she completely stopped her fit and began to try and play the victim. She told the police that I was an intruder in her son's apartment and that I had attacked her. The police had arrived with an ambulance, which was promptly taken to because she was feeling faint and was in distress after my brutal assault on her. The police then came to interview me and I told them what had actually happened. I showed them the bite mark on my hand and the bruises that were beginning to form. My fiancé arrived at the scene and immediately came to my side. He confirmed to the officers that I do live there, and his mother is a nutcase. Seeing that her son was siding with me, sent her into yet another tantrum. The police asked me if I would like to place charges against my future mother-in-law. I looked to my fiancé and I could tell that he was conflicted on what to do. I had to do what would make me feel safe in the end, and I decided to place charges. Future mother-in-law was first taken to the hospital and then arrested upon her release. She is now facing charges for assault and I have taken a restraining order against her. This has placed a serious strain on my relationship with my fiancé. He and the rest of his family want me to drop the charges against his mother. He tells me that since I have a restraining order, she can no longer come near me, so I have nothing to worry about. I don't think he fully understands how terrifying this experience was for me. He tells me that it is my decision in the end and he will stand by me, but he doesn't want to see his mother go to prison. Part of me just wants to pack my bags and run. I told him that I felt this way and he is begging me to stay with him. He says that we can move and have no contact with his family in the future. I am so confused and conflicted on what to do. Update 3. My nightmare mother-in-law threw my family heirloom engagement ring down a storm drain. When I got home that day after my mother-in-law assaulted me, my mother took one look at me and was furious. I had a black eye and bruises. I declined the ambulance and went straight to my parents. My mom led me to my bed and made me a cup of tea. Then she just kept asking who did this. She thought it was my ex, but when I told her the truth she was even more furious. I explained everything to her that had happened and told her all the gory details. She calmed me down and left to go make me some food. But she actually left the house. A few hours later she came back. She had what she called her trophy, which is actually a large clump of my future mother-in-law's hair. She actually put it in a memory box. After that I got a call from my ex and he just screamed at me. Mom took the call and told him never to contact me again or he will get the same treatment that was given to me. He has not contacted me since. Edit. I left my fiancé after everything happened and I was heartbroken. A few days after leaving and staying with my parents, I found out the news. I am pregnant. I came to the apartment to tell him the news, and his mother was there. And he decided to side with her. She screamed the loudest banshee scream I have ever heard. She told me I need to get a termination immediately. I told her that I would not do that. I planned to keep the baby. That is when this monster attacked me. She started to lay hands on me in my stomach area. After this, I called the police. My ex did nothing to help. Only said stop to her from the sidelines. I think he wanted the baby to pass away. Luckily, they are doing just fine. I am now pregnant and alone living with my parents.
My manipulative girlfriend booked a girls' trip to Magaluf despite telling me she wouldn't. She's there right now, so I've texted her ex asking him to come over. My girlfriend and I have a relationship filled with many ups and downs, not the least of which was her cheating on me for the first time. She did it on a girls' trip to Hawaii. I was hesitant to let her go then, but she manipulated me into doing so, calling me insecure and controlling, then ranting about it to her girlfriends, who then proceeded to message me calling me a huge controlling a-hole. I finally relented and let her go, and on this trip was when she cheated on me for the first time. The way I found out was through one of her friends. This friend, Stacy, was the only one out of the 5 not going who did not message me originally, and was the one to inform me. She took a video of my girlfriend making out with some guy at a club. My heart shattered, and as much as I wanted to up and leave there and then, I didn't. I waited for my girlfriend to get back home and confronted her. I asked her how the trip was and she said it was fine. I asked her if she had anything to say about it, but she did not. I kept trying to pull it out of her for a few hours until I dropped the bomb. I know you cheated on me. What are you on about? This. I handed her the picture and watched her start to stutter and realize in shock that I knew what she had done. She asked me where I got this, and I mistakenly told her that Stacy showed me it. She cursed out Stacy, but I told her that Stacy is not relevant here. I asked her to give me one good reason I should stay. She went on a rant about how much she loves me, how it was a drunk mistake, how I should not throw away the last 3 years because of an accident. Like a fool, I believed her words. But I set one boundary with her, and that she was no longer allowed to go on girls' holidays, and if she did we were over. She agreed, and our relationship for the last year was really great. I had actually gotten over the cheating. But a month ago she sat me down and brought up wanting to go on a girls' holiday again, this time to Magaluf. I looked at her and told her to remember our deal, that she has proved to me that she cannot be trusted on holidays away with her girlfriends, and there was no way she was going if she wanted to stay in this relationship. She tried to get her way however she could, she hemmed, she hawed, she called me controlling again, asked how it was fair for her to be punished forever for a dumb mistake. I did not engage however, I just kept telling her no. She even stopped as low as trying to go down and give me brain in order to get her way, but I pushed her off. She went upstairs and remained there for a few hours. She came back down eventually and told me she has decided not to go on the trip, and that she values our relationship more than a holiday. I told her I was happy to hear that, and I thought that was that. Nothing was said about the holiday from either of us until 2 days ago. I honestly had no suspicions that anything shady was going to happen. I woke up that morning to find her not in bed. That was normal, she wakes up early most days. I went to the kitchen, she was not there, the bathroom or living room, no sign of her. Where could she have gone? I went back upstairs and called her, but got no answer. As I went to get dressed I saw that many of her clothes were missing. Utterly confused by this, I called her again. No answer. Now I was panicking. I was starting to suspect she had gone away, but pushed that to the back of my mind. I then looked for her suitcase, and noticed that the suitcase was gone too. Her passport was no longer in the drawer she always kept it either. That confirmed the suspicion in my mind. She had left and not told me. I cried when I realized. I forgave her and trusted her again, only for her to stab me in the back. I frankly did not care whether she cheated on me or not on this trip, we were over in my eyes. I was very dull that day, even called in sick to work and tried calling her many times, but she did not answer. My girlfriend also forgot to turn off her Snap map, and her location showed Magaluf. I'm not proud of what I did, but I wanted to avenge my girlfriend for what she had done to me. I knew her ex, I knew that he was bi, I was bi too, I had him on socials and had met him a couple of times, he seemed like a cool guy. They broke up due to going to different states for college, so there was no bad blood. I texted him the next day out of the blue and we got to talking. First there was small talk, but eventually I told him what his ex had done. He was baffled and consoled me. Talking to him actually made me feel better. Towards the latter end of our conversation, I texted him asking if he was free to come over tomorrow for a coffee and to watch the NBA game. We both support the same team. He said yes enthusiastically and said he'll be over at 6 or so after work. It's now the afternoon and I'm scared. I think he knows I'm bi too. My manipulative girlfriend booked a girls' trip to Magaluf despite telling me she wouldn't. She's there right now, so I've texted her ex asking him to come over. I waited a while to update so I could come on and address everything. The first thing to clarify is that my ex and I are over. The day she came home I broke up with her. There was screaming and crying on her end, manipulation and gaslighting too, telling me I am controlling and that she would never want to be with someone so toxic anyway. Kind of ironic considering she was begging me to stay minutes earlier. I digress. She has moved out and is currently living with her parents. As far as her ex who came over, I'll call him Adam. When Adam came over we ordered some pizza and caught up, watched the NBA game and overall had an amazing time. He is a super cool guy and I'd love to be friends with him. Friends with benefits that it. Although Adam and I did not reach Homer base the very first time he came over, we did make out and told each other that we find each other attractive. He asked me what about my girlfriend and I told him she's dead to me now. Of course it hurts a lot, but she has shown the type of person she is to me. Adam left shortly after the NBA game despite me alluding to wanting him to stay the night. We have seen each other a good few times since, and the first time we went all the way was after I broke up with my girlfriend. For those wondering, I never told her about Adam by the way, I figure that it's best she does not know. But me and him do have pictures with each other in bed, so if she ever tries to worm her way back into my life, I'll confess. Until then I'm leaving her behind. My wife has recently gone insane and just threatened to take her life in front of the kids over dinner. I think I need to admit her to a psych ward. Over the past 6 months or so my wife has completely changed. She went from a bubbly, outgoing and bright personality to an abuser. The thing is, I do not know what sparked this change in her. Despite having an amazing intimacy life before this, we have not had it in 6 months. I have not initiated in 3 months as after getting shot down and sometimes even yelled at for it for 3 months straight I gave up. Her behavior changes have been extremely drastic too. She is angry all the time, yells at me if I don't wake up at the same time she does, yells at me if I forget something at the store, and has recently started yelling at the kids. Our kids are both girls, 6 and 4. She yells at them if they don't finish their dinner, yells at our eldest if she does not get a perfect score on her homework assignments in school and so on. This has driven a huge wedge between our daughters and their mother. They're scared of her, and I do not know how to explain to them that even I, Dad, the man with all the answers, don't know what's going on with Mommy. It hurts a lot. I have tried talking to my wife many times about her change in behavior. But she refuses to cooperate. Last week she destroyed our 4-year-old daughter's toy because she spilled some juice on the floor. Not only did she destroy it, she yelled while doing so. She called our daughter stupid. That was the first time she insulted our daughters. I witnessed the whole thing and tried to calm her down, but our daughter was crying. She was yelling at her and me, telling me to get the F off her, as she kept smashing our daughter's toy truck on the floor. When she called her stupid was when I lost it. I picked my daughter up and carried her to a different room and told her to wait for Daddy. I then stormed back into the room and demanded that my wife stop and tell me what is going on. She yelled at me and for the first time ever, I yelled at her. I actually yelled over her, and seeing as she has never got this out of me, she went silent and stopped in her tracks. Since it was around 8, I told her I'll put the kids to bed now and we're having a talk, whether she likes it or not. So that's what we did, and unfortunately the talk got us nowhere. She was so robotic throughout it, so vague, and gave absolutely no answers as to why she was acting the way she was. I called her behavior unacceptable and told her that unless she is willing to help me and open up, that way we can get her the help she needs, unless she does that we will be over. She did not respond to this much either. That was 5 days ago and things have been tense since. Our daughters keep asking me what is wrong with Mommy and is everything okay, and it breaks my heart because I do not know. I just keep telling them that Mommy is going through a very hard time right now. Well, yesterday's dinner was perhaps the worst night of my life. It's something I never want to experience again. The 4 of us were eating and I was talking to my daughters about their day trying to get my wife to join in on the conversation. Our 6-year-old at one point asked her, "Mommy, are you okay? Daddy says you are having a hard time. I don't want you to have a hard time." At that point my wife spoke for the first time during this dinner. "I'm having a hard time because of Daddy, sweetie. Last week Daddy told me he will leave me. Tell him not to leave, or else Mommy will say bye-bye to this world." My jaw actually dropped, and I stood up and grabbed my wife by the arm. I dragged her upstairs all while she was yelling at me to get off of her. My daughters both started crying at this point and I told them Mommy was joking before going upstairs and dragging my wife up. I tossed her onto the bed and as quietly as possible I asked her what the F was wrong with her. I asked her if she was mentally insane, telling her own children that she will take her life because of me when all I'm doing is trying to help. I told her I don't know what to do with her anymore. That I had faith in her, I really did, but what she just did there shattered it. I told her that she can do whatever she wants, but she is not allowed to drag the children into this. She shrugged and said she can do whatever she wants. I shook my head and went downstairs. As soon as I did, my 4-year-old told me not to leave Mommy because she doesn't want Mommy to leave the world. Hearing that was so painful. I stayed with them the remainder of the night assuring them Mommy was not leaving this world and everything will be okay. I read them bedtime stories that night until they fell asleep. My wife and I did not talk for the rest of the night either. Today she is once again cold and we have not spoken a word to each other all day. Divorce is inevitable, but I'm also debating putting her into a psychiatric ward involuntarily. I still can't wrap my head around how a woman so beautiful on the inside can turn into a monster overnight. My wife has recently gone insane and just threatened to take her life in front of the kids over dinner. I think I need to admit her to a psych ward. So my wife has been admitted to involuntary hold in the psychiatric hospital. She did not want to admit herself, and as much as it hurt me to do so I had to do it for her. She resisted a lot of course, but it truly is the best decision for her in my opinion. The doctors have told me that she has severe psychosis and she may need to stay there for quite some time. Thus hurt a lot to hear, but it was nothing I was unprepared for. Telling our daughters that Mommy needs to stay away from us for a while was tough. They kept asking if Mommy left the world because I left her and I assured them that this was not the case. I made up a lie and told them that Mommy went on a vacation to her home country with her grandparents. They asked me if they could talk to her and I had to tell that Mommy requested to be left completely alone during this time frame. I told them that Mommy was safe and okay and will be back after her holiday. I don't know if this was what I should have done, but there was no way I was able to bring myself to try to explain what was actually going on to a 6 and a 4-year-old without them crying. What really broke my heart was when my eldest asked if mommy was going to be here for Christmas and for Santa, and I had to tell her no. She cried when I said that and I held her. As far as divorce goes, I have contacted lawyers and inquired about the situation. I am very likely to get custody if I choose to divorce, but I love my wife so much. I miss her so much, I really want her back and I'm willing to stay and see if she gets better. I'd love nothing more than that to happen. I'd give up everything for it. The doctors have told me she seems to be making progress, so I'm hopeful. I cry almost every night. This is such a rough time period for me. Napoleon was undoubtedly the most badass person who has ever walked the planet. Although Napoleon is documented as only lasting a few seconds in bed at max, his greatness on the battlefield could not be denied. Sure, he was an egocentric maniac, but you would be too if you were him. Imagine you wake up on a Tuesday morning and you get a letter stating that all of Europe, yes all of effing Europe, has declared war on you. Not on your country, but on you specifically. So, you think to yourself, damn I gotta do something about this. Then you proceed to slap all of Europe single-handedly and give them the embarrassment of a lifetime. You're telling me you wouldn't be egotistical if when all of Europe declared war on you specifically, you won. My favorite story of Napoleon is his confrontation at Grenoble. To understand why this is so epic, you need some context. So, sometime prior to this battle, Napoleon was banished to the island of Elba as made its governor. France and all of Europe declared him too dangerous to stay in France. So what did Napoleon do in Elba as the governor? Well, rally the island to help him take back France of course. So, he comes back into France to take over once again, and this is where the confrontation at Grenoble comes in. The royalist troops of France were notified that Napoleon was back and were sent to face him in the battle. When the two sides met, Napoleon marched out into the center between the two sides, and yelled at the royalist troops, daring any of them to shoot their emperor. This man had so much confidence, that he literally dared an entire battalion of soldiers to shoot him, all while the commanders of the battalion were ordering for the soldiers to shoot. Well, they never shot him. Instead, they hailed him. That's right, they hailed the fact that he was back, nobody daring to open fire. My substance addict brother destroyed my room and refused to help me clean it, so I made his life hell for 10 days. My meth-addicted older brother, Mac, was a man who thought he was going to make it big in the music scene because of all the different substances he was willing to do. He thought being on ACD made him play as well as Jimi Hendrix because Hendrix did ACD. This is relevant because in one of his many substance-induced rampages, Mac was convinced his USB microphone was in my room. So Mac knocks on the door while I'm away, convinces my dad that he was recording in my room and left it in there. But it was never in there. He was never there. My dad was so wrapped around Mac's manipulative finger that he never questioned anything he did. I kept careful inventory of my room because my parents and siblings would steal from me all the time and try to use my bedroom as a storage room for all sorts of things. Thinking back, his excuse was likely just to steal from me like the rest of my family did. So Mac goes into my room, tosses the place like out of a movie scene during one of his notorious benders. He flips the mattress. Empties out every dresser drawer onto the floor. Nothing was left the way I had left it. After all was said and done I had to spend 3 days cleaning and reorganizing my room because of how badly this tweaker destroyed everything of mine. Things were broken, clothes everywhere, bins and boxes dumped on the floor. It was like a tornado had rampaged through a trailer park in Iowa. My dad had heard all of this going on and did nothing. I showed my dad the mess. Dad just shrugs at me and says he's in his 20s. What do you expect me to do? How about effing stop his strung out butt from tossing the place? How about at least calling him to have him clean up his mess? I replied. He practically ignored me and before walking off said, he was looking for his microphone and you need to just deal with it. Going to my mom was no different. Mom was so terrorized by him that she wanted no part of anything involving him because she felt unsafe. I can't blame her. He became aggressive when challenged on anything he did wrong. Realizing nothing was going to be done by my parents and this was no matter to call the police over since dad let him in the house, I did exactly what my dad said and dealt with it. I tried to be diplomatic at first and asked him to come clean up my room. He laughs, makes fun of me, then says I needed my microphone. I asked if he found it. I know he didn't because I knew where it was. Over in my dad's garage. He never answered. I scooped up the microphone to hide it even better. Stuffed into the rafters of an old shed on the outskirts of the property, inside of a large PVC pipe stacked up with other pipes. It's where he went to smoke his meth sometimes so I knew he wouldn't be looking for it there due to the paranoia of being caught by any of us. I gave Mac one final warning text to clean it up or else. He again made fun of me, crybaby beach. How difficult is it to clean your own room? You're just a lazy piece of crap. The last one really torqued me because he was a thief and did everything he could to get out of work. Later that night I decided to do my best Tom Petty impression. I leave my parents' house to sit around a campfire at a friend's house. I waited until I left because then Mac couldn't find me, neither could my dad. I knew my dad was going to simp for him and defend him yet again. I waited until Mac would have been nice and comfortable at home. I lit my first cigarette of the night and promised myself and nothing would stop my ensuing plan until I smoked the whole pack. I had recently learned how to SMS bomb. At the time, you could add the same contact into your SMS app multiple times for a group chat. I believe it was up to 30 on the phone I had. For every one SMS I sent him, he received 30 in total. I spent hours sending messages to Mac. If I had a cigarette in my mouth, I was text bombing him. I spent from 9 p.m. until 4 a.m. sending Mac thousands upon thousands of text and picture messages. I have now dropped a Hiroshima-sized text bomb on the fancy BlackBerry he was so proud of buying a week or two before this. For anyone wondering, it was simply a copy and pasted text that said this stops when my room is clean and a picture of the mess he had made. I alternated back and forth. This took very little effort and left him inundated with notifications every 1 to 3 seconds. This effectively dosed his phone into oblivion. It was locked up tighter than a New York subway car. He could not call, text, or even open anything on his phone other than my text messages. Dad starts frantically calling me around 1 a.m. I ignored it. Then my mom calls me and leaves a voicemail for me to call him. Worried it's an emergency, I call Dad back. Dad picks up the phone, screaming at me his phone is locked up and he can't use it. You need to stop this right effing now. I replied he needs to go and clean up the mess he made of my room right effing now or just deal with it like I have too. The argument continues for a while longer, the entire time he's defending Mac tooth and nail. Eventually I broke it to my dad that there was nothing I could do to stop the flow of messages and notifications. He hung up and never brought it up again. After the smoke had cleared I found out Mac had his BlackBerry locked up for 10 days. He wasn't able to respond to a job offer and wasn't smart enough to leave an alternate contact. The job went to someone else by the time Mac was able to return their call. He was still going to be stuck at the job he loathed for a while longer. His phone plan had a monthly SMS and data limit that I absolutely destroyed. The month's bill was over $300, I want to say closer to $400. His live-in girlfriend was also mad because they had to leave the phone on and plugged into a charger to let it process the messages from my mass messaging campaign the night before. The notifications made the phone unusable and they were stuck listening to the notification sounds for those 10 days. They tried stuffing it inside of a blanket but the phone would get too hot and they were worried it would start on fire. On the counter, plugged into an outlet it sat, keeping them awake and annoyed constantly. Another 2 months rolled past, I finally decided he could have his microphone back. Kind of. I took it out of hiding and stuffed it in his keyboard box that was also stored at my parents' house. He found it there not too long after and never even apologized for what he did, not that I ever expected him to. He even bragged about finally finding it. He never went into my room again without my permission out of fear of his phone being locked up again.
My alcoholic sister tried to hold my baby while drunk and dropped him, so I exposed her on social media. My sister and I have never gotten along, primarily due to her being a golden child. She would get better presents, my parents attended her school events over mine and so on. We were still semi-close all throughout this time, but that all changed when she delved into alcoholism as soon as she turned 21. She went from drinking monthly, to weekly, to almost daily. The main problem I had is her forcing me to drink with her. I never liked alcohol and never wanted to partake, but she essentially bullied me into doing so. For her 22nd birthday, she called me boring in front of all her friends for not drinking. Later when I asked her for water she gave me a glass that was pure vodka. I spat it out and looked up to see her recording me and laughing, telling me I should stop being a baby. After this event, I gave her one more chance. I told her if she tried dragging me into drinking with her one more time after I told her no, I will go no contact. Well, a month later was her and her boyfriend's anniversary. They went out to a club and invited me, and my sister promised not to force me to drink with her. As you can expect, she did not stick to her word. She had found unflavored vodka somehow and kept pouring some into my glasses of soda or juice to drown out the taste. I started feeling a buzz halfway through the night and the room was kind of spinning. This was the first time I was drunk. She laughed and told me what she had done, and I left. I walked 2 hours home by myself in the middle of the night. I got home safely, thank God, and texted her letting her know I no longer wished to speak to her. I also heard that a week later her boyfriend of 3 years broke up with her due to what she did, and she called me to blame me, and this further solidified that I did not want contact with her. My life went on without her, and I met my now husband at the gym a few months later. We fell in love, got engaged and got married within 3 years. My sister was not invited and never attempted to reach out. But then she did a year ago, coincidentally when I was pregnant. She said she saw my Facebook post about my pregnancy with my husband on one of her friends' accounts, and asked me why I never let her know about anything. I reminded her what she did and how she acted. She actually apologized and said she had spent the last few years feeling guilty about what she had done. She begged for another chance and asked me to meet up. I discussed it with my husband and we decided to give her another chance. I met up with her and we had a pleasant chat over dinner at a nice restaurant, but the fact that she had 4 glasses of wine let me know she was still consuming large amounts of alcohol regularly. I asked her about it and she said alcohol was a part of her life she never wishes to give up. The whole diner went fine, she was apologetic, and despite her alcohol issues, I was willing to let her back into my life as long as she respected my boundaries. And so the last year went fine. I gave birth to a beautiful and healthy baby boy who is now 6 months old. My sister and I maintained a relationship which seemed to be growing over time, and I was genuinely happy. I tried talking to her about alcohol a few times but to no avail. Well, last week she came over and that was when I realized that by letting her back into my life I made the biggest mistake I had ever made. This was the first time I had let her come over after my baby's birth. Before coming, I warned her that she is not allowed to get drunk and disturb the baby in any way, she is not allowed to hold him or go near him. She agreed. I still had a gut feeling, but the last year gave me reason to trust her I thought and pushed my worries to the back of my mind. Well, she came over with a bottle of wine and started drinking. We all had a pleasant talk and my husband had a glass too. I did not drink. My sister almost finished the whole bottle herself and was quite hammered. When it was almost time for her to leave she asked to use the bathroom and I pointed her upstairs. A few minutes later she had not come back and I went to check on her. She was not in the bathroom, so I looked in the rooms and I found her. In my and my husband's room, sitting on our bed and holding my baby. When she saw me, she panicked and proceeded to stand up to give him to me, but as she was standing up, she lost balance and fell, proceeding to drop my baby onto the floor. I screamed and went to check up on my baby. He had not fallen from a huge height at all and was thankfully okay. He was of course crying, but he seemed to sustain no major injuries, which I thanked my lucky stars for. My sister got up and started apologizing, and I called my husband, who came upstairs. I told him to hold our baby and dragged my sisters downstairs and outside to speak to her. I told her that I had one rule, and that was under no circumstance could she get near the baby while drunk, and while drunk she decided to hold him, then dropped him and put his life in danger. She kept apologizing, and I called her a taxi home, saying I never wanted to speak to her again. The next day I made a Facebook post about her, explaining everything that happened, and stated that this was a warning. That my sister is a danger to children and that she should never be allowed near children. The post got to my sister, of course, who went irate. She called me, getting mad at me for ruining her and making her out to be an alcoholic monster. I did not even engage with her. I told her she should be grateful I do not press charges against her for doing such a thing, and if she ever contacts me again I might go through with pressing charges. My alcoholic sister tried to hold my baby while drunk and dropped him, so I exposed her on social media. This was truly never an update I thought I would be making, and it hurts so much to even write this. I found out that my soon-to-be ex-husband has been having an affair with my sister for the past 5 or so months. Basically, as soon as my baby was born, maybe a few weeks later, Theory began engaging in flirtatious texts. The affair turned physical soon after, and they had been hiding it very successfully. Whenever he took extra long shifts at work, he was over at hers. My husband also started working night shifts around this time, and he used this as an opportunity to see her after work before coming home very frequently. The way I found out was by using my husband's laptop. Mine had broken down and I went onto his. I was searching for a specific email that I knew was sent to him, and while going through his email, I found confirmations of hotel bookings too. I was super suspicious of this, and the next morning while he was sleeping after his night shift I took his phone. I looked through it to find evidence of the affair. He did not hide it in any smart way, shape or form. There was just text between them, talking about me. Talking about our life, my sister asking him who is better in bed and him telling her each time that my sister was. It broke my heart seeing this. I put his phone back and went for a stroll with my baby, during which I cried the whole time. I had a random stranger check up on me who saw me crying. She was very nice and I talked to her for a few. When I got home I confronted my husband, who, seeing as he had nowhere to hide, confessed. I asked him how he could do this to me, and he had no answer. I told him to leave the house and asked him to stay with his parents, but he refused. I started divorce proceedings too, but it is not easy as we live together. We are now kind of friendly roommates who co-parent, sleep in separate rooms and only engage in conversations about the baby's needs. As far as I know, he is still seeing my sister.
My ex-fiancée of 8 years broke up with me via text, then ghosted me. She's now joined my friend group because I'm dating one of her friends. My ex Jess and I were together for 8 years and engaged for 3 of them. I fully expected to marry her and spend the rest of my life with her. Well, in early 2016 her job offered her an amazing opportunity to temporarily work 4 months in the company's satellite office in New Zealand to temporarily manage and lead a new team. It was very sudden, and I was not really happy with the idea, but she really wanted this chance and opportunity. So off she went. We decided to stick together throughout this time frame, of course. I flew out to visit her after 2 months. However, when I arrived at the airport, I got a text message from Jess. The message was short and more or less consisted of, she was sorry but she has met a new man in New Zealand who she loves more, and she thinks it would be best if we went our separate ways from now on. She then completely blocked me on every single social media as well as my phone number. I was confused, devastated and became an absolute wreck. I remember completely breaking down in the airport. I spent the next 4 days living at a motel, basically trying to get into contact with her in any shape or form. She had apparently blocked everyone in our circle of friends. Even Jess's close friends from our circle of friends were shocked, confused and basically lost. Even her parents were extremely confused when I called them. Her dad, who I was extremely close with, refused to believe it at first. I was a mess for a solid year, but my close circle of friends managed to drag me out of my hellish hole along with some therapy. Her best friends became close friends with me. About a year ago, she invited some of her old close friends to her wedding with a new man. No one went, and I quickly found out about the wedding, which hurt me even more. Well, over a year ago, I started dating one of her old friends as me and her had gotten close over the last 2 years. She felt quite hurt when my ex basically ghosted her. Unfortunately, there was some awkwardness because she knew I was not fully over my ex, but she has been a supportive and amazing person and I am extremely happy with her. Life was going great for me. Then in December, Jessica apparently moved back home after divorcing her husband because he apparently was physically abusive. Now, she is making this hugely concentrated effort to reconnect with people in our friend group, which is resulting in some very conflicted feelings for some people. Last week I found out that Jessica and some of my friends have started playing D&D, which frankly made me feel like crap. Part of me just wants to move on from this, but I am struggling hard. While my girlfriend has been extremely supportive, I just feel numb and don't really know what to do. Today Jessica sent me a long Facebook message basically apologizing to me for what she did, and asked to be friends. I have not responded yet, but I'm very puzzled on how to proceed. My vegan girlfriend is freaking out because I pranked her by feeding her chicken nuggets and now she's threatening to break up with me. My girlfriend is an avid vegan who deeply loves animals and is set in stone in her ways, which are kinda stupid in my opinion. She grew up on a farm, and when she was young she would form attachments to animals only to watch them get unalived and their meat sold. She told me the story of a cow she named Mooey, who she formed a bond with and who would get excited every time he saw her, only for Mooey to be unalived. This left a huge mark in my girlfriend's mind and it is something that has forever stayed with her. My girlfriend has been vegan for a really long time. However, unlike some vegans, she has no problems with me being non-vegan. There is one problem we do have in our relationship however, and that is me pulling pranks on her. Pranks which she does not necessarily find funny at times, but pranks that are mostly harmless. The most extreme prank I have ever played on her is a suicide prank. Looking back I realized this was way too far and not something I should have done, and she had every right to be as mad as she was. Nonetheless we managed to get over it. Well, a few weeks ago I mentioned to her that I was not sure that she should keep being vegan due to a potential lack of protein in her diet. She told me there was no need to worry as she was supplementing vegan protein powder, and this set off an argument when I claimed vegan protein powder is not real food. She retorted back saying that she just cannot bring herself to eat meat or any animal products, and that protein powder will have to do. I then sarcastically remarked that she should just try chicken once and when she realizes how tasty they are, she'll never be vegan again. She got quite mad this remark of mine, claiming she would never go out of her way to unalive and eat a harmless chicken. I then made the joke, well if God didn't want me to eat chickens, why did he make them so tasty? She was visibly annoyed at this remark of mine and we did not speak much for the rest of the day. I tried to initiate conversation the next day but she was rather silent again. I ended up apologizing however and she accepted my apology. I tried to explain to her that the only reason I made the jokes that I did the last day was because of my nature as a prankster and that I love to rile people up. It's my personal sense of humor. She told me to just let it go and accept the fact that she is vegan. I told her I would and we went on with our lives. That was until last night, that is, when I got hit with a random urge to prank her. I sometimes get random urges to pull pranks on her. I can't explain it but I can imagine this is what an addict feels like when he has gone without a hit for too long. There's just something in me that tells me to pull a prank. So that's what I did last night. My girlfriend was going to have vegan chicken nuggets for dinner, and I saw this as a perfect opportunity. I headed out to the store alone to pick some real nuggets up then headed home. When I got home I told her not to worry about dinner and that I would put the food on. When the nuggets were ready, I placed my real nuggets onto a plate, her also real nuggets onto a plate, then brought them out and served it to her. I could barely hold in my laughter when she said, "Thank you." I watched her eat one, then two, then on the third nugget she told me that these taste a little weird. I shrugged in response. She ate the third one then put her plate down, telling me that there is something different about these nuggets. That's when I couldn't hold it in anymore. I started laughing, and she stared at me confused. That's when I told her that she had just been pranked. That these are undeniably 100% real chicken nuggets. I even took it one step further and went into the kitchen to show her the fully sealed and unopened pack of vegan chicken nuggets. I expected her to be mad, but what I did not expect was for her to cry. That was her reaction. Also, instead of speaking to me, like a normal person with an issue, she bolted upstairs and locked herself in the bedroom where I could hear her crying for almost a full hour. That annoyed me. I understand that what I did may have been wrong, but there is no reason she cannot communicate with me like a proper adult. When she left the bedroom I told her I would like to apologize to her and she told me to save it, then mentioned that she's seriously thinking of breaking up with me. She said that my pranks have gone on for too long, and pranking her with something like this was another instance of me crossing a hard boundary. She refused to speak to me all night, and has not spoken today much either. My vegan girlfriend is freaking out because I pranked her by feeding her chicken nuggets and now she's threatening to break up with me. The next few days were really rough. I could barely get her to talk to me. I tried everything in the book. I made her breakfast in bed, I effed up and brought her up a cheese toastie as a joke which she took as disrespect. I did all the laundry, cooked her vegan meals and even asked her if she would like to go out to a vegan restaurant with me someday. Yet, no matter what I did I could sense that she was cold. I couldn't even tell if she had any feelings at all left for me. What made it worse is that there was no physical affection at all from her end. Every single time I would try to cuddle, initiate intimacy, kiss or hold her, she would push me off. It all boiled over on the fourth day that she was giving me this treatment. I went to kiss her in the morning before I left for work and she dodged the kiss. I blew up at her in that moment. That was the first time I cried in front of her in the 3 years that we have been together. I yelled, saying that I get it, that I'm sorry but feeding her chicken nuggets, but that was no excuse to avoid me like the plague for days on end. If she wants to end the relationship then she can just effing do it instead of keeping me in this disgusting limbo where I'm made to feel like total crap and manipulated. I told her that what she was doing was super immature, and it was all over some effing chicken nuggets. I understand that I was wrong. I really do, and I promise not to pull any more pranks if she can forgive me, but I'm sick of being manipulated this way. I said more but that was the gist of it. My girlfriend responded by saying that it was too late to beg for forgiveness. That's all she said. Stone cold, no expression. I think that hurt the most, the fact that she seemed to not care how she was hurting me. I headed off to work and when I returned that day she was gone. And so was all her stuff. I tried contacting her but she has me blocked. Her brother sent me a text saying she wants nothing to do with me and to leave her alone. But I'm persistent. The woman who loves me is still there, I know it. I want her back.
I caught my disgusting father watching inappropriate videos of me as a toddler, so I destroyed his life. My father has always been very strange and many of his behaviors can be seen as huge red flags. For example, my best friend is 16, and the first time my father met her, which was 2 years ago, he made a comment about wishing she was 30 years younger so he could have a chance with her. He said this in front of her, and needless to say my best friend has not been back to my house since then. My father is single, and tends to go out to clubs often to meet women. The problem is he often tells me about these women that he met, which is weird itself as he goes into detail about it, but what's weird is that these women are in their early 20s when he is in his mid-40s. I once asked him why he goes for women that are half his age, and he told me they're younger and less used up. That made me shiver. But, despite these quite enormous red flags, he was a good father in every other aspect. He made sure I had good clothes, had enough money to send me to private school, made sure to provide for me and put food on the table, and he also spent time with me, taking an interest in hobbies of mine such as gymnastics. He would drive me to practice and tournaments even in different states. He would always tell me I was his pride and joy. The only thing in his life that truly mattered. For context, my mother died when I was 2 years old and I know this affected him a lot. Anyway, my father would even record me at these gymnastics competitions as memories to look back on. At the time I thought this was very cute and I liked him recording me, but in hindsight these memories are ones I would like to block and totally forget about. I honestly should have seen something coming. My father was a strange individual, but the fact that he seemed to love me made me never in a million years suspect that he was capable of something so disgusting. I think that's perhaps what hurt the most when I found out that the man who took care of me, the man who was my father, was actually a creep. I was so blindsided by the fact that he was a good father that the red flags never crossed my mind as actual threats or suspicions. Well, my entire world came crashing down about 3 weeks ago. It was nighttime, and my father was downstairs on his computer as he always was every night. He always seemed rather secretive about this computer, and I never knew why. I'm not too interested in computers and I have my own laptop to watch Netflix or whatever, so I never went on it. Well, that night I woke up parched. That feeling of wanting to drink every ounce of water in the world consumed me, and I went downstairs to get a bottle of water. My father must not have noticed me as I walked down. His computer is positioned in a weird way where as soon as you come downstairs you can see it. And that's when I saw it. And what I saw made me freeze in horror. I didn't want to believe it or look at it at first, but I could not take my eyes off it. He was watching videos of me as a toddler, and rubbing one out to them. This particular video was of me sucking a bottle of milk. He was wearing headphones as I'm sure he would have heard me gasp. I just went back upstairs. I didn't want him to catch me as I was sure I was in danger. I stayed awake that night crying, all the red flags throughout the years emerging. I cursed myself for being so stupid and never noticing. Seeing his face and telling him about my plans for the day while he made breakfast the next morning was hard. I was pale and scared, and he picked up on this. I managed to convince him I just had a nightmare though. I spent the next week trying my best to avoid raising any suspicion and kept interacting with him as normal, but it was extremely hard to do so. I spent the entire week thinking if I should report him. It seems like a very obvious decision, but when you have to make it, it's not as clear-cut, believe me. Eventually I decided to report him. I came to the conclusion that it's likely that my father has other disgusting things on his computer and I could not risk it. So I called CPS, I called the police, I could whoever I could and reported my father. I told the police what had happened, and although I had no proof, I told them I had a strong suspicion that there could be kiddie adult films on my father's computer. My accusations were taken very seriously. My father's computer was confiscated and there they found it. There were over 8 gigabytes worth of kiddie adult films on it. I threw up when I found that information. I remember seeing my dad for the first time after he got arrested. He could not look me in the eyes, and I cried while looking at him. He called me from jail to tell me he was sorry, and I told him I wished he rots. I cried directly after. I have been told that to make sure my father goes away I should testify, but I do not know if I have the strength to do that. It's been a very, very rough few weeks since I uncovered this. I am living with my granny now on my mother's side and she's doing what she can to help me out. I caught my disgusting father watching inappropriate videos of me as a toddler, so I destroyed his life. My father has been sent to prison for 7 years. I feel many emotions about this outcome, and although relief is one of the, I would say pain and heartbreak is the biggest one. The whole time throughout the case I kept asking myself if what I was doing was right, if sending away the man that raised me was really the best option and if I should have told him first and sent him to therapy. These things have been weighing on me greatly. As much as I hate my dad for what he did and the kind of monster he really is, he is my dad, he raised me to be a person with good morals and a good upbringing, and for that I have to thank him. As far as testifying in court went, I decided to do it. I'm not going to type out the speech that I gave because it is too personal for me. But I cried throughout it. In the speech I mentioned that I said above. That although what my father did was horrible, that he is a monster who truly deserves prison time, that he is still my father. That standing here and testifying against him is single-handedly the hardest thing I have ever done and probably the hardest thing I will ever do. By the end of my speech my father cried, some members of the jury cried, and I was crying too. Hearing the gavel bang and my father being given prison time was overwhelming. I'm currently in a deep depression and I'm attending therapy to try overcome it. Life is very bleak most days. I have started seeing the world as an evil place and have developed trust issues due to the actions of my father. I don't know if this will ever get any easier, but I'm gonna try. Blindside me with a one-sided open marriage suggestion? Enjoy being depressed and your life crumbling. 7 years ago, my husband and I had a shotgun wedding to give ourselves better chances of receiving custody of his 10-year-old half-sister when their mom suddenly passed away. Despite only being 20 and 21 years old, we did receive full legal custody over her absent father. We have made many sacrifices together and each had to give up our goals and dreams to raise this beautiful little girl. We don't have any children together, but his sister is now 17 and moved in with an older, more financially privileged aunt last year. Over the past year of this newfound alone time, I feel like we have flourished each personally and as a couple. We never fight, arguments are rare and we are pretty good at coming to understandings and apologizing when necessary. Basically, I feel we had a pretty healthy relationship. Fast forward to this past October. My husband seems like he has been depressed, which is normal for this time of year because of the timing of losing both his mom and dad in different years around the same time. The holidays are tough for him, so I get it and try to be there for him. He had previously planned an suicide attempt because of family issues before we met, so I take his mental health very seriously. Well, Time sits me down to have a serious conversation and starts it by saying he wants to open up our relationship just on his side as he feels as a man he should not be confined to unbiological monogamy. I felt my heart drop to my stomach but stayed silent and let him talk. He doesn't do any more explaining, just jumps right into rules of the one-sided open relationship. I asked him if he already had someone in mind for himself, and of course he denied it. I couldn't help it, I definitely blew up at him. I was totally blindsided and disrespected by this proposal. I slept on the couch after my outburst, and he didn't even try to come after me to explain anything, which kind of made me feel worse. I had never felt so unwanted in my life before that moment. He went to work the next day, but I had the day off and really thought about my situation. After crying for hours, I came to the realization that this was the end for our marriage. Even suggesting an open marriage was a deal breaker for me, much less a one-side one. While he was still at work, I moved all his stuff out of our bedroom into his sister's old room, technically a spare room now. He comes home from work, ready to talk it out. After talking through more of why he wants this, I've come to realize several things. He is way kinkier than he lets on, and is disappointed with our bedroom life. He knows I'm not on the same level and doesn't want to push me past my boundaries to try things he knows I won't like. When I asked how he knows I won't like to try these new things, he explains they are an escalation of things he already knows I'm not down for but won't go into specifics. He also is unhappy with how infrequently we have intimacy but has never really put the effort to change anything regarding it. Just complained over and expected me to just be ready to do the deed any minute of the day. He feels we have nothing in common now that his sister is gone. For context, he is more of the outdoorsy type, whereas I like to stay inside and read or play video games. I do venture out once in a while to do things he likes together and genuinely enjoy them myself when I go kayaking and skiing. I do understand that it isn't as often as he would like though. Also, because we got married so young, there are a lot of things neither of us really got to experience or try, mostly sexually. He is mourning the loss of his young 20s and never getting to sleep around and explore his KNKS. Part of the rules he explained was that we wouldn't technically be sleeping around with whoever we wanted. He called it a one-sided open marriage but described it more as polyamory on his side, where he would have a girlfriend of his own that he went on dates and did things together. Someone he was allowed to love and be with sexually. An emotional connection was pivotal for him, which broke my heart to pieces. During our talk, I told him I would never be able to look at him the same. I would never be enough for him, and he was basically trying to get a pass for guilt-free cheating in my eyes. I told him it sounded like he wanted to be with someone else without ever leaving the comfort of his marriage. Knowing he could date around and not worrying if those relationships would fail because he could just come home to me. He tried denying these things, saying he wanted to explore himself sexually but didn't want to lose me in the process. He tried getting me to agree to marriage counseling to talk about the one-sided open marriage concept. I told him just proposing a one-sided open marriage was grounds for divorce for me, and I wasn't willing to go to a counselor for them to gang up on me to try to bully me into trying it. Because I told him I could never see him the same and how badly this crushed any self-confidence I may have had, he doubled down. He said if we go back into a relationship and pretend this never happened then he would end up cheating on me. For him, it was one-sided open marriage or nothing. I chose nothing. Divorce papers were filed exactly 1 week later. He was very hurt and angry that I could jump right to divorce and kick him out of our bedroom so fast. He is now acting very sad, and now begging to try to reconcile. He told me he knows that this time of year is super stressful for him and me doing this is essentially pushing him to suicide. A part of me feels guilty for that. What do I do?
American tourist perspective on what it's like to live in Palestine under Israeli rule. So there are 3 main strips of land which Palestine is divided into. The West Bank, which is under Israeli military rule, Gaza, which is getting bombarded right now, and Jerusalem, which both Arabs and Jews live in. The West Bank has been completely occupied since 1967 and it's complete martial law. There's checkpoints. There's no political parties, you can't own a Palestinian flag. You can't share photos of the horrors committed by Israel, and if you do, your jail sentence will be extended based on the amount of interactions your post got. The conviction rate is 99.7%. On my very first day, I was at a funeral of a Palestinian farmer who was unalived by an Israeli soldier. After the funeral, the police had set up a checkpoint at the farmer's house beside which the funeral was held, and when we came out of the funeral, the police tear gassed us and inspected us all for simply attending the funeral. To punish people for attending a funeral there's no words to describe how inhumane that is. Another time, we went to a girl's house. This girl was wounded with a firearm to her womanhood for peacefully protesting. During that peaceful protest, 200 people were wounded with firearms by Israeli soldiers, many of whom died. The soldiers have a policy called shoot to cripple where they are advised to shoot men in their PPs. When walking to the West Bank checkpoint, I was told by one of the soldiers to stay safe out there. Every part of me wanted to scream. Another crazy thing, a man who was driving us, told us that Palestinians are not allowed to go to Jerusalem. Well, one woman managed to get a permit to go into Jerusalem, and while walking through the checkpoint to get into Jerusalem, she was unalived at the checkpoint for having the permit. When she was unalived, her brother ran up to her body, and he was unalived too. As for me, I was not allowed to go into Gaza as I was told by the Israeli government that I'm a propagandist. My lying wife had a multiple-year-long affair and the lawyer told me I would lose everything if I divorced her. So I spent years perfecting my payback. My revenge began by discovering my wife Carrie's infidelity after 14 years of marriage and 3 kids. I saw a text appear on her work phone for just a few seconds that would forever change my life. It was a message that was sexually graphic and had no business being on anyone's work phone. It was on the lock screen and the sender's name, Perry, was visible. The world stopped around me. I just froze. My first thoughts were, what the hell was that about? It's her work phone. That kind of message gets people fired. Then it hit me. Was Carrie having an affair? It's amazing how the brain works. I suddenly started remembering a lot of things Carrie had done that seemed odd, but I'd either dismissed them myself or immediately accepted her explanation. She was always walking out of the room to answer a call or return a text and claimed that it would violate HIPAA. She was a nurse, if I overheard her talking about a patient. I accepted this because education has similar privacy laws regarding students. I'm a district school admin. She would sometimes come home with a faint smell of cologne on her clothes and claimed it was from helping to move male patients. Again, I accepted this at face value, but it always struck me as odd how it seemed to have the same scent of cologne. Once the proverbial barn door was open, I started seeing a lot of things that I'd missed before. Our love life in the bedroom had cooled off considerably, which wasn't helped by her having to leave the house at odd hours to fill in for other nurses that called in sick. I also recalled where I'd seen the name Perry before and a call to the hospital confirmed he was a doctor there. For the next week or so, I was walking around in daze trying to put all of the pieces together. One of our kids had left a book in Carrie's car, so it was an excuse to visit the hospital. My kid went up to get Carrie's car key. I talked to a nurse in the lobby and joked about how work phones seem like a blessing, but all they do is put you on call 24 hours a day. This led to her eventually telling me that the hospital was too cheap to give cell phones to nurses, so only high-level executives got them, which didn't include Carrie. With pretty much everything confirmed, I took some personal time off the next day to talk to a divorce lawyer. The news she gave me was horrible. We lived in a community property state with no-fault divorce. I made more money than Carrie, she'd been the primary caretaker of the kids, and we'd been married for more than 10 years. Basically, if I filed for divorce, I'd be screwed. Lose the house, pay alimony, she'd get a huge chunk of my retirement, and I'd pay child support for the next decade unless I was lucky enough to be awarded joint custody. The worst thing she told me was that it didn't matter that she cheated. It didn't matter. I was crushed. There was only one person I could trust with this kind of information. She was a fellow teacher that had also made the jump to administration, but was stuck at a school site. Let's call her Anne. Anne had been married at 19, but her marriage was annulled when her husband got some other woman pregnant. Since then, she'd focused on her career and we'd found we were kindred spirits in a lot of ways regarding K-12 education. I talked to Anne. She said something to me that changed my whole mindset. If you don't like the hand you're dealt, change the deck. I realized I had 2 problems. I made more money than Carrie and she had more time than me to be the primary caretaker of the kids. The second issue was actually kind of easy. At every district office, there are jobs that are fast tracks to higher positions and there are jobs that administrators suffer through. One of these dead-end regulatory positions was open again. I sat down with our district superintendent and asked about being transferred to that position. At first he was shocked, but I told him that it was my time to take one for the team and it would fill a hole in my admin experience. He agreed. It was really just crunching numbers with no personnel or student interaction so I could set my schedule, even take a laptop home and work there. With my new free time, I began taking the kids to school, picking them up from school, and taking them home. I'd help them with their homework, make dinner, etc. while the end goal was to become their primary caretaker. I can't explain how much I really enjoyed taking a more active role in their day-to-day lives. My salary hadn't been reduced, so I needed to find a way for Carrie to make a lot more money than she was in current nursing position. I remembered Carrie being mad that her supervisor told her in the future, bachelor degrees will be worthless and everyone will need at least a master's degree. Carrie had worked hard to get her bachelor's and that supervisor's comment peed all over her hard work. I talked her into starting a master's program. I told her that since I had a much more flexible work schedule, I would keep taking care of the kids. She was reluctant at first, then I said, you could have every evening free to study or go to class, whatever you want to do. I saw her eyes immediately light up, probably thinking that she could spend more time with Perry. To make sure she was actually completing her master's courses, I paid her tuition and fees directly to her university. It was going to take her between 2 and 3 years to finish. Those years were rough at times. I could tell every time she was rushing off or coming back from seeing Perry. There was an excitement or sense of satisfaction in her eyes that just wasn't there when she was doing her coursework. I had to either smile or pretend I didn't notice. My temper got short at times and I found myself in arguments over petty nonsense. A couple of times I almost blew the whole charade, having to bite my tongue and apologize rather than scream insults at her that she deserved. Anne remained my confidant through all of this. I'd recommended her for my previous fast-track position and she joined me at the district office. Anne was qualified, hard-working, ambitious, and only needed her foot in the door to impress the higher-ups. I even got a few pats on the back for recommending her after she impressed everyone. Anne and I started our own affair. It wasn't some hot-blooded, passionate romance, but two friends giving each other what they need. Without Anne, I wouldn't have been able to maintain the charade of being the oblivious cuckold. But when Carrie would come home smiling after spending time with Perry, I was able to bear it, smiling back because I had my own lover. After 3.5 years, Carrie completed her master's and was promoted at her hospital. Her salary went up substantially and was now higher than mine. When the kids and I made her a congratulations dinner, I made a joke about her being the breadwinner for the family and she laughed, joking back I should be a stay-at-home dad now. A month later, I went back to the lawyer and told her the financial situation had drastically changed. With these new facts, she drafted the petition and filed it. When the kids were with my mother, I had Carrie served. The deputy knocked on our front door and I let him in, pointing at my wife. He asked her name and then handed her a copy of the divorce petition. With the deputy standing there, I told Carrie I knew all about her affair with Perry. I told her to go be happy with her Dr. Lover. She screamed at me, tried to lie, and then made the mistake of rushing toward me. The deputy stopped her and warned her that women go to jail for domestic violence too. He suggested she pack a bag to stay somewhere else. Carrie left after I promised not to tell the kids about her affair. I didn't tell the kids. But I told my mother, who told my sister, who told her kids, who told their cousins, my kids. It took a few days, but eventually the kids knew that dad was divorcing mom because she had a boyfriend. In the end, the court granted the divorce, giving me primary custody of our kids. Because I was already their primary caretaker, I kept the house with the promise I'd refinance to buy out Carrie's half. She was ordered to pay child support, and I used that fact to negotiate with her to give up any rights to my retirement if I bought her out. I was able to refinance my home, and with a little money borrowed from my parents, I bought our Carrie's community property interest in the home and in my retirement. The day she signed all the paperwork with my lawyer finally ending any possible financial obligations to her was the happiest I'd been. I felt like I could finally breathe. I celebrated with Anne, who'd been my rock through all of it. I'm not ashamed to say that through the years I'd cried many times in her arms. Anne and I would eventually marry. She got promoted to a higher position and I was convinced to take back my previous position at the district when my youngest child reached high school. Carrie and I got along well after the divorce. We took the kids to family therapy and worked out this co-parenting thing. For a few months, she took a beating from the kids about why she needed a boyfriend when daddy was there all along. Between the kids and the therapist raking her over the coals, I didn't have to say anything at all. Carrie missed a lot of time with the kids because of her now legitimately busy work schedule, and I actually felt bad that my kids were missing time with their mother, so encouraged them to talk to her on the phone instead. When Carrie found out that I'd proposed to Anne, she congratulated me. I told her it's okay for her to marry Perry too. She got sad. She told me that Perry had started seeing another woman, a younger nurse at the hospital, because with her new position, she didn't have time for him, and when they did get together, she wasn't fun anymore. My ex-wife, the woman who'd cheated on me and destroyed our marriage, was looking to me for sympathy. I had none to give. What I had was years of anger and frustration. Years of knowing some other man was sleeping with my wife. I'd lost weight from not being able to eat, I'd suffered hypertension and had to confide in my doctor why it wasn't the stress of my job. I had to listen to my dentist complain about how I was grinding and listening to him tell me I'd need dental implants if it kept up. There were times when I had to be intimate with Carrie to keep up the charade, only to lie that I wanted to use rubbers to remind us how we used to have intimacy when we were dating, or because I might have a bladder infection, then go take a test anyway and wait for the results before seeing Anne again. But in the end, it was all worth it. My girlfriend's dad is abusive towards me and my girlfriend defends him constantly. My girlfriend and I have been dating for over a year and I've met her parents a few times, and each time her dad has made a strong point to criticize me heavily. According to him, he's not sure if I'm manly enough for his daughter because I paint my nails. Thankfully, they live 4 hours away from us, so we do not go over often. This year was going to be the first holiday that I spent with her family. We drove down Thanksgiving morning and were going to spend the night there, then a few days at a resort. For context on my girlfriend's parents, they are blue-collar and church-going, while I teach high school math. A bit of a cultural difference. My girlfriend made me promise not to get into a discussion with her dad on politics or religion. I was fine with that, I'm not going to change his mind. As I've stated before, her dad never hid the fact that he didn't respect me. Well, this time when I arrived, the whole time that I was there, on top of talking about the fact I paint my nails, which is such an outdated view, he kept making comments about teachers indoctrinating students, Common Core, and other nonsense. This was no reason for me to get in a fight though, I'm sure that's what he wanted by doing this. The whole time he did this, I mostly ignored him, but he never let up, he was a total buttface. Everyone was uncomfortable. My girlfriend and her mom tried to change the subject, but they never stood up to him when he called me out or even called me a girly wimp. When he commented about the LGBTQ, I was done with his crap and told my girlfriend, in front of her dad, that either she could say something or I would be more than happy to. She begged me not to make a scene. Her dad was telling me to go ahead and try to make a scene. But considering my girlfriend was begging me not to, I didn't. I went upstairs, packed up, thanked everyone and left. As I was leaving I heard her dad say that I'm acting like a woman by feeling so emotional that I'm walking out. I didn't respond. I went on to the resort and enjoyed my weekend alone. My girlfriend has been trying to apologize, but when I asked what she said to her dad when I left, she told me she still never confronted him. On top of that, he continued to insult me after I left. Her only solution seems to hope that he'll eventually lighten up. My dad passed away 6 months ago and I just found his disturbing deathbed confession. I want to tell my sister but it would break her heart. So my dad passed away 6 months ago after a long and hard battle with cancer, which he contracted not long after his wife, our mother, passed away. Seeing him after our mother passed away was hard. It was almost like his life lost all meaning. That's what makes this confession all the more shocking and heartbreaking. You see, my father and my mother had this undying love that I feel every person in the world should experience and enjoy, because no matter how old they got, they cuddled, they kissed, they held hands and went on romantic getaways, somehow seeming to never lose that spark for each other. I remember as a kid my father surprising my mother with flowers often, buying her chocolates and little gifts randomly, making her handmade drawings. He literally learned origami so he could make swans for her as they were her favorite animal, and each birthday would give her a swan colored indifferently until he had a color beginning with every letter of her full name. My sister noticed this more. While I thought it was cute that our parents were couple goals, my sister admired it more than anything. She would talk about it so much, tell her friends how amazing our parents' relationship was, and would always say that unless she meets a man who treats her how dad treats mom, she doesn't want it. Our father never yelled, never screamed, was the most calm man in the world, despite standing at 6'7" and weighing close to 250 pounds. He was a gentle giant. The one time I saw him get angry was when as a family when walking down the street, two passersby grabbed my mother's hair and yanked it as a joke. My dad proceeded to beat them to a pulp there and then. I remember that moment so well, it encapsulated everything my dad was. The most tender and loving man, but one who would always defend his wife. So, onto the letter. I was cleaning out my dad's attic recently when I stumbled upon a letter. I opened it as I was curious, and when I read it my world shattered. The gist of the letter read, "Dear whoever finds this. Most likely my son or daughter. I'm sure you miss me and miss your mother, and I missed her dearly too in the dying parts of my life. I wanted to hold her one more time. I'm sure you have had this perception that my wife and I's marriage was filled with never-ending love, and love so true that it could never be disputed. I'm sorry, but that is not the whole truth. You see, when I met my wife, she did not catch my eye in the slightest. But I caught hers. I got to know her over time and we hung out sometimes, and over time I could tell she started to develop feelings for me. And I did too. She went from a woman I never thought I could form love with, to someone that I was interested in. And what sparked that was not her beauty, but that she was by far without a doubt the most kind-hearted and beautiful soul I have ever met in my life. I mean, she did things so beautiful I would tear up on the inside. When I met her first, she was broken and deeply traumatized by her horrible life. Despite this, she was so pure. Such a kind soul. I took to loving her over time, and a large reason of that was because she loved me more than I think anyone ever could. Every time I would see her, she would almost cry of happiness. She told me time and time again that I healed her. Throughout the years, my acts of love to her were never ending. But none of them were purely out of love for her. About 2 years into our relationship I realized I was never going to love her the way I am capable of loving someone deep down, but the way she showed me love was incomparable to anyone else I have ever experienced. I thought so long and so hard, and my decision was to spend my life with her. Spend my life not loving her the way I know I can deep down, and quite frankly not loving her romantically all that much. To me, she was my best friend who I loved to an extent romantically. But I did not love her as much as she loved me in that sense. And so I stayed. I decided that ultimately, her happiness matters way more to me than my own. So much more, that I was willing to uphold an artificial level of love for my entire life for her sake. She died happy, she lived happy, she was in love every day for her life, and my choice to mask my feelings made that happen. It was the ultimate sacrifice for me. The thing is, when we were old I could not imagine my life without her. She was a part of me, whether that was romantic love on the same level as hers or not. And when she died I was devastated. I had grown to love this woman so strongly, just not in a totally romantic sense, and I cared for her more than anyone could ever understand. Before you wonder, I did not cheat or ever be disloyal to her. I sacrificed my life to make her happy. Her soul was that beautiful. I truly have no regrets about anything that I did. Making her happy was my life's mission, and I succeeded. I cried a lot after reading that. My whole life was almost a lie. I wanted to be mad at my dad, but I couldn't be. He sacrificed his whole life to raise happy kids and to make a woman happy. But on the other side I'm so annoyed. Why did he have to leave this letter? I feel like I should show my sister it as she should know the truth. But her heart will break if I do. I really don't know what to do. My dad passed away 6 months ago and I just found his disturbing deathbed confession. I want to tell my sister but it would break her heart. So after doing a lot of thinking, I decided that the only right thing to do was to tell my sister. Sure, I could have hidden the letter or even burned it, but the guilt of knowing such a thing and keeping it from her was not something I could have handled. I invited my sister to come over and told her it is urgent. When she came over I told her to sit down. She asked me if everything was okay and I said nothing. Instead, I took out my dad's letter from my pocket and gave it to her. I told her to read it before asking any questions. She read the letter and I could see her smiling for the first half, but when she reached the confession, I could see her face change and her eyes well up with tears. After reading it, she handed it back to me and said, "Please say you're joking and this is fake." That broke my heart, and I had to tell her I was not. She started bawling her eyes out and I hugged her. My father taught me to comfort the women in your life as best as you can, be there as an emotional rock for them, and that's what I was doing. I tried my best not to cry, and besides one or two tears I held it in. My sister and I talked for a very, very long time about this letter. My sister said she was so deeply hurt by this, and at first was aggravated and angry at our father for doing this, for living his life like this. But then I talked to her. We both came to the conclusion that our father was right. It was the ultimate sacrifice that he made. For someone to live their entire life, and dedicate its entirety to their partner in order to make them happy because he believed she deserved to be happy, was not something that my sister nor I could comprehend. We both tried to understand how he was able to keep such a convincing mask on for so long without ever even cracking a tiny amount. We made jokes by the end of our conversation, and recalled some of our fondest moments as a family. We both left the conversation truly seeing our late father as a superhero. I got a lot of comments also insulting my father, calling him all sorts of names, and these comments disgusted me. My father was the greatest man I have ever met in my life and a father who every child wishes they had. I understand that the mask he wore his whole life might present him as a villain and an egotist, but no man that I know would be willing to make a sacrifice so large for his wife, not one. My crazy girlfriend of 4 years randomly claimed that I assaulted her, then called the police. This came totally out of the blue. I honestly don't know what the F happened. A couple of days ago, my girlfriend who I lived with, left our apartment while I was at work, claimed to her whole family and mutual friends that I'd been assaulting her daily and laying hands on her every chance I could, and then blocked me on everything. I have no idea what's going on, why she would decide to do this. There weren't any major problems in our relationship that I could see, and we just had consensual intimacy last night. The very last time I spoke to her before all of this happened, she was perfectly fine, kissed me goodbye and told me she moved me before I went to work, and everything was normal. Then I got a call from my dad toward the end of the day asking me calmly if I've been laying hands on my girlfriend. I didn't know what he was talking about, and then he told me. In a panic, I rushed home, and she had gotten all of her stuff and is staying either with her family, or a friend of hers. My Facebook account is blowing up, and I have no idea what to do. None of what is being said is true, and I don't know if someone is just playing a cruel joke on me. A few people even mentioned that the police were called, but I haven't heard anything as of yet. The last major argument we had was probably in February around Valentine's Day. We were going through some financial trouble, the stress got to us, and we were both getting upset with each other over petty household things. She was my best friend, the person I could rely on to be there for me, and the person I would be there for always, no matter what. We were definitely planning on getting married. It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. Her family had basically accepted me into the family. I was close with both her mom and her dad. I only called them both once each, neither of them answered my calls. I called my girlfriend twice. No answer. She blocked me on every social media platform of hers that I know of. I asked a couple of friends, but they are being distant with me, just one-word answers or ghosting me. What the F is happening here? My crazy girlfriend of 4 years randomly claimed that I assaulted her, then called the police. This came totally out of the blue. Okay, so I found out what happened, and I am appalled. So one of my girlfriend's friends came forward and told me that apparently my girlfriend decided to play a prank on me. She had the bright idea of leaving the house for a couple of days to set up a surprise birthday party for me set for this weekend. I don't know what the F she was thinking, nor do I even really know the full story yet. She is not really the prank playing type and I guess thought this would be hilarious or something. It looks like a majority of those friends who were acting distant were in on it. After I started being upfront and honest with showing people my texts with her, one of them told her that this wasn't cool, and that if she didn't come clean, then she would. Well, she didn't come clean, and her friend came forward. I guess that's why nobody was answering their texts? Anyway, I texted her and I told her that I knew, asked her what the F she was thinking. She started blowing my phone up apologizing. She said her prank just went too far and spiraled out of control when it got to social media, and that she didn't know how to come clean when she realized that it crossed a line. She also said that she didn't mean to let it come out that I was abusing her, and that she just wanted to make it seem like she left me, and that the abuse stuff was a rumor started by some other people who weren't in on her joke. I just didn't really respond to her. I left and went to my parents' house before she got back home. My family now thinks she's an effing moron, so her relationship with them is ruined right before our marriage, so that's great. Our mutual friends are now split in half with half of them thinking she's an idiot, and the other half feeling God knows what about the situation. I'm frankly embarrassed, and feel stupid for wasting everyone's time and dragging them into my relationship with my girlfriend. I don't really know where to go from here. I don't know if I should call off the wedding, or postpone it and try to work out what the hell went through her mind. Update 2, my crazy girlfriend of 4 years randomly claimed that I assaulted her, then called the police. This came totally out of the blue. I spoke to my girlfriend in person after I posted my update. From her perspective, her original idea was to make it look like she just got mad or something, grabbed a few things, and left to her friend's house, where she was going to have the party thrown. Her friend has a really nice house that's perfect for a 20 to 30 person get-together. She was with her two friends, and made an off-the-cuff remark when her friend said, "What are you going to say when he asks why?" And she said, "I don't know, I'll probably tell him that I feel like he got too serious when we had intimacy, or something like that." Then her other friend who was with her immediately took it to social media without the other two girls knowing, and then when they checked their phones later on that day, it was already a dumpster fire. I said great, all that is understandable. Just one question, why did you then block me and then refuse to answer my calls? Because that seemed pretty effing intentional to me. She said because she didn't want to throw her idiot friend under the bus, and thought it would all go away if she just threw the party, and she hadn't realized how far it all went so quickly. I thanked her for telling me, and then I called off the wedding entirely. She cried, I cried, it was a goddamn mess. She asked where we were going from here. I told her I don't know. I don't even know if the relationship is over yet, but I know that the engagement is over, and that if I decide to give it another chance, at the bare minimum, we need to build my trust for her from the ground up, if not the entire relationship. And now I have to decide if I want that. Do I want to spend another 4 years being undecided? If I'm being honest with myself, I imagine it taking another couple of years before I can trust her again. I told her that I have a lot to think about. I spoke to her dad last night. We shared a case of beers and had a conversation that lasted about 5 hours. My girlfriend hasn't spoken to anyone, and has basically been locked up in her old bedroom for now. She's been crying a lot. I do believe that she's genuinely remorseful about all of this, which complicates things. Her dad caught wind of the situation on Facebook but learned what was really going on maybe like an hour later. He'd gotten my calls, but hadn't returned them because he called his daughter first. She told him, and he just didn't know what to say to her. He told me that she's not truly stupid, but that she has a history of sometimes not thinking about things before she says them, and the impact her offhand remarks can have. He said this is the worst it's ever snowballed, but she's had situations in the past where she says something stupid or insulting, and doesn't realize the impact of what she said until hours later when the other person blows up over it. As for my reputation, nobody thinks I'm an abuser. It's firmly out there now. Her reputation took a much more significant and lasting hit. I haven't lost any friends, except for the idiot social media girl. I told my daughter that she's no longer allowed to bring her pet rat to my house and she's freaking out, plus update. So recently, my girlfriend of 2 years and I have moved in together. Everything is great and she gets along very well with my children. At least with my son. I share custody of my 2 children, 16M and 15F, with my ex-wife. But there is one problem. My girlfriend has a phobia for rodents. This is something we all know and people laugh about it, but it is a serious issue for my girlfriend who can't even see a picture without staring hyperventilating. I found out how serious it was when I threw a mouse on her at night as a prank and had such a severe panic attack I had to drive her to the hospital. Anyway, my daughter got a rat as a present when she turned 15. She brought it over to my girlfriend and I's home. My girlfriend freaked out so bad that she apparently left the apartment without even noticing that she didn't have her shoes or coat on. I got upset with my daughter because she knows my girlfriend's fear. I told her that she should leave her pet at her mother's house from now on when she comes here. My daughter got upset and started yelling that my girlfriend is being ridiculous and me too. Her rat wasn't the problem, so it shouldn't have to be kept at her mom's, and that my girlfriend should move out since she's the one who has the problem with the rat, not the rat with her. I told her that we are family and family makes compromises. Now she is saying if her rat isn't welcome then neither is she, and she's planning to stay with her mom until her rat is allowed or my girlfriend moved out. Of course my ex-wife is now bombarding my phone saying I'm an a-hole. Update, my daughter is refusing to talk to me and she has moved in with her mom and said that this is permanent. My son moved in with me and my girlfriend and I can see that he really enjoys it here. I have been blocking my ex-wife's number for periods at a time because I have been receiving all kinds of threats and insults from her saying I have manipulated my son against her. My son is a very quiet boy and he never gave me any impression that he's been having a bad time with his mother. I only noticed when he moved here and started talking and opening up about how miserable he's been. As far as the rat, my daughter decided to free him and she and her mom drove to the woods and just let it go. Not an expert on rats, but that's the story. My boyfriend, who is a stoic, just cried for the first time in 4 years and it made me feel very weird. Is this normal? My boyfriend of 4 years has never been comfortable talking about his emotions. The only person he's ever confided in was his mother when he was a child. Some people refer to him as a robot. Obviously in the past I'd expressed my desire for him to talk to me about things that are affecting him, but he just fobs it off. We've fought about it in the past and he has said he just cannot get the words out. Earlier this week his family found out that his mother will be passing very soon. As in potentially a couple of weeks even. It came as a surprise to all of them. I wanted to find a way to get him to open up to me, and wanted to do it not with words, so I thought I could wash his hair and make him feel comfortable enough to open up that way. Well, yesterday when he eventually came home from work he looked rough as anything. I'd already made dinner so we sat down to eat it, but we pretty much ate in silence. He rarely even looked up from his food. I asked if he wanted to talk and again he fobbed me off. Once we'd finished I asked him if he'd like to shower with me. It would have been a couple days at least since he'd have been able to have one. I dimmed the bathroom lights and put some relaxing music we both enjoy on the speaker. Got the shower nice and hot, gently helped him unclothe and had him sit on the bench thing under the water while I finished unclothing. I joined him on the bench and slowly washed him everywhere, taking breaks to rest my head on his or whisper something to him. I spent a while massaging his head as I washed his hair. I kept kissing him on the lips, forehead, neck and occasionally embracing him. Rubbed his shoulders and places I thought he'd be aching after being up and about for 2 days. There was nothing intimate about the atmosphere, it was a whole different type of intense intimacy, it's difficult to describe. He'd hardly said a word during all this and he looked like he could cry any minute. I wasn't sure what to say, I didn't want to pressure him into anything so I just looked him in the eyes, smiled and said it's okay. Once we were done we both sat there for a while on the bench under the water, not speaking, just enjoying each other's company. I kept running my hand up and down his back, across his cheek or head. Just trying to make him relax as much as possible. Once I dried him and myself off, we got into bed and I stuck the TV on. I was half watching it and half playing with his hair. I asked if he wanted to talk about anything and he shook his head. I could tell he was really upset despite him trying to hide it. Maybe 20 minutes later I could see him literally on the verge of tears. I rolled to my side and put my arms around him, pulling him into my chest. That's when he started. The tears began to flow and he sobbed and sobbed. He was squeezing me so tight sometimes it wasn't easy to breathe. I could feel the years of bottled up emotions flowing out. He continued crying harder and it broke my heart. He said something about his mom but I couldn't hear as it was muffled. Seeing the guy you love like that, clinging onto you as though you were going to leave whilst he let it all out, hurt my heart. I felt so bad for him I had some tears myself. I just held him tight and kept whispering how much I loved him, that it was okay, I'm here, I've got you, etc. Even when he eventually stopped sobbing he continued to have his arms wrapped around me so tightly with his face buried in either my stomach or chest. I continued just comforting him until he fell asleep. Usually I don't like cuddling when sleeping but that night I held him all night long. I just couldn't bring myself to let him out of my grip. It's hard to explain the way I was feeling during this, obviously terrible that he was going through this but at the same time I was so happy and relieved. Is that weird? It was an emotional experience. Seeing the guy you love more than anything show negative emotion on that level for the first time. I remember almost every detail of the night. It's etched in my memory. I haven't brought it up to him yet. I figured maybe it's best to let him talk about the evening when he feels ready.
Teachers, what's the most terrifying thing that ever happened on a Zoom call with a student? So about a year and a half ago I used to teach English to foreign students online. These were students I had never met before, but despite this, the job was pleasant and allowed me to get more in touch with different cultures. One of these days on the job, I was on a one-on-one call with a kid from Ukraine. This kid had been traumatized from the ongoing war already, and he would sometimes tell me horrifying stories about the things going on in his life. I remember one of his homework assignments being writing a half-page long essay on his town. He described the town in the essay as a place of death, and at the very bottom of the essay drew a picture of a dead man. When I asked him who that was he responded with Grandpa. This kid was 14 years old. Nonetheless, he was polite and a pleasure to teach, and I remember him every day, and I hope to God he is still alive. Basically, one of the times that I was on a call with him, I heard a huge siren go off, and when I inquired what that was, he looked at me and in a panicked voice stated, "That's the bomb alarm. I need to go now," and he hung up the call before I even had the chance to give him his homework. The next week he never showed up for our weekly scheduled call. He never actually showed up again.
What is the creepiest glitch in the Matrix you've experienced? I remember having the idea to pop some ACD to try fall asleep and experience the trip in my dream. Well, I had a long, involved dream where I was a vendor in a fish market. I remember getting up early, dressing, doing a whole morning routine, going to get tea, heading out to the docks, buying fish, loading them in a cart and going to get ice, then haggling for ice, buying some less fresh fish while I was at it, then going to a market to my stall, setting up and selling fish all day. It was so real. I talked to friends, smoked nasty cigarettes, haggled customers, ate lunch, had tea and just lived through the day. At the end of the day, I cleaned up, counted my cash, paid the stall rent, went home, cooked some of the fish I hadn't sold, sling with some veggies and rice that I'd traded for. I drank more tea, relaxed for a while, then drew a hot bath, soaked and smoked some more cigarettes, then went to bed. I kept this routine up for what felt like a couple of years. One of these mornings, I woke up refreshed, ready to go down to the docks to buy fresh catch. Except I was in my house, next to my wife, truck parked outside and it was Saturday, no work. My wife and I were getting geared up to go skiing in Oregon and the car was already packed. Weird thing was, in the dream, I was single. And a smoker. And the whole long dream had been in fluent Chinese. The effortless kind of fluency that only comes from a lifetime of speaking it. Oh, and I had been Chinese. I'm a big, hairy white dude, somewhat fluent in Spanish and I know a little bit of Russian, but I've never. It was just weird. I've never worked in a fish market. I wonder who I was. I wonder what that was. My girlfriend's friends hate me, and I'm pretty sure one of them has a huge crush on her. I met my now girlfriend at our campus gym. I jokingly asked her to spot me, made a joke about me not being a big guy, I'm not, and somehow ended up getting her to go on a date with me after we were done. We've been together ever since. While I was getting to know her, she admitted to being a huge geek. At the time I thought it was cool, we could play Xbox together or something. Sadly, there actually wasn't a whole lot of overlap between the games we liked. She's into a lot of things I never paid attention to, including D&D, Final Fantasy, WoW, etc. The only problem is that a small group of her friends hate the crap out of me. I'll name the main problem guy Bill. There's been a couple of really passive-aggressive things him and his little group have done. 1. We were playing Destiny, and doing a strike. It was Bill, my girlfriend and me. He kept leaving the party and inviting her to a different party. When she refused, he sent a text saying another one of their friends was on and wanted to play. My girlfriend decided to just play with me and one of my friends. 2. My girlfriend has a nice apartment. I'm probably over there 5 nights a week, including Saturdays. On Saturday, they basically have a D&D party. Some of her friends who play, including Bill, come over and play D&D. Bill complains about all of the people who come over and don't play. My girlfriend told him to get over it because everyone else has a good time. 3. Another video game related issue, my girlfriend had all of us play Diablo 3 hardcore, her, Bill, me, and Ryan. I was having a little fun, basically making my girlfriend hold my hand through the game. Bill ran ahead and got unalived. He was mad. 4. He invited my girlfriend to a concert with him and his closer friends after I had already bought the tickets for us to go and have her see my family again. My girlfriend told him that we might see him there and he asked if we would even be together that long. 5. This one's probably the most egregious. Yesterday he literally sent a text to me saying I'm hogging my girlfriend. I sent something saying that if she didn't want to hang out with me so much she wouldn't. He replied I didn't have to do everything with my girlfriend, and that it was annoying people. I'm positive he has a crush on her. My girlfriend told me that she grew up with him, but never really liked him, that he was a part of the group and she'd rather not make a fuss. I don't think I can really blame him for having a crush on her. She's a beautiful girl and all, but I definitely think he's been nothing but a buttface this whole time. My girlfriend's friends hate me, and I'm pretty sure one of them has a huge crush on her. Well, Bill really escalated the issue between him and I. Something I ate must have given me food poisoning 2 days ago, so she's been taking care of me for the past few days. She got a call from Bill, who was at her apartment with some of her friends. She went to go meet them. Apparently they decided to have some sort of intervention, basically saying what Bill had said to me earlier in text, that I didn't have to do everything with them and that we spent too much time together. Bill was apparently very annoyed that I was hanging out with them, and my presence deeply worried him because he had a suspicion I was a danger to those around me. In his own words anyway. It escalated because my girlfriend got angry, and they aren't friends anymore. My girlfriend came home crying. I did my best to comfort her, and we haven't heard from them since yesterday. Apparently there were a few more people, including some of her female friends in that group, that she's been really close with who had a problem with us, but most of her friends didn't bother taking a side. How do I support her through this? She's lost a relatively large chunk of friends, and even if they weren't great friends, they were the people she shared her hobbies with. Obviously if she wants to do anything with me I'll do it with her, but I can't replace all of them. She's not crying anymore, she's just angry at this point. Update 2, my girlfriend's friends hate me, and I'm pretty sure one of them has a huge crush on her. So John, another one of her original D&D buddies from high school, sent my girlfriend an email asking if they could talk with us yesterday. We agreed, honestly thinking that they might apologize. They actually decided to tell my girlfriend that they'd still like to be friends, and that they didn't have to be friends with me to be friends with her. My girlfriend said she understood that, but wasn't even sure if she still wanted to be friends. They actually apologized for putting her in that position the other day when they tried an intervention. She still said the only way that they could ever be friends again was to apologize to me and her. I really don't know why. I had to ask what they didn't like about me. They told me, and honestly some of their points had a little merit, and I'll probably have to work on them. 1. I only met my girlfriend because I was physically attracted to her, and decided to talk to her. I don't think this is a legitimate criticism. 2. I spend too much time with my girlfriend, which I do, but like I said in the previous post, it's something we both currently want, and I've never told her to hang out with me over them or something. 3. I only talk to my girlfriend when we're all in a group. I guess I do tend to do that. I see how that's annoying when we're having a conversation no one else is a part of. 4. They feel like I've had my girlfriend kick them out before. She has a few times so we could be together, both times I didn't tell her to. 5. Apparently I've taken advantage of her. She turned 21 before me, so I would always give her cash so she could go run up to the ABC store and get whatever we wanted to drink that night. On one night I asked her to get rubbers because we ran out. Apparently they were there with her, and she was really embarrassed about it. I definitely thanked her. She didn't seem upset about it at the time, and when I talked to her after we left I apologized for putting her in a place she felt uncomfortable. 6. Apparently my friends that came over made a few jokes about D&D, and made them feel uncomfortable. I actually apologized for this. Bill heard a story from one of my few high school friends who came to this school about a few of the girls I dated in high school, and that I had a nasty habit of leading girls on in high school. I did, but my senior year my mom and my older sister sat me down and told me to cut the crap out and treat women with more respect, so I did. I've told my girlfriend about this. I consider it to be one of the more important moments of my life. Anyways, we left, my girlfriend and I talked it over. She's still not going to forgive them if they don't apologize to both of us. She said she doesn't want to spend any less time with me, and sent an email pretty much saying that to them. 2 of the 6 have already apologized by way of a phone call. I should note that Bill wasn't there. I think he's out of town for whatever reason, not sure if he'll apologize or not. I tried to get revenge on my liquid kids guzzling sister but she ruined her own life. When I, 29, was little like 7 years old, my dad cheated on my mother with my stepmom, Karen. After her divorce, my mom moved away and got married again. I was always under the impression that my mother abandoned me and that's what my dad told me too. Karen had a daughter at that time who was 5, Mia. Mia and I were kinda close growing up. But when we both hit puberty our personality was different. Mia was the typical girly girl. She developed beautifully. She was basically like Cassie from Euphoria. She would get all the attention. Even my relatives preferred her more than me. I was basically a nerd. I was interested in sports but I was told that I do not look bad and I am very attractive and pretty in my own way. But I was overshadowed by Mia. My dad was someone who was an opportunist. Whenever he would see an opportunity for him to shine, he would take it. Even if it meant sidelining his own daughter. He saw that Mia got more attention than me so he invested everything on her. I was kinda jealous. But I wasn't really that bothered because I believed if I did something good I would be appreciated. So, I studied hard and got into a prestigious university. That was the only time my father threw a party for me because I was the first in the family to do it. But Mia was jealous of it. So, anyways, during my last year of high school I started dating Tim, 30. He proposed to me when we were sophomores in college. But we decided to wait till our graduation. So one day during our semester break, I went to his home and I saw him effing Mia. I was shocked to say the least. I remember I was crying and screaming at him. I could never forget the smirk on Mia's face. That's when I knew Mia was a B word. So, my dad and stepmom knew about it, and guess what? My dad told me to forgive them. His logic: Tim fell out of love with me, so he fell in love with your sister. You should give them your blessing instead of being petty. I shouted back, of course you will say that because you cheated on mom. My dad and I had a screaming match. He told me he would disown me if I do not accept them and come to their wedding. I remember that I stormed off and I cried for days. That's the moment I realized I was alone. My dad didn't care if I was dead or alive. I started therapy after a friend of mine pushed me to it. It did help a bit, but in my mind I wanted some revenge. I wanted to be petty and make her regret it. I started thinking about what I could do. My initial plan was to wear white on her wedding day. But then I ran into Mia's ex, Jay. Jay and Mia have been one of those couples who are on again off again. Mia exploited Jay a lot. The last time they broke up was when Jay caught Mia flirting with one of his friends. But there was a lot of history. So, when Jay learned about Mia and Tim, he was a little angry. He kept saying he wishes he could just take revenge on all the times Mia has done him wrong. So, I had another plan. I asked him to be my +1 at her wedding. I know Mia still has feelings for Jay. It would piss her off. But we agreed that after that we would part ways. So when the wedding came, I was not in the wedding party. My dad was cordial with me because I wasn't creating trouble. So I went to her wedding with Jay and I was wearing a bright red dress because I read that red means you slept with the groom. It was also over the top. I might have made some heads turn. When Mia saw me with Jay, her face turned pale. I was purposely being very touchy with Jay, like whispering in his ears, touching his shoulder, dancing with him very closely. I swear Mia was just as red as my dress. I was also asked to give a speech. I kept it short. Thank God I do not have more sisters, otherwise Tim would have swapped Mia with one of them. You know he has a fetish of effing his fiancée's sisters behind her back. Me and Jay were asked to leave. The next day I was bombarded with messages and phone calls. I didn't pick any of them. As for Jay, he stuck to our deal and I never saw him again. After the wedding incident, I decided I should find my mom because something in me was telling me that she didn't abandon me. It wasn't hard to find her. I found her on Facebook and we started chatting. She is married and has 2 boys, my half-brothers. I got the real story from her. She didn't abandon me. My father won the custody case. He used my mom's past substance abuse to take away her visitation rights too. We reconciled and for the first time in my life I felt welcomed. I also met my stepfather and my 2 brothers. They are amazing people. Since then, I would regularly meet them. 2 years after the wedding incident, I met a guy, Andy. We met during an alumni program in our college. He also went to our college, but he was 5 years my senior. We had a lot in common. He was kind, sweet and very mature. He knows about my past and has been really supportive. He was better than Tim in every other way. He was charming and had a really higher position in his job. After 2 years my sister contacted me out of the blue and told me she was pregnant and she now wants to bury the hatchets. I was very reluctant. I was afraid that she would try to steal Andy away from me as well. But Andy reassured me he is not that weak. Honestly, I do wanted to meet Dad again. So, I gave it a shot anyways. I went on dinner with Andy. And to my surprise Tim recognized him. It was later revealed to me that Andy was basically Tim's boss. This is the fact I didn't know. My dad and stepmom brought me to a corner and said that my relationship with Andy is unacceptable because I'm trying to hurt my sister by dating Tim's boss. I told them to F off. My love life is none of their business. The dinner went sour. After that I got a drunken call from Tim that he is very unhappy with my sister and that he actually wants to escape. He never knew what he lost until he saw me with Andy. I ignored him totally. Then the phone calls didn't stop. First it was my dad telling me that me dating Andy is causing tension between my sister and Tim. I told him their marital life is none of my business. I got call from my stepsister who asked if she could come to my house and talk. I told her after the dinner party, I want nothing to do with any of them. That TCH didn't listen. Instead she went to Andy's office to convince him to talk to me. Of course Tim saw this and accused her of trying to seduce Andy like he seduced him. Long story short, Andy had to fire Tim for his misbehave. This caused even more tension. Tim became verbally abusive towards Mia and said his life was ruined because of her. They separated. Tim is trying to figure out how can he handle the divorce proceedings. After the Tim and Mia drama, my dad suddenly showed up in my apartment. He was bawling his eyes out that he caught Karen sleeping with his male cousin. He was devastated. So, I told him what he said to me when Tim cheated on me. Karen fell out of love with you, so she fell in love with your cousin. You should give them your blessing instead of being petty. My dad was confused. I further told him, well, you taught me this, remember? When I was sad about Tim cheating on me with Mia. You told me to forgive them. My father's face was rotten to say the least. Now I have 2 family members who are going through divorce. Tim and Mia tried to reconcile but eventually they settled for divorce. My dad did apologize to me for what he did to me and mom. I told him that he deserved what's coming for him and that I have no feeling left for him. Not even pity. If the time ever comes I might forgive him, but I don't want him anymore. He will not be walking me down the aisle. Andy and I are recently engaged. We are having a small ceremony with just close friends and family. I was only planning for a petty revenge but karma got them better. My ex's pick-me friend lied about me and now they're crawling back. I, 26, was with my ex-boyfriend, 26, for 4 years. We moved in after 2 years of dating and were genuinely happy. I genuinely thought that I was going to marry him one day. I even moved to a different country to stay with him when his job relocated him to Europe. Throughout our relationship I noticed that one of his girlfriends, 25, didn't really like me. I've tried many times to befriend her but I gave up after constantly being on the receiving end of her cold shoulder and snarky remarks. Ex knew about this and told me that she didn't have that many girlfriends and probably didn't know how to be friends with another woman. She's the only woman in their clique of 7 guys, who were all lovely to me. On the 31st of December 2019, both of us attended a party to celebrate New Year's. I don't drink so I was completely sober. Ex got completely smashed. The next afternoon I woke up to my stuff packed and him telling me that we were done and that I had to move out. I was completely blindsided and so confused. He accused me of cheating on him. I would never do that. I think it's such a terrible thing to do. I remember crying so hard and telling him that I did no such thing but he still kicked me out. My best friend and her boyfriend, without hesitation, opened up their home to me and told me that I was welcome to stay. Bless their hearts. They're the sweetest couple ever. During that dark period of time, I was trying to process everything. I was honestly so depressed. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I felt like a zombie, like I was barely existing. I told my family what had happened and they were very upset for me and wanted me to fly back home. They live in a different country and I didn't want to travel during a pandemic and potentially put them at risk of catching this virus. While this was happening, all of our mutual friends and his family members turned against me, choosing to believe that I was a cheater and completely cut me off in support of my ex. They posted shady stuff about me online, calling me a hoe and a cheater. Rumors started to spread and it affected me so much that I deleted all social media and blocked all of them everywhere. I just wanted to disappear. As time went on, I was one day introduced to one of my best friend's friend. He was really sweet and kind. We slowly became friends, started chatting and video calling. Fast forward to June and I feel myself slowly falling in love with him. He doesn't believe what so many people say about me being a cheater and whatnot. He asks me out on a proper virtual date and I agree. We started dating and I'm so happy. I feel like he is the light at the end of my tunnel. Well, yesterday, someone from my ex's clique leaked a video on Instagram where my ex's girlfriend was boasting of how she lied and came up with this plan to break up my ex and I. She apparently paid someone to lie to my ex and tell him that I seduced him at the New Year's party and slept with him. Once that came out, a lot of my ex's friends and family members have been trying to contact me. They tried contacting my best friend who basically told them to F off. My ex came to the house and was begging for me to speak to him. It was really dramatic. I feel like I don't owe them any of my time at all and just want them to leave me alone. However, my parents think that it's a little sad that my ex is outside the house crying and begging to speak to me. They think that maybe I should give him a chance to speak to me. I feel really conflicted. I feel like I'm being too harsh on him and his group of friends. Should I establish a line of communication? What should I do? All of my friends hate me because of what I said. But I don't know what I did wrong. I, 25, have my own 2-bedroom apartment that used to belong to my uncle. I made a friend during my uni years I'll call Mary, 27. Mary had quite a hard home life, too long to detail here. I let her know that if she ever needed my help, she could always rely on me no matter what. When we graduated I asked her to move in with me rent-free. She tried to pay but I knew she had a lot of debt trying to pay for uni so I told her no and to spend her money freeing herself from it. She was so thankful for this, and I loved having her live with me. We never fought about anything. Both of us have the same cleaning habits and TV interests so there's never any arguments over the remote or who has to take out the bins, etc. Tonight we were out at a super fancy restaurant in London as Mary had finally paid off the last of her debt, secured herself an amazing promotion at her job, and also finally passed her driving test. All these achievements in the same month were more than deserving of an award, so we splashed out. It was me, Mary, 4 of her work friends, and 2 friends we've known since uni. It was a great night, until I handed Mary a card saying how amazing she is and how lucky I am to have her as my best friend, with quite a bit of cash inside to put towards her first car. She started crying and thanking me and we hugged for a long time. When she pulled away I told her I was so proud of her for kicking life in the butt, becoming successful, and showing her dad that his jerk ways couldn't keep her down. After how she'd struggled through uni, pushing pennies together, and working crap jobs, seeing her in her dream career and being such an accomplished woman is absolutely inspiring to me. She looked mad and said, "Please don't do that, you know I don't like it when you do that." She'd never said anything like this to me, ever, so I have no idea where this was coming from. I apologized and said that I didn't realize saying these things would upset her as it's never been my intention. She just scoffed and rolled her eyes, and when I looked up at her colleagues they were all shaking their heads at me and glaring. I felt so awkward I wanted to shrink back into my own skin, and I was mortified that I hurt Mary. Mary didn't talk to me for the rest of the night and ignored me at the table. When we split up to head home, none of her colleagues even looked at me as they left. I said sorry to Mary as she was heading to her room to turn in but she just shrugged me off, told me she was tired and that we'll talk in the morning. I'm so anxious that she'll want to move out or never talk to me again. I keep going over every interaction in my head to see if I crossed a line in the past but she never gave any indication that I upset her saying these things before. All her colleagues messaged me saying I was an asshole for saying those things to her and belittling her but I never ever meant any of those things like that. After all of my friends got mad and yelled at me for some unknown reason, I finally heard my roommate moving around the kitchen, so I went to talk to her. She acted totally normal and started talking to me about some drama at her work while I just stood there kind of unsure what was happening or what to do. So I apologized again. She looked up at me in confusion and said, "Why are you sorry?" I reminded her of last night and how mad she was. Then she laughed and said it doesn't matter, don't worry about it, and then continued making breakfast. I asked if I'd stepped over a line last night, if the money was too much and if I made her feel inferior, and she said nope. We're cool. It doesn't matter, I think everyone just misunderstood the situation and you're taking things to heart a little too much. I told her about her friends texting me, telling me that what I said was belittling and that I was a jerk, and she just shrugged and said they probably misread things and she'll talk to them. I was so tired because I hadn't slept because I thought she hated me, that I'd hurt her and she'd never speak to me again, but she's fine? Like she's completely normal and just chatting with me as if last night never happened, but I'm just so confused? She seemed too upset, ignored me for the rest of the night, and her coworkers treated me like a criminal, but everything's okay, I guess? I got a call from one of the uni friends who was at the dinner last night and we had a chat. She asked me if everything was okay between me and Mary, as she said she'd never seen Mary snap at me like that until last night. I filled her in on everything that we talked about and how confused I was as well. She reaffirmed many of my feelings about this being very out of character for Mary, as she had also congratulated Mary and said similar things, as well as given her a bit of money in a card, along with an expensive gift, as did many of the others. After talking to all of our friends, we found out it's all an effing lie. I talked to both of Mary's coworkers when they came round in the afternoon and they both denied any of that. The one I had spoken to earlier on the phone, we'll call Claire, said she'd call one of the work colleagues that she knows slightly well in order to clear things up. Let's call the colleague Jane. Jane turned up at the flat and instantly looked pissed. I almost wanted to hide behind the kitchen counter when she came in glaring daggers at me. We all sat down and I let Jane know that I'd spoken to Mary about last night and that she was fine, but I was still confused. Jane then laughed and said, "Oh, don't try that crap with me, you can't just pretend now that you've been exposed in public." The three of us looked at her without saying a word as we were all confused now. Claire asked her what she meant and Jane said that she knew how I really treated Mary. We both asked her to elaborate, and she stood up and went on this tirade about how I apparently regularly abuse and belittle Mary, then intimidate her into saying nothing about it and put on a smile for others. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at this point. She then showed me her text with Mary where Mary wrote to her in distress about being locked in her room because I was having a meltdown about her making friends at work, something that never happened. Claire and my other friend took the phone and looked through the messages as well, and I had to stop reading them as they all said stuff about how Mary was afraid of me and that I'd trapped her here and was extorting rent out of her. It all just leaves me numb and dead inside. Eventually Claire got to a point where Mary said I'd cancelled her 21st birthday at uni and told her she wasn't allowed to go out. The thing is, Claire and my other friend were at Mary's 21st birthday, which I'd put over £500 towards to have a themed Great Gatsby night she'd always wanted, which in the messages she was claiming never happened. We went over a lot of the stuff in the messages and realized that Mary had been spreading lies about me to all her colleagues about how I was abusive and she couldn't move out because I was charging her so much rent money. This absolutely shattered me. Mary was like a sister to me through our uni years, and I can't fathom why she'd say any of these things. It took a long time, but after Claire and my friend went over all the accusations with Jane and I pulled up my bank details to show that Mary never makes a single payment to me except for her half of the bills, she seemed to cool down and settled into the same confusion we were all feeling. She let us know that Mary told all of her colleagues this story and that the reason they were mad at me is because Mary said I like to use a manipulation tactic where I pretend I support her through everything but use her past against her whenever we're in private. They all thought that's what I had been doing last night. That everything I said was meant as a backhanded compliment. Claire had to calm me down as I couldn't stop crying no matter what I did for ages. It was quite embarrassing, but I just couldn't do anything else. Now I'm a little more level-headed, still mad but not crying anymore. I don't even want to look at Mary again. My friends have told me not to make hasty decisions. Even Claire said she was disgusted by the things Mary was saying about me in the texts when everyone knows them not to be true. I know that I probably won't be able to clear my name with her colleagues, but I don't really care about that. I just want to know why Mary said those things about me. My for the street sister is trying to steal my baby. She's even trying to steal my husband. For context, my husband is James 39, I'm 29 and my sister is Tilly 30. When my husband and I found out I wouldn't be able to carry a baby, my sister offered to be our surrogate so we could still have a biological child. She did this totally unprompted and on her own. She had divorced her husband over a year ago and was settling into single life. We offered to cover all medical expenses and expenses for anything that could improve her life/pregnancy quality, as it's not legal to pay for a surrogate in my country. She was more than happy to do that, and as time went on she said she didn't like pregnancy, it freaked her out and she couldn't wait to just give the baby to us and go on holiday. So 3 days ago she gave birth to our daughter. She's perfect and such a beautiful baby, and we were getting ready to take her home when Tilly denied it. She said I couldn't have my baby. I was really confused and asked what was wrong. What did she mean? She said she'd changed her mind and didn't want to give us our baby. I reminded her she wasn't biologically a parent to my daughter and reminded her that she hated pregnancy and wanted to go on holiday. She said no, wouldn't let me hold my baby and made the nurse take me out. Since then I've been crying and really upset. Our parents are trying to get her to see sense, and none of it made any sense to me until James sat me down and showed me texts he had been getting from her for the past few weeks. They started out innocent, but then she said how hot and bothered the pregnancy was making her. He sent back a laughing emoji, but she carried on and prepositioned him, asking him if he was attracted to the woman carrying his baby, saying surely it made him feel some way. She sent some risky photos of her in her underwear and he told her to stop. She wasn't his wife, he wouldn't mention anything as none of us needed more stress, but this wasn't appropriate. Since then I've been looking over the contract we had drawn up, and there is a clause that allows me to gain custody by showing Tilly's written agreement and understanding of our contract to a judge. I've texted Tilly telling her she has a day to give me my baby or I will take her to court to enforce the contract and get custody of my child. Our cousins have texted me saying I'm a jerk for pressuring a woman to give her baby up. But it's my baby, not hers. My 3-month-old daughter is putting creeps away in bars. My almost 3-month-old daughter has been subpoenaed to testify in a criminal case. Last Thursday a process server came to our house and served a subpoena for a criminal case on my daughter, who was born on April 15, 2015. I called the number on it to explain how it must be a mistake because my daughter is not even 3 months old yet, but I was told there was no mistake and my daughter is required to appear as a witness to testify on the date shown on the subpoena. I went in person with my daughter to the DA's office and was told the same thing. My husband and I thought this might be a case of identity theft. She doesn't have a social security number yet because she was born at 29 weeks, spent 11 weeks in the NICU and has only been home from the hospital for 7 days, so we haven't gotten around to it yet. We checked anyway just in case and one has not been created for her or issued to her. Nothing with her credit either. We called the police about it possibly being identity theft and they are looking into it, but so far there is nothing and they also told us the subpoena is legitimate. So we are very confused. My daughter has a rare and uncommon first, middle and last name, so it is very doubtful that there is someone else with her exact name. When I called the number on the subpoena and went to the DA's office, I was told both times that if she doesn't show up for court a warrant will be issued for her arrest. Would the police actually arrest a baby for not showing up in court? Or would my husband and I as her parents be arrested instead? Does anyone have an explanation for what is happening here or any advice as to what we can do to solve this? I'm falling in love with my sugar mommy wife. I'm ruining everything. About 4 years ago my wife and partner of 8 years passed away due to complications after the birth, very rare, of our second son. I was deployed at the time, and completely devastated. After flying home I felt that nothing would make me happy again. My sons are great, now 6 and 4, but overwhelming, so I asked a sister of one of my Marine buddies, Cass, to help out. She had been friends with my wife, but not great friends, and she agreed in exchange for a place to stay. At the time, Cass was only 20 years old and in quite a bit of debt at the fault of her extremely abusive ex-boyfriend, who she had finally left about 3 months earlier. During the first few weeks of her helping out with the boys, she asked to borrow money to see a doctor due to shaking hands, no insurance. I happily obliged. She was an angel, doing all of the cooking and cleaning and keeping my young family together. It turned out that she had developed some sort of neurological disorder, probably brought on by repeated abuse. At the time it seemed simple. I had good insurance, she needed health care, I never thought I'd be able to move on from my wife, and she was afraid of intimacy. I agreed that I would marry her, but keep our platonic relationship. She promised not to burden me with her debt, and we had a prenuptial agreement and all. I know that this is fraud of the government, hence the throwaway, but we were both so damaged and needed somebody, if not intimately. The past 3 years have been about as good as expected, if not better. Cass is great, better than great. She keeps the house spotless, had food ready every night when I get home, and has been working overnights as a baker and almost has her debt paid off. Her condition has improved greatly, also, due to the great medical care she was able to receive. With the boys, she is a saint. She tells them about their mother, shows them pictures, takes the places for fun. And even taught them how to read. Of course the 6-year-old just finished kindergarten, but my 4-year-old is going to be the smartest kid in his class next year. Sometimes the 4-year-old calls her mommy, but she shhs him and reminds him that name is Cass and that mommy is the angel whose picture is above the fireplace. Once her debt is fully paid off, the kids are in school, and she saves up a bit of money, she is going to go into a nursing program. Our relationship, still platonic, but very caring. I've cried on her shoulders more times than I can count, and she's done the same. One night I was very stressed out, and yelled at her about something pretty inconsequential. She had taken my sons to see Santa without me. She, of course, became quite frightened, but we worked it out and I even offered to pay for her to see a counselor. She didn't. That was 2 years ago, and we have had little fights ever since, but have been able to work through them. She seems to understand me whenever I'm hurt, upset, or angry, and is calming in a way that I can't explain. The problem is that I think I might be falling for her. I've been noticing little things, her scent, her smile, her laugh. The way she smiles with her eyes when she sees me, how much my boys love her. Not to mention that she's gorgeous, hardworking, and one of the strongest people I've ever encountered. A few nights ago I almost kissed her after we had put the boys to bed, and her hugs goodbye have started lasting a little bit longer. The other day she was taking a nap in my bed, she was washing her sheets, and I wanted to join her. Not have intimacy with her, just lay with her and hold and kiss her. I don't know what to do, or how to even bring this up. It's been 4 years since my wife died. There have been days where my thoughts have been occupied with Cass, and I haven't even thought about my wife. I feel bad about it, and I still miss her, but I never thought that I'd be able to move on. I feel guilty and disloyal. At the same time, I want her. Not just intimately or physically, I want to be romantically intimate with her, not just as friends. I don't know how to bring it up. I don't want to scare her or make her uncomfortable. But this is becoming more difficult than I could have ever imagined. I was thinking about asking her to get dinner, just the two of us, and bringing it up. But what if she refuses? How can I gauge her interest? If it means anything, the other day she was having a hard time with the boys, they were restless and being out of hand, so I brought her home some of her favorite flowers. She was extremely giddy and gave me another lasting hug and a quick kiss on the lips. I was taken aback, but she pranced around, finishing dinner and putting the flowers in a vase. What does this mean? I made my dad choose between me and his spoiled wife. And he didn't choose me. My father, 52, and I, 25, along with my 3-year-old Cocker Spaniel, Moxie, live in my mom's ancestral house that I inherited along with other assets when she died when I was 16 due to cancer. My father got married to his high school sweetheart a few months ago while he was on a trip with his friends. Apparently they've been in contact for almost 2 years now. I was shocked, but it's his life and if he's happy then I'm okay with it. They moved in a week after the small wedding that I wasn't even invited to since I had no idea that they were even dating or that he was dating. She, my dad's wife that we'll call Steph, 51, came with a baggage, twin stepsisters, 20, Lizzie and Lexi and their two chihuahuas, Gucci and Hermes. They go to the state college nearby and thought that it would save them money if they live here instead of paying rent etc. My dad asked if it was okay and he also stated that the house is big enough for us, 7 bedrooms, 8.5 baths, a basement and a huge yard with a pool. To make my dad happy I said yes, big mistake. First issue was the argument of me moving to a smaller room since my room has the second biggest closest out of all the rooms in the house. She needed it to store all her luxury bags and clothes etc. I said no. I told her it's been my room since I can remember and she's not making me move when it's my house. My dad compromised with her that he'll give his side of the closet to her, while his things are in the other room. Second issue, the twins have this habit of barging into people's rooms without knocking and that includes my office, currently working from home due to the virus. Lexi walked in one time wearing a bikini looking for something while I was in the middle of a business meeting. She literally walked behind me where everyone could see her. I was pissed off and embarrassed. Third, their dogs are not potty trained and would leave poops and pee around the house and the twins wouldn't even clean up after them. They're also very aggressive towards Moxie. I found Moxie one time with a scratch on her left eye where the other two dogs would usually nip it when they get the chance. Fourth, all the family photos in the house were removed and put in the attic without my approval. That includes my grandparents, my great-grandparents, my mother's family photo, my baby pictures, etc. I took my time to put them all back to where they belonged. This happened a few times. 2 days ago, Steph did it again but this time she replaced them with her pictures, the twins, and her family etc. Steph and I had a heated argument about it. I told her that she can't do anything regarding the decorations etc. in my house without my approval and that her daughters should also learn how to knock on doors and have their dogs potty trained. She said that they can do whatever they want in her house and that she will be making up house rules that we will all follow since she thinks I'm such a wild animal doing whatever I want and that I was not raised properly due to having a bad useless mother. I was livid, that's an understatement. I told her that she can pack her things along with her twins because I'm kicking her out. She said that I have no right to kick them out of her house. I told her and I quote lady, you are living under my roof. This is my house. I inherited it from my mother and right now you, your twins, and your dogs are trespassing. Get out before I call the cops. My dad got home early that day after Steph told him what happened. I told him my side of the story. He said that they're still getting used to the house and the move here was difficult for them. I told him about all the issues surrounding them, but he kept insisting that it's going to get better and that to just give them some time. I told him that I've put up with all their stuff and I've had enough. Enough is enough. He was defending them. More, taking their side. So, I told him that he can either move out with them or stay and that he has until the end of the week. I think my sicko neighbor might be stalking me. I'm so scared that my husband will get crazy mad over it. I, 24, live in a pretty close-knit neighborhood. I'm a stay-at-home mom to a toddler girl and a boy who's in first grade. My husband, 32, works away from home and he's gone most of the day, sometimes overnight. I've begun noticing that the neighbor who lives on our left who is 28 is around a lot more. I know he works from home. But I feel like I see him whenever I'm outside with my kids. When I go to the grocery store I notice him leaving as well and then he pulls back in at the same time as me. Whenever I come back from picking my son up from school he's outside. I have a Ring doorbell and have noticed when I go right from the school to my house, till to 20 minutes, he's only out for 20 minutes, he'll go right in after I go in. But if I go somewhere else, or take longer, he'll be out there until I come home, and then he'll go back in. I feel kind of freaked out. I have always had fine interactions with him, he always waves and everything. He works as a programmer from home and he's never done anything bad. It's just how often I see him. I don't want to mention anything to my husband because he has a pretty short fuse and I'm scared he'll flip out and go and confront him or think I'm having an affair, something crazy like that. Am I just being paranoid or does this seem like something I should mention? I was concerned that my neighbor was stalking me. I was debating whether or not to tell my husband for fear of him overreacting. I decided to tell my husband about it. I just said, hey, have you noticed Trevor outside a lot? And he said no and asked me why and I said oh no reason I've just noticed him outside whenever I'm out there. And I wish I hadn't said anything. My husband immediately was like what do you mean noticing him? Why are you noticing him? And I tried to drop it but he kept pushing. So I eventually just told him basically what I wrote in my post and he exploded. And immediately went next door even though I begged him not to. And he went to our neighbor's door and started pounding on it. And yelling. Our neighbor came to the door and knew my husband was looking for a fight because he was immediately like you need to leave now. Obviously my husband didn't leave and it began a pretty serious verbal altercation, and eventually physical. The police came and broke it up, telling my husband to go back home and stay away from the neighbor. As you can imagine the entire thing was horrible. All of the neighbors were outside, we live in a pretty affluent, quiet neighborhood so the police don't usually get called. When we got back into the house my husband began yelling at me. He asked me if I was sleeping with the neighbor, why I'd been asking about him, why the neighbor got so defensive, etc. He was so angry I didn't recognize him. He began hitting the walls and throwing things. When I tried to reason with him and tell him the situation he began to get physical with me as well. After a while I was able to call the police. They arrested him and I had to stay at the hospital for a bit. Right now my kids and I have an order of protection against my husband. I have not seen or talked to him since this happened. After I came home I went over to my neighbor's house to apologize for what happened. He told me that he had known my husband was abusive, and he could hear him yelling at me and the kids. He said that the reason he was often outside when the kids and I were is because he said he felt unsure about if he was abusive or not and wasn't sure if he should say something. He said that he used the times to say hi to us to see if there were any bruises or signs of physical injury, and to see if the kids seemed alright. I don't want to reconcile with my husband. My oldest son, 6, keeps asking me why his father used his hands instead of his words. My 2-year-old keeps playing with her dolls and saying, "Daddy, don't hit. Don't hit." It makes me want to cry. They're seeing therapists to help process all of this. My family kicked me out because of my sister's lies, but now they're begging for me back. I was 21 when my fiancé asked me to marry him. He was the absolute light of my life. We had known each other since preschool, our families are very close. He would come and have dinner with us on a daily basis and vice versa. He doesn't have any siblings, but I have 2 older sisters. Which is very important as he was also very close with them. We grew up together. When we started dating, I don't think our parents stopped celebrating for weeks. He helped me deal with a lot of my anxiety, and even when I gained a little weight and my mother berated me saying he was going to leave me, he told her off and said he loved me for who I was, not for what I looked like, even though he claimed I was the most beautiful girl in the world to him. We were only engaged for 6 months before the incident. My middle oldest sister, let's call her Nikki, was a very cold person. She never showed any affection. She only ever opened up to my fiancé as she said she saw him as a brother, and he also helped her through a lot of her dark times, such as battling substance addictions and breaking the law. She and I never saw eye to eye. I loved her dearly because she was my sister but didn't like her as a person. Out of the blue she tells me she wants to take me clubbing as we had never been together before, and she felt bad that she was so distant to me. I agreed, and that night we went out. Clubbing wasn't really my style, but once I had a few drinks, I loosened up a little and began having fun. The night was going smoothly until Nikki spotted a guy across the room whom she claimed she wanted to climb like a tree. She walked over to him, and within a few minutes she was back and she had a sour expression on her face. I asked her what was up, but she never said anything. I kept pressing because I didn't want our night to be ruined. She then told me the guy didn't want her number but he wanted mine instead. I told her he was a loser and there were plenty of guys around who would kill to be with a girl like her. She didn't budge though. She told me she needed to use the restroom and then we would leave. I waited for an hour. During this time I was sipping on a lot of different cocktails. I then started feeling really dizzy and lightheaded. I figured I'd just cab it home as I was certain Nikki had left. On the way out though, I bumped into a friend of Nikki's whom she had briefly dated. He asked me if I needed a hand to my car and I explained I was getting a cab. He said he was getting ready to leave and we could share one. I told him okay and we walked out of the club together and into the first cab we saw. I tried to find my phone in my purse but I felt myself getting dizzier and dizzier. I don't remember what happened next as I blacked out, and the next morning I woke up on a hard sofa, my head pounding. When I came to, I realized I was in Nikki's friend's house and my phone was sitting on the glass table in front of me, but it was flat. When he noticed I was awake he offered some tablets and water and explained that I had passed out in the cab and he didn't remember my parents' address, so he just picked me up and took me back here where he laid me on the sofa. I told him I needed to go home as my fiancé would be worried. He called a cab and I left. When I arrived at my parents' house, my mother, father, Nikki, my fiancé and his parents were all standing in the living room. I thought they were worried about me, but the instant I opened my mouth my fiancé asked how could I do this to him? I tried to explain that my phone went flat, but he then went on screaming about how I could cheat on him. I was baffled. Why would he think that? I tried to explain the night's events but I kept getting cut off. Nikki then chimed in and said I was a lying ass and how could I be so heartless to a man who has been there for me through thick and thin. She went on to say I kept flirting with random guys all night, and then when she went to the bathroom, she saw me leave with her friend. I told her what had happened and she showed me photos on her phone where as we were leaving, his hand was on my back ushering me outside. Yes, the photo did look horrible and I was so drunk I didn't even realize his hand was on my back at all. My fiancé was so angry, he kept shouting and his mom and mine were both crying. I then asked Nikki to call her friend and he would confirm nothing happened, but when she called him, he told a completely different story. He said I begged him to take me back to his, and when he did, we slept together multiple times. I saw red and started crying and yelling at Nikki because I knew she had organized this whole thing to make me look bad. I begged my fiancé to believe me, but he just shook his head and left. When everyone had cleared out, my mother slapped me across the face and told me to get out. I left and went to a friend's house where I stayed for a few nights. During those nights I called my fiancé crying and pleading with him to believe me that nothing happened, but it all fell on deaf ears as he never returned any of my calls or texts. My mom texted me and told me she was kicking me out and that she couldn't believe I would do such a thing, and a lot of hurtful other slurs I don't think I could repeat here. She didn't even give me time to get my things as she threw everything out. I was now homeless. None of my family would take me in, as they chose my fiancé and mother's side. I was homeless and single in less than a day and a half. My entire world had been taken away because of Nikki's lies. Now for weeks I tried everything to get my fiancé back and my family. The limit for me though was when Christmas time had come and I went over to my mother's house to try and reconcile. I was sleeping from couch to couch during this time. When I got to my parents' house, I knocked on the door but no one answered. My friend then called me and told me she just saw on Facebook that my family were in another state celebrating Christmas and they had posted pictures online. Everyone was there, my sisters, parents, grandparents and even my fiancé and his family. When I myself saw the photos, I couldn't stop crying as they all looked so happy. I cried for days and days before deciding to block them all. I even returned my engagement ring. My friend knew someone a couple hours away who was looking for some help in his restaurant, and he even had living arrangements above where he worked so I could get rent at a cheap price and work at the same time. I wanted to start over with my life as it hurt me that no one took my side and they all left me to fend for myself. I was able to move pretty quickly and was doing well. The apartment was tiny and I had to work 10+ hours almost every day, but I was able to save a lot of money. I'm not living in the apartment anymore. I was able to rent a much nicer condo, but I am still working at the restaurant as assistant manager. Now it has been roughly 2 years since I left and have not spoken to any of my family. I had no idea what was going on with them until I got a knock on my door. It was my ex-fiancé. I was shocked to say the least. All these feelings came rushing back and all I wanted to do was jump into his arms. But then I remembered the pain I had felt and tried to slam the door in his face, but he stopped it and asked that I let him explain. He said that Nikki had gotten married and she had confessed that she lied about the situation because she had found someone she loved so much and realized what a horrible thing she had done. I asked him how he found me and he said my friend told him. My entire family has been trying to get in touch with me and want to see me. I told him I needed time to see if I even wanted to have them in my life. He left and I have been a mess since. I don't know what to do. I know I will never ever forgive Nikki. She could rot for all I cared, but it's hard because my other family and fiancé didn't know she was lying, but I also felt like they abandoned me too quickly without letting me explain my side. My desperate sister wants me to give her my baby and my husband. She's always been entitled, but it's reached a new level. It's me, 28, my husband Lucas, 39, and my younger half-sister, Dad's side, Leah, 24. My husband and I met through work 5 years ago but didn't date right away. We tied the knot by eloping 2 years ago as I predicted Leah would cause wedding drama. Leah herself had a failed engagement 1 year ago. We gave her our condolences, but she said if I really cared I would stop wearing my engagement ring around her, flaunting it. I obviously did not take it off. It's a vintage ring that is an heirloom in Lucas's family. I'm now 5 months pregnant with a baby girl. It wasn't planned, but she's a very welcome surprise. Lucas is so excited to be a girl dad, it's very funny. Ever since I announced my pregnancy, Leah has been very snippy and standoffish with me. It didn't really affect me, we're not close. But then I noticed when we'd go to visit my dad, or are at family gatherings, she's very touchy with Lucas. She giggles at every joke he makes. It doesn't really bother me. I'm secure in my marriage and if anything it makes her look silly. We had a blended family event with both mom and dad's side and we were discussing baby names when Leah freaked out, screeching at me that she's the one who deserves a husband and a baby, not me, because I never wanted marriage or kids. I was focused on getting a career. And stormed off. Later on, my dad and his wife said she shouldn't have shouted, but I was flaunting my marriage and pregnancy when I knew she had a failed engagement and had always wanted a baby. I thought that was it, but yesterday the three of them asked to talk and they came over to ours and they legitimately asked if I would give Leah my baby. Like they weren't joking, they said it seriously. They said she deserved it more than me as she wouldn't neglect being a mother for a career. Lucas was stunned but then promptly got them out of our house. I heard Leah clinging to his arm, telling him she could be a good stay-at-home mom. My mom and her side of the family are furious. Leah's mom said it was malicious of me to tell my mom's family and that I had really upset Leah when we eloped, so I had to make it up to her and that my mom doesn't get a say. We have no proof of God's existence, but we also have no way of denying it either. Agnosticism is the only true way. So I have noticed 3 main argument types for the existence of God and studied them extensively, and here's what I have found. Argument type 1 are arguments for God's existence that end up being debunked or don't actually prove what they try to prove. Take for example the ontological argument, which states that God is the greatest thing we can imagine. It would not be great for it to not exist, therefore it must exist. This can be refuted by simply replacing God with anything, like a floating island full of diamonds or a world where everyone lives in harmony. Just because it would be better for X thing to exist, doesn't mean that it does exist. Or for example the cosmological argument, which states that physical things exist now, which means that something non-physical had to bring them into existence and that something is God. But this doesn't prove, say, the Christian God. That non-physical thing could just as easily be the universe. This argument just doesn't prove God. Argument type 2 for God's existence. These rely on unfalsifiable hypotheses, in the vein of, say, the invisible pink unicorn, or the flying spaghetti monster, or Russell's teapot. An example of this would be the theological argument, or at least how some like to reply to counterarguments to it, with this argument saying that nature looks designed, therefore it has to be designed. Defenders of God usually say that is because of his omnipotentness, that he made the world in a way that aligns with his omnibenevolency. But then, why do rabbits have tails that hunters can shoot at them? Why do hurricanes, floods exist? Why do we have blind spots in our eyes and other bodily imperfections, such as my small pee-pee, among other things? While some say that this is because we got punished. But if he did indeed have his omni properties, we couldn't have done the first ever sin, and why would a very good God create creatures that didn't share this goodness? Also, it is likely that the Adam and Eve story isn't even real and is just myth. Evolution, not creationism, is the theory most grounded in scientific evidence. Although, a conclusion that can be drawn is that there is a God that is not within the bounds of space-time, that does not care about us just because he is morally gray, he is everywhere and everything, or many other things that just make his existence an unfalsifiable hypothesis that just doesn't satisfy anyone. Like heck, it just makes the belief in him as legit as believing in the flying spaghetti monster. Argument type 3 is anything along the lines of, faith cannot be argued for or against, you just have to look for it yourself. This is just fideism. Some, like Kierkegaard, say that faith isn't something that should be grounded in reason. It's like a leap of faith in Indiana Jones. There is a big deep gap between the two cliffs and Jones can't jump over it, but there is possibility that there is one, a 50-50 one. Keep in mind though, this is a possibility. Heck, there is a 50-50 possibility for anything. The probability may as well have been 1% for there to have been a tiny bridge, and there may have been an even slimmer chance for him to have made it onto it. And heck, is Indiana Jones really a good example? The course of his character is determined by a god technically, that being the film's creator, but whatever. The leap of faith exemplifies the absurd source for meaning in this cold, meaningless universe that will most definitely not succeed, as Camus said. The fact is, even if faith is something that does not rely on reason as per fideism, it still doesn't solve the issue of God. If he is beyond our space-time realm, he is everywhere and everything etc., cannot be detectable, smellable, traceable, he doesn't care about us or his creation and whatever other properties we assign to him, then there is to be no difference between a God and no God at all. We have no proof of God's existence, but we also have no way of denying it either. Agnosticism is the only true way. So I have noticed 3 main argument types for the existence of God and studied them extensively, and here's what I have found. Argument type 1 are arguments for God's existence that end up being debunked or don't actually prove what they try to prove. Take for example the ontological argument, which states that God is the greatest thing we can imagine. It would not be great for it to not exist, therefore it must exist. This can be refuted by simply replacing God with anything, like a floating island full of diamonds or a world where everyone lives in harmony. Just because it would be better for X thing to exist, doesn't mean that it does exist. Or for example the cosmological argument, which states that physical things exist now, which means that something non-physical had to bring them into existence and that something is God. But, this doesn't prove say the Christian God, that non-physical thing could just as easily be the universe. This argument just doesn't prove God. Argument type 2 for God's existence. These rely on unfalsifiable hypotheses, in the vein of say the invisible pink unicorn, or the flying spaghetti monster or Russell's teapot. An example of this would be the theological argument, or at least how some like to reply to counterarguments to it, with this argument saying that nature looks designed, therefore it has to be designed. Defenders of God usually say that is because of his omnipotentness, that he made the world in a way that aligns with his omnibenevolency. But then, why do rabbits have tails that hunters can shoot at them? Why do hurricanes, floods exist? Why do we have blind spots in our eyes and other bodily imperfections, such as my small pee-pee, among other things? While some say that this is because we got punished. But if he did indeed have his omni-properties, we couldn't have done the first ever sin, and why would a very good God create creatures that didn't share this goodness? Also, it is likely that the Adam and Eve story isn't even real and is just myth. Evolution, not creationism, is the theory most grounded in scientific evidence. Although, a conclusion that can be drawn is that there is a God that is not within the bounds of space-time, that does not care about us just because he is morally gray, he is everywhere and everything, or many other things that just make his existence an unfalsifiable hypothesis that just doesn't satisfy anyone. Like heck, it just makes the belief in him as legit as believing in the flying spaghetti monster. Argument type 3 is anything along the lines of, faith cannot be argued for or against, you just have to look for it yourself. This is just fideism. Some, like Kierkegaard, say that faith isn't something that should be grounded in reason. It's like a leap of faith in Indiana Jones. There is a big deep gap between the two cliffs and Jones can't jump over it, but there is possibility that there is one, a 50-50 one. Keep in mind though, this is a possibility. Heck, there is a 50-50 possibility for anything. The probability may as well have been 1% for there to have been a tiny bridge, and there may have been an even slimmer chance for him to have made it onto it. And heck, is Indiana Jones really a good example? The course of his character is determined by a god technically, that being the film's creator, but whatever. The leap of faith exemplifies the absurd source for meaning in this cold, meaningless universe that will most definitely not succeed, as Camus said. The fact is, even if faith is something that does not rely on reason as per fideism, it still doesn't solve the issue of God. If he is beyond our space-time realm, he is everywhere and everything etc., cannot be detectable, smellable, traceable, he doesn't care about us or his creation and whatever other properties we assign to him, then there is to be no difference between a God and no God at all.
I'm pregnant and my alcoholic boyfriend is threatening to take our child away after birth despite the fact that he's abusive. My boyfriend is currently threatening to take our child away after a bad fight which we had. He has a bad temper and we have been fighting more often since I got pregnant 12 weeks ago. These fights can get explosive especially when he drinks, which he does a lot. Since I've been pregnant he has screamed at me, threatened to hurt my dog and my cat because they don't behave like he thinks they should. He punches things when he is angry or slams doors. He slammed the sliding glass door so hard the other night that it stopped closing all the way. He has also threatened to sock my belly and pushed me stomach first onto the railing many times, but has never actually gone through with it. Usually these fights end with me crying and him falling asleep. He will apologize the next day once he sobers up. Well, tonight was the worst I have ever seen him. We both work for the same company and I set up an event which he volunteered to work at. Everything was fine all day until the end of the day. He called me to say F you, and that if I ever set up another event he will leave me and take our child. He called me again later to pick him up because he and his ride got into an argument where they both almost got arrested because my boyfriend initiated a fist fight. He was over an hour away from me, but I still drove there. When I arrived, he refused to get into my car. He started berating me and calling me and my entire family horrible names. He told me to get a termination because the baby will end up like me. I ended up leaving after a full hour because he refused to come with me. Then he was mad because he couldn't find a hotel to stay in and I left him. He got an Uber home and started grabbing all of his stuff. While grabbing his things he pushed me into the wall and told me he's going to take me to court. Then he said he will win custody of our child. He makes significantly more than me, and he used this to call me broke and unfair to care for a child at home, saying that the court will rule in his favor and I will never see our kid again. I recorded him while he was yelling at me tonight. Can I use this as evidence? My best friend cheated on her boyfriend, so I invited them both over to dinner without telling them that the other is coming, and it was the biggest mistake of my life. My best friend Jess cheated on her boyfriend a few weeks ago and she has been inconsolable about it ever since. She states that it was just a dumb mistake on a drunken night out and that she can barely even remember cheating, and therefore should be forgiven. It hurts to see my friend in such a state as she really did love her boyfriend. Her boyfriend Chase, on the other hand, as soon as he found out about the cheating, he was told by Jess' friend, he broke up with her immediately and is refusing to give her a second chance. I have been in my friend's corner throughout this all, obviously. I have really been trying to help her win Chase back from the sidelines, but I've never talked to Chase myself. I have been there with her while she tries to call him, or as she creates new accounts to try to get into contact with him, and it's hard. There are times I just want to tell Jess to give up and stop trying, but then I remember how beautiful their relationship was and why she was trying so hard. There had been a few bumps in the road, such as her drinking, which she perhaps does too often, but she has been working on it with his help. And me remembering that is exactly what sparked my idea in the first place. I had a thought to myself, where I pondered about what would happen were I to invite them both over to dinner, without telling them that each other is coming. Chase is a mutual friend and I have no doubts he would come over. I also stumbled upon this exact scene in The Simpsons with Apu and Manjula, and considering they got back together at the end of the episode, I figured why not give it a shot. 2 days ago I contacted them both separately, and invited them over for dinner the next day. I told Jess I just wanted to spend time with her. And I told Chase that Jess was being secretive about what she had done and why you ended the relationship, and I wanted to find out from the source. They both accepted and my plan was underway. The next evening they came over. Well, Jess showed up first, a few minutes before she was supposed to arrive, and we started chatting away. Then the doorbell rang a few minutes later. Jess looked confused and I told her that I had invited someone else over for dinner. It was of course Chase. I welcomed him in and he walked into the kitchen to see Jess. As soon as he saw Jess he began yelling, "What the F? You invited me here to surprise me with this beach whose legs are spread more than a hook RS on a Saturday night, what the F?" And he went to turn around and walk out. I rushed over to him of course and tried to get him to calm down. But he wasn't having any of it. He went to put his jacket back on and walk out, all while Jess was yelling over him, but I stood in between him and the door and told him that he is not leaving here until he has a normal and civil discussion with Jess, and where they can reach some sort of compromise. Chase, seeing that there was no way out, gave in. He sat down at the table, but refused a portion of dinner. Jess refused too, so I was eating alone. From my immediate first impression, Jess seemed more thrilled about this plan of mine than Chase did, but I was doing it for his own good too. Slowly but surely I pried Chase open and got information out of him and did my best to sway him into forgiving Jess, and I truly thought it was working at one point. But at some point throughout the talk Jess said, "Why can't you forgive me like last time?" Something clicked in my head. Last time? I asked Jess. She seemed caught off guard immediately, and began stumbling over her words. Chase then budged in. "Oh, she hasn't told you, has she? She cheated on me before and I forgave her." My eyes flew open and I asked Jess if it was true. She started crying and admitted that she had cheated before on Chase, and this was the second time she was begging for forgiveness from him. When I asked her how could she not tell me this, she replied saying she was too ashamed and proceeded to leave immediately, still in tears. Chase sat there looking smug, and he asked me if I was done. I told I was sorry and that I didn't know, and he replied saying that me doing this was the dumbest thing ever. He left shortly after too, but before he did he said that he had to go check on her to make sure she doesn't off herself. I asked him what he meant and Chase told me that Jess, a few months prior, had told him if he ever leaves her she will end herself as he is the only good thing in her life. I asked him if he thinks she meant it, and he said most likely not, but advised me to reach out to her to make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. That's what I've been trying to do, but I've had no luck yet. I'm really worried for Jess. My best friend cheated on her boyfriend, so I invited them both over to dinner without telling them that the other is coming, and it was the biggest mistake of my life. This is certainly not an update I ever thought I was going to be making. These last few weeks have been the hardest few weeks of my entire life. Chase wasn't lying when he told me that my best friend Jess might take her life. I tried reaching her over the phone for the next day after my original post, and I ended up driving down to her house, and lo and behold I did not find her there. I called her parents and they did not know either, neither did any of her siblings. I called Chase and asked him if he had seen her by any chance, and he said that he has been trying to reach out purely to make sure she's okay, but she has not responded to him either. I was so worried at this point that I ended up calling the police. By this point it had been over 24 hours since anyone had seen her or been able to get into contact with her, and she was declared a missing person. I stayed hopeful, but the next day I got the most heartbreaking call of my life. It was Jess' mother. She called me in tears, and I kept asking her what was going on, all while telling her it's okay and to relax. The very first sentence she said was, "They found Jess, she took her life." My world exploded at that moment. I stayed on the phone with Jess' mother for what seemed like eternity crying. The funeral was held 5 days later. Chase showed up to it, and me and him spoke a little. He told me he feels an incredible amount of guilt and he really has no way of dealing with it. He revealed to me that Jess' other friends had been bombarding him and trying to get him fired for making Jess take her life, and I consoled him. This is just as hard on him too. It's been 2 weeks since the funeral and Chase and I keep in touch regularly. He's actually moving into mine until he can get back on his feet. The harassment ended up getting to him. And his address was leaked by one of Jeff's friends and he needs a safe place to stay.
My girlfriend's colleague keeps hitting on her and she enables his behavior. I told her that it makes me uncomfortable and she now says I have toxic masculinity. So there's this guy at my girlfriend's workplace named Rob who has a massive crush on her. 2 years ago, Rob showed up at my girlfriend's door with a bottle of wine to celebrate her promotion and insisted she invite him in. Being the polite person that she is, she invited him in for a glass of wine despite me saying no, and an hour later he left. Rob tried to make moves on her in front of me, but was respectful when I told him not to do this. However, he has since been pining for her. Just a month ago, my girlfriend and Rob were on vacation at the same time, coincidentally. They were in different cities but the same country, and Rob took a 4-hour bus ride to spend 2 days with her, and booked a room in the same hotel. My girlfriend informed me of this and assured me nothing happened between them. A few days ago my girlfriend, Rob, and another female colleague named Ali, all decided to go to a city famous for its Christmas market. That city is a 5-hour drive away from our city. Ali has an on and off boyfriend who lives in that town. So I could already see where this was headed. When they were booking their accommodation, my girlfriend showed me the B&B she was booking. I asked her why she was leaning towards booking this 1-bedroom apartment instead of 2 hotel rooms. She said all budget hotels are sold out and this is supposed to be a quick one-night trip so they didn't want to spend a lot. I asked her if Ali would spend time with her boyfriend and I was told by my girlfriend that she doesn't intend to meet him. In hindsight I should not have believed this. Fast forward to the travel day. Ali tells her boyfriend they were on their way to his town. The boyfriend decides to meet them for lunch and dinner, then asks Ali to spend the night over at his place with him. So now it's my girlfriend and Rob in the 1-bedroom B&B. So my girlfriend and Rob get back to their B&B and she goes in for a shower. She got out of the shower and was texting me when Rob entered her room. She told me that he just entered. I asked him what he was doing there. She said that they had decided to drink their leftover wine from earlier and that she was going out to the living room to drink. She then told me that Rob was trying to get her to sit next to him on the couch. Now, I trust my girlfriend 100%. I know she would never cheat on me. Plus I am not at all insecure about this dude. I got a bit annoyed and texted her, yeah, you keep leading him on so of course he will keep trying his luck with you. He knows we're together yet you never put a boundary down for him, what's he gonna do? This instantly ticked her off. She said I'm victim blaming the girl for the actions of a man. And that it's not her problem if a man can't keep it in his pants. And then said that she thinks I am displaying a toxic masculine mentality by blaming her. I kept telling her this has nothing to do with her gender, but the fact that she kept putting herself in situations where she knew the guy would push his luck. I further added that I would do everything I could to avoid finding myself alone in an apartment with a female colleague if I knew she had the hots for me. She was really annoyed at this and said it's not the same. She just kept repeating that this is her stance and that she isn't liable for the actions of others. We left it at that and called it a night. I texted her this morning and didn't even mention the incident from last night, but she started talking about it again telling me that I have a toxic male mentality and implied that she cannot get over it. I think we might be over at this point. My mentally ill girlfriend had a psychotic breakdown and attempted suicide with me in the next room. I'm praying that I made it on time. I'm writing this from the hospital with my girlfriend currently fighting for her life as I desperately need a place to vent. My girlfriend suffers from bipolar personality disorder. Her moods shift from the extremes all the time and putting up with it is very hard. There have been times where she has thrown tantrums in restaurants and caused us to be kicked out because something upset her. She has destroyed things of mine and laid hands on me several times. However, she loves me very deeply, and each time she does something like this, she comes to me the next day with a batch of flowers and a handwritten apology card where she expresses how sorry she is and how much she loves me. These apologies are genuine every single time. She is truly a beautiful soul. She is deeply traumatized from severe abuse in her early years at the hands of her parents and has developed deep psychological issues due to this. We have tried many different therapists, doctors and medications, and nothing really seems to help or make her more stable. I love her with all my heart and I truly worry about her well-being. I am attached to her and feel personally responsible for her health. What led up to me staying in this hospital and her fighting for her life was never something I could have seen coming. Earlier tonight we were preparing dinner, and he had an episode out of nowhere. This does not happen very often anymore, but it has happened many times in the past. Therefore I usually know how to act. I tend to comfort her as best as I can all while being as gentle as I can with her. I don't touch or hold her as during these episodes human contact can really make her break down, so I do my best to protect her from herself from a distance. This was no different. But because we were preparing dinner we were in the kitchen. During this episode of hers, I kept trying to talk to her and calm her down, but this time it was not working. She was crying about how much she hates herself and how she wishes she was never born. She then grabbed a kitchen knife and pointed it at herself. I begged her not to and tried to walk over to her to retrieve the knife from her. But then she yelled at me that if I take on more steps she'll hurt herself. I should have listened. Thinking she was bluffing, I took a step forward, and she proceeded to CT her wrist. Not deep, but deep enough to draw red. I freaked out, not gonna lie, and started mouthing "oh crap" over and over. Then I took a step back. I proceeded to plead with her to put the knife down and she continued crying. Eventually she relented. She only did this when I started crying myself. This was the first time I ever cried in front of her in the 3 years we have been together. I think seeing this sparked something, as she put the knife down and came over. We hugged and cried, holding each other all whilst she kept repeating how sorry she was. After hugging it out, I told her that I'll finish dinner myself and she can sit at the kitchen table and we can talk if she'd like to, or just sit in silence. She didn't seem to mind it. We stayed silent and didn't walk much. Even when dinner was complete and we ate it, there were only a few words that were said between us. I did manage to make her laugh once, however, which was nice. At the end of dinner she said she wants to relax in the bath and asked me if I'd like to find a new show for us to watch after she comes out, and I replied saying I'd like that. In hindsight, I was so stupid. How could I not see her intentions with the bath, especially with what went down just an hour prior to it? I hate myself for it so much. She went into the bath and ran the water. Our room has an ensuite with a bath, and so I was able to hear it. The bath ran for a considerable amount of time and I got suspicious. I decided to ignore this time and went to kitchen to make myself a snack to watch TV with, and came back about 10 minutes later. God, I'm such an idiot. I then went to the other bathroom. I went to the effing bathroom. All this time the water was still running, and for some reason I never thought that something could be wrong. I came back out perhaps 5 minutes later. When I walked back into the room I noticed something was wrong. I could smell blood. It was coming from the ensuite that my girlfriend was in. I panicked and my mind went to the possibility of suicide as I put the running water and smell of red together. I rushed over to the bathroom and started banging and calling her name, but she wouldn't reply. The smell of red was strong and the door was locked. I had only one option, and that's to break down the door, so that's what I did. What I saw will forever scar me. My girlfriend lying in a bathtub, with wounds on her arms and red pouring absolutely everywhere. A blade near the tub and a bath towel on the edge of the tub also drenched in red. I screamed immediately and ran over, and thankfully I could see she was still breathing. I called 911 and reported what was happening, and they sent an ambulance over. Those minutes that I waited for the ambulance were the most painful and longest minutes of my life. I talked to her the whole time, begging her not to leave, begging her to stay. Telling her all her favorite things and singing her favorite songs. I cried so hard while holding there. I kept telling her how strong she is and how she'll make it. When the ambulance arrived they quickly put her in and I drove off with her. I held her hand the whole time. We got to the hospital and she was still breathing. The doctors took her somewhere and told me to wait here. They told me that she's alive right now but has lost a large amount of red, and that she might not make it. Her odds seemed to be about 50-50 is what I was told. I cursed myself for being so stupid and not noticing earlier. My mentally ill girlfriend had a psychotic breakdown and attempted suicide with me in the next room. I'm praying that I made it on time. One of the few things that we take for granted in this life is the health of the ones around us. What going through this experience with my girlfriend has taught me is that life is short and can end at any moment. Please tell your loved ones you love them, because my girlfriend will never again go a day in her life without me reassuring her that she is loved and she is worthy. I'm glad to say that my girlfriend made it. When the doctor told me the good news I hugged him and cried in his arms. The third time I cried that day, I don't even care. My girlfriend was sent home the next day and I did my absolute best to accommodate her and make sure everything was okay for her. I may have asked her if she was okay too many times the day she came home and may have told her how much I loved her a little too much. I talked to her about what happened, and what this experience has made me realize. She didn't seem to want to talk much the first day, which was understandable. But over the next week or so she opened up and we had a conversation which must have spanned 5 or 6 hours because we started it during daytime and it was pitch black by the time we finished. The conversation can be summed up with me explaining to her how seeing her in the tub made me feel, how I hate myself for not noticing what was happening earlier, and how I'm going to start reaffirming to her how much I love her with words. I thought my actions show a good enough job at this, but she told me she needs the words too. On her end she apologized too. She apologized for putting me through it and apologized for what happened in the kitchen previously. We have also decided that we need to look into more potential therapy or maybe couples therapy, as well as seek out the highest level of professionals in order to try to help her with her mental health. It's going to be a long road ahead, but I'm ready for it. I have the love of my life by my side. I've turned a goose into my ARCH nemesis and we get into a fist fight every single day. So over the last 2 months or so, I have been involved in 28 fist fights, all of which are with this one particular effing goose. You see, I live by a very quiet canal which is pleasant to walk by. This is a walk I like to take every morning, and it also happens to be the walk where my arch nemesis, the goose, resides. It all started 2 months ago. I was walking down the canal when I noticed a goose. Being an animal lover, I went over and ripped off a piece of my sandwich, then gave it to the goose. He ate it, then being the little Nimrod that he is, snatched the entire leftover of my sandwich out of my hand. He moved so fast I barely saw him, and as he was eating it, I tried to lunge for the sandwich to get it back. The goose then kicked me. I have never seen a goose kick before, so this was new. Knowing that I will never be defeated by a goose, I tried again. By this point, the sandwich was in this greedy goose's belly, so when I came back for a rematch with this goose, he bit my hand hard. The bite was hard, so in retort I swung my other fist at the goose and missed, but I managed to graze his beak. This angered the goose, so it bit the other hand, and so I was stuck with 2 wounded hands and no sandwich. This round went to the goose. Annoyed, I walked off and went home, not even finishing my walk. The next day I walked again, and in the same spot who do I see? The same exact goose standing there. I know it was the same goose because it had a distinct black spot on its neck, which was here this time too. Once again I was carrying a sandwich and this time, I was going to be clever. I walked over intending to tease the goose, and that's what I did. I held out my hand with a piece of sandwich, and as the goose went to snatch it, I pulled my hand back, laughing at the idiot goose and calling it stupid as I ate the bit of sandwich that was in my hand. Well, I closed my eyes for half a second enjoying the sandwich while mocking the goose, and half a second is all it took for this goose to snatch the rest of my sandwich out of my hand. I realized what had happened and that it was me who had been bamboozled. So I tried to snatch the sandwich back out of the goose's mouth. Long story short, I ended up with a bruised forearm and no sandwich. It was now 2-0 to the goose. And so I have done this dance with the goose basically every second day since that incident. I go outside with a sandwich, tease the goose with it, and try to walk off smugly without letting him have any. Unfortunately, this does not always go how I planned it, as once the goose chased me until I had no choice but to throw the sandwich on the ground for the goose to eat it and leave me alone. I have won this battle a few times, but the goose ends up winning most of the time. I actually keep track of the score. Currently it's 18-10 in favor of the goose. My wife is demanding we change our child's last name to her ex-husband's, so I filed for divorce and she refuses to accept it. My wife has recently kicked me out of the house just 3 weeks after the birth of our first child. The reason I was kicked out stemmed from an ex. So, my wife was previously in a long-term relationship with her ex, who committed suicide due to PTSD after he returned from Afghanistan. Her son from her first relationship lives with us and is 12 years old. Her son has her ex's surname. The main problem is that she is demanding that our baby takes on her ex's surname. Her reasoning is that her 12-year-old has her ex's name and so does she, and if we give the baby my surname, the 12-year-old will feel alienated. She has been demanding this. Literally demanding. She refuses to take anything except an enthusiastic yes for an answer, and if I try to protest it I usually get crocodile tears as well as her talking about her ex and how much he meant to her. She says that I'm a bad person for not allowing our son to have his surname. I have tried my best to compromise, saying that since I practically raised her son he can have my surname, that way he won't feel left out, and she can take my name too. She said no as her 12-year-old son has had his name all his life and shouldn't have to change it to appease me. I also tried to explain that they have 2 separate fathers so it's natural that they have different names. That was turned down with tears too. We have to register the baby's name next Thursday. I told her that we should probably get couples therapy and in the meantime register the baby with my name. She turned that down too and said she went through the trouble of carrying the baby and pushing it out, and she should get to decide this on her own. I even asked her son and he said he doesn't mind having separate names as he knows his father was his father but I am dad. He doesn't care if his newborn baby sister has a different surname. I told my wife this and she said I am emotionally manipulating her son. We had another argument 5 days ago and haven't spoken much since. I didn't want it to continue like this as this should be our happy moments. 2 days ago I told her that the baby either gets my surname or we are getting a divorce. I told her that perhaps her dead husband could help raise our daughter with her since she doesn't want to acknowledge me as the dad. She called me a manipulator and says it's not fair that she doesn't get to decide the baby's first name on her own or the surname. Her suggestions for the first name when she was pregnant were feminine versions of her ex's name. That day I called a solicitor and she overheard. She is telling me that I am forcing her into a corner and being manipulative. My wife is demanding we change our child's last name to her ex-husband's, so I filed for divorce and she refuses to accept it. I decided to come home and have a family get together and discuss this problem. I invited her, mine and her ex's parents to the discussion and they all showed up. Her sister tagged along for this discussion. Turns out my parents are the only ones that agreed with me on my surname. Her parents and sister agreed with her, saying I should do it as she was the one that carried her. Surprisingly, her ex's parents thought it would be a nice gesture to name my daughter with their surname. Also, to my shock, they revealed that the first name I agreed to for our child was the name her ex wanted to name their child if they had had a girl instead. She blushed when that piece of information got out. I asked her if it would be fair to name our daughter after one of my exes, and she said that wasn't the same. The rest of the discussion went play and unlike I expected, it did not get heated. When everyone left, I tried to reason with her again, but she went upstairs, slammed the bedroom door in my face and locked it. In the morning she didn't come out. I left her breakfast by the door hoping she would calm down enough by the time we would register to discuss it as adults. A few of her friends phoned me and asked me why it was so important for me in the year of 2023 to give my surname to my child. I explained my side and why I had reservations. They still felt I was being unreasonable. On the Tuesday before the name appointment, Thursday, my wife picked a fight with me and said she was going to name our daughters both first and last names after her ex. She went as far as saying that she would rather take her life than give her daughter my name. So, I am a little ashamed about this, but I called the police on her saying she threatened to commit suicide. They came and took her away, despite her protesting and saying she was okay, stating it was only said in the heat of the moment. I guess I egged on the police telling them it could be postpartum depression and that I felt it was not safe for her to be around our baby. I registered the name on my own without her blessing and participation. She was still not released by then. Our daughter's first, middle and surname are all chosen by me. My wife obviously has some unresolved issues and I hope she gets the help she needs. There is something wrong with her as she instructed her ex's parents to collect her son and my daughter to look after via her sister until she could get out. When her ex's parents came by and tried to take the baby I told them to F off. They threatened me with police and I told them to go ahead. So they left with their grandson. Her parents came by during the weekend and wanted to take the baby to my wife, and when I resisted they kept telling me not to be difficult. I told them no over and over and they finally left. A health inspector even came by our house. When my wife was released she didn't come home and went to her parents' house instead. She has been there since, although she tried twice to take the baby from me, I changed the locks. She did drop off expressed milk for the baby, and has continued to do so via her sister. I contacted a solicitor for the divorce and for now I am keeping the baby as even the health visitor said that social services are going to get involved due to her mental state and I am the better option for care for now. There is no saving my marriage and I doubt she ever loved me with other things that have come out since then. For the streets girlfriend has spreadsheet of the guys she cheated on me with. I had to wait ages for just a kiss while she slept with multiple guys. We met 3 years ago at a party of a mutual friend. Once we were introduced, we ended up spending the entire rest of the party just sitting and talking to one another. It really felt like we were the only two people there, and as the night ended she told me that she really enjoyed talking to me and asked me for my number. Which was a first for me. I awoke the next morning to a text from her telling me how much she enjoyed talking with me and wanted to know if I would be interested in getting together to talk some more. I agreed, and that next weekend we met at a local bookstore/coffee house where we proceeded to spend 5 hours talking until the shop kicked us out because they were closing. Not once in either of the conversations did we talk about anything romantic or love or anything like that. It was everything from philosophy to economics to religion and everything in between. Once again she tells me she has had a great time and asks if we can do this again. We set a time for the next weekend and same exact thing happens again. This goes on for 3 more times and I am very confused as to what this is. Are we just friends getting together to talk? Is this going anywhere else? I had no idea. She sends me a text that week prior to meeting telling me that I am the easiest person she has ever talked to and that she feels totally comfortable and safe being with me. So finally at the end of the next day when she says she wants to do this again, I just said that I was curious as to what she considered these times together as. I asked if we are just friends or was there a possibility of being more? She said that she really enjoyed our time together and would like to see where it goes. Next time we are together, as we are talking, I kind of reached out and took her hand and we held hands for the first time for several minutes. I tell her at the end of this night that next time I would like to do something different with her and took her to the movies. Things went well and during the movie I put my arm around her and she laid her head on my shoulder. As we parted that night I gathered up my courage and leaned in to give her a kiss goodnight. Her response was not what I expected. She actually withdrew from my attempt and I immediately apologized to her and felt like a total heel. She said that I didn't need to apologize, but she was just a little shocked as she wasn't expecting it. I quickly apologized again and withdrew for the night, embarrassed beyond belief. She texted me the very next day saying she was sorry about the night before. She really liked me and wants to move that direction in our relationship, but she wanted to take things slow. I replied saying that I was willing to go at whatever speed she wanted and again apologized because I felt really bad. Now mind you, while I said I was willing to go at her speed, and I was, but I was really confused by what taking it slow meant. We had been seeing each other once a week for hours at a time for over 2 months. But being very inexperienced in the relationship game, only had a girlfriend in high school and went out on dates in college but mostly as friends and nothing ever lasted, I just thought I would let her take the lead. We went out 2 more times and then at the beginning of our next date she actually greeted me with a kiss. From there our relationship advanced at what I consider a normal pace. A year and a half later we were living together and in my opinion, everything was going great. That is until 2 weeks ago she had to pick me up at my work because my car was in the shop. She pulled up and was sitting in the car and one of my coworkers who I'm friendly with came out with me as he was leaving at the same time. I introduced them from a distance but clearly within view of each other. They waved hello and we left. The next day I came back and he said he wanted to make sure there wasn't going to be a problem between the two of us. I asked him why would there be and he said she didn't say anything to you. I said she did not and he said well it was a couple of years ago so she may not even remember him, and then he proceeds to tell me that they matched up on Tinder and would hook up with each other and it went on for a few months before B started dating his current girlfriend. I told him that it might have been a different person and he then proceeds to show me her Tinder profile. I've never used the site before so I wasn't sure how to look at anything, but he said it does not look like she is active on there now and hasn't been for a while. But the fact of the matter was that for sure it was her, and to make matters worse, I didn't tell him this, but the time frame that he was saying was also some of the same time we were together in the beginning. The times I was rebuked for leaning in for a kiss and quit possibly even after this. He could tell this was bothering me and he apologized but said that I needed to know that they were never dating or anything, it was just getting together to have intimacy, as though I was supposed to be okay with that. He didn't want to say much else, but he said that I should know that he knows for a fact that he wasn't the only one. Needless to say, this all upset me greatly, but I didn't know what to do or how to handle this. It was eating away at me and I did something I probably shouldn't have done, but we share an Outlook calendar and have for over a year so that we can plan our events. While she was gone I looked at her laptop and found her Outlook, which was nothing more than what we shared. However, I noticed she had a separate calendar and it was not password protected. I went back on her calendar, even though I knew it was wrong, and sure as crap there was his first name, and yes, for fact some of those dates were after we were already past the getting to know you stage. But wait, there's more. Not only was his name there, but there were several other guys' names. There were weeks where she had a different name on every day of the week and twice had 2 names on weekend days. What made me the sickest of all though was looking at the weeks where we were early on in our relationship when I had to basically be afraid to hold her hand that she was meeting with other guys that week, and even one time earlier in the day when we met. How do I know this, you might ask? My name was on there as well. Now it does appear that about 5 months after we started dating the names mostly stopped, and by a year in there were no more names. But what really sucks is that one guy's name is on there more than others, and this is a guy who she has brought to our house on more than one occasion and introduced us. She has never once told me that they were ever intimate partners. In fact, that is what kind of pisses me off about all of this. Frankly, if I didn't know any of this I would tell you she was a prude. Intimacy is very vanilla and I always have to initiate it. However, she just told me not more than a month ago that she feels like I'm her soulmate and she loves me with all of her heart. This is causing me a lot of pain, to be honest. I don't think I can live with this. The fact that I had to wait for months to even kiss and hold hands while all along she was getting intimacy from a variety of people makes me feel like absolute crap. The fact that I honestly was beating myself up after trying for a kiss really pisses me off. Then there is a part of me that says I'm not good enough. Sure, she may enjoy my personality or whatever, but obviously I am not attractive enough for her to want to be with me early on. Really bothers me. I mean, it would be one thing if she did all of this before we met, but there are names marked clearly after we were involved just before we moved in together. Including the guy I work with. I have yet to confront her. I don't know what I'm going to do or say. There is a very large part of me that just wants out of this. I feel like she is not the person she portrayed herself to be. Oh, believe me, she is a very judgmental person and has tons of opinions and comes across as holier than thou, even though she is not religious per se. Has anyone else ever had to deal with this? After thinking about this a lot, I decided that if everything was true, I didn't believe I could live with it. From my point of view, not only did it change the entire basically first year of our relationship, it fundamentally changed who I thought she was. I mean, we can all have different ways we react around people, but there are some things you can't just be one way one day and one way another day. However, just because the names were there, it doesn't necessarily mean she was sleeping with or even dating those guys.
My sister-in-law faked my husband's affair to get us to break up. I feel so guilty for believing her. Cheating is something that I have always had strong opinions about. I have been cheated on before and it sucked. Everyone knows that I don't forgive cheaters. So when my sister-in-law, my husband's sister, staged an elaborate scheme about my husband cheating, I ended the relationship. My relationship unfortunately wasn't the only one that was affected. My sister-in-law Lisa, 32, her best friend Emma, 32, and my husband Jamie, 29, were best friends growing up. Emma got married early when she was 20. Her husband was abusive. She has 2 children with him. She got divorced 10 years later and she was finally free from his abuse. She suffered a lot, however, and was, probably still is, in therapy. She and her children. I, 30, met Jamie 4 years ago. We got married 2 years later. Everything was just awesome. What I didn't know was that Emma wanted Jamie, and Lisa made it her mission, when Emma finally got divorced, to bring her brother and best friend together. I didn't know any of this, so I never knew there was a hidden agenda when a few months into my marriage overheard Lisa talking about how Jamie was cheating on a married colleague of his. In hindsight, I can tell it was staged because she was saying unnecessary details and was very loud. She meant for me to hear it. I confronted her then and there and she played very flustered and apologized and begged me not to ruin my marriage. She told me Jamie loved me and she never wanted to lose me as a sister. But at the same time she provided me with pictures and texts that were all photoshopped of my husband and his colleague. She begged me not to mention where I'd found out and I was grateful for her support and promised her not to expose her as the source. I confronted my husband with everything and he adamantly refused to admit to anything. It hurt me more that he never admitted or apologized. Ever. He asked me where I got this from, but I kept my promise and told him it was an anonymous tip. I also went so far that I contacted the colleague's husband. At the time, I thought it was the right thing to do. The colleague is this very beautiful woman that whom my husband worked very closely for many hours a day. I was a bit jealous of that and I confided my fears with Lisa. She used it against me. I asked for divorce and the colleague's husband did too. After that, Lisa, who I thought was my friend, who called me her sister, disappeared from my life. Like I never existed. Even when I bumped into her, she was short with me and indifferent. Months went by and I was still heartbroken, processing the separation. My husband stopped trying to make me see reason and agreed to divorce. He said he wanted to move on. I started having doubts. Why is Lisa doing this now? She was my friend and wanted the best for me, yet now she didn't even answer my texts. I followed both her and Emma on Instagram and I started seeing how Emma and my husband gradually started hanging out. At least once a week Emma or Lisa shared stories about my husband with Emma and her children. What I did next is very questionable and yet I don't regret it at all. I was desperate and I needed the truth. I was still very good friends with Lisa's on-again off-again boyfriends, Mike, sister. I told her my doubts and everything. I told her that Lisa was my source, that my husband was cheating, that I was starting to doubt everything and that I needed their help to unearth the truth. Mike was easier to persuade to help me than I expected. He had Lisa's passcodes and he went through her messages with Emma. And there was everything. They have plotted every. They used my idiocy and insecurity and made me throw the best thing that has ever happened to me. He sent me all the proof I needed. Even the original photos they used to Photoshop my husband with his colleague. My world was turned upside down again and I went into a deeper depression. I stayed in bed and called in sick for 2 weeks. I have not only ruined my life but also another family. I should have trusted my husband and the love he's shown me. I should have been honest with him about everything and where I got the news that he was cheating from. I should have not gone to hurt the colleague and her family just because I thought her beautiful. She has since quit her job and moved, but I still had her husband's contact information. I had to at least apologize. We met and I told him everything. He was so angry with me. He was crying and yelling at me and all I could think was that I deserved every insult he threw my way. I found the colleague on Instagram and sent her everything in a long apology. She didn't answer me. I don't know if I should tell my husband too. I know I don't deserve him at all. And I know that he doesn't want me anymore, but maybe he should just know what Emma is doing and what she's capable of doing. He deserves to know the truth. I decided not to meet up with Jamie. Every time I tried to text him and ask for a meeting, I panicked. That wasn't a good sign at all. I wanted him to know everything, in detail, and I tend to be all over the place when I'm panicking. So I decided to email him instead. I made a lot of drafts. Cross-checked all the information and waited a whole day before sending it. Adding some details here and there that I've forgotten to include. I sent him all the manipulated pictures and the original. Every screenshot Mike sent me from Lisa and Emma's conversations. I made it clear, however, that I wasn't trying to manipulate him to have me back. Because I knew that what I did was unforgivable, but I wanted to warn him about who he was dealing with. I told him that I've been watching Emma and Lisa's egg and I've seen that he was getting cozier with Emma. I wanted him to know all the facts if he was dating her. This took all my energy to write. Just the thought of him dating Emma, I can't. I texted him that I'd sent him an important email. He didn't answer me. On Wednesday when I came back from work, Lisa, Emma, and Emma's 2 children were waiting for me outside of my building. When I let them in, stupid me, Lisa started yelling and threatening me. She told me to call and tell Jamie and Mike that I have made up all of this because I'm a pathetic loser. She told me I didn't want her as an enemy because she would make my life sour. Believe me. You don't want me to make destroying your already miserable life my mission. Emma just smiled the whole time. She later said that my husband always had a crush on her and that he wouldn't believe my nonsense because he could finally be with her. The thing is, it felt like Lisa was more angry that Mike knew what she did rather than her brother, and she really was annoyed about Emma and told her to shut up all the time. I couldn't get them out of my apartment, so I just left and called Jamie. I told him that they were at my place and that I couldn't get them out. 15 minutes later I saw them leave. Jamie texted then that he wanted to come over if I was alright with it. #yes. He told me that he was very hurt and that I would doubt him like this and believe rumors. I told him everything, again, without panicking. I told him that I loved and trusted Lisa. She was like my sister, and I asked him to put himself in my shoes, and if he happened to hear Lisa talk about me being unfaithful, would he have any doubts about his loving sister's intentions? He stayed the night and left the next morning. We have been texting several times a day and talking on the phone and FaceTime every night since. He says that he loves me but that he doesn't know what to do. He is very hurt. By his sister and Emma, of course, but even by me. He hasn't talked about canceling the divorce process yet. I will just have to wait, and that's understandable. I've turned his life upside down twice in such a short period. On a happier note, my husband's colleague and her husband are back together. My husband met with them and apologized. I've already told them everything, but my husband felt the need to apologize personally. Mike has ended it with Lisa. Lisa and Emma's relationship is very strained. Both have blocked me from IG, of course, but apparently, Lisa is blaming Emma for Mike leaving her, and Emma has tried to throw Lisa under the bus by telling Jamie she was innocent in all of this. I really hope my husband forgives me, and I promise that I will make it up to him and love him #forever. I'm running away from my crazy conservative family. They're trying to sell me away to some man. I am the youngest, 22, of 5 kids. My parents are those crazy Christian families from Utah. Growing up, everything had to be done perfectly. It didn't matter if it was grades, looks, social activities, or even friends. I'm different from my siblings as I was never interested in the maths and science like they were. I've always been the writer, the painter. I remember once when I was 13, I made a painting of a dove in a snowy field and won first in the competition. I told my parents, who got angry that I had wasted my time with something so worthless when I should have been using the time to study. I still had A's in every class. My mother won't even say more than a few words to me. She's always seems like she hates me and I don't understand. Father burned the painting to remind me of what was truly important before taking all of my art supplies until I showed more responsibility with my time. It's been like this as long as I can remember. I work full-time, and have since I was 15 at McDonald's and door dashing every bit of money I could. Father took half my checks as tithing to help teach me what being an adult was like. I applied to several colleges but was told by my parents that they would not be helping me with tuition as they did for my siblings because they thought sending me to college would just be a waste of money. So I got angry. I am so tired of being the black sheep just because I like arts more than maths and science. And then, I heard them talking when I got up in the middle of the night about the perfect man they'd found who was willing to take me in. They said that he'd finally be able to make me into a woman. Men in our church are known for being extremely sexist and demanding. I don't want to live the rest of my life a slave to some man. I am terrified, and so I'm leaving. I've got some money saved up, a good amount, and I'm leaving the country. I found a job that lets me work remote doing freelance design work, and I've had my passport since I was a kid because of our family vacations overseas. I'm taking nothing other than a change of clothes, my laptop, and important documents I took out of my father's office. I booked a flight that leaves in 5 hours and I'm never coming back. I'm not even going to take my phone since I'd need to get a new number anyway. My best friend, God bless her, had been the one booking things and getting everything ready since I couldn't tip off my parents. She's also smuggled some of my more important things I can't take to hold on to for me. She's parking down the street and I'll leave with my smallest suitcase for her. I don't know how they'll take this. I'm terrified they'll find a way to drag me back, or track me down. They went to bed over an hour ago, but I'm too anxious to sleep. I was able to run away without them stopping me. They've tracked down my email and have been harassing me nonstop on there. I tried to ignore it, but I still loved them. So, I finally opened the emails, deciding it was best to probably get it over with. My father's email was filled with anger, there is no other way to put it. He said that by taking off irresponsibly like I did cost them the friendship of someone they'd planned on introducing to me. He never admitted that it was the 53-year-old they'd basically sold me to. Father stated that because of the social relations that had been damaged and impacted by my actions, I owe them approximately $85,000 in reparations. He also claims that he will be taking me to court if I don't pay it in full within 30 days and return home, as I obviously cannot be trusted. I plan to ignore that as I believe him to be bluffing. He ended his email/rant with "You belong to me, and I won't tolerate such defiance when we've put a roof over your head and taken care of you for your entire life. You were never the child we expected, it's time you make up for your deficiencies. I expect you home within the next 2 weeks." Yeah. No. My siblings were basically copies of my father's email, admonishing me for throwing the efforts of our parents in their faces before running off like a coward unwilling to face the fallout of my actions. I skimmed them honestly, before just deleting them. It's nothing I didn't expect. However, my sister-in-law, she's married to my eldest brother, sent her own email before asking me not to reply as she would be deleting every sign she sent it from her end. She congratulated me on stepping out on my own and getting away from my parents and their demands. She said that she herself hadn't been strong-willed enough to stand up to her parents when they basically betrothed her to my brother. Which makes sense, as I remember that they met and then married within 6 months, and even then I thought that was a bit strange. She pleaded with me not to return, and not to reply. That was it. It was a bit unnerving honestly, as I do believe her, and I'm sad that she is stuck the way she is. The last email was from my best friend. She said that the morning after I flew out, my parents had been on their doorstep demanding to see me. Apparently they believed I was hiding with her. They refused to leave, screaming for me to stop pretending I wasn't there. It caused enough of a scene that the police were called, but they only talked to my parents briefly and let them leave. It really angered my friend, who'd wanted them arrested for threats and trespassing. The police only claimed that there wasn't a pattern of behavior that would warrant them being arrested and charged. Before just leaving. She didn't know when they realized I wasn't there at her house, but they didn't come back thankfully. However, word has spread of me fleeing the safety of my parents' home and how they wanted me to return as they were concerned and fearful of what may happen with me out on the streets alone. The church ward has actually done searches of the area trying to find me. I don't know what they'll do from here, but they have no idea I left the country, let alone the state. My friend has no plans to say anything, and neither do I. As far as I'm concerned right now, they can live with that state of wondering for the rest of eternity. I plan on ignoring any further emails from my family, other than printing them out just in case. They've made several phone calls to my friend who's had fun with them. The first time your father called yelling that I hand you over, I pretended to be cowed and gave him your location. It took him to a naked club. He came back screaming at how I had embarrassed him. I just hung up on him honestly. She did that each time they called, giving a different location each time. Her favorite was sending my parents to a nudist retreat. My mother passed out apparently. It's what they deserve for setting me up to some old cow.
My friend accused me of sleeping with his wife, but I'm fruity. My friends are mad at me for telling my friend's wife about him demanding a paternity test from me, but seriously, I'm gay. I don't know whether to laugh or cry over this entire situation that's unfolded in the past 6 weeks. I, 23, have a coworker I've been friends with for 4 years since I started working at the factory I'm still in. Robert, 32, just had his first daughter Chelsea, 2 months, after 4 boys. The boys are dang near carbon copies of him, bleached blonde straight hair, freckless skin, and I swear to God they were just born with tans. His high school sweetheart/wife, Danielle, 32, is a tight curled redhead with freckles for days and burns like there's no tomorrow. Their daughter from the jump had a full head of red hair that was already starting to curl. When I got to meet her, she was 2 weeks old. I gasped, a fellow redhead myself here with long curly red hair, and said something along the lines of, "Oh my God, it finally happened. The red is alive." Just being dramatic and funny. Robert goes, "Yeah, don't bank on that staying. My genes are strong, after all." Danielle rolled her eyes and I shrugged it off as a weird joke at first, but the entire time I was there, he pretty much kept going on about how his genes would prevail. Jump forward, Chelsea is now 5 weeks old. For 3 weeks, every single day, Robert would be complaining about how little of himself he sees in his daughter, how much of a stranger she is for it, that some days he thinks he's looking at another person's baby. He only ever seemed to want to complain to me about it as it was. After the 5th day in a row, I started trying to explain how genetics work, pretty much saying genes aren't going to always drastically go one way. 3 days ago, Robert came into work just itching for an argument with everyone. Our mutual friend Jesse asked him what his deal was on our break after he shouted at another friend for asking a work-related question. He blew up, saying he knows Chelsea isn't his, that his cheating WH of a wife just won't admit it and he knows exactly who she was effing around with. He then looks over at me and points at me, and yells at me to get my butt outside. I asked why. And he starts screaming he's not stupid. He knows I've been trying to kiss butt to avoid this beatdown. I'm gay. I have a male fiancé. I have pride stickers all over my car. Outside of work, I am a parrot of colorfulness. I just couldn't help but laugh at him. It was just so bizarre and I know I wasn't the only one looking at him like he was insane either. I told him Chelsea is literally half of Danielle's genetics, that Danielle isn't an effing incubator for his genetics, and asked him why he was so obsessed with their kids needing to look exactly like him. What's the point of that? He wouldn't answer and just kept telling me to get up before he dragged me out to the parking lot. I told him I'm not going to fight him on something this ridiculous and asked him if he was trying to get fired. He started demanding I take a paternity test and I again asked if he was completely serious. He said he was because I spent so much time with Danielle. He's not necessarily wrong, but she's a part of the girlfriend group I'm a part of. There's 5 of us in total and we do artsy stuff, try new places, just hang out and do whatever but never stuff like that. I told him to go take a paternity test for himself. He argued that he's not paying for a test, he knows the truth too. I told him well I'm not paying for a paternity test and then asked which redhead in the factory was he gonna accuse next. The exchange ended when our shift manager came in for her break. I texted Danielle and told her exactly what happened. Next day was my day off, so my phone was on silent and I slept in. Woke up to Elliot, my partner, getting off the phone and telling me I should check my phone. I'd been bombarded with dozens of messages. And missed calls/threatening voicemails from Robert because Danielle had kicked him out. He'd decided to get Elliot's number out of Danielle's phone to tell him his version of events. I'd already told Elliot the night before so he was just baffled how certain Robert was. Danielle did text me a few times, apologizing on his behalf and then updating me they were getting a paternity test/she's filing for divorce, that she has no idea why he'd think such a thing. My partner thinks it's hilariously sad Robert destroyed his marriage like this. This morning while getting ready for work, Robert texted me saying he has the money and when the test comes back with the truth he'd EFF me up in court for what I've done, how I've ruined not only his life, but his kids' lives and everyone in their family's lives too. Idiot really has gone around telling everyone I'm the dad. I agreed to the test and told him he may as well quit his job and just vanish after this because it's gonna be real embarrassing when I walk in with the paperwork and wave it around saying I'm not the daddy to his red-headed child and he has to explain to everyone including his own children what an absolute idiot he is. Our friends have been giving me the cold shoulder all day, pretty much saying yeah they don't think I'm the dad for sure but I'm a trash friend for going straight to his wife and getting him thrown out of his own house and being forced to sleep in his truck and that I should have just agreed to the paternity test to begin with instead of stirring up drama and getting unnecessary people involved. But it's one thing if he decided he wanted one for himself, but he expected me to not only get one but pay my own way and just not say anything? But yeah. I'm the trash friend and trash person I guess. Robert's family is doing nothing but slandering Danielle and I'm being mocked for having the reverse version of a beard, like when a man uses a woman as a cover so people don't know he's actually gay, and it's causing issues now with Elliot's family because their logic is well they wouldn't be so sure if there wasn't proof my family is 100% with me and knows I absolutely have zero interest in women. Even if I did, I'm not a cheater. The paternity test has been scheduled for this Thursday, but the woman I spoke with over the phone informed me they're a bit backed up right now for the actual processing of their tests, so the 3 to 4 business day wait is actually more like 5 to 7 right now. Regarding my coworkers, I've had a mixture of being approached and doing the approaching to figure out why everyone flipped on the dime the way they had at work considering we've all been friends for so long. I was wrong in my initial post that Robert was only complaining to me about Danielle and his paranoid suspicions. I was just getting the filtered version. He'd been gauging my responses, trying to trip me up and intimidate me into a confession from what I've gathered. What got me was these paranoid thoughts that had been going on for the better part of 2 years, roughly since I became a permanent fixture in the girlfriend night. Robert was suspicious of me because I apparently don't act or look like a gay man should. There's no guidebook to being gay for starters. Personally, that just didn't make sense, considering this man has seen me in a unicorn onesie, the full-length body ones, not the baby-type looking ones, getting face masks applied, and having my hair done by his wife and the other ladies. I can't wear nail polish, have false nails/lashes, or wear jewelry to work because of safety and sanitation, or else I would. A few coworkers did enlighten me that when Danielle got pregnant with Chelsea, Robert started making weird jokes that this one may come out a redhead with how much Danielle hangs out with me, but he slowly started changing, seemed like he genuinely meant it, grasping at straws when our work friends would call him paranoid, claiming he'd come home to the bed all rumpled up as if they don't have 3 big dogs that exclusively sleep in their bed with them. He'd sworn that he'd caught us kissing on more than one occasion, yet never confronted us. I've at most given Danielle a peck on the cheek. I have a thing about kissing anyone besides Elliot, even my own parents and siblings. Swore that we were always acting like intimate lovers, so much so that he apparently has dozens of messages from people frequently messaging him asking if they were divorcing because of us. I personally don't believe that for a second because he's a confrontational guy. Doesn't think before he acts kinda deal. What has new drama unfolding is that when Robert's overanalyzing search for any legitimate proof turned up with nothing he saw in person, he put up cameras. I didn't know at any point cameras had been installed. Danielle never mentioned them, but they had been for quite some time. Little ones in the bookcases around the living area, their bedroom, kitchen, and dining area. I did know about the ones on the garage, back door and the Ring camera, waved or flipped them off playfully plenty and yelled weird stuff at them. I wouldn't have minded as much if the conversations the 5 of us were having weren't sensitive topics and meant to remain just between us. I don't even discuss things with Elliot about what's said. If they wanted him to know, they'd tell him themselves. I know what it's like to have secrets violated and voiced without my consent. My cousin was the one to tell our family I'm gay. I was terrified despite coming from a very liberal family. Our friends don't come from very accepting families like mine. I reached out to Danielle to confirm it is more than a rumor. She called me and confirmed the locations I listed above. All of these locations, save for the bedroom, are areas we mostly hang out to have these conversations. I asked if they had audio. She admitted they did, but that she doesn't even have access to them and they're linked to an app on Robert's phone only he has access to. I asked what she meant by that and she emptied her guts in tears that a few months before she got pregnant, he confronted her about her friendship with me, several times in fact. None of this I heard and the reasoning was, because he didn't trust her with any male friends, hardly liked her talking to her own male family members. For her to prove herself that she's loyal to him, her phone was set up to where text messages she received and sent also went to his phone. He had all her passwords to all her apps like she was a child needing supervision on the internet. Didn't matter to him, he still wanted her to drop me, when she refused over his personal insecurities, especially since he has many sisters who aren't actually related to him. He decided right then and there we were having an affair and got cameras installed. She told me she didn't give me a heads up because she was worried that if I knew the cameras were there, I'd confront him, he'd leave, and she couldn't afford the house or take care of the boys alone and once she got pregnant again, she definitely couldn't afford it anymore. I asked her if he'd accused her from the start of Chelsea not being his and she admitted that he kept bouncing back and forth on accepting that she's his and then pulling a 180 saying he knows she's not. When we had girls' nights in and out while Robert would have guys' nights out or go over to a buddy's house to play cards, drink, and watch the game. Sometimes he'd take the boys, other times they'd drop them off to their grandparents. I used to think they were such couples' goals for that, knowing they needed not only some nights away from the kids to have their own identities, but also nights away from each other to maintain individuality. I was wrong. He'd sit over at his friends' houses and just watch us in the cameras. She admitted that she knew he was watching us all the time. And possibly saving the videos because he'd try striking up a conversation or start making fun of us for the things we talked about. She didn't know for sure if he was saving them, but it doesn't matter. I told her she could have told us during a night out. There were plenty of instances, and if she had explained all of this to us, made it known so we wouldn't be discussing private matters anymore. The other 3 women in our friend group have vented about their own martial issues, fertility struggles, trauma, family bull, etc. To know now that he's been not only listening in on things we'd shared in confidence, but also saving them to his phone to do who knows what with, show to whomever, was really upsetting. I voiced as much that we weren't voicing very private matters as a source of personal entertainment and potential blackmail, that these types of conversations could result in something horrific happening to any of them. She pretty much said she can't undo it, but that she's taken down all the cameras for the time being until the tests come back. I asked if she was seriously considering taking him back, what exactly her plan was then for when it does 100% come back he's Chelsea's dad. Just to carry on like the slandering and lies didn't happen, the privacy breach didn't? She said that he'd agreed to couples counseling if it did and would make sure everyone knew the cameras were there. I felt like I was talking to an actively thickening wall, telling her that from what I've gathered, he's alienated her from being able to vocalize her marital problems to her friends and has to walk on eggshells not only in her house because of constant surveillance she doesn't even have access to, but also her messages and texts. She claimed things would change. I dropped the conversation because we can cross that bridge in a week or so. I told her she needs to tell the others about him having potential harmful videos on his phone of them. She tried to argue that he'd never post them or send them to other people, he isn't that kind of man. I argued back that this is the same man that tried to take me outside to fight, posted all over what a WH she is, slandered my name, still is actively slandering us, having his family do the same, and based on all the random crap they've posted, they've been feeding into his paranoid delusional crap he's been spouting off at them and conjuring up stories to go along with his accusations. It was a lot of back and forth, me going off on her for lying to me about knowing this was pretty much going to happen, hang-ups on both ends to cool off, me ranting at Elliot about it, before she finally agreed she would tell them. The backlash she got was pretty intense and is still an ongoing current festival of panic and fear. 2 of them blocked her off everything, having been texting me to tell me that they just don't feel safe anymore being her friend. The third is on the fence, because she doesn't want Danielle to feel any more alienated than she already has been, but is also worried about him posting the videos or sending them to their families out of petty revenge since she vented about a baby garbage she never told her very pro-life family about that could very well get her disowned. I understand Danielle, but I don't at the same time. I understand, since I personally have been in a romantic relationship with an abusive person, I know the desperation to be validated as telling the truth about something can be blinding to red flags of the whole picture, but I don't understand why I had to be the one to ask her about it, why she didn't immediately tell us. What if he decided to start posting those videos all over Facebook for their partners and family to see and something awful happened to one of them? It's just a hot mess, I need a drink, and it's only effing Tuesday. My unbearable wife left and now I want her annoying self back. She stopped being annoying and weird and I want it back. I have been married to my wife for over 4 years now. From the point we were dating, until 3 months ago she was very annoying. She would have pranked me by scaring me, she would have put her cold hands and feet in my shirt while we were laying in our bed. She would have screamed my name in a very panicked way just to follow with "I love you." She would have taken the cap out of my tires just so I wouldn't have air in them and couldn't use the car, just in weekends when I didn't need the car so it wouldn't been a problem, but it was annoying. She would have made me a small cup of coffee with salt in it and the list goes on and on. But I didn't mind it because I loved her so much. 3 months ago things took a turn though. She lost her mom unexpectedly and is understandably very sad. Her mom was such a sweet woman, who raised my wife alone since her father left when he found out he would be a father. She was a model to my wife, her hero. She taught my wife how to be a woman, she taught my wife how to love. She helped my wife through her heartbreaks. She was overall my wife's most important person of her life. After the loss of her mother, my wife is the most calm woman I have ever known. She doesn't do any annoying things anymore. She doesn't make my salted coffee anymore. She doesn't scream my name anymore. She doesn't scare me anymore. She doesn't let the air out of my tires anymore. And I miss it very much. It was annoying as hell, but at least I knew she was happy. She had the most beautiful smile and now it's like gone. She isn't even crying anymore, she just lays in bed and cuddles with me like most of the day. She doesn't smile anymore. And I miss her being happy. I miss her smile after I would drink her salted cup of coffee, which I of course knew it was coffee with salt, but it's such a small price for seeing her smile. I just miss my annoying wife. She's back. To being a pain in my butt. The progress my wife made was somewhat slow. Firstly, I want to explain to you my relationship with my wife's mother. Me and her were friendly, I respected her as a mother figure to my wife and a somewhat mother figure to me, but she didn't really like me. She was friendly to me, never had an argument with her, it wasn't something personal with me, but she didn't really like my presence. I think it had to do with the fact that she didn't trust men anymore because of my wife's father. But, although she didn't like me, she respected me as her daughter's partner and accepted me and even gave me good advice in life. She is way better now, still not her full self but she started being a bit annoying. After some of your advice I decided to wait a bit to prank her, until I thought she was ready for a prank. After like 1 month one morning I woke up before her, got out of bed, went to her side of the bed and started fast kissing her cheeks waiting for her to wake up. When she woke up she looked at me a bit confused and asked what I was doing. I just got on top of her, took her in for a hug and started kissing her more. After like 10 seconds I stopped. I didn't want to lay on her very much to not make her feel unsafe or uncomfortable. Got up and yelled I love you. Her reaction was very good. She was giggling the whole time I was kissing her, and after I yelled she said that she loves me too. I then told her I'm going to make some coffee for both of us, and you guessed it, I salted her coffee. She again reacted very well and spit it all out and started laughing hysterically. In my opinion that made her a bit better, but she was understandably still very sad. But her first prank was unexpected and very funny. After like another month of me doing little pranks on her, mostly yelling I love you and very rarely salt in her coffee, she took revenge, and so she did. I don't know what she got, but it was some type of chocolate cake that when you poke it with a knife it explodes in your face. I didn't know what the occasion for cake was, but hey, it was cake, so I didn't suspect anything, and so I tried cutting it up and it exploded on my face. My wife was of course laughing very hard, and I just got the rest of the cake that was on the table and slapped it, gently of course, not a full-on slap, on her face, and so we were both covered in chocolate cake. We were laughing so hard we both fell on the floor, and after a few minutes we started hugging each other on the floor and stayed like that for like an hour. I don't know why we did that instead of cleaning ourselves up first, but it was amazing smiles now. She's still very sad, but she started being annoying again, not that much though, and she's overall way better than when she was when I first posted on here. But, the biggest surprise, is that she is pregnant. With a girl. Yes, she is going to be a mother, and I'm going to be a father. We are both so excited, and we already know the name of our precious daughter. My wife asked me, a bit scared, if we can name our daughter her mother's name. And I of course said yes, because firstly it's my wife's most important person's name, or second after our daughter, and secondly, it's a very pretty name. So yeah, this is the update. My wife is excited to be a mother, but very upset that her mother isn't going to meet her first grandbaby. I'm glad she is way better now than 7 months ago, and I'm very proud of her because she's a very strong woman and a very amazing wife, and I don't doubt that she's going to be an even more amazing mother. Here are the easiest and simplest life hacks to use in order to lose weight without tracking calories. Tracking calories can be really stressful for some people. For me personally it turned food into a number, and if you can live like that then cool, but a lot of people can't. Although tracking calories is the most efficient way to consistently lose weight, it's perfectly understandable why someone would not want to. Here are some tips to lose weight without tracking. 1. Use smaller plates when having dinner. Seeing an empty plate creates more satiety, and if you really want to go for seconds, you'll have to stand up and go get it. This might be enough of a barrier for you not to help yourself to a second serving. 2. Olive oil has 135 calories per tablespoon. Use 1 calorie spray when cooking instead. 3. If you love peanut butter, get yourself PB2. It's half the calories of peanut butter, tastes like it, and has more protein. 4. If you're opting to snack on controlled portions such as a small pack of chips instead of a large one to help keep track of how much you consumed. 5. If you buy healthy snacks such as berries, place them at the front of the fridge so you can see them when you open the fridge. 6. Drink a glass of water before meals. IIT helps with satiety greatly. 7. Avoid constant snacking throughout the day and have set meals to keep you full. 8. Instead of buying 15 or 18% ground beef, buy 5% ground beef, less than half the calories and higher protein for the same quantity of food. 9. Add veggies to each dinner. Veggies are super low in calorie and are full of fiber, which is both healthy and keeps you full. 10. Out of sight, out of mind. Avoid buying junk food which you know you can't stop yourself when eating. If the sight of a tub of Ben & Jerry's forces you to eat, do not buy Ben & Jerry's. 11. Look for alternatives to the food you like. Buy low-calorie ice cream, make homemade pizzas yourself, homemade burgers, things like this keep your diet varied while also healthy, as you know what went into the preparation of each meal. My smoking addiction and terrible Photoshop skills ruined my dying dad's dream cruise, and I never felt worse in my life. At the time, I was living in California and using grass to combat anxiety, ADHD and insomnia. One day my mom called me, telling me that my father was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. He was given 6 months to a year to live. I am close with my parents and it was pretty devastating news. I took a leave to drive to Florida, where they had retired, to spend some time with them. I drove because I needed my medication and was really nervous about flying with it. My folks also don't approve of grass, so having my car would give me a place to smoke privately. 3 days of driving later, I arrived. Aunt and uncle were at the house. They announced they were paying for a Caribbean cruise for the whole family. The cruise was for 10 days and left in 5 days. I panicked. I began to desperately think of an excuse not to go because the thought of dealing with 10 days of no grass terrified me. The problem was that I had to head back home 2 days after the cruise, so my time with Dad would be short. I could not come back out until summer, and wouldn't forgive myself if that was too late. That's when I made a plan. This is where I effed up. I read online that I needed a doctor's note for medications that were controlled substances and to declare them on arrival. I deduced that since I am from a state with legal medical grass, I could bring medicine on board. I am pretty creative with Photoshop, and I had some scans of medical documents, tests and receipts from my doctor. The issue, and my downfall, these were records for my dad, from when they moved out east. We shared the same doctor in Cali, we also shared the same first and last name, and middle initial, so I didn't need to change. So I had altered a treatment plan and a prescription for my dad's gout, to a medical grass document for me. So I thought. The day of the cruise, I convinced my cousins to come an hour early with me to the port so I would not be boarding with my folks. I told them I had a prescription and some medication I didn't want to concern my folks with at this time. They pried. I told them it was for grass. They gave me high fives. At security I proudly produced my documents and my professionally packaged grass. To my surprise, they took both, bagged it and said it would go to the ship's doctor who would contact me. An hour later, everyone had boarded and the whole crew of us were gathered on deck. All enjoying a drink and some snacks from the buffet while we waited for our rooms and luggage. The doctor and my medication were on my mind. Sure enough, my name is announced to report to medical. Everyone, including my dad, assumed it was for him, same name, and he got up to go to medical. All I could think was to tell my mom to relax and I went with dad. I hoped the receptionist would clarify it was for me and I would have a private convo with the doctor and get my medicine. I was wrong, very wrong. The nurse asked for my dad's ID. I identified myself as the son with the same name but she just asked my dad if he wanted me to go into the office with him to speak to the doctor. Dad said yes, my stomach was in my throat. We waited in the exam room for a couple minutes and the doctor came in and sat down. He looked right at my dad and said, "You're dealing with some very serious medical issues. I just spoke with your doctor and I am afraid that we are not equipped to deal with possible issues or complications on this ship." He continued that he would have to disembark within an hour and could not go on the cruise. He did go on to explain that he had called the California doctor as he felt something was not right with the documents I had made. The receptionist asked for the patient number, which I neglected to change, and informed him that all the records had been forwarded to my dad's new doctor in Florida. The ship's doctor then called my dad's current doctor who said my dad was really sick and had not returned urgent calls regarding his test results. I had never seen my dad so deflated. Doc produced my bag of medication and told me that if I was getting off the ship with my dad, I could pick it up at security when I left. I truly wished it was me who was dying at that moment. All I could say was sorry, this is my fault. And we walked in silence. We went back up and joined the group. Dad took Mom aside for a quick conversation, then they announced they were getting off the ship and wanted everyone else to enjoy the cruise. Everyone initially wanted to leave with them, but after some tears and hugs it was decided that everyone would continue on. I opted to leave with my parents. I spent the next 2 weeks at their home. It was some of the best bonding and healing family time in my life. The story about the grass came out to all shock and awe in our religious clan. My folks actually told me I was free to smoke on the deck. They came to find it humorous. My uncle was furious. He came over after the cruise and found me and Dad in the backyard. I had just lit a J, and Uncle started in on Dad about family and respect. Dad took the J from my hand, took a small puff, looks at my uncle and says my doctor said it might help my appetite. My uncle left, but he is not a bad guy and he did call and apologize the next day. We enjoyed a few more J's over the next days. I ended up sending a dad a few care packages from Cali, and was able to spend 3 weeks with him in the summer. My dad made it to the following Christmas. Sleep with my girlfriend and lie about it all? Guess it's gonna be eye for an eye. My brother has been my parents' golden child since the day he was born. He was just a year and a half younger and was a miracle baby, being born despite being given a 5% chance of survival. He was also a planned pregnancy unlike me, who was an accident. Growing up I hated the favoritism my parents showed, and what's worse is they refused to admit it. He literally got a car for his 13th birthday and Dad started teaching him how to drive it. He would steal my things too, and never got reprimanded for his actions. I remember on one specific occasion I spent a few weeks throughout the summer mowing lawns for people for some money, and I had a few $100 saved up within a month. Well, my brother found that money and spent the majority of it at a mall, buying clothes for himself. I was furious at the time, and we got into a fist fight, which I won, and he went and complained to our parents. I didn't even get a chance to say my piece before I was grounded for the rest of summer. What's worse is that even after I told my parents what my brother did, they never believed me, claiming I must have lost the money, and Mom swore up and down that she gave my brother the money to go to the mall. She literally covered for him. Needless to say, my family and I were never very close. I am 19 years old and my brother is 18. I moved out as soon as I turned 18 whereas my brother still lives rent and bill free at our parents and does not have a job. Currently, I have little relations with any of them, and very soon I will go nuclear on them. You see, I used to have low contact with them and was not opposed to potentially having a relationship in the future, but an incident which happened a few months ago severed all the ties I used to have with them. So, my ex-girlfriend Jane and I had been dating since just before I turned 18. She was my first love and I fell very hard for her. We met at a gym. And hit it off there. Over time, my love for her grew to be very strong. We went on ice cream dates, carnivals, and even talked about our future together as I was also her first love. She knew all about my home life and how my family treated me which made what she did hurt that much more. You see, Jane was one of the only aspects of my life which my family could not control, and they hated this. Now that I look back at it, my parents and brother had a strong liking to control what I did and who I hung out with too. Well, they never liked Jane. And the reason this was the case was that Jane taught me a lot about how to stand up and fend for myself. It was due to her that I found myself saying no to my parents, not giving in to their demands or my brothers. They loathed her for this reason. They never met her of course, I never wanted to introduce Jane to them, and it seemed like they had no interest in meeting her either. My brother however, he seemed very interested in Jane. He had seen pictures of her on my phone or social media, and would routinely make jokes to me about plowing her till kingdom come, and calling her a WHRE, anything to get underneath my skin about her. We got into a heated fight when he told me he'd pulled at blonde her of hairs till it came off and she looked like a cancer patient so he could nut on her shiny head. We got into a brawl over this disgusting statement of his, and our parents came to break us up and took his side of course. I turned 18 and moved out shortly after. Jane and I dated happily as I had very low contact with my parents. I should have seen something coming though. There was no way my parents and my brother were going to allow me to live a normal life without theory interference. Roughly 8 months after moving out, and 11 months into our relationship, I walked into Jane's apartment to surprise her, and I saw her and my brother getting it on. When I saw what was going on, I froze. My entire world had shattered. The woman I had loved and trusted went behind my back to sleep with the person that had been making my life hell all along. I kicked my brother out there and then, but he of course refused, and only left when threatened with police. I stayed behind with my girlfriend, not to forgive her, but to ask her why. She cried a lot and begged me to forgive her a lot, but I told her I'm not here for that. I just wanted an explanation as to how she could do this to me. She revealed that my brother had been messaging her for a while, and at first she turned him down and never told me, as she figured it was not a big deal. But over time he kept trying his luck, and when that did not work, he resorted to telling her he will spread nasty rumors about her unless she gives in and routinely has intimacy with him. Being scared and afraid of him, she agreed and the affair started. She promised that she has no emotional attachment to the affair at all. She was worried for her safety and her reputation. She showed me their conversations confirming she was telling the truth. She cried in my arms and begged for forgiveness. I told her that I understand her. I'm terribly sorry that my brother is the biggest piece of crap ever, but I cannot forgive her. She could have taken screenshots, talked to me, done anything but engage. But she chose to let him have his way. I told her I was sorry and we were done. I of course confronted my parents first about my brother's actions, and to no surprise they claimed I was lying. My brother stated he never slept with my girlfriend, and my parents believed him. When this happened, I set my mind on revenge. I texted Jane, asking if she could send me the screenshots of their conversation, because I want to destroy my brother. He is an a-hole who does not deserve anything, and he deserves to face the consequences of his actions. I got the screenshots. For the last few months I have been keeping tabs of my brother's life. The perfect opportunity for revenge has arisen. He has found a girlfriend. I do not know how he did it. But all I'd need to do is text his new girlfriend the screenshots between Jane and my brother. His relationship will be ruined, and I can choose to take it one step further and post what he did publicly. I have no doubt it would garner the attention of police too. I haven't looked much into that aspect of it, but my intuition tells me that pressuring a girl for intimacy by threatening to spread rumors about her might cause some legal issues. Even if that is not the case, his social status will be ruined. I think I'm going to do it, I just don't know when. Sleep with my girlfriend and lie about it all? Guess it's gonna be eye for an eye. I did it, guys, I went nuclear. The response I got told me to send the screenshots pronto. I told my best friend about the situation as I never told him about my plan before, and he said something that opened my eyes. He stated that I should probably do it as soon as I can. My brother is a narcissist who is used to having his way. He should not be in a relationship, and there is a very good chance that he is being abusive to his girlfriend. I took those words to heart, and literally the next day I texted my brother's girlfriend. I introduced myself, gave a bit of backstory as to why she has never met me, and exposed what my brother did to my last relationship. I then sent her the screenshot. She responded back and we had a conversation where I exposed everything that my brother did to her. She also confided in me, telling me that my brother is indeed abusive to her. In every single form, he harasses her, lays hands on her and manipulates her. She says she doesn't feel comfortable in the house as apparently our mother acts like a lunatic around her and is very disrespectful to my brother's girlfriend's culture. It was a very heartbreaking conversation that we had and she thanked me by the end. She stated that she needs help leaving my brother and asked me if there was any way she could help me out. She said that he knows where she lives and if she stops responding to him, he usually comes knocking on her door. She states that she has been trying to escape this relationship since a month into it, but she just can't do it. She lives alone and so I offered for her to come and stay at my place until we can get the issue sorted. She declined this offer, which I can totally understand. After our conversation, I shared the screenshots of my brother and my ex's texts online publicly, naming my brother and exposing what he did. No more than an hour later I got a call from my mother. I had her unblocked as she never called me anyway until now. She started shouting at me immediately and accusing me of ruining her son's life, and asking me how could family do this to one another. I didn't engage in the conversation with her. I just told her that she was not my family and none of them were, then hung up and blocked her. My entire family called me, even extended relatives, and I ended up blocking them all. The aftermath of me sharing those screenshots was not pretty for my brother. His girlfriend got the courage to break up with him, and after he showed up to her door drunk she moved in with me and currently lives here. His reputation in the area is that of a pissed and abuser. The police have not got involved, but I don't care much about that. My brother can't step outside without being harassed, and that honestly brings a tear to my eye. My lunatic parents have recently joined a cult and intend to move me to a religious compound. I really don't want to go, but they're being really persistent. My mom and stepdad are really into new age science and beliefs. I've never agreed with them on this and didn't know how extreme it was. Recently though they have become involved in an extremely weird support group. I have no effing clue who they are. When I'm around they never mention any group names or what organization they work for or are a part of. Because of this I have not had much luck finding out stuff, as new age cult gives too many results to look into. This Monday my mom and stepdad sat me and my 4 siblings down. They told us that we will be moving at the end of the month to a more stable location within a spiritual community. According to them they plan to pull all 5 of us out of school here and enroll us in their mind awakening school wherever we move. I tried to get anything out of them but they refused to talk to me at all about it. According to them, because I'm still a child in mind, body, and spirit, I need to listen to them, not ask questions. I've actually been freaking out since then and have been trying to get advice but I've been unable to. They cut off the internet, phone and TV Tuesday, and they have been keeping a laser focus on me and my siblings since then. I'm currently at a friend's house and this is the only way I've actually got access to the internet. This seems like a cult 100% to me. Last night they had 3 people come and talk to me and my siblings and the stuff they told us was crazy. I was talked to alone by an old man who told me about how my mind is closed and that I will slowly learn to open it as my parents have and that the leaders will love to meet me and put me in their programs. I need to know what I can do here. My dad has shared custody of me and since Monday I've had no contact with him. He is supposed to have a call with me every night but my mom claims he's been informed and supports this 100%. I tried calling him this morning but he didn't answer. He lives in another state so it's kinda hard to get into contact with him outside of phone and email. I'm at a friend's house because I was able to leave the house for the first time in a week this morning after I told my parents I wanted to go to the park but came here and told my friend everything. Her parents are not home but she's trying to call them and I plan to stay here tonight if I can. My parents have forbidden me from using the internet because it's full of lies from them. Update 1. I talked to my mom and told her because I would be moving soon and this might be one of the last times I could see my friend, so I would like to stay the night and she said it was okay and that this family was trustworthy not to try and corrupt my view. I got into contact with my dad and he's mad. He did not agree and was told I didn't want to talk to him. My 15-year-old sister's dad was told the same despite the fact he has primary custody and she only spends the summers with us. My sister's dad is going to call CPS too and I just got done with my call to them. I will be spending the night here and when my mom asks me to come back tomorrow my dad has told me not to go back and tell her that he will be flying down here to Florida immediately if I don't check in with him or he hears I went back to her. He says that he is already looking into emergency custody. I also will be going and buying a burner phone tomorrow and withdrawing all my money from the bank. My dad says he will handle getting my stuff from my mom when the time comes. Update 2. So after I stayed the night with my friend's family, my mom and stepdad tried to get me to come back home immediately. My dad said not to go, so I somehow convinced my mom to let me stay the rest of today and I would come home that night. This plan didn't work out very well though as my sister's dad called the police too. Report that he couldn't contact my sister and was afraid she was kidnapped. It didn't take long before my mom caught on that I was the one who leaked to him their plans and they freaked out. My mom then came to my friend's house and tried to force her way in to take me because I had been corrupted and needed to be locked away from bad influences till we left for the compound. My friend's parents called the police and I called my dad and he got to talk to my mom. This was a nightmare situation that almost ended with my mom being charged with trespassing. My mom and dad argued on the phone for over 3 hours outside of my friend's house. In the end my dad made it so I would not have to go with them but the only safe place my mom would agree to me staying is with my uncle 4 hours away. I stayed with him for over a week and it was the worst week of my life. My mom called me constantly to try to talk to me and save me from the evil energies my father had possessed me with. My stepfather also began to send me various threats and told me that at the end of the month I was coming no matter what. After a week of this, everything changed. My mom stopped calling me, my stepdad stopped texting and they went quiet for 4 days. Me, my uncle, my dad, all of them couldn't reach them. My sister's dad also stopped being able to reach them. During this time my mom bought my sister a plane ticket home and my sister's dad only learned of this when he got a call after my parents dropped my sister off at the airport. After this my mom called me one last time. She proceeded to tell me that she had been meditating, praying to my guardian spirits daily, and talking to the leaders. All to help me open my third eye to see the truth and understand I was being used by evil. During these sessions apparently she finally realized the truth and saw me for the evil spawn I was. According to her I am an evil seed and that I not only was brought here to bring evil spirits onto her and her good children. I also infected the womb and corrupted my sister. She told me to send my uncle down and pick up all of my worldly possessions that were infected and to not come with him or ever contact her or her family again. She ended by telling me that I was never her child and that she hopes the universe deals with me. The last contact I know about was her telling my dad she wants to revoke her parental rights. At the end of last month they moved to the compound with my 3 step-siblings. I moved out to live with my dad and have been in therapy since then.
My homophobic husband has started hating our son ever since he came out as gay. Tonight I finally had enough. My husband was raised in a very religious environment growing up, but strayed away from it when we met in college. I wasn't ever particularly religious, but despite this my husband seemed to try to convert me. Over our relationship there have been instances where my husband deems stuff to be good or bad based on the Bible. He still attends church and says prayers, but he seemed not to be a religious nut. Well, that was until our son came out as gay. I kind of knew this before our son came out, and I was worried that if he did come out, my husband would not approve or accept my son at all. Unfortunately, my worries came to fruition fully. Ever since the day my son came out as gay, my husband has not stopped being extremely homophobic towards him. He openly states that our son is anti-God, compares being gay to the equivalent or unalive, because they're both sins in the eyes of God, throws the F slur around, makes jokes about our son in front of him and so on. He has also stopped spending any one-on-one time with our son at all. It's almost as if he has disowned our son, and our son has become a stranger to him. A housemate who he doesn't really like. My son has cried about this to me, asking me why does he have to be this way? This is in reference to himself. He has started hating himself for being gay because of his father's actions towards him ever since coming out. This has deeply affected me as well. The man that I have loved and cherished for the majority of his life, turns out to be a narrow-minded individual not willing to accept his own son. Just as a specific example, Our son wanted to attend a pride festival that was being held in our city, and I was more than happy to drive him there and attend to. I made the mistake of telling my husband. He blew up at me, saying that me enabling my son's actions and doing retarded things like this is the reason he will never grow out of this phase. Thankfully, my son was out of the house when this conversation went down, as my husband and I had a screaming match right after. A screaming match which ended in my husband going to the pub for the night and not coming back till 5 in the morning. He proceeded to tell our son the next day that if he goes to this pride festival he can no longer consider himself his father's son. This hurt my son so badly that he did not attend it. As you can see, our son desperately seeks his father's approval, and it really hurts to see because I know that he will never obtain it as long as he lives his truth. So, last night was the night I finally put my foot down. It was dinner time and the atmosphere was tense. Neither my son nor my husband were talking to each other at all, and my husband was the one to break the silence. Out of nowhere, he said, "You know, son, I love you, I really do, but this whole gay nonsense is something you should let go. I've been looking into conversion therapy and," I interrupted him to yell over him. As soon as he mentioned conversion therapy, I yelled shut the F up over him. Both my son and my husband looked at me, and I told my son to go upstairs as his father and I need to have a serious talk. My son did that and his father and I went into the loving room. Immediately, my husband started giving out to me for embarrassing him in front of our son, and I told him that what he was doing was disgusting. That him not accepting our son has made all of our lives hell. I told him that the way he has acted for the past half a year since our son came out has been causing me to lose love for him daily. Every insult and comment he throws at our son is making me want to file for divorce more and more. He stood there in silence, and just quietly muttered that he cannot accept it. That what our son is doing is unholy and all he can imagine at night is our son being pounded in the SS. I told him he has serious issues if that's his first thought when he thinks of his son being gay. The conversation got us nowhere, and by the end of the night I told him I was done and wanted a divorce. He told me that he refused to get a divorce because they are unholy, and asked me to consider what his parents would think of him. I told him I didn't care, and we spent the night in separate rooms. He has been at work all day and texted me to tell me he's going to a bar after work. This lack of care has only confirmed that we indeed are getting divorced. I haven't told my son yet, but I'll have to eventually. My homophobic husband has started hating our son ever since he came out as gay. Tonight I finally had enough. So my husband and I are officially divorced, but he did not go down easy. He first protested the divorce in every way possible, promising to accept our son, promising to take a people in his life, but I told him it was too alto for that. The divorce process itself was super messy. It was during it that I saw just how vindictive and malicious my husband could really be. He used every dirty tactic in the book in order to get as much financial gain from me as possible, but when it came to custody of our son he did not even contest it. He was actually the one to suggest signing his parental rights away completely in order to try avoid paying child support, but as our son is 16, he couldn't avoid that either and does indeed now pay me child support. He never sees our son however, and this is his choose. It breaks my heart as our son has made such a large effort in connecting with his father, but his father refuses to engage. Even going as far as outright stating that our son caused the divorce and that he was the reason that he and the love of his life were no longer together. Currently, my son and I are staying in the house as the house is in my name. It was a family house sold to me by my parents and my husband has no stakes in it. He lives with his parents now. Just a few weeks ago, my husband came to my door, groveling at my feet and in literal tears begging me to give him another chance. I asked him if he was willing to accept our son and he said no, so I shut the door in his face without even giving him an answer. Thankfully my son was upstairs playing video games and did not hear this interaction. This has been super hard on him, and I'm doing everything I can to assure him that he is loved by me to the ends of the earth. This whole experience has definitely brought us closer together. Also for some good news I guess. My son has told me about a boy he is seeing right now. They're not official yet but they have gone on 2 dates so far and my son says he really likes him. So there's that. My school nurse refused to give me my prescribed medication. So I called my stepdad, a famous talk show host, for help. I was abused by my dad's wife growing up. My mom fought long and hard to gain custody, but my dad was a good Christian with more money and he didn't fraternize with black people. Given our location, my mom stood no chance, even though vertical bar I had marks and scars from my dad's wife. She finally got custody when I was old enough to where my opinion mattered. I switched from a fancy, extremely competitive, snobby private school to the local public school by choice. I dyed my hair green and put a gay pride sticker on my car. Based on where I was coming from alone, I was placed in all the honors and AP classes the school offered. Teachers didn't know what to think of me. I had green hair. My bumper sticker was definitely the most controversial topic in the entire school. But I was quiet, I came from fancy school, I paid attention in class, I was earning straight A's. Thankfully, although most of my peers shunned me, my teachers realized pretty quickly that I was a decent enough kid. But I had a problem where I got migraines. Finally got a prescription for them, and took it straight to the nurse's office because the district had a zero-tolerance policy and being in possession of even headache medicine would get you expelled for substance possession. Nurse, you're going to have to get the doctor's signature on this form. Me, why? It's a legitimate prescription with my name on it in the original bottle. Nurse, condescendingly, we're required to have a doctor's signature before we can dispense medications. Me, how do you think I got the prescription in the first place? Nurse decided to impress upon me the fact that I was powerless here, and that there was absolutely nothing I could do except comply. I left the office stressed because I didn't have access to my migraine medicine, and of course ended up stressing myself out into developing a migraine. Call me a Karen, but I felt entitled to go to the nurse's office and be dispensed my medication, and so I politely requested it be given to me. The nurse obviously told me no, so I asked for the principal. Got the assistant principal, who simply reiterated district policy. Then it occurred to me that it was within my power to get my medicine. Because I had a secret weapon. So I had to be sneaky. Me, I'd like to call one of my parents. This phone call wasn't intended for my dad, a financial consultant. It wasn't to my mom, who worked in sales and advertising. Of course I wasn't calling Stepmonster. But my stepdad, on the other hand, just happened to be our region's most famous radio talk show host at the time. And he was on the air for another 2 hours. The assistant principal brought me the phone book, those existed back then, and I looked up the radio station's number in the yellow pages without the assistant principal figuring out which business I was calling. Called the radio station and got the front desk. Of course lots of people call them, ask for him, and get absolutely nowhere. But I knew they would interrupt his show and he'd take the call if I told them I was his daughter royal. In all my life, I had never had a situation that warranted me calling him at work. I was hoping he'd take the call while on air, but he didn't want to air what was likely private business, so he put commercials on while I explained the situation. Then I suppressed a poop-eating grin while handing the phone to the assistant principal to talk to my stepdad, Bill. I managed a poker face. The assistant principal didn't realize he was talking to Bill Jones when he dismissed my concerns, and even suggested I should be denied my medication simply due to my pants, which I'd been wearing half the year without problem, but apparently were a uniform violation that day. Assistant principal basically explained that's just how it is and tough luck, and did not realize the poop he just stepped into. He hung up, dismissed me, and walked off looking pretty self-satisfied at winning his little power trip. I went to class feeling victorious. I hadn't won yet, but I'd played my cards and knew how it would turn out. Stepdad got back on air and immediately changed the topic of discussion to the ridiculousness of the district's medication policy. The phone lines lit up. Turns out lots of people wanted to air their complaints. I was sitting in class, migraine kicking in. But I was feeling satisfied that their lack of respect for me was hitting the fan. I timed it. 45 minutes after I was arrogantly denied my legally prescribed medication that I needed, the assistant principal came into the classroom I was in, knelt down beside my desk, and whispered, "Hey. You want to come take your medication?" Fallout, even more fun, because the school wanted desperately to expel me. But while I 100% can be a troublemaker when I want to be, I never did anything for which I could have defensibly been disciplined. They had nothing on me. I knew it. They knew I knew it. And they knew they couldn't get away with making this up because Bill Jones. All my friends were seniors, and the school admins didn't realize until the last day of school that I was a junior. I could see the panic in assistant principal's eyes. "Assistant principal, you can take one summer course in English and you'll be able to graduate early." Me, absolutely not. I haven't submitted any college applications, and most of the competitive schools I'll be applying to require more than the basic minimum to graduate. I'll be here for another year. Assistant principal, would you like to take your high school classes at the community college instead? You'll get high school and college credit. This was a barely heard of program at the time, but they wanted to get rid of me so badly, I got to rack up a year's worth of college general education credits during my senior year. They tried to F me over, so I F'd back, and since they couldn't punish me, they rewarded me just to get me to go away. My boyfriend's family played a disgusting dark humor prank on me on my birthday, so I smashed his face into the cake. So my boyfriend is a prankster, and sometimes his pranks can go overboard. He knows I have serious trauma regarding silent treatment from a past relationship, and he has played a prank on me where he gave me the silent treatment for an hour straight. He only stopped it when I broke down crying. It took a lot for me to forgive him. He also loves to engage in dark humor jokes, which aren't even jokes. He likes to state disgusting things about girls not of age and pass them off as a joke about disabled people and imitate them. One of his favorite jokes is in reference to me being Asian, where he proceeds to pull on his temples on his head in order to make his eyes thinner, and say something racial. We have had to stop going to Asian restaurants because he puts on an Asian accent whenever ordering food, and it is very embarrassing. His family is no different. He is an only child and his parents love his sense of humor, and whenever I am over at their house, their parents join him in on the Asian jokes. They also give him suggestions for what pranks to play. His father has suggested before that he plays a prank where he runs into my room in the middle of the night with a black mask and a knife as a prank. His father is in his 60s, how can that be funny to a man of that age? You may be wondering why I am with my boyfriend, as the things I have listed are horrible, and that is because other than these things, my boyfriend is perfect. Outside of pranks and jokes, he treats me very well, He is not genuinely abusive, our intimacy life is great and he has never crossed any boundaries in regards to this. He surprises me with my favorite flowers regularly, and cooks dinner for me when I come home from work. The only real issue I have with him and his family are the pranks and dark humor jokes. I have talked to him about it, but he doesn't seem to see my point. He doesn't call me sensitive OP or anything like that, rather just says he does not see a big problem, as the jokes are just jokes and not actual actions he is performing and do not correlate with his true feelings. In his own words, just because I say potential when I see a 12-year-old walking down the street, doesn't mean I have the intention of effing her in the slightest. I suppose I can understand where he is coming from. Anyway, 2 days ago was my birthday, and I celebrated it with my, potentially soon-to-be ex-boyfriend's family. My family lives back home and their flight was delayed until the next day and my boyfriend told me to celebrate with his family instead. I agreed under the condition that no jokes were going to be made. He agreed to this. I arrived at his parents' house and his mom welcomed me. Usually she would crack a joke within the first half hour but this time she did not, and I was pleasantly surprised. She then said she had made dinner and if I'd like to eat. The meal was wonderful and I was very happy as the whole day was going well, we were all getting on. I should have known it was too good to be true. I should have known they had something up their sleeve. Well, they brought the cake out and that's when my stomach dropped. After they placed the cake down the father said, "Our son told us no jokes, but he never said no pranks." Well, this prank took the form of a cake. A cake with a huge picture of my face on the top layer of the cake. That would not be an issue, if I did not have a huge scar on my face which I was deeply insecure about. What's worse is that the picture was at an angle which made the scar all the more visible. I broke into tears when I saw it. His parents rushed over to say they didn't mean to make me cry. As they were doing this, my boyfriend was not even trying to comfort me, he stood in front of the cake laughing and taking pictures of it. In a fit of rage, being behind him, I plastered his face into the cake. The silence in the room right after was deafening and I was the one laughing now. To my surprise, the parents laughed at this, but my boyfriend was not amused at all. He got up, his face very cakey and his phone completely ruined, and he yelled at me to get the F out. I was scared of him at that moment, and I didn't even want to start an argument, so I did as I was told. His parents led me out the door and I told them I hate them as I left. I got an Uber home and stayed the night at a hotel, then celebrated my birthday with my family the next day. I stayed the night in a hotel again as the last thing I want to do is see my boyfriend now. He texted me once telling me that unless I apologize the relationship is over. I think it is, as I don't think I was wrong to do what I did. Or was I? My boyfriend's family played a disgusting dark humor prank on me on my birthday, so I smashed his face into the cake. So, my boyfriend and I are still together and I have decided to give him one last chance. He ended up texting me first and apologizing. I told him I'm really not sure if I can forgive him, as making fun of the scar on my face is a huge boundary of mine which he has never crossed before. But this time he did, and the fact that his parents did so too made me feel humiliated and disrespected. I also told him that telling me to get the F out the way he did was utterly unacceptable. I told him that I understood that my reaction may not have been appropriate, and I'm sorry that his phone got ruined in the process, but the fact that he was laughing and taking pictures of the cake while I was crying made me feel worthless and not valued. He said he understood all of it and begged me to come home so we could talk it out. I caved and came home and we had a super long conversation about our relationship. I laid it out to him, that I was sick and tired of these dark humor pranks and jokes, that they were not funny in the slightest, and if he keeps them up I will break up with him. Matter of fact, next time he does anything like a prank or a dark humor joke, I will break up with him. I also told him the only way I see our relationship progressing is if I do not see his parents again. He can contact them and visit them if he wants to, but I will not. If they show up invited to our house, I'll break up with him. If they text me asking for forgiveness, I will end the relationship too. I want no contact with them until I am ready to face them again. He seemed kind of opposed to this, but agreed to it after he saw how serious I was about my ultimatum. It's been a week or so since and our relationship seems to be improving. It will take some time for me to trust him again, but I really do love him, and I'm willing to try one more time.
I think my son roped our family dog and I don't know how to get him help. The last couple of weeks my dog, 7-year-old Labrador, has been acting noticeably different. I guess I could describe it as distant and even depressed. He is normally an extremely outgoing and happy dog, very playful and energetic etc. But starting about 2 weeks ago he started acting very withdrawn and nervous around people, even his own family. At first I kind of brushed it off as feeling under the weather, but after about a week and a half I decided maybe he needed to see a vet. I got him in yesterday and after an examination the vet told me that he believes the dog has been roped. His back door had slight damage in a way that was consistent with that sort of thing. He said he can't really imagine that his injuries could have come about any other way. So already now I'm pretty upset and sort of freaking out. Who would do this sort of thing to a dog? I thought about all of the people that had access to the dog in my backyard. Gardeners crossed my mind, my neighbors, etc. The only people that live in the house are my wife, myself, and our teenage son. I came home and thought about it for a while. I had this really ugly sinking feeling in my stomach about the possibility that it could have been my son. I decided to look around his room. I didn't really know what I was expecting to find, and I didn't really find anything in there that screamed guilty, until I decided to check his browser history. I found he had been on an animal adult films forum recently and a site with pictures of that sort of thing. I felt like I was going to throw up. Now I know that this isn't definitive proof of anything, but it sure doesn't look good. The more I think about it, the more I am convinced my son has been sodomizing our dog. I haven't told my wife yet or done anything about it. I have not left him alone with the dog since. I am totally confused and upset and don't really know how to proceed with this. Edit. Okay. Just spoke to my son. I basically said, listen, I noticed the dog has been acting weird, I took him to the vet, I found out someone has roped him, any ideas what might have happened? I looked at my son and he seemed ever so slightly nervous but pretended to know nothing about it. I expected this, so I brought up the sites I found on his computer. Naturally, this made him pretty upset and he got really indignant at the thought that I snooped around on his computer. Fair enough, I get it. But I got him back to the point and tried to be as understanding and fatherly as I could and just told him that whatever happened I am not going to judge him and he's not going to be punished, I just need to know the truth. After about 10 to 15 minutes of this he finally breaks down and admits that he put the handle of a hairbrush as well as fingers into the dog's back door a few times during a day last week. He said he wasn't trying to hurt him and he stopped when the dog at one point freaked out. He said he didn't think he hurt it that bad and he was too embarrassed to tell us or do anything about it. I believed him in this, but he also didn't give a very satisfactory answer as to why exactly he would do this in the first place. I have to admit, either way, I was glad on some level to hear that he wasn't actually having intimacy. So basically, we agreed that I wouldn't tell his mom, but that we would find a reason to tell her that he needs to see a therapist for a bit. I know I told him I wouldn't tell his mother, but the more I think about all of this the more I think I may eventually have to go back on that promise. As for now, the dog is staying with the family, and obviously I made him swear up and down that he will not touch the dog like that again under threat of severe consequences. It's too early to tell if he feels remorse or is just humiliated. It's hard to say. It was very uncomfortable for both of us, but especially my son. I'm sure we can all imagine. Edit 2. Today I located a therapist that specializes in teenagers. I made a preliminary appointment for my son to go in and talk to her. I disclosed to her some of the issues, without getting into too much detail. For now my son does not know this, but it will be helpful for her to have some idea of what we're dealing with. My dog is still not in the best of spirits, but seems to be making progress. I went for a walk with him today and he was more playful than he has been the past week. I've been trying to be extra good to him as well and the love seems to be helping slowly bring the happiness back into his eyes. I think my son roped our family dog and I don't know how to get him help. My son has done it again. Well, this morning I caught my son in the backyard holding onto our dog Colby's no square while playing tug of war with him. Granted this isn't rope and the dog seemed to be okay, but my son was basically grabbing and massaging the dog's no square as he held him in place under the guise of a tug of war game. Obviously I stormed outside and grabbed him in anger and we had a very serious and angry talk. He had promised me to never treat the dog in any remotely inappropriate way after our last incident. I put him in his room for the rest of the day. My wife is still at work, and I do not know what to do. I am at my wit's end. Apparently, therapy has not been working. Update okay, my wife got home. I told her pretty much right off the bat that I messed up pretty bad and that I found out 2 months ago that our son had admitted to me he roped the dog with a hairbrush handle. I told her that this was why I had wanted him in therapy and that he wasn't comfortable with her knowing and I made him a fatherly promise under the condition he never do anything like that again. Needless to say she was pretty shocked and upset. Then I told her what I saw today and she got even more upset. It went from a few minutes of anger to tears. She is pretty ticked off at me and pretty upset about our son and Colby, obviously. I feel like crap at this point for having kept her in the dark. She told me she felt very betrayed and after calling me some choice names and saying she was confused she grabbed her purse and just left the house. I have no idea where she went, but I didn't try to stop her. She was very upset. I feel like the worst husband and father in the world right now. I went in to speak to my son and he was pretty unhappy too since he could hear everything. He isn't very happy that I told his mom about today and the incident before, but after speaking with him briefly I think he understands that it was necessary. So basically my family was torn apart today over a dog. I need a beer or something. As for rehousing the dog, I suspect we'll probably have to do that, but there's a lot we need to sort through first. Update 2. Okay, well, my wife called me to say she is staying at her sister's house tonight to clear her head. She has calmed down a bit but said she doesn't think she can handle all of this tonight. I said I understood and apologized again profusely for not telling her sooner. I tried to explain about how the first incident was a weird male adolescent intimate thing and he was embarrassed and thought he could confide in me and trust me. She was pretty unmoved by that argument and thinks I should have told her. I guess I was wrong. When we got off the phone I said I love you and she just hung up. This is probably up there as my worst day in recent memory, at least since the day I found out my son roped my dog the first time. As for my son, I have seen no sign of him since he made his hot pocket, however for about 40 minutes now I've been hearing what I'm guessing is dubstep coming from his room. I don't know. I'm too old to even want to know. Update 2. I think my son roped our family dog and I don't know how to get him help. Well, a hell of a lot has happened to my family since then, and none of it has been very good. So after staying at her sister's house for a few days, my wife came home and we got into several arguments over the next week or so about our son and what to do about this, and of course there was plenty of me being painted as the bad guy for not including her on a major parenting issue. I decided that we should start looking for a new home for Colby, since he obviously wasn't going to be safe with us anymore. My wife did not like this idea, and after several more arguments I came to find out that she suspects our son never even abused the dog to begin with. She tells me that she has spoken to our son about it and he denied ever doing anything. So basically I had my son denying he ever roped the dog, and my wife now ticked off because she is hearing two conflicting stories from us. She even brought up in the heat of our argument that she thinks if anything I roped the dog, which as you can imagine made me absolutely furious. So to make a long story short, we did not resolve anything, and have only become more embittered with each other. This, along with a few other marital issues, finally led to my wife asking for a trial separation about 3 weeks ago. My son has decided to live with her, and so I have moved out to a friend's house temporarily while I try to figure out what we are going to do next. Colby is still living with my wife and son. I tried to take him with me, but this only led to more friction and infuriating jabs from my wife, such as, "Why so you can rope him again and blame it on your son, you sick F." This whole thing has just become a complete nightmare. I have tried to confront my son about denying what he did to his mom, and he won't even talk to me and has just started taking the stance that I'm crazy. I guess he thought he saw a way out of all of this and decided to just throw his dad under the bus. That is probably the most hurtful part of this entire ordeal, to be honest. I'm used to having my wife be a complete beach to me at this point, but the betrayal by my son, who I was only trying to help, is like a knife in my heart. That being said, I have to remind myself he is just a kid in an awkward situation, and try not to hold it against him. After all, if my wife and I wind up with a divorce down the road, he is going to be the only thing I love, so I am trying not to do irreparable damage to our relationship. I feel like I've done enough damage to this family. And all of this over a goddamn Labrador. Update 3, I think my son roped our family dog and I don't know how to get him help. I tried calling my son over the next several days in the hope that I could convince him to come clean and help get us on the road to fixing our family. He did not pick up, nor did he ever call me back. So about 2 weeks ago I decided to show up at the house when I knew they would all be there. I knocked on the door and my wife would not answer it. I admit I kind of lost it and started shouting and pounding on it, and she eventually came outside, where a yelling match ensued between her and I in the front yard. I finally left after she just put her hands over her ears and started yelling dog effer dog effer dog effer over and over again to try to humiliate me in front of the neighborhood. As I walked back to my car fuming, I looked back at the house and saw my son staring at me from the second-story window with a blank look on his face. I stared at him and shook my head in disappointment, but he didn't change his expression. I have to admit, that really broke my heart and ticked me off. So fast forward to just a couple days ago. I am at work, nearing the end of my day, when suddenly my phone rings and it's my wife. I pick it up, and she's sobbing and obviously very upset. She tells me that our dog Colby has wounded my son, and he has gone to the hospital to get stitches. She says Colby wounded him in the lower abdomen, 2 times. She doesn't know what to think. Obviously, I know exactly what happened. I could tell she finally knew I was right. Colby would never bite anyone unprovoked. He is an incredibly friendly dog and has no history of biting or being aggressive at all. When we got off the phone, I felt this rage building inside of me. I felt like it was finally time for this to end. Colby had stood up for himself against my son, who had betrayed both of us. I couldn't prove it, but I just know my son was doing it again, and I felt responsible for having left him alone with Colby. All of these times. It was like Colby finally lashed out in desperation after having nobody there to protect him. I felt sick to my stomach for having abandoned my dog with my kid, who obviously doesn't give a F about me or any of us, as long as he can keep getting away with it. I left work and went straight to the family home. This time, my wife answered the door and let me in. I went straight to my son's room, where he was laying down watching TV. He looked at me in surprise and I told him not to talk. I basically said, "I know what you did, you can deny it and you can blame me all you want, but you and I both know what happened. I am taking the dog, and if I ever find out you go near an animal like this again, I will report you to the police. I don't care if you are my son. This is disgusting and unfair, and I raised you better." Obviously I said more than that, but that was the gist of it. He was extremely uncomfortable. Then I went downstairs and out the back door to get the dog. I put a leash on Colby and walked him back through the house, and my wife stopped me and told me she was sorry. We talked for about 5 minutes, and we both got a little weepy. She asked me to forgive her, which I told her I did. She then invited me to stay at the house, to which I said no. I'm not ready for that, and Colby deserved better. I had already let him down too many times. I left her crying in the house, and put Colby in the car. We drove back to my friend's place, where I am staying. I've since been looking for a small apartment with a short-term lease that accepts dogs, as I have decided that I am not going to move back in with my family. At least not in the immediate future. Colby is finally with me, and is safe, and I need time to think about what our next move should be. I know that asking my friend to house me and now a dog is pushing the bounds of his good grace, so this is what has to happen. Update 4, I think my son roped our family dog and I don't know how to get him help. It has been 6 years since I last posted, and I suppose I can say that things are much better for me. My dog Colby, sadly, passed away about a year ago and I wept a lot. After I took him in he regained joy and seemed happy again. I shared a lot of fond memories with my buddy and putting him down was one of the hardest things I've ever done. I'm not sure I want to talk much about my son, but I'll say he and I are much better than we were in 2012 when the incident took place. It's not something we talk about with one another. I hope and pray he no longer fantasizes or concerns himself with that type of behavior. If he does, I wouldn't know about it since he lives on his own now. However, he has gotten in trouble with the law for driving under the influence, and is a bit of a delinquent. As for my ex-wife, well, she wound up in therapy after losing her job due to substance use. Honestly, we don't communicate much, but I do not hear good things about what she's up to now. There are rumors of substances and certain intimate favors she does for money. As for me, I've been with a new woman for a few years now, and things are much better. She has a son as well, and we get along just fine. I have to say life is funny. Who would have ever thought my son putting something in our dog's back door would lead us all down such strange paths? Sometimes I wonder what life would be like if I had never caught him doing it, but who knows? Life is crazy, folks. Love your dogs. I'm a proud leg laser and my high and mighty glorious King LeBron James is the GOAT. So I own a LeBron James pillow and I sleep on it. I also own a LeBron James duvet. I have a massive crush on LeBron James. As a gay feminine man, the thought of someone so handsome and so large pounding me into oblivion as I scream his name is something I must experience at least once in my life. I don't think I have ever felt this way about another human being before. My ex-boyfriend actually broke up with me because I couldn't stop saying King James while we were having intimacy. Besides LeBron being my celebrity crush and the man whose merch I make out with every day, I have a very strong argument for him being the greatest of all time. When you look at LeBron's longevity, he is in year 21 and is a top 5 player in the league, and I'm willing to argue that he is number 1. Before anyone comments about Nikola Jokic, I do not recognize that cheeseburger slanging overweight racehorse-loving mammoth. LeBron is a 4-time champion, 10 trips to the finals, going to finish his career with 40k points, 10k rebounds and 10k assists. Only one other player has ever reached 30k points, 5k assists and 5k rebounds. Think about that. Also, LeBron is just way more enjoyable to watch as he plays. The way he runs is amazing. The way he controls the tempo with the ball in his hands. The way he takes control and dominates when he has to be, also has the ability to be passive. It's just... Sorry, off topic. Nobody has ever dominated in all areas of the game LeBron has: passing, scoring, defense, playmaking, rebounding, driving, shooting. In his later years, the man is grade A in everything on the court if he wants to be. He lacks nothing. His skill set is flawless. He is flawless. My king. You and a super intelligent snail both get $1 million, and you both become immortal. However, you die if the snail touches you. It always knows where you are and slowly crawls toward you. What's your plan? So the snail is super intelligent, and I imagine it would see through most other people's plans, but not mine. Of course, what I would do first is I embrace this snail coming towards me, but secretly I have a master plan. Most people would settle for a metal box to trap the snail, but they are forgetting one thing, and it's that this snail, being super intelligent, can probably operate a motor vehicle, go around a box, not fall for a hamster wheel. Except what I would do instead of looking for these cheap tricks in hopes of living an eternal life of riches is invest. But what I invest in, you might ask? Obviously not some sort of simple container for the snail. Desire of riches is not going to fool me into that sort of trap. Yes, that's right, I invest in a sort of microscopic coating. Once I find the right team of scientists, I invest half of my million into developing this coating. Not only would this coating have to cover me, but it would also have to be permanent and invisible. Could this be possible? Even a genius like myself does not know, but with the right team, it might just. Though that's not the end. Over the years, this snail would probably realize that I had a microscopic coating, so it would evolve to deal with this. Little does the snail know, through the hundreds of years I had devised a second plan. Deception. Making a clone of myself. The clone would be eternal too, and having both me's go to opposite ends of the earth. The snail would be trapped, feeling an equally strong pull in both directions. The snail would be paralyzed, and I would be living a life of eternal joy. Except for one thing, read the first letter of every sentence to find out. My best friend tried to rope an innocent girl at a party, so I exposed him to the entire town. My best friend and I go way back since elementary school, and as much as it hurts to admit it, he isn't necessarily a very good person. Specifically when it comes to girls. I remember as early as elementary school, he used to bully a specific girl and would always tell her how much he thinks about her at night as well as what he wishes to do to her. She was forced to change schools. In middle school his antics continued and he was a troublemaker and definitely a misogynist looking back on it. He wholeheartedly believed that women should stay in the kitchen and other old-fashioned crap. Throughout middle school and high school he had 8 different girlfriends and cheated on every single one of them. So why was I friends with him, you may ask? Well, when I was growing up I was super shy and he was the only person in my class who was genuinely friendly with me, and it stuck greatly with me. He could kinda do no wrong in my eyes back then due to this reason. It was only towards the end of high school that I started seeing him for who he was, which was a manipulator. The one boundary he had never crossed before was getting physical with a girl without permission. He had never laid hands on any of his girlfriends, part of that being me talking him out of doing so a few times. Despite what you may think, he had also never done anything non-consensual with a girl before. Well, that was until a party at the end of our freshman year in college. We attend the same college but take a different course, and we have naturally drifted. I had grown to realize he was not a man I'm proud to call my best friend, and so I had distanced myself. I would have still considered him my best friend before this party, however. I was invited to the party by one of the frat brothers holding the party, and when I showed up I saw my best friend there. We greeted each other and started catching up, making small talk as well as catching up with our lives. He was telling about a trip he had on mushrooms when he said he came to a realization. I was not ready for what this realization was going to be. He started speaking, saying that on the trip he realized the importance of evolutionary biology. According to him, biologically, men are supposed to go out and spread their seed into as women as was possible, but this modern state of liberalist monogamy has taken men out of their natural habitat and forced them to do something unbiological. As if his opinions weren't wild enough, he kept talking. He said that as a man, he has the right to the body of any woman he wants as this is his biological right. I tried interrupting him when he said this but he kept talking. He went on to say that he wants to exercise his biological right tonight, and he will do exactly that. I asked him how. He proceeded to pull out a bag of what looked like some type of substances and stated that he has his eye on this pretty girl coming tonight. He will make small talk with her, and when she isn't looking, he will spike her. I interrupted to tell him he isn't being serious, but he said he was. We got into an argument where I basically told him I'm not gonna let him do that, and we went our separate ways, both kind of mad. For the rest of the night I kept tabs on him. While keeping tabs on him, the idea of revenge sparked me. I went up to him again, this time while audio recording on my phone. I told him I had some time to think about it, and I agree with what he is willing to do. That it is his biological right to have any woman that he wants. I then asked him what he plans to do exactly. His plan was to get close to her, find an isolated and quiet place with her, then spike, then do whatever he wants. Listening to it made me sick, but I at least got a recording. My plan was in motion. The next thing that I did is not something I'm proud of, but it has to be shared. Before he could even talk to this girl, I managed to head back to my dorm and get some of my prescribed sleeping pills and bring them back to the party, as it was a few minutes walk at most. I gave these to him without him realizing it. I did it in a quiet and secluded spot, and he conked out soon after. I then proceeded to write our pissed on his forehead and take pictures. I then left the party as I was in no mood to have fun and left him there. When I went home, I went online and shared the photos of him passed out with our pissed written on his forehead. I also created an anonymous account through which I posted the audio recording and mentioned his name in my post. The aftermath is ongoing and it isn't very pretty for him. The whole entire school absolutely despises my former best friend. Because this is a very small town, word got around. The entire town hates him too now because of this. I have shut down any form of communication between me and him and refused to respond to him no matter how many times he reaches out to me. We also have a small local newspaper, and because the audio recording has made its way to the police, the newspaper has written about it too. His face is plastered on the paper and he is known as R. Pissed. My best friend tried to rope an innocent girl at a party, so I exposed him to the entire town. All is said and done and my former best friend has landed himself in jail. I'm very glad to say that the audio recordings were enough to get him arrested both for the possession of illegal substances, as well as planning to rope a girl. The fact that his dorm was searched and they found more substances in it really did not help his case at all. Sadly though, I did not get away scot-free either. Me writing raw pissed on his forehead was considered battery and I was reprimanded for giving him sleeping pills. I did avoid jail thankfully, but I got a lot of community service, which I have now completed. As far as my former best friend goes, I'm not sure how he's doing in jail, but I do know that fellow inmates don't take kindly to ARPists, so I'm sure he is really facing the consequences of his actions in jail. Another crazy thing that happened however is that me exposing my former best friend has actually led to a lot of girls coming out about him. They only did this after he was sentenced however, and I do not understand why they would not do this while he was on trial. But that is their choice and I cannot judge. I've had 3 girls come to me personally and show me texts between them and my former best friend where he is clearfly pressuring them for intimacy, and even stooping as low as threatening to spread rumors about them unless they comply. One of these 3 girls was so scared of him spreading rumors that she ended up giving in and having intimacy with him. When I found this out my stomach sank, and it only further solidified my decision to out him and expose him to everyone. My wife has been neglecting our youngest son and he just savagely attacked her. I don't know if I can forgive him. My wife and I have 3 kids, Megan, Matt and Joshua. Josh is the youngest out of the 3 and my wife has been neglecting him. He first brought this issue to me 9 or so months ago. I already had a feeling this was the case as even since a child JSH got less attention from his mother than the others, but I wasn't sure if he noticed or was bothered by it himself. However, after he told me this I secretly started to watch my wife's behavior with our kids. Just like Josh said, I noticed that she would always ask Megan and Matt to run errands with her, but would never ask Josh and tell him no when he did ask. She would also talk more to the older kids, and sometimes wouldn't even spend 5 minutes helping Josh with homework because she was too tired. I asked my wife if she felt she had favorites, she said no and reassured me that she loves all our kids equally. I then asked her to include Josh more and she promised she would but never would. Josh started to disdain his mom. I suggested therapy to him but he declined. I continued observing the situation. The problem was that my wife's favoritism would manifest in very little things. Cooking dinner, ordering takeout, who got to pick TV shows, things like that. The big thing happened on Sunday when I was at a friend's house. The family had planned to decorate the Christmas tree together. This was a little ritual in our house. As you can imagine, Josh was forgotten again. My wife and the other kids decorated the Christmas tree without telling him. When Josh came downstairs and saw the decorated tree he confronted his mother. According to my daughter his mom said that they just forgot him. This answer made Josh snap. He started to sock his mom in the face repeatedly. He also hurt his siblings when they tried to protect her. He only stopped when his mom fell to the ground. I rushed home when my daughter called me. My wife's left eye was red and a bit swollen, her nose bleed and her neck was dark red. Matt and Megan had to hold me to protect their brother from me. My wife was in a state of shock and couldn't talk to me. After I came down a bit I called my father and told him what happened. He agreed to come immediately to pick Josh up. 2 days have passed and I have no idea what to do. My wife is slowly recovering from the shock and the beating but she doesn't talk about it or Joshua. My dad suggested that Josh should move in with his grandparents for at least a year to give everyone time to recover. But my fear is that 1 year apart will further destroy the relationship between mother and son. He has done something horrible and he will pay a high price for that. He is banned from his family home and is not allowed to contact us. He has left all his electronics here. His grandparents will be strict with him. Therapy is mandatory. Day I messed up by going on Omegle. So I went on Omegle uncensored to do what people do on there. I was going around for a while before I was connected with this girl and she added me on Snap, so we face chatted there. She was asking for lots of social media information for me too. Get to know me before we started. But I was vague on what my social media accounts were and all of them are private anyway. One thing led to another and then I'm getting ransomed for $500 to have the video not sent to everyone I know. The account called me back and suddenly there's a man's voice on the other end telling me to send screenshots of my PayPal or they will start sending the pictures out. They started sending screenshots of Facebook accounts and pictures of myself proving that they recorded the chat. The best part is that they didn't find my account but some other poor soul not related to me at all, so they started sending my schlong to everyone on his friends list. Obviously I didn't pay them and blocked the Snap, but I did try to troll them a bit but it didn't work. I made a fake Facebook account and messaged him to apologize but I have yet to hear back from him. I feel really bad he got stuck in this situation with me, but in the end there's nothing I can do about that now. Got very lucky and learned a valuable lesson today.